Dragon Kingdom, Magic City. Level 100 Hell Dungeon, Deep Sea Prison. Yi Chen, when the third phase boss unleashes its ultimate move, don't dodge. Remember to use the skill, stand ready. I'll cast Heavenly Blessing on you. As long as we withstand this wave, we can secure the dungeon's first clear. A sweet smiling, fair-skinned, and beautiful priestess softly reminded Yi Chen. She is Yi Chen's girlfriend, the first priest of the Dynasty Guild, Lu Zhuxian. Yi Chen has already switched to the Shield Guard class, commonly known as Tank. The third phase is here. Xian quickly cast the Heavenly Blessing buff on me. As the boss's overwhelming black flames crashed down, Yi Chen still hadn't received Lu Zhuxian's support. Terrified, he turned around and saw Lu Zhuxian being held in another man's arms, who was brazenly touching her right in front of him. The man sneered coldly. Yi Chen's revival coins are all used up, aren't they? Lu Zhuxian nodded shyly. Yes, I tricked him into giving me all his revival coins. Baby, you did great. I'll reward you well tonight. At this moment, Yi Chen completely understood. Not only had he been deceived, but he had also been mercilessly betrayed. Lu Zhuxian, why did you betray me? Heh, Yi Chen, take a good look at yourself in the mirror. With your ordinary profession, what makes you think you're worthy of me, eh, holy priest? Accompanied by the devouring black flames, his health points dropped to 0. Teammate Yi Chen has permanently died. The man coldly ordered his subordinates, bring me his divine artifact, Mystic Crystal Dragon Shield. From now on, I am the first shield guardian of the Dynasty Guild. Yi Chen, daring to steal my equipment and my woman, this is your fate. 10 years of sharpening a sword for 3 days of brilliance, several years of life contained within. To succeed, first go crazy, make up your mind and charge forward. No pain, no exhaustion, senior year is tasteless, no fight, no struggle, senior year is wasted. Yi Chen seemed to have had a long dream. When he woke up, he found himself back in his senior year classroom. Is this just a dream? The faces of his classmates were familiar, and he sat in a quiet classroom. On the blackboard, it was written that there were 3 days left until the exam. Suddenly, a burst of scolding came from the podium. Yi Chen, did you secretly read H books again last night? I warned you before, you must abstain before changing professions. You are the only student in the entire school who hasn't changed professions, and the most disgraceful student in the history of Jiangcheng First High School. If this continues, your last chance to change professions will be taken away. Yi Chen froze, looking up at the middle-aged homeroom teacher on the podium with his increasingly sparse Mediterranean hairstyle. You still dare to glare at me? Stand up now. The greatest shame of my life is teaching a student like you. I, Shi Jianran, am a gold medal teacher who has held the title in Jiangcheng for years, yet my reputation is about to be ruined because of you. The audience burst into laughter, with mocking and disdainful gazes all focused on Yi Chen. In his previous life, Yi Chen successfully changed his profession half an hour before the exam and participated smoothly. Now, having returned, he found himself back in this humiliating moment. This is hilarious. When he enrolled, everyone praised Yi Chen's extraordinary talent, but 3 years have passed and he's become the only useless one who hasn't changed his profession. I still remember how exhausted he looked when he changed jobs, as if he had been completely drained. He probably did too much manual work in private. If it weren't for the Dragon Kingdom's education department explicitly prohibiting the expulsion of students, the school leadership would have already found a way to kick him out given his situation. This useless guy has been dragging our school down. More and more ridicule, mockery, and contempt flooded into Yi Chen's mind. His head felt like it was splitting, and the noise was driving him crazy. He roared in exasperation, "Shut the hell up! If anyone dares to speak again, I'll kill them." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was stunned into silence. Especially the last sentence, which completely enraged Shi Jianren's bottom line. I'm the homeroom teacher, and this is the first time I've seen such an arrogant student. Shi Jianren glared angrily. Yi Chen, do you want to be expelled? Believe it or not, I'll make sure you can never take exams or go to college in your life. He stormed over to Yi Chen, pointing at his nose and cursing furiously. Completely disregarding professional ethics, foul language poured out like a torrent of filth. Yi Chen's head throbbed with pain, growing increasingly irritable. Ding, the system for permanently increasing health through attacks has found a suitable host. System binding in progress, 1%, 50%, 100%, binding successful. Congratulations to the host for activating the cornerstone talent. Attacks can permanently increase the maximum health. Requires reaching a certain attack power, limited to humans and monsters. Congratulations to the host for activating the core talent. Health converted into attack damage. As a beginner's meeting gift, a novice gift pack has been automatically activated. Received, Wanderer Job Change Book, 1000 Machine Umbrella, and All-Class Novice Skill Gift Pack. Yi Chen was stunned, then immediately reacted. Reborn into a new life, he had actually successfully activated the system. A raging passion and excitement ignited within. Freelancer, the legendary top-tier hidden class, capable of using over 50 skills, with short cooldowns during combat and no downtime. The only drawback is that Freelancer's skill levels are low, limiting damage. Yi Chen ignored Shi Jianren's insults and opened the system panel to to check. Host, Yi Chen. Level 3. Health 9. Attack 1. Defense 3. Experience 0 out of 400. Keystone talent. Permanently increases maximum health by 1 point with each attack. Core talent. Life conversion damage boost. Basic. Current conversion rate 1%. Shi Jianren kept rambling on. Yi Chen closed the panel. In his previous life, he was a level 100 shield guardian, having experienced countless dungeons and grown accustomed to the law of the jungle. Faced with the class teacher's shameless humiliation, he had already kept his temper in check. Yi Chen, you're just a worthless piece of trash with a mother who gave birth to you but didn't raise you, utterly disgracing me, Shi Jianren. Hearing these words, Yi Chen's gaze turned icy cold. His fists clenched tightly. Shi Jianren, you scoundrel. You can insult me, but you are not allowed to insult my mom. Shi Jianren saw Yi Chen getting angry and became even more excited. What's wrong? Angry now? I called you a bastard, a wretch, ruining my chance to be awarded as a gold medal teacher. I'm right to curse you. Dare to hit me? Go ahead. I'll immediately apply to have you expelled. Class 3-1 instantly erupted in chaos. Yi Chen did not hesitate, throwing a heavy punch that fiercely smashed into Shi Jianren's face. System prompt, host attack completed, permanently increasing 1 point of health. A notification sound echoed in his ears. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Attacks can permanently increase the maximum health? Then in this life, I, Yi Chen, will no longer live timidly like in my previous life. Anyone who dares to step on me, I will make them pay a heavy price. Reborn into a new life, Yi Chen understands the importance of maximum health better than anyone. Sufficient health points mean being hard to defeat. Survival is the most crucial thing in the apocalyptic era where games and reality intertwine. It outweighs attacks, skills, and even divine equipment. Because as long as you're alive, there will always be a chance to gain everything. Once dead, even the best divine equipment will be taken by the enemy. Surviving is the only true path. The classmates were all dumbfounded. Is this still the usually timid Yi Chen? There are only 3 days left until the exam. Yi Chen actually dared to throw a punch at the homeroom teacher. Is he planning not to take the exam? Shi Jianren was beaten black and blue, knocked off his feet. He painfully adjusted his shattered glasses frame and screamed for help. Someone, help! Student Yi Chen hit the teacher. Yi Chen, like an enraged demon, stepped closer to Shi Jianren. He grabbed Shi Jianren's collar, his gaze burning like purple flames, coldly staring at the other. Shi Jianren, I've put up with you long enough. Yi Chen slapped him without hesitation. This slap is for your lack of teacher's ethics, foul language, and being unworthy of being a teacher. System prompt, host has completed an attack, permanently increasing life points by 1. Immediately after, another slap landed. This slap is for your greed, selfishness, and inability to treat everyone equally. System prompt, host has completed an attack, permanently increasing 1 point of health. Finally, Yi Chen turned around and slapped again. This slap is for insulting my mother, for your lack of character, and for disrespecting others. System prompt, host has completed an attack, permanently increasing 1 point of health. When Yi Chen raised his hand again, Shi Jianren was already begging for mercy. Yi Chen, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Please stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, I might really die. Yi Chen sneered coldly and let go of the collar. Reborn in another life, he is no fool. He understands that he is currently just a high school senior. Even if he has to clash with the homeroom teacher, Shi Jianren, until the bitter end, he must first gather enough strength. Shi Jianren's face is bruised, his nose swollen, and his head bleeding profusely. Many classmates, upon seeing this scene, felt a sense of pity. However, some secretly rejoiced, admiring Yi Chen's courage to challenge authority. At this moment, the class beauty Lin Qingmeng timidly handed over a handkerchief. Yi Chen, you're bleeding. Wipe it off. Everyone looked puzzled at the scene. Logically, Lin Qingmeng should be handing the handkerchief to the homeroom teacher at this moment, so why did she give it to Yi Chen? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Thank you, class beauty, but this blood isn't mine. It's the homeroom teacher's. Lin Qingmeng couldn't help but laugh, then turned and returned to her seat. The school doctor learned that Shi Jianren was injured and immediately sent someone to carry him away for treatment. The remaining students in class 3 of grade 12 continued their self-study, but no one was focused. They all secretly glanced at Yi Chen, who was sitting in the last row. Yi Chen was alone, had no friends, and concentrated on studying the system. With a thought, he used the Freelancer Job Change book from the beginner's gift pack. A freelancer refers to someone who can train in all profession skills, but the only drawback is that they can only learn skills below level 20. 100 years ago, the game and reality merged, and the virtual and real worlds became one. Countless monsters descended into reality, bringing danger while also offering immense rewards. Levels, combat power, equipment, skill books, helping humanity rapidly grow stronger and easily achieve things once unimaginable. Dungeons, secret realms, and bosses are scattered across the globe, and successfully defeating them or clearing stages grants generous rewards. The game features 10 basic professions: warrior, archer, mage, priest, knight, assassin, sorcerer, musketeer, fighter, formation master. There are also various random hidden professions, but they are extremely difficult to switch to. In such a world, all newborns are born with health bars, and once killed by monsters, they die permanently. However, there is a divine item called the resurrection coin. Those who possess a resurrection coin have one chance to revive. Resurrection coins are extremely difficult to obtain and can only drop in high difficulty dungeons or when records are broken. In his previous life, Yi Chen accidentally obtained a resurrection coin, but he gave it to his beloved girlfriend, Lu Zhuxian. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhuxian betrayed him, not only deceiving him to obtain the revival token but also conspiring with Dynasty Guild's knight Lu Tian to set him up and cause his death. Lu Zhuxian, Lu Tian, you adulterous couple, just you wait. You harmed me in my past life, and in this life, I will repay you 100-fold. System prompt: congratulations to the host for successfully changing profession to freelancer. Accompanied by a simple system prompt, Yi Chen successfully changed his profession to scattered person. He was momentarily stunned and thought to himself, changing professions is this simple? No golden light flashing? In fact, there really wasn't. Yi Chen wasn't disappointed and glanced at the 1000 machine umbrella in his inventory. He knows this thing very well. It's incredibly powerful. A weapon exclusive to wanderers. Capable of transforming into any weapon form. Swords, spears, staffs, nothing is impossible. 1000 machine umbrella. Level 0, upgradable. Attack 1. Yi Shou attempted to upgrade the 1000 machine umbrella, but the system displayed a prompt. System prompt: insufficient materials. Required materials: grizzly scales, ashwood, gray thread. Yi Chen stared at these materials and suddenly remembered. These are exactly the materials obtainable from the lowest level 5 dungeon, Gray Forest. Moreover, according to memories from the previous life, Yi Chen's examination copy for this session's students is precisely the Gray Forest. The exam score is evaluated based on the candidate's performance and completion time in the copy. The better the performance and the shorter the time, the higher the score. The full score is 750 points. In his previous life, Yi Chen only scored 250 points and was thoroughly humiliated. If he hadn't sworn to strive and work hard later, how could he have risen to become the first shield guard of the Dynasty Guild? Finally, Yi Chen opened the All-Class Beginner Skill Gift Pack. 10 basic classes. Each class can learn 5 skills before level 20. A total of 50 beginner skill books. Yi Chen spent 5 minutes learning them all. Congratulations to the host for mastering the warrior skill, Charge. Congratulations to the host for mastering the mage skill, Blink. Congratulations to the host for mastering the archer skill, Poison Arrow. A total of 50 notification sounds rang out, and Yi Chen's personal interface was completely renewed. Host, Yi Chen. Level 3. Profession, freelancer. Weapon, 1000 mechanisms umbrella, level 0. Life, 13. Attack, 1. Defense, 3. Critical hit, 5%. Critical damage, 200%. Experience, 0 out of 400. Skills, 50 basic skills for all professions. Keystone talent, permanently increases maximum health by 1 point per attack. Core talent, life conversion damage boost, beginner, upgradable, current conversion rate 1%. After studying the system and rewards, Yi Chen closed the panel. Suddenly, a handsome and dashing young man stood in front of him, his gaze cold and sinister. Yi Chen, I'm warning you, stay away from the class beauty Lin Qingmeng, or I'll show you what real pain means. Yi Chen looked up and saw that it was Chai Feng standing in front of him. Speaking of Chai Feng, he was quite a big figure. In his previous life, his exam score was 654 points, ranking among the top, and he successfully got into a top-tier university. His family was also quite wealthy. His father was the president of Jiangqing's A-level guild, Fanfeng, and a level 75 hidden class magic swordsman. It is said that with his father's strong support, Chai Feng also successfully transitioned to the same hidden profession magic swordsman, thus becoming one of the rarest professional students at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. In his previous life, Yi Chen had little interaction with Chai Feng, only knowing that he was arrogant, self-centered, and stubborn. When Chai Feng reached level 60, he arrogantly entered a hell-level dungeon, only to be counter-killed by the boss with a sliver of health, resulting in permanent death. At this moment, Chai Feng came to trouble Yi Chen, and Yi Chen immediately recalled the grudges from his past life. Chai Feng was pursuing the class beauty Lin Qingmeng but was repeatedly rejected, still clinging stubbornly. In his previous life, Yi Chen was at the bottom of the class, and the excellent students in the class didn't associate with him. He was also accustomed to loneliness. Therefore, he had very little interaction with Lin Qingmeng. Reborn for a lifetime. Yi Chen first beat up the homeroom teacher and received the handkerchief handed over by Lin Qingmeng, which immediately provoked Chai Feng's jealousy. Yi Chen glanced at him and found this 18-year-old boy childish and ridiculous. Do you like Lin Qingmeng? Ha! Chai Feng was stunned. Yi Chen's question was direct, catching him off guard. Yi Chen sneered, Chai Feng, don't waste your effort. In this lifetime, you won't be able to catch up to Lin Qingmeng, because with her status status, she's out of your league. Chai Feng's face instantly darkened. Don't forget, his father is the president of the A-level guild Fan Feng. There are only 3 A-level guilds in Jiangcheng. Only a very few large cities have the more advanced S-level guilds. Chai Feng's status as a second-generation rich kid is considered top tier in Jiangcheng. But Yi Chen actually said he was unworthy of Lin Qingmeng? Chai Feng was burning with anger, feeling that Yi Chen was deliberately trying to dampen his spirit, want him to give up. Of course, Yi Chen had his reasons for saying this. If memory serves, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School is about to witness the most abnormal hidden profession in history: Star Dream Immortal Art. This is a hidden mage class, possessing 3 heaven-defying forbidden spells, with an extremely wide skill range, astonishing power, and incredibly fast casting speed. Universally recognized as the hidden mage class with the highest damage output, and the one who successfully transitioned to Star Dream Immortal Magic is none other than Lin Qingmeng. She accidentally achieved a difficulty achievement in the exam copy, Grey Forest, obtaining a unique job transfer book. This unprecedented achievement is one of a kind. This is Yi Chen's first reason for saying that Chai Feng is not worthy of Lin Qingmeng. The second reason is even more astonishing. Lin Qingmeng's family background comes from the Magic City. Her father is the vice president of the SS-level guild Tianhong. An SS-level guild is ranked higher than an S-level guild. No more than 10 worldwide. These guilds offer top-notch benefits, and every member is 1 in a million. In his previous life, Yi Chen had once met Lin Qingmeng at an auction banquet and conversed with her a few times. It was because Lin Qingmeng's father took the stage that he learned about these inside details. Yi Chen, what makes you say I'm not worthy of Lin Qingmeng? Chai Feng's face was full of anger. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. Chai Feng, school is over. Please step aside and don't block the way. I need to go home. Chai Feng, exasperated, shouted, you, a bottom-of-the-class student who hasn't even changed professions, dare to question me? Chai Feng, don't leave after school. Wait for me at the school gate. At this moment, Lin Qingmeng walked over. Chai Feng, are you threatening Yi Chen? What did he do to offend you? When Chai Feng saw Lin Qingmeng, he immediately became timid and stammered. Lin Qingmeng, I didn't threaten him, I was just joking with him. After speaking, he turned and ran away. Lin Qingmeng looked puzzled. What's wrong with him? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Him? He's shy after seeing you. Forget it, Yi Chen, I have something to talk to you about. Yi Chen vaguely recalled memories of his past life. At that time, he was scolded by the homeroom teacher until his head was spinning, feeling pessimistic and hopeless. Lin Qingmeng seemed to have come to find him as well, but he refused, saying he was not in the mood. Reborn for a lifetime. Yi Chen was curious about what she wanted to talk about. Sure, class beauty, what do you want to talk about with me? Lin Qingmeng was stunned for a moment, staring at Yi Chen in surprise. Yi Chen, you seem to have changed? How have I changed? You didn't used to be so full of sweet talk. People always change, don't they? Lin Qingmeng took out a book, handed it to Yi Chen, and secretly glanced around to make sure no one was there. She cautiously said, this book is for you to study. It can help you switch to a hidden profession. Yi Chen was shocked, his expression complicated. Class beauty, why are you helping me? Inwardly, he was incredibly shocked. He never expected Lin Qingmeng to be the only one willing to help him complete his job transition. Because we're classmates. Just classmates? Lin Qingmeng's cheeks flushed slightly as she said teasingly. What else could it be? Don't overthink. I just feel sorry for you and want to help you. Yi Chen took the book and glanced at the title, shocked beyond belief. Hidden Archer Class, Hawkeye. It is said that the hidden class, Hawkeye, comes with innate talent, which can significantly increase the attack range of bows and arrows, up to 5 times, truly capable of taking someone's head from 1,000 miles away. This hidden profession transfer book is too precious, I can't accept it. Yi Chen quickly returned it. He has already changed his profession to a freelancer and has not yet informed others, which means he can no longer switch to other professions. Holding the book is useless. Lin Qingmeng suddenly became angry. Yi Chen, do you look down on me? No, not at all. Then why did you refuse when I wanted to help you as a classmate? I was just afraid of hurting you. Nothing much, maybe we are fundamentally different. The gap between our starting points is too big. I'm used to being on my own. Many times relying on myself is quite good too. After speaking, Yi Chen left the classroom. Lin Qingmeng stood alone, tightly holding the hidden profession transfer book that had not been given out, angrily muttering to herself. Fool, this is the job transfer book I asked my uncle to exchange for with 2 revival coins. You say you don't want it, and that's it? Wouldn't that make me lose face? As Yi Chen just reached the school gate, he indeed saw Chai Feng leading a group of top-performing academic elites blocking the way there. Because they were all the school's top students, the security guards managed them leniently, almost letting them do as they pleased. Yi Chen, come with me, Chai Feng threatened in a low voice, his tone grim. Then, in front of the security guards, he deliberately put his arm around Yi Chen's shoulder, pretending to be close. Before long, Yi Chen was taken by this group to a deserted alley. Chai Feng's expression was cold and sinister as he stared intently at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what exactly is your relationship with Lin Qingmeng. When did it start? What kind of relationship? Yi Chen looked confused. Don't play dumb, of course it's dating. Yi Chen was stunned and asked back, me dating the class beauty? Who said that? Did she say it? Chai Feng's face turned blue with anger. Yi Chen, I'm clearly pursuing Lin Qingmeng, and you dare to interfere and ruin my chances. Where did I butt in? You must be mistaken. I hate people like you who pretend to be clueless. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson so you won't dare to act dumb again. As soon as the words were spoken, the top students behind Chai Feng stepped forward. Yi Chen recognized these people. They were usually among the top 100 in the grade. Relying on Chai Feng's background and wealth, these people are willing to be his lackeys. Yi Chen's gaze was cold as he stared at the approaching crowd. Above their heads faintly appeared Health Bar and Mana Bar. The red health bar represents life points, while the blue one represents mana points. Yi Chen looked up and found a health bar above his head as well, but it didn't show specific numbers. This reminded him of fighting bosses in his previous life where the health bar seemed to have just a sliver left, but actually had tens of thousands of health points, misleading many to their deaths. Chai Feng raised his head arrogantly and said indifferently, just leave him with one drop of blood, don't kill him. Do whatever you want with the rest. No problem, brother Chai. Let me try out the new boxing technique I just learned. He's not even worthy of me using skills. As the words fell, a set of punches rained down on Yi Chen like a sudden storm. The health bar above Yi Chen's head immediately fluctuated. You have been attacked, 1 point of health deducted. Health 12/13. Health decreased. Yi Chen indeed took a solid punch. But not only did this pain fail to make him afraid, it instead ignited a surging battle intent. The desire for combat from his past life was ignited at this moment. With eyes as cold as icy blades, Yi Chen slowly spoke, since you struck first, don't blame me for fighting back. Once I fight back, no one will escape. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's mocking laughter grew louder. Ha, a useless loser who hasn't even changed classes dares to threaten us? Come on, let's chip away at his health bar bit by bit and see how much HP he really has. Interesting, don't hit too hard. Killing him would be a big problem. Yi Chen rolled up his sleeves. Although his body was frail, with the combat experience from his previous life, he was far beyond what this group of high schoolers like Chai Feng could compare to. He set his sights on one of them. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Investigate target information? Investigate. Target information quickly surfaced. Tang Ding, level 8, class, warrior, health 57, attack 15, defense 12, magic 42, skills, charge, combo slash, crescent slash. Yi Chen was shocked that he could silently and effortlessly view others' information without their consent. This system's functionality is unimaginably powerful. After all, many people have suffered unexpected deaths due to not knowing the enemy's strength. Although Tang Ding's level is high and his attributes completely overpower Yi Chen remains calm. There is one thing that cannot be seen in the data movement technique. Yi Chen created the dragon step specifically to counter powerful bosses. Shield guards are clumsy and move slowly. He can only perform extreme maneuvers within a small range to precisely evade attacks. This set of dragon wandering steps is remarkably effective. When Chai Feng and his men surrounded him, Yi Chen smoothly performed the dragon wandering steps. For a moment, all attacks completely missed. Strange, this Yi Chen is like a loach. Clearly he's right there, so why can't I hit him? In fact, Yi Chen seemed motionless, but he was actually moving continuously. His movements were extremely subtle, making it impossible for others to see clearly. Seeing all the attacks miss, Yi Chen smiled and said, now it's my turn to counterattack. He punched Tang Ding's chest. A dull thud echoed. The health bar above Tang Ding's head flickered slightly. The host dealt 1 point of damage to Tang Ding. The system notification sounded, and Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. My attack is way too weak. It only dealt 1 point of damage. Soon, he realized the benefit. System notification. Host has completed an attack, permanently increasing 1 point of health. He was overjoyed and suddenly enlightened. This is simply a heaven-sent opportunity to farm blood. Low level, weak strength, unable to enter dungeons to farm monsters. The only way to increase health points is by fighting. Fighting with a group of high school students right now is just perfect. After all, they all want to take the exam and won't actually kill him. Yi Chen deeply understood the system's core talent. Core talent, life conversion damage boost, beginner, upgradable, current conversion rate 1%. It means the higher the health, the more significant the damage boost. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement and began to provoke actively. Heh, you so-called good students are nothing in my eyes. Relying on having changed professions, you come to bully me, who hasn't? But I really want to see where your profession change makes you stronger than me. Yi Chen's mocking words indeed provoked the anger of this group of top students. Their attacks became even more fierce. However, with the assistance of the dragon wandering step, these attacks completely missed, instead frequently being countered by Yi Chen's subtle strikes. With each successful ambush, Yi Chen's maximum health continued to rise. He tried to ease the force of his punches, only to discover that without causing damage to the enemy, he couldn't gain the health boost. This force forced him to harden his resolve every time he struck. Soon, Yi Chen targeted Tang Ding alone, fiercely beating him until his face was bruised and swollen, his head bleeding, and his body covered in bruises. Tang Ding finally couldn't bear it anymore and began to plead. Yi Chen, stop hitting me. I can't take it anymore. If you keep hitting me, I'll die. Yi Chen snapped back to reality. Just now, the system had been constantly notifying him of his increased maximum health, leaving him in high spirits and full of satisfaction. Hearing Tang Ding beg for mercy, his gaze locked onto the other party, and he quickly glanced at the health bar. Investigate. Tang Ding. Health 157. Yi Chen immediately widened his eyes and quickly withdrew his almost falling fist. If he threw another punch, Tang Ding would undoubtedly die. He wasn't afraid of killing, but killing at this moment would easily ruin the perfect start of his rebirth. With his current weak strength, if caught by the official patrol team and convicted of murder, he would likely face imprisonment in this life. Yi Chen quickly said, "Alright, Tang Ding, just get lost. I won't hit you anymore." Tang Ding wiped his tears while crying and stood up. "How do you know my name?" "Brother Chai, I can't do it anymore. I can't help you keep beating Yi Chen. I need to go home and take some blood medicine, or I'll really die." Chai Feng's expression was complicated as he nodded and let Tang Ding go home. He looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Since when did this underdog become so formidable? He actually beat Tang Ding to the point of fleeing in panic? Chai Feng, unwilling to accept this, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to charge into the crowd to help teach Yi Chen a lesson. Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile, his gaze fixed on Chai Feng. Soon, an attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Chai Feng. Level 10. Class, Magic Swordsman. Life, 97. Attack, 34. Defense, 21. Magic, 64. Skills, Killing Intent Wave, Ripping Wave Slash, Earth-Cracking Wave Sword. Seeing Chai Feng's attributes, Yi Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Hidden professions are incredible. Level 10 attributes far surpass ordinary professions. Each skill is more powerful than the last, truly impressive. He finally understood why Chai Feng's exam results were so outstanding. He sighed and said, "Some people are born winning at the starting line." Chai Feng's greatness isn't about himself, but about his amazing father. Chai Feng relied on the hidden profession of magic swordsman that his father secured for him, giving him a significant head start. But Yi Chen was fearless. So what if someone has a good father and a hidden profession? Ultimately, becoming stronger depends on one's own efforts. Since everyone is fighting barehanded, Yi Chen was not afraid of Chai Feng at all. After all, Chai Feng couldn't use any skills at the moment. Everyone was relying solely on instinct for hand-to-hand combat. Yi Chen became increasingly adept as the battle progressed. Dealing with Chai Feng and his group became increasingly effortless, gradually mastering the balance. Soon, he discovered that this group of top students truly had deep resources. As soon as they couldn't handle it, they immediately took out a red medicine bottle. Glug 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 poured into the mouth. The health bar immediately increased. Yi Chen sighed. A 50 gold coin bottle of health potion, just gulping it down like this, truly the world of the rich. Ordinary people earn just over 3,000 gold coins a month. In his previous life, Yi Chen was poor. Even with a high level, he lived frugally. Back then, he spent all his gold coins for his beloved girlfriend Lu Zhuxian, saving money painstakingly, even skimping on potions while running dungeons. But in this life, he has completely awakened. Never be a simp for any woman. If anyone is to be fawned over, it must be him. Lu Zhuxian, we will meet again in college. But in this lifetime, can we attend the same university? Yi Chen silently muttered to himself. After fighting for half an hour, Chai Feng finally couldn't hold on. His face bruised and swollen, his body covered in injuries. In contrast, Yi Chen had only a few bruises, and those were intentionally taken to give Chai Feng and his group a false sense of advantage, lest they don't want to fight anymore. Yi Chen rarely encounters an opportunity to farm health packs. How could he let it go? Not fighting anymore, not fighting anymore. Yi Chen, your movement is too incredible, we can't even touch you. Chai Feng's opinion of Yi Chen slightly changed. Although you haven't changed jobs, you're much stronger than I imagined. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Why did you stop fighting? How about letting me take a few more punches so you can enjoy yourselves? Chai Feng gritted his teeth and said angrily. Yi Chen, the exam is about to start. I don't want to cause trouble. After the exam, I'll go do the level breakthrough task. Reach level 11, learn new skills, and then come play with you. With that, he gave the order, let's go. Yi Chen watched them leave, unwillingly shouted, hey, how about I let you hit me a few more times, so you'll come looking for me again? As the crowd dispersed, Yi Chen sighed deeply. What a pity, such a good blood bag got away. He summoned the system to check the attributes. Host, Yi Chen. Level 3. Profession, Freelancer. Weapon, 1000 Chance Umbrella, Level 0. Health 513. Attack, 1. Defense, 3. Critical hit, 5%. Critical damage, 200%. Experience, 0 out of 400. Skills, 50 basic skills for all professions. Keystone Talent, permanently increases maximum health by 1 point per attack. Core Talent, Life Conversion Damage Enhancement, Beginner, current conversion conversion rate 5.13%. When Yi Chen saw the health value, he was stunned. 513's maximum health is equivalent to the HP of a level 30 ordinary class. Now, with a level 3 body, he possesses the health of a level 30 character, making him overjoyed. 100 years ago, after the fusion of games and reality, many strong individuals have proven a truth. Survivability is far more important than output. In dungeons, staying alive is the ultimate principle. As long as you can survive, there's a chance to defeat the boss. Reborn in a new life, Yi Chen understands the value of the upper limit of life even more. As long as his health is stacked high enough, no matter what kind of boss he faces, he can endure it head-on, without fear of the risk of dying. Yi Chen was full of hope for the future. Just as he was about to leave the alley, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ears. System notification: congratulations to the host for independently creating a movement skill. Please name it. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood. The Dragon Wandering Step just performed unexpectedly activated the system's skill creation function. He quickly named it Dragon Wandering Step. System prompt: congratulations to the host for successfully naming the new movement skill as Dragon Wandering Step. Soon, a new item appeared in his skill bar. A Create Skill module has also been added to the attribute panel. Host: Yi Chen, level 3, class, Wanderer, weapon, 1000 machine umbrella, level 0, health 513, attack 1, defense 3, suddenly, critical hit 5%, critical damage 200%, experience 0 out of 400, skills 50 basic skills for all professions, created skill, Dragon Step, keystone talent, permanently increase maximum health by 1 point with each attack, core talent, life conversion damage boost, beginner, current conversion rate 1%, damage increase 5.13%. Yi Chen hurriedly checked the detailed description of Dragon Step. Dragon Step, proficiency, level 45, attributes, grants 45% movement speed and 45% evasion effect when used, continuously consumes stamina. He was shocked to discover that the self-created Dragon Step had become an official skill, and the proficiency level is as high as 45. In the previous life, the highest skill proficiency level ever seen was 70, achieved by a mage who practiced casting Fireball a billion times. Legend has it that a level 70 Fireball is more powerful, casts faster, has a wider range, and even its color changes. Yi Chen understood that the higher the proficiency, the stronger the skill's power, and the key to improving proficiency is repeated use. The core skill proficiency of top experts is generally around level 40, and even the less used ones are at level 30. His Dragon Walk could actually reach level 45, thanks to practicing almost every day in his previous life. 3 days later, the exam was approaching. Relying on memories from his previous life, Yi Chen had already prepared in advance. This time, he vowed to excel in the exam and make a stunning impression. True, the higher the score, the greater the rewards. His goal is to claim first place, even though the world is still divided by nations. But the global exam time has been unified. Yi Chen not only has to compete with domestic candidates, but also challenge the top students from other countries. In the previous life, the first place in the exam was a candidate from a beautiful Western country. He achieved a top score of 739 points in the Grey Forest dungeon. The full score is 750 points, nearly a perfect score. The candidate chose the Torment level dungeon difficulty. This caused a global sensation in the previous life. The game merges with the post-apocalypse. Various dungeons appear everywhere, hiding abundant treasures and rewards behind them. The difficulty of dungeons is globally divided into 5 levels: normal, elite, hard, torment, hell. Although the Grey Forest dungeon is only a level 5 low-level dungeon, examinees must participate before reaching level 10, and must practice abstinence before their first job change. Changing jobs results in losing exam eligibility. Hidden professions, however, are allowed, causing dissatisfaction among many examinees, mocking some for winning at the starting line. This is a globally unified regulation, selecting the most outstanding talents within the specified level. Ordinary candidates have their exam difficulty recommended by teachers beforehand. Top students will be advised to challenge higher difficulty levels. Ordinary students often choose the regular level, aiming only to pass the second-tier universities steadily. Those who don't work hard will struggle to even pass the regular level, failing the exam and unable to enter college. This type of person often directly enters society after graduation. Students can choose to craft potions, food, and materials to sell to combat-oriented professions to support their families, or join a guild to hunt monsters in dungeons and earn gold together. However, attending university is still important. Universities provide career transition materials and top-tier mentors. Mentors are often strong players who have cleared high-level instances, imparting rich experience. Top universities have even stronger faculty, and low-level students also have the opportunity to follow their mentors to high-level instances for training. The top scorer in the previous exam achieved achieved 739 points. If Yi Chen wants to surpass him steadily, he must choose the Hell level dungeon that no one dares to select. The difficulty of the normal level is set at 100%, Elite level 150%, Hard level 300%, Torment level 500%, Hell level up to 1000%. It is 10 times more difficult than the normal level. This multiple difficulty is reflected in aspects such as health, attack, skills, and more. Whether it's the boss or the minions, all attributes have skyrocketed. In the previous life, the world's #1 player cleared the Torment level Grey Forest dungeon. The difficulty is 5 times that of normal. Moreover, the dungeon has strict time limits for completion. The time limit for the normal level Grey Forest dungeon is 5 hours, which is also the basic exam duration. Why? As the difficulty increases, the completion time will be further shortened. The completion time for elite level dungeons is 4 hours, for hard level dungeons is 3 hours, for torment level dungeons is reduced to 2 hours, and for hell level dungeons, the completion time is only 1 hour. Time becomes the key factor in achieving high scores in the exam. To achieve excellent results, Yi Chen must complete the dungeon in the shortest possible time. However, choosing the highest difficulty hell level dungeon is by no means something a high school student below level 10 and yet to change classes can easily accomplish. The reason is obvious. In the previous life, after the exams ended, high-level players specifically tested the difficulty and various data of the Grey Forest dungeon. This dungeon has a total of 3 bosses, guarding the forest outpost, the woodland path, and the depths of the Grey Forest respectively. Yi Chen once inadvertently came across related reports online. The Grey Forest dungeon in that exam was rated as the hardest in history. The final boss in normal difficulty had 3 skills, while the boss in hell level difficulty had as many as 8 skills. And the skill range is vast, with immense destructive power. Absolutely not something examinees below level 10 can challenge and pass. Even the final boss of the torment level dungeon is extremely terrifying. Therefore, many people question how examinees from the western beautiful country managed to clear it. Request them to provide a copy of the recording. But the beautiful country firmly refused, citing the protection of examinees. Yi Chen still remembers a set of data. The Tree Demon King boss in the torment level Grey Forest dungeon has a health of up to 10,000. That's right. A level 5 novice dungeon has monster health only seen in level 30 dungeons. Everyone is questioning why the United Nations chose this dungeon as the standardized exam question. Some speculate that clearing the hell level difficulty might grant heaven-defying rewards. However, high-level players attempting to clear the level 5 dungeon gain nothing at all. There was even a phenomenon of rewards and punishments. As a result, people became even more skeptical about whether students below level 10 could truly clear the Grey Forest hell level dungeon. Even for a level 10 hidden class high school senior like Chai Feng, who enjoys the support of family and guild resources, its maximum health is only over 100 points. In contrast, the Tree Demon King boss has a staggering 10,000 health points, which is utterly despairing. Yi Chen also heard that the only candidate from Pretty Country to clear the torment level dungeon received a heaven-defying reward. In his previous life, Yi Chen learned upon reaching level 100 that the top-ranked individual from the beautiful country had already advanced to become the nation's top archmage, with a level as high as 120, sweeping the globe with the forbidden heavenly thunder technique, leading the army of the beautiful country to aggressively invade other nations. Even the Dragon Country has become its target. Amidst the frontline war, the Dragon Kingdom and the beautiful country are at war. The mage personally leads the army to invade. At the same time, Yi Chen was killed after being framed by a traitor. Only 3 days left until the exam. There's not much time for me to get stronger. With the system's assistance, I will definitely shine in the exams this time. Yi Chen was brimming with confidence. Born an orphan, he had been accustomed to solitude since childhood, and being alone had become his norm. He, with no one to rely on, needs no ties. In his previous life, he joined the Dynasty Guild to survive. In this life, he has decided to rely on himself and depend on no one. My only way to grow stronger now is by killing monsters. I remember there was a dirty sewer in the southern part of Jiangcheng, so filthy that no one dared to approach. In a previous life, a homeless man accidentally discovered the entrance to a hidden dungeon, earning a first clear reward of a revival coin. With the revival coin, he became rich overnight. Buy a mansion and marry a wife, transforming into a wealthy man. Thinking of this, it was already late. Yi Chen rushed without hesitation to the location in his memory. 1 hour later, he arrived at a dark, foul-smelling river, pinching his nose with a frown on his face. This stinking place, no wonder no one has discovered the hidden dungeon entrance. Hidden copy is enough to represent immense wealth. The fusion of games and reality has lasted over a century. Humans have almost unearthed the majority of copies. Undiscovered hidden copies are exceptionally rare. The first clear reward is enticing. For 100 years, countless expedition teams have risked their lives searching, giving rise to the profession of explorer. The river where Yi Chen is currently located, extremely foul-smelling, with with no residential buildings around, no one passing by. He covered his mouth and nose with his clothes, took a deep breath, his expression resolute and determined. Damn it, for the revival coin, I'll give it my all. Following the vagrant's method, he stood on the bridge and deliberately fell into the foul river. He thought he would drown to death. Unexpectedly activated a hidden dungeon. Jump! Yi-Chen shouted loudly to muster courage and jumped into the stinky ditch. Water splashed everywhere, the foul water enveloped him, floating with disgusting filth. He kept sinking to the bottom of the water. Suddenly, he saw a circular underwater passage ahead, emitting a faint blue glow. It is precisely the dungeon entrance prompt. Yi-Chen swam toward the passage with all his might. A prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations on being the first to discover the hidden dungeon, underground waterway. Would you like to enter this dungeon? A massive whirlpool suddenly forms in the underwater pipeline. A mysterious force pulls Yi-Chen's body. Instantly sucked in. Opening his eyes again, he found himself in a dark and damp underground tunnel. A game projection appeared before his eyes. Underground sewer, level 5 sub-dungeon. Current difficulty, normal level. Unlock the next stage difficulty after the first clearance. Rewards for each stage difficulty are limited to first-time acquisition only. Good luck, adventurers. Yi-Chen was long accustomed to this. Since the fusion of the game and reality, people in the real world could freely use skills and items from the game. But the rules of reality also had a counteracting effect on the game world. He skillfully opened the map. What comes into view is a gray, unexplored area. In the upper right corner, it prominently reads, Underground Sewer, Basement Level 1. With the rich dungeon experience from his previous life, Yi-Chen judged that this was definitely not a single-layer dungeon. Thousand Machine Umbrella. Thinking of this item, Yi-Chen quickly took out the silver-white umbrella-shaped artifact. The umbrella handle was covered with intricate buttons. Just press, and the Thousand Machine Umbrella can change its form. Try this. Sword form. He gently pressed the button, and a mechanical elegance unfolded in his hand. The umbrella instantly transformed into a sharp blade. Yi-Chen gazed at the sword in his hand. The attribute panel displayed. Thousand Mechanisms Umbrella, Sword form. Level, 0, upgradable. Attack, 1. Skills, Warrior type, Knight type. Although still at the lowest level, the attack power is only a pitiful 1 point. But Yi-Chen gained an important advantage. He could use skills now. The two major classes, Warrior and Knight, granted him 10 skills. Scanning through these skills, Yi-Chen's heart stirred. As a shield guard in his previous life, he was familiar with the Knight system's defense and tank roles. But in this life, he no longer wished to be a turtle at the mercy of others, vowing to take control of his own destiny. Typically, the skill configuration for the first 20 levels of each profession is 3 active plus 2 passive. As for the characteristics of the freelancer profession, it allows them to learn the beginner skills of all 10 basic professions, and is not restricted by level. That is to say, although only level 3, he has already mastered level 20 skills. Yi-Chen first looked at the warrior class. Charge. Proficiency, level 0. Attribute, charge at enemies within 10 meters, dealing an additional 5% damage and stunning for 1 second. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Combo slash. Proficiency, level 0. Attribute, launch a double slash at the target, dealing an additional 2% damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Crescent slash. Proficiency, level 0. Attribute, attacks in a 2-meter fan-shaped range in front, with an additional 3% damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Stamina enhancement. Proficiency, level 0. Bang. Attribute, passively increases stamina, recovery speed improved by 5%. The braver you fight, the stronger you become. Proficiency, level 0. Attribute, when attacking, damage and attack speed increase by 1%, lasting for 8 seconds. Yi-Chen finished reviewing and found that the skill composition was exactly the same as in his previous life. There are control, single target, and group attack abilities, as well as stamina recovery and passive skills for prolonged battles. Although stamina is not directly displayed on the attribute panel, it is extremely crucial. Many experts fall short due to insufficient stamina, collapsing in less than 2 hours of fighting the boss. Therefore, regular exercise and improving stamina greatly help in dungeons. Yi-Chen knew skills can only be improved through repeated practice to enhance proficiency. Only then can their power multiply. As a freelancer, each basic skill is a matter of life and death. At this very moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find a small buff icon behind each skill. Upon closer inspection, exclusive buff for the Wanderer profession, skill proficiency improvement efficiency increased by 500%. Shocked beyond belief, Yi-Chen's heart surged with emotion. My God, this heaven-defying buff. Countless people in their past lives sacrificed sleep and food to practice skills, but I actually start with 5 times growth speed. Not using it well would be a waste of the system. He also discovered a small buff at the end of the personal attribute panel. Click to view. Scattered profession exclusive buff. All skills are released without consuming mana. At this moment, Yi-Chen was completely shocked. No wonder personal attributes differ from the previous life. There was originally no mana limit. Once the skill is activated, it can be unleashed freely. He couldn't contain his excitement, looking up and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, this feels amazing. Releasing the grievances and unwillingness accumulated in the past life. A fierce battle intent burned brightly in his eyes. In this life, I, Yi Chen, will surely reach the pinnacle. Turn all those who once looked down on me and harmed me. Trample them all underfoot. In the previous life, no profession could release skills without a mana bar. And the later it gets, the more exaggerated the mana requirement for the ultimate ability becomes. He clearly remembers. His girlfriend Lu Zhuxian often complained to him about being broke, even feeling stressed about the money for buying mana potions. He worked hard to earn gold and spent heavily on selling equipment, just to cover her expenses. In the end, he was tragically framed and killed. Thinking of this, Yi Chen clenched his fists, thinking to himself, Lu Zhuxian, after the exam, I will personally visit you. In the damp and chilly underground sewer, a piercing squeak of rats echoed from the end. Yi Chen quickly closed the system panel. Combat intuition instantly alerted him that the monster had arrived. His entire body tensed up, entering the optimal combat state. In the depths of Yi Chen's vision, from the pitch-black pipe dripping with foul water and emitting a strong stench, a dense swarm of black-furred rats suddenly poured out. As a level 5 dungeon, the challenge of the underground sewer on normal difficulty is not very high. Although Yi Chen is currently only level 3, he quickly calmed down, relying on his rich experience in dungeon battles from his previous life. Looking around, he noticed a narrow recessed passage on his right, which could only accommodate one person at a time. Without hesitation, he immediately ran into the narrow passage, using the terrain advantage to ensure that enemies could only attack from the front. This way, he could focus all his attention on dealing with the enemy in front of him without worrying about being attacked from behind. Soon, more and more black-furred rats swarmed in. Yi Chen gripped the thousand mechanism umbrella, sword form, tightly in his hand, his gaze fixed on the black-furred rat at the forefront. That rat was covered in reverse spikes, resembling a hedgehog. The eyeballs glimmered with green light, and two massive reverse-hooked fangs protruded from its mouth. If bitten, the consequences would be unimaginable. He immediately activated the system function to investigate the black-furred rat. Black-furred rat, level 5, life 30, attack 5, defense 10, skills, gnaw, burrow, swim. Introduction: rats living in gloomy and filthy areas, adept at stealth attacks. Their bites are prone to causing infectious diseases, so they must be handled with caution. Yi Chen sighed deeply in his heart. How wonderful it would have been to have such abilities in his previous life. After all, humanity's understanding of monsters is precious information obtained through countless sacrifices and lives, and the true value of a prestigious university lies precisely in its rich accumulation of monster data. The ancients said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. At this moment, Yi Chen had fully grasped the attributes of the black-furred rats and was thoroughly prepared. These rats were not very strong in attack, but their numbers were overwhelming. Their size was roughly as large as 2 palms put together, making them giants among rats. Hundreds of black-furred rats swarmed into the narrow passage, but due to their limited intelligence, they instinctively crowded and clogged the entrance. A broader smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. These guys are literally moving blood packs. He gripped the thousand mechanisms umbrella tightly and activated the skill combo slash. In an instant, silver light surged on his arm, and the sword's body was enveloped in power. He swung 2 sharp swords, swiftly slashing at the black-furred rat in front. Combo slash. The sword's radiance tore through the air and struck the target. The mouse let out a miserable scream, blood splattered, and crimson numbers suddenly appeared above its head. -7, -8, a total of 15 points of damage. The host uses combo slash, gaining 5 proficiency points. Yi Chen couldn't help but curl his lips upward. 5 times the proficiency increase, this is amazing. In my previous life, every time I used a skill, proficiency only increased by 1 point. Combo slash has a cooldown of only 5 seconds. Yi Chen patiently waited and activated it again. The silver light reappeared on the arm, slashing down twice in succession. -18, critical hit, -18, critical hit. 2 consecutive critical hits. The top black-haired rat was slain. The system displayed the text. Congratulations on killing the black-haired rat. You have gained 5 experience points. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen gained another 5 proficiency points. Combo slash proficiency increased. He checked the skill details. Combo slash. Proficiency, level 1. Attribute, instantly performs a 2-hit slash on the target, with an additional 4% damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The damage bonus increased from 2% to 4%, greatly boosting Yi Chen's morale. In front of him were black-furred rats everywhere, and Yi Chen beamed brightly. These are all treasures of experience, proficiency, and maximum health. Using combo slash twice in a row brings a 4-point increase in maximum health. Incredibly satisfying. What's even more interesting is, the corpse of the slain black-furred rat slowly dissolves, and a golden coin unexpectedly pops out from the ground. Yi Chen was ecstatic. Gold coins exploded. The first ordinary monster actually dropped gold coins. As everyone knows, the global unified currency system has replaced the old currencies. Gold coins have become the only circulating currency. The only way to obtain gold coins is by killing monsters. However, there are numerous ways to spend them, and crafting equipment is particularly costly. Yi Chen remembers. In his previous life, the Yada mirror, a divine artifact crafted by the country of the Foot Basin Chicken, nearly drained the national treasury of gold coins. This is enough to illustrate the difficulty of obtaining gold coins and the enormity of their consumption. Yi Chen pocketed the first gold coin, his eyes filled with icy battle intent, transforming into a ruthless killing machine as he slaughtered the black-furred rats surging forward. He deeply understands the importance of comprehensive development. Whenever the skill cooldown time ends, he immediately activates it, striving to improve proficiency as quickly as possible. The higher the proficiency, the greater the skill damage naturally becomes. Time flies, and half an hour passes. As the number of kills skyrockets, the level suddenly increases. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 4, with all attributes enhanced. Yi Chen wielded the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella in its sword form, his hands never pausing, while simultaneously opening the panel to check. Host, Yi Chen, level 4. Class, Freelancer. Weapon, Thousand Machine Umbrella, level 0. Health, 1034. Attack, 8. Defense, 5. Critical hit, 5%. Critical damage, 200%. Experience, 20/500. Bang bang bang. Skills, 50 basic skills for all professions. Create skill, Dragon Step. Keystone talent, permanently increase maximum health by 1 point per attack. Core talent, life conversion damage boost. Beginner, current conversion rate 1%. Damage increase 10.34%. Half an hour without checking the panel, and a glance was startling. Level upgrades bring slight increases in attack and defense. The most astonishing thing is that his health points have surpassed the 1,000-point mark. This means he launched at least over 500 attacks within half an hour. Yi Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Over 1,000 health. This is the amount of HP that ordinary classes only have after reaching level 40, and I've achieved this at just level 4. I even dare to dream of stacking my health to 50,000 before the exam, and by then, I'll challenge the hell-level boss of the Grey Forest. Thinking of this, he fought even harder. Attack increased, core talent's damage boost broke through 10%, and the damage became increasingly impressive. A single, combo slash, strike, dash 26, critical hit, dash 26, critical hit. Good fortune triggered 2 consecutive critical hits, instantly killing the full-health black-furred rat. At this point, all the attacking black-furred rats were completely annihilated. Items dropped by monsters will not disappear within a day. After killing 105 rats, Yi Chen leisurely cleaned up the battlefield. Picking up the last gold coin, he tallied the spoils. Obtained 21 gold coins, 3 bottles of life potion, and 1 bottle of magic potion. He stored them all in the system backpack, ready for use at any time. Extremely convenient. Basic life potion. Function, instantly restores 10% of health upon consumption, cooldown 10 seconds. Beginner magic potion. Function, instantly restores 10% magic upon consumption, cooldown 10 seconds. Although it's an entry-level potion, its market price is quite high. Back then, the potion that Chai Feng and others drank during their siege on him was the life potion worth 50 gold coins per bottle. It is precisely because of potions that there is more room for error in boss battles. Yi Chen then checked the skill proficiency. Charge. Proficiency, level 5. Attribute, charge towards enemies within 10 meters, deal an additional 30% damage, stun for 1 second, cooldown 60 seconds. Combo slash. Proficiency, level 10. Attribute, instantly perform 3 consecutive slashes on the target, deal an additional 22% damage, cooldown 5 seconds. Half moon slash. Proficiency, level 7. Attributes, 2-meter frontal fan-shaped attack, additional 24% damage, cooldown 30 seconds. Stamina enhancement. Proficiency, level 10. Attribute, passively increases stamina, recovery speed improved by 35%. The braver the battle, the stronger. Proficiency, level 10. Attribute, each attack increases damage and attack speed by 11%, lasting for 8 seconds. Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. 5 skill levels improved, with varying degrees of enhancement in power. Due to differing cooldown times, the upgrade speed naturally varies, especially when combo slash reaches level 10, it unexpectedly adds an extra combo strike. Yi Chen knew very well that with an additional combo strike, the attack power would soar remarkably. Moreover, following the rule that every level 10 active skill undergoes new changes, he looked forward to the breakthroughs of Charge and Half Moon Slash when they reached level 10. With excitement in his heart, Yi Chen eagerly awaited the next wave of the rat tide to attack so he could kill monsters and level up. The monsters had been cleared out. He stepped out of the narrow alley and advanced toward the damp and dark depths of the pipeline. Every few steps, he would cautiously look around. Soon, he reached reached the end of the tunnel, a door suddenly appeared before him. A door in this place? According to the rules of the previous life's dungeon, there might be the first boss behind it. Yichen focused all his attention and slowly pushed the door open. In an instant, a foul stench rushed toward him. Gah! He couldn't help but retch aloud. The boss inside the door was clearly alerted. The roar shook the ground. Who? Yichen looked over in shock, only to see a prison of about 100 square meters. Various torture instruments are displayed in the corner. A half-human, half-rat monster stared at him intently. The monster was about the same height as Yichen, covered in white fur and strange shell armor, protecting its vital areas. Yichen took a deep breath. Although he had experienced countless instances, he still felt nervous at this moment. But this nervousness was not fear. It was the excitement of an adrenaline rush. Finally going to fight the boss. For Yichen, boss means equipment, gold coins, potions, materials, all symbols of wealth. Yichen stared at the boss in the room, and the next second, the boss's attribute panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Mutated Ratman, boss, level 10, health 500, attack 50, defense 20, skills, frenzied assault, claw frenzy, mad bite. Description: the Rat King among rats, seeking power, imitates human form, devours humans, and ultimately transforms into a monster that is neither human nor rat. Yichen took a deep breath and exclaimed, as expected of a boss, its attributes are countless times stronger than ordinary mobs. But he was not afraid. In his previous life, whenever he encountered such a boss at level 4, he would definitely turn around and flee, because without a revival token, being killed meant permanent death. However, this life is different. Although he still doesn't have a resurrection coin, his health is more than twice that of the mutant Ratman. Come on, it's time for the boss battle I'm most familiar with. Yichen gripped the 1000 mechanism sword tightly, stepped forward, and entered the hatred range of the mutant Ratman. In an instant, the Rat King roared and screamed, charging madly. Yichen remained calm and resolute, his gaze exuding fearlessness. Combo slash. He calmly activated the skill. Powerful energy surged into his arm, and he swung 3 swords. Dash 21, dash 20, dash 18. Combo strikes landed, revealing 3 deep wounds on the mutated Ratman. The Rat King howled in pain, forced back by Yichen. Yichen smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Nowadays, he is growing rapidly. A level 4 human challenging a level 10 boss, this is rare in the world. Yet it is truly happening to him at this moment. 3 hits landed, and 3 streams of red energy rose from Yichen's body. It is precisely the boost from Braver with each battle. Each hit on an enemy increases damage and attack speed by 11%, lasting for 8 seconds. At this moment, he gains a 33% damage and speed boost in a short time. He immediately seizes the opportunity. Without hesitation, unleash the 60-second cooldown of Charge. The body transforms into a phantom, swiftly crashing into the staggering mutant Ratman. Dash 41. The Ratman is struck with a resounding impact, its head spinning, and a 1-second stun effect appears. Yichen thought to himself, strike while you're down. He immediately activated Crescent Slash, unleashing a fan-shaped sword light. Minus 35. In just 3 seconds, the mutant Ratman's health bar had dropped by 1/3. The Ratman awakens from dizziness, its pain enraging it. In an instant, black light erupts across its entire body. Relying on his past life experience, Yichen knows the boss is about to unleash a skill. Sure enough, the skill name appears above the boss's head before his eyes. This is a sight never seen in a previous life. The system lends him a helping hand once again. Frenzied Assault. Description: charge toward the target at extreme speed, dealing massive damage. Yichen gasped, I absolutely cannot be caught. He had already foreseen. Once caught, the Ratman would unleash combo moves, chaotic claws and mad bites. With astonishing power, he dared not be careless, and immediately used his trump card Dragon Step. In an instant, wind swirled around his feet, and a faint wind barrier enveloped him. Gains 45% movement speed and evasion, continuously consuming stamina. Just as the Ratman was about to catch him a second earlier, Yichen watched as the Ratclaw passed through his body. His figure turned into a phantom, successfully dodged the attack. The system alert sounded, confirming the dodge. Taking the opportunity, Yichen swung the 3 swords of Combo Slash again. The Ratman's health bar dropped sharply. Yichen fought while retreating, staying calm. With the blessing of the Dragon Walk, he began to pull the Ratman. But often standing by the river, how can one avoid getting their shoes wet? The Ratman lightly scratched with a claw, and Yichen bled profusely. Dash 51. He gasped, his face pale. This boss's damage is terrifying. Luckily, my health is high, or I'd be one-shot. Although hit, his health bar only slightly decreased. The Ratman froze, seemingly puzzled. Is this human the boss, or is it himself? A level 4 human's health is actually thicker than its own. The pain ignited Yichen's fighting spirit. He focused entirely and continued attacking. Sword light slashed in rapid succession. Finally, the mutated Ratman's health bar was emptied. Amidst wails, its body collapsed heavily to the ground, exploding with a bang, scattering items all over the place. Yichen's lips revealed a hint of joy. Not easy. crazy at all, the first boss after rebirth, hoping it gives me something good. Just as he was about to collect the spoils of war, a cold mechanical synthesized voice sounded in his ear. Non-system prompt. Congratulations on successfully achieving the first kill of the level 5 dungeon underground sewers. Would you like to announce your name globally? Yi Chen was shocked. I cleared the dungeon's first kill so quickly? He realized this was just normal difficulty, and defeating the soul boss meant clearing the level. To encounter other bosses, he would need to challenge higher difficulties. In contemplation, he decided to postpone revealing his identity. My strength is still weak. It's too early to expose my identity so openly. I'll wait until I've developed further, then it won't be too late to be high profile. So, he chose to hide his name. Around the world, the achievement announcement board prominently displayed a new entry. Congratulations to XX for successfully clearing the level 5 dungeon, the underground sewers. Special reward, 1 revival coin. Yi Chen was so shocked that he could hardly speak. A dark golden coin was actually floating in front of him. His eyes instantly lit up, and his heart trembled violently. This is the resurrection coin that countless people dream of. Having it is equivalent to having an extra life. In the apocalypse game, life is the most precious thing. At the same time, the achievement announcement board worldwide prominently displayed the news of Yi Chen's first kill and clearance. This news instantly caused a global sensation, because the human world has not seen news of a dungeon first kill for 10 years. And a first kill means a resurrection coin. A resurrection coin represents immense wealth and a second life. At this moment, Yi Chen, who is clearing the battlefield, is still completely unaware that the news of his dungeon first clear has already caused a huge sensation in the outside world. Countless people were wildly excited, eagerly searching for the entrance to the underground sewer dungeon. After all, Yi Chen had only cleared the normal difficulty. Meanwhile, the first clear rewards for the elite, hard, torment, and hell difficulties were still waiting to be claimed. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly discovered a pair of shoes shimmering with a strange light among the pile of loot. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly muttered to himself, "Did it drop gear?" He quickly picked up the shoes and examined them closely. Wind-chasing shoes, level 5. Quality, rare. Health, 20. Defense, 5. Effect, wearer's movement speed increases by 10%, turning speed increases by 10%. After reading the equipment attributes, a delighted smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. These attributes are really not bad. A level 5 rare equipment actually provides a 10% turning speed bonus. In combat, being able to turn around quickly when attacked from behind is crucial. This 10% boost is practically an extra layer of protection. Equipment quality, common, excellent, rare, heroic, legendary, epic, artifact. However, Yi Chen is only level 5 right now and cannot wear these shoes for the time being. He had to put them away for now and continue sorting through the other loot. The remaining equipment was all unimpressive, just the lowest grade common white gear, practically worse than trash. After clearing the dungeon, Yi Chen saw the glowing portal of the teleportation array in the boss room. Skillfully stepping into the portal, he was instantly transported back to the dungeon entrance. He returned to the foul-smelling, pungent water. Underwater, he had already seen the fully unlocked symbol of the underground sewer dungeon entrance. Muttering to himself, after clearing the dungeon, a global announcement will be released simultaneously. This place won't remain secret for long. I need to hurry and clear the remaining difficulties to claim the first clear rewards. Enter the dungeon, underground sewers. Enter. Please select the difficulty. Elite level. The dungeon difficulties are unlocked sequentially. You must clear the previous difficulty to unlock the next one. Whirlpools surged in the waterway, once again pulling Yi Chen into the dungeon. Before long, he entered the familiar dungeon scene. Despite the increased difficulty, the dungeon layout remained the same, unchanged. Yi Chen skillfully lured out a group of blackfurred rats. Eyes locked on one of them. Blackfurred rat. Level 8. HP 80. Attack 15. Defense 20. Skills gnawing, burrowing, swimming. Description: rats living in the darkest and filthiest places, adept at stealth attacks, social creatures. Beware of bites, as they easily spread diseases. Looking at the attributes of this group of blackfurred rats, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. The difficulty has increased, and the attributes of the small monsters have been significantly enhanced in all aspects, but their skills and attack patterns remain unchanged. He summoned the Thousand Mechanism sword in his hand and unleashed a crescent slash without hesitation. In an instant, the fan-shaped sword light engulfed hundreds of blackfurred rats in front of him. Countless red damage numbers burst forth. 31, 32, 29. The exhilaration of group kill skills is fully unleashed at this moment. In an instant, Yi Chen's maximum health surged by dozens of points. Each attack on a monster converts into his health recovery. The health of this group of small monsters was reduced by 1/3. Unfortunately, Half Moon Slash has a cooldown time of 30 seconds, so it can't be used continuously. However, he has other moves. By alternating Combo Slash and Charge, he slaughtered the blackfurred rats, leaving them in utter chaos. Yi Chen completely treated it as an opportunity to farm health points, experience, skill proficiency, as well as loot gold coins and potions. System prompt: host has completed an attack, permanently increasing health by 1 point. The sound of attribute enhancement notifications kept ringing in his ears. Yi-Chen found it annoying and directly turned off the system notification sound. In less than 5 minutes, he easily dealt with all the black-furred rats. He gained 4 gold coins, 2 red potions, and 2 blue potions. Then, he headed straight to the boss room. Pushing the door open, the boss let out a familiar roar. Mutated Ratman, boss, level 10, life 1200, attack 100, defense 40, skills frenzied assault, claw frenzy, mad bite. Introduction: the Rat King among mice, in order to gain greater power, imitates human form, devours humans, and ultimately transforms into a monster that is neither human nor mouse. Yi-Chen finished reading the boss attributes, his face showing a look of shock. Damn, the difficulty is only 1 level higher, yet the boss's health has more than doubled. 1200 health? This health is equivalent to a level 40 human's life. A level 10 boss is actually this strong? However, his attributes cannot be underestimated now. He has already leveled up to 5 and is wearing wind-chasing shoes. Host: Yi-Chen, level 5. Profession: freelancer. Weapon: 1000 Chance Umbrella, level 0. Health: 2144. Attack: 13. Defense: 13. Critical hit: 5%. Critical damage: 200%. Experience: 120 out of 800. Skills: 50 basic skills for all professions. Creation skill: Dragon Step. Keystone talent: permanently increase maximum health by 1 point with each attack. Core talent: life conversion damage boost. Beginner: current conversion rate 1%. Damage increase 21.44%. Yi-Chen looked at his health bar and couldn't help but laugh out loud. My health is now higher than the boss's. In the past, I was always chased around when fighting a boss. Now, I'll stand still and see who the real boss is. Indeed, although Yi-Chen was only at level 5, he already had the strength to face the mutated Ratman head-on. He quickly activated Dragon Step, gaining a 45% dodge chance. This meant that there was a 50% chance he could successfully evade the mutant Ratman's attacks. Thus, Yi-Chen provoked the mutant Ratman while continuously activating skills and launching fierce attacks. When the skill entered cooldown, he used normal attacks to slash the mutant Ratman repeatedly. In the end, at the cost of losing 1/3 of his health and taking 8 minutes, he successfully killed the mutated Ratman. With a clatter, the mutated Ratman dropped a large amount of gold coins and potions. Yi-Chen wasted no time and swept everything up without bothering to count carefully. What he cared about more was whether any good equipment had dropped this time. However, after flipping through, he found that not a single piece of rare equipment had dropped. Such bad luck, not even a single piece of decent equipment. However, only Yi-Chen would feel this way. After all, he had been reborn and had reached level 100 in his previous life, so he had long since lost interest in low-level blue and white equipment. The only rare equipment worth looking at is the pair of wind-chasing shoes he is wearing. Yi-Chen casually put on a few blue-grade items, barely increasing his health slightly. However, this slight increase in health is as insignificant as a mosquito's leg for him at the moment. Then, Yi-Chen focused his thoughts and concealed the external appearance of his equipment, changing into his usual attire. This is a feature shared by all players, and it also meets the needs of some people who dislike the appearance of equipment. This time, there is no prompt for the end of the dungeon. Looks like the second boss is waiting for me. Yi-Chen noticed that a side door suddenly appeared in the mutated Ratman's room. It was the exit that appeared only after killing the boss. He cautiously stepped through the side door. This passage was extremely narrow, forcing Yi-Chen to bend down to move forward. It felt as if he were inside a dark and damp ventilation duct. Walking to the end, a fence blocked the way. He vaguely heard the sounds of a group of flying animals. His brows furrowed tightly. Is this the sound of bats? Yi-Chen did not rush to push open the fence. He knew that once he pushed it open, the swarm of bats would definitely attack him frantically. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, "Alright, I still have night skills. I actually forgot to check them." He then summoned the skill panel and selected night skills. 5 skill options suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. System prompt: please choose between cavalry skills or shield knight skills. The choice cannot be changed once made. Yi-Chen recalled that in his previous life, knights were divided into 2 career paths. One focuses on both offense and defense, while the other specializes purely in defense. My skills number 50, more than any other profession, but most professions focus on offense, with very few specializing in defense. I've chosen the lone wolf path for life, relying on no one. Selecting shield knight skills is more suitable for me. This way, you can maintain a strong offensive while having rock-solid defense. In the end, Yi-Chen decisively chose the shield knight skill. Selection complete. Whoosh! The 5 default knight skills instantly transformed into shield knight skills. Golden shield. Proficiency, level 0. Attributes: when used, a shield envelopes the body, with shield value equal to 5% of maximum health, lasting for 30 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Taunting enemy shield. Proficiency, Proficiency, Level 0. Attribute, when raising the shield, defense increases by 10% and taunts surrounding monsters for 8 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. Martyr. Proficiency, Level 0. Attribute, transfers 5% of the damage received by teammates within 10 meters to oneself, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Life Enhancement. Proficiency, Level 0. Attribute, passively increases health and accelerates health recovery speed by 5%. Indomitable. Proficiency, Level 0. Attribute, each time attacked by an enemy, defense increases by 1% for 5 seconds. After quickly grasping the Shield Knight's skill, Yichen immediately transformed the Thousand Mechanisms sword in his hand into the Thousand Mechanisms shield form. Only in this way can the power of the Shield Knight's skill be unleashed. Immediately afterward, he decisively activated Golden Shield. With a booming sound, a faint golden shield enveloped his entire body, as solid as rock, protecting him. The skill lasts for 30 seconds and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. As long as the shield remains unbroken, it can be infinitely renewed. After the shield appears, a silvery white overlay bar is added to Yichen's health bar. Although it's only 5% of the maximum health, the shield value will continuously strengthen as the skill proficiency increases. Yichen understood that as a basic skill for a shield knight, the upper limit of Golden Shield naturally couldn't compare to the power of higher level skills. But he had heard in his previous life about a foreign shield knight who was unique. This person specialized in studying the entry-level skills of shield knights, mastering them to an astonishing level 60. Reaching level 60 means using Golden Shield tens of millions of times without interruption. Keep in mind that the skill's cooldown time is 30 seconds, and even with continuous use, it would take a decade. Quantitative changes will eventually lead to qualitative changes. The key point is that, except for the casual profession, all other professions require mana consumption to use skills. The mana potions consumed just for practicing skill proficiency alone amount to an astronomical figure. In his previous life, Yichen was a shield knight, so he naturally paid special attention to this kind of information. It is said that while others were busy practicing advanced skills, that shield knight focused solely on basic skills, unexpectedly unlocking the heaven-defying ability of a level 60+ Golden Shield protection. Yichen had even visited him once, hoping to learn from his expertise, but was turned away. However, he knew that advanced skills were not necessarily invincible, and basic skills were by no means useless. Yichen raised his shield and decisively activated Shield Taunt. At this moment, he gripped the Thousand Mechanism shield tightly with both hands and forcefully kicked open the narrow railing. Immediately after, Yichen leapt into the room ahead. With a loud boom, he landed heavily. In the next moment, all the bats in the space were startled and simultaneously locked onto Yichen. Whoosh! Countless bats surged toward him like a tide. Fortunately, Yichen had already set up defenses. He raised the Thousand Mechanism shield high, simultaneously activating the skills Golden Barrier Shield and Taunting Enemy Shield. However, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming, and the shield value, which was only 5% of his maximum health, was shattered in an instant. Enemy Shield Taunt. Although it increased Yichen's defense, the improvement was negligible. Unyielding tenacity. The skill triggered frequently, gradually strengthening Yichen's defense. Unfortunately, the level was too low, and the improvement remained limited. Suddenly, Yichen noticed his health bar starting to slowly decrease. -3, -4, -1, -5. Although each hit doesn't cause much damage, the sheer number of bats makes the accumulated harm significant. He clearly understands the principle that many ants can bite an elephant to death. Dodge, -6. Dodge, -5. Fortunately, Yichen had the Dragon Step protecting him, helping him avoid a lot of damage. Getting hit all the time isn't a solution. He gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath. Taking advantage of the brief pause in the bat swarm's attack, he rolled on the ground without any regard for his image and swiftly broke out of the encirclement. Finally, he managed to buy himself some precious time to catch his breath. Thousand Mechanism Sword. Yichen roared furiously, and the weapon in his hand rapidly transformed. The sword's shape formed in 3 seconds. Half Moon Slash. The fan-shaped sword light swept across the sky, covering all the diving bats. In an instant, countless damage numbers exploded before the eyes. -34, -35, -36. The bats were cut down one after another, falling to the ground like raindrops. Yichen murmured in surprise, "I actually killed them in one move? What's going on here?" He quickly locked onto the few remaining bats. Ghost Bat. Level 8. Life 30. Attack 30. Defense 0. Skills, Pounce, Ultrasound. Introduction. Creatures dwelling in the darkness, they swarm to attack anyone who intrudes upon their territory, leaving nothing but bones behind. Unexpectedly, these bats have such low health points. Thus, with one move, Crescent Slash, he can wipe them all out. Suddenly, another wave of bats swarmed in. Yichen responded steadily as usual, first using the Thousand Mechanism shield to activate the skills Golden Shield Protection and Enemy Shield Taunt. Once Crescent Slash cooled down, he switched back to the Thousand Mechanism sword, once again wiping out the bats with an area attack. After 5 repeated rounds, a sharp screech finally echoed from the depths. Yi Chen's heart trembled. The boss is here. Sure enough, a gigantic bat appeared before my eyes, its scarlet eyes gleaming, sharp fangs bared, and its wings spread wide, blocking my view. Mutated Ghost Bat. Boss. Level 10. HP 3000. Attack 150. Defense 50. Skills: Shadow Knight Pounce, Supersonic, Regenerative Healing. Description: a mutated ghost bat that gained terrifying destructive power by absorbing a certain energy. Yi Chen widened his eyes, his heart suddenly tightening. Something's wrong. This is just a level 5 dungeon on elite difficulty. How could a boss with 3000 HP appear? There must be some mistake. But the current situation left him no time to think, and he can only brace himself for the fight. Combo slash -21 -20 -40 critical hit. Yi Chen looked at these damage numbers and knew in his heart that his attack power couldn't match the strength of the boss. In front of the mutated ghost bat, his attacks appeared extremely weak. He immediately cast a layer of golden shield on himself. Although the shield value wasn't much, it could at least slightly mitigate the damage and also improve his skill proficiency. Roar! The mutated ghost bat fiercely lunged forward, and Yi Chen used Dragon Step to agilely dodge multiple attacks. In the gaps between dodging, he continuously counterattacked. The attack frequency was already very high, but the boss's health decreased slowly. What's even more troublesome is, the mutated ghost bat is actually regenerating health. Its regeneration speed is even faster than Yi Chen's attacks. Yi Chen watched helplessly as his skills unleashed a combo, yet the boss's health only decreased by a small fraction. After the skills cooled down, he could only run around to draw aggro and prevent the boss from attacking him. But in just this brief moment, the blood of the mutated ghost bat was quickly restored to full. Yi Chen finally understood that the key lay in the boss's regenerative healing skill. Regenerative healing. Description: the mutated ghost bat, residing in its lair, possesses a natural advantage, recovering 5% of its health per second. Chow! When Yi Chen saw the skill description, he immediately felt like spitting blood. No wonder I can't beat it. Turns out its healing is faster than my attacks. Relying on his rich dungeon experience from his previous life, he knew he had to lure the boss out of its lair and fight it elsewhere. Bright places are best, because bats are afraid of light. Just as he was about to do so, he discovered a key point. With the 10% boost in movement speed and turning speed brought by Dragon Step and the wind-chasing shoes, Yi Chen used the old kiting method from his previous life and surprisingly managed to successfully kite the mutated ghost bat. Whenever the boss tried to hit him, he was able to dodge skillfully. After several attempts, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is simply a heaven-sent opportunity to boost health and skill proficiency. Seeing that the method was feasible, he remained calm and composed, pulling crazily during the boss battle. As soon as the skill cooled down, he unleashed his full power. Skills exhausted, then running and attacking simultaneously, mixed with normal attacks. Health and skill proficiency skyrocketed all the way. The elite dungeon has a 3-hour time limit for completion. Yi Chen plans to grind for 2.5 hours first, leaving the last half hour to finish off the boss. The mutant ghost bat never expected to become a living wooden stake for humans to practice their skills. Relying on its healing ability, it instead became Yi Chen's rare training tool. 2.5 hours later, Yi Chen felt in excellent condition. The damage has visibly increased significantly. Now the numbers surge when fighting the boss. -58, -60, -122. Critical hit. He hurriedly checked the attribute panel. Host, Yi Chen, level 5. Profession, freelancer. Weapon, 1000 machine umbrella, level 0. Health, 72-34. Attack, 13. Defense, 13. Critical hit, 5%. Critical damage, 200%. Experience, 420 out of 800. Skills, 50 basic skills for all professions. Creation skill, Dragon Step. Keystone talent, permanently increase maximum health by 1 point with each attack. Core talent, life conversion damage boost. Beginner, current conversion rate 1%. Damage increase 72.34%. Plop. Seeing the health surpass 7,000 and the damage increase reaching as high as 72%, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh in shock. Wow, my health has actually exceeded 7,000. The damage increase has also skyrocketed to an astonishing 72%. No wonder the damage feels more and more intense. Turns out the damage increase is this high. He stared at the attribute panel, his heart filled with strong confidence. Now it seems that the 3000 HP of the mutated ghost bat is simply too little. If it weren't for the limited time, I would really want to keep farming. Yi Chen glanced at the remaining time of the dungeon and decisively pulled the mutated ghost bat out of its lair, then finished it off outside in one go. This time, he didn't even need to move an inch. To stand firm and face the mutated ghost bat head-on, after a fierce battle, Yi Chen finally killed the mutated ghost bat before the dungeon ended. At the moment of its death, golden light surged from his body, spreading like the power of a dragon's roar, instantly healing all his injuries. Congratulations to Yi Chen for leveling up to level 6. Level up successful. A joyful smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. The death of the mutated defeated Ghost Bat brought him abundant experience points. Immediately, a system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations to Yi Chun for successfully completing the level 5 dungeon Elite Underground Sewers. Special reward, 1 resurrection coin. Although there was no global announcement this time, Yi Chun still received a resurrection coin. So awesome. I already have 2 resurrection coins, which means I have 2 chances to come back to life after dying. He quickly put away the resurrection coins and picked up the gold coins, potions, and equipment scattered on the ground one by one. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of equipment emitting a faint yellow glow. Yes, his heart tightened. Yellow glow? This must be the mark of a hero's equipment. Could it be that I actually got a hero's equipment in a level 5 dungeon? This is almost impossible. Hero equipment usually only appears in dungeons above level 40. He hurriedly picked up the equipment and found it was a bracelet. Carefully examining the attributes. Linksy bracelet. Level 10. Quality heroic. Health 100. Attack 20. Defense 20. Critical rate 5%. Effect: when attacking, there is a 20% chance to trigger Linksy strike, dealing 200% ice attribute damage and applying a 10-second ice slow status, continuously reducing the enemy's movement speed by 50%. After reading the attributes, Yi Chun fell silent for a long time. Then he uttered a sentence. Damn, are these really the attributes of level 10 equipment? No wonder it's of heroic quality. Not only does it have rare critical rate, but also heaven-defying ice attribute damage. 200% ice damage plus 10 seconds of ice slow, reducing the enemy's movement speed by half. The exam is coming soon. With this Linksy bracelet, I feel a bit more confident about tackling the hell difficulty exam dungeon. Yi Chun quickly put away the Linksy bracelet, making sure no one would discover it, otherwise, it would surely cause a scramble. I just reached level 6, I must hurry to level up and strive to reach level 10 before the exam. Soon, accompanied by the glow of the dungeon, Yi Chun was teleported out of the dungeon. In the sewage ditch, he struggled to swim toward the surface. The sky is already bright. He glanced at the time. The day after tomorrow is the exam. I won't go back to school today. I need to hurry and complete the remaining difficulty levels of Underground Sewer for the first clear. After each dungeon's first clear, the coordinates will be hidden for 24 hours. After 24 hours, the coordinates will be revealed to everyone. I spent 3 hours clearing the elite dungeon. Holding his breath, he dove into the foul-smelling ditch again, heading toward the bottom. Make haste, keep fighting. Enter the instance. Underground sewers? Enter. Please select the difficulty. Hard level. Yi Chun skillfully began to farm monsters. Although the difficulty increased, the monster's health significantly improved, but his strength improved even faster. The advantages of health points and skill proficiency were vividly displayed at this moment. The time limit for the hard level dungeon is 2.5 hours. Yi Chun kept track of the time and even specifically farmed health points and skill proficiency at the second boss. Half an hour left, he killed the second boss and turned to rush to the third boss room. The third boss is a giant emerald green python. Mutated green python, boss. Level 10. Life 7000. Attack 200. Defense 50. Skills: Frenzied Entanglement, Savage Growth, Terrifying Fangs. Introduction: survivors of natural selection living in the foul sewers, mutated from consuming large amounts of human pollutants, possessing astonishing destructive power. Yi Chun glanced at the boss's health bar, feeling calm. Having undergone numerous dungeon trials, he no longer feared this mutated green python. Host: Yi Chun. Level 6. Profession: freelancer. Weapon: 1000 machine umbrella. Level 0. Health: 11250. Attack: 20. Defense: 18. Critical hit: 5%. Critical damage: 200%. Experience: 570 out of 1400. Skills: 50 basic skills for all professions. Creation skill: Dragon Step. Keystone talent: permanently increases maximum health by 1 point per attack. Core talent: life conversion damage boost. Beginner: current conversion rate 1%. Damage increase 112.5%. After several dungeon trials, my passive skill has improved significantly, especially the defensive bonus brought by the knight skill. The effect is immediate. Golden Shield. Proficiency: level 8. Attribute: upon casting, a shield surrounds the user, with shield value equal to 45% of maximum health, lasting for 30 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Enemy taunt shield. Proficiency: level 9. Attribute: defense increases by 100% when raising the shield, and taunts monsters for 8 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. Martyr. Proficiency: level 5. Attribute: transfers 10% of the damage received by teammates within a 10-meter range to oneself, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Life enhancement. Proficiency: level 8. Attribute: passively increases health and accelerates health recovery speed by 45%. Indomitable. Proficiency: level 9. Attribute: each time attacked by an enemy, gain a 9% defense boost for 5 seconds. At this moment, Yi Chun firmly believed that choosing the Shield Knight development path was absolutely correct. For ordinary Shield Knights, upgrading Targeting the low-level skill Golden Shield only increases shield value by 5% per proficiency level. They usually don't have time to focus on practicing basic skills and would rather train advanced skills, as they offer greater improvement. But Yi Chen's advantage lies in the 500% proficiency bonus of the freelancer profession, combined with the fact that skill usage doesn't consume mana, allowing low-level skills to reach extremely high proficiency in his hands, naturally multiplying their power. Although advanced skills are stronger at low proficiency, low-level skills are easier to improve and highly efficient. This proficiency growth path happens to run counter to most people. Yi Chen firmly believes that in the later stages, he will undoubtedly surpass others. Yi Chen continuously uses the Golden Shield skill, converting 45% of his maximum health into shield value. At this moment, his health has reached as high as 11,250 points, which means his shield value is as much as 5,000 points. The mutated green python opened its blood-red mouth, desperately lunging at Yi Chen, but fiercely collided with the indestructible shield. The shield trembled violently, yet remained steadfast and unmoving. 81-88. Dodge. Yi Chen saw that the mutated green python couldn't even break through his shield, and a more confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He frantically activated his skills, repeatedly striking the mutated green python. The opponent's health dropped rapidly in a straight line. -41, -44, -82. Critical hit. Yi Chen kept a close eye on the shield bar, ready to act as soon as it was about to run out. Immediately pulled away, waiting for Golden Shield to finish cooling down. He then roared Golden Shield, re-equipped the shield, and charged head-on again. Finally, before the dungeon time ran out, Yi Chen exhausted his patience and wore down the mutated green python with 7,000 health. He successfully obtained the third revival token as he wished, while also gaining a pile of gold coins, health potions, and a large amount of blue and white equipment. As the level up notification sounded, Yi Chen smoothly advanced to level 7. But this time, the luck was extremely bad. Not even a single rare piece of equipment dropped. Damn, could it be that my Linksy bracelet used up all my good luck? Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and left the dungeon with a face full of frustration. Without stopping, started the next round of challenges. Would you like to enter the dungeon, underground sewers? Enter. Please select the difficulty, torture level. As soon as you stepped into the dungeon, the system prompt sounded. Please note, you have entered a torture level dungeon. Monster difficulty has been greatly increased, and you are affected by the curse of Torture Echo. Yi Chen frowned. Sure enough, a layer of negative status had been added to him. Curse of Torment Echo. Movement speed decreased by 20%, attack power decreased by 20%, defense decreased by 20%. Yi Chen understood in his heart. Starting from the torment level, each dungeon would come with a different curse. These curses are meant to block challengers who lack strength. But who is he? Now he is a 10,000 blood tank. In his previous life, reaching 10,000 blood required at least level 70 or above, still wearing top-notch equipment. And now, he is only level 7, yet his health rivals that of a level 70 player. If this matter spreads, it will surely shock the world. Countless research institutions will compete to take him as a test subject for research. Although it's a torment level dungeon, it is, after all, a level 5 sewer, and the monster's intelligence still tends to be instinctive. I have powerful defensive measures like the Golden Shield, with extremely strong survival abilities, crushing everything in my path without hindrance. Everything went as Yi Chen expected. The torment level dungeon lasted for 2 hours. The monster's health is higher. He has no time to farm health and proficiency, advancing through slaughter all the way. When he reached the 4th boss, only 20 minutes remain. Yi Chen felt pressure for the first time. This time the boss is a mutated toad. Mutated toad, boss, level 10, health 5,000, attack 300, defense 50, skills, toad venom, drooling greed, phase charge. Description: a toad covered in deadly venom. Its poisonous fatal contact means death. Yi Chen was surprised to discover the mutated toad's health was not particularly high, but the attack power is exceptionally fierce. So what if the attack power is high? With Dragon Step and a shield for support, the shield value is solid and dodges are frequent. This mutated toad was, unexpectedly, even easier than a hard-level boss for Yi Chen. Yi Chen swiftly killed the opponent in joy, and collected a pile of gold coins and potions, wearing all high-quality blue gear, but the improvement is negligible. Damn it, not a single rare item dropped from the torment level dungeon. Could it be that all my luck was drained by the Linksy bracelet? Yi Chen scratched his head helplessly, but his level had successfully risen to level 8. No matter what, the torment level dungeon is harder, but the experience is also richer, and he single-handedly clears the dungeon, taking all the experience for himself. As everyone knows, the more people in a dungeon, the more the experience gets divided. Yi Chen's leveling speed is comparable to a rocket. In this world, there are very few people who can solo torment level dungeons like him, especially since the player limit for torment level dungeons is 20 people. Immediately after, However, most people have to assemble a team to take on the challenge. Yi Chen smiled wryly and put away the revival coin, preparing for the final sprint. Enter the dungeon, underground sewer. Enter. Please select the difficulty. Hell level. Finally arrived. Yi Chen's heartbeat accelerated, his expression serious. The hell level dungeon is a 50-player team dungeon. In the previous life, only large guilds dared to challenge it. Each expedition required massive resources and a huge amount of potions for logistical support. Otherwise, it was impossible to conquer the hell level dungeon. Today, Yi Chen has the courage to face the battle alone. The reason is simple. He has defied the heavens and possesses an astonishing maximum life limit, 18,452 points, and only at level 8. Players of the same level generally have less than 100 HP. Yi Chen stands far ahead, becoming someone everyone looks up to. Welcome to the world of hell. The copy is filled with a bloody scent. The atmosphere is oppressive and gloomy. The rewards and punishments of hell. Life decreases by 50%. Final boss rewards increase by 50%. Yi Chen's eyes lit up instantly after reading the prompt. For others, having their health is a fatal blow, often meaning the team has no choice but to give up. But for him, more than 18,000 health reduced by half still leaves over 9,000 health, enough to withstand anything. The most crucial part is, the reward for the final boss in hell difficulty is increased by 50%. Yi Chen had played through countless hell-level dungeons in his previous life. Although the rewards were tempting, as a tank, what he valued most was the increase in health and defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the relentless bombardment from monsters. Yi Chen skillfully cast Golden Shield on himself and advanced steadily. The health of the ordinary monsters ahead had multiplied several times compared to before, but with his significantly enhanced attack and defense, he continued to push forward effortlessly without any obstacles. As the first, second, and third bosses fell one after another, the abundant experience from the hell-level bosses was his alone to claim, and his level steadily rose to 9. As his level increased, Yi Chen's fighting spirit grew even stronger, for he was about to reach level 10 and equip the long-awaited hero gear, Lingxi Bracelet. Due to the tight time constraints of the hell-level dungeon, which had a 1.5 hour clearance limit, Yi Chen was fully focused. As soon as his skills were off cooldown, he unleashed them on the bosses without hesitation. Drawing on the experience accumulated from numerous previous attempts, he was thoroughly familiar with the attack patterns and skills of each boss, enabling him to defeat the first 4 bosses in record time. Without stopping, he charged toward the final boss room. With a thunderous crash, he burst into a massive pool of foul water. At the center of the pool, a ferocious mutated octopus exuded a menacing aura, its sharp claws grasping incessantly at the void. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and his heart was filled with alarm. Mutated octopus, boss, level 10, health 10,000, attack 200, defense 50, skills, octopus cage, poison ink spit, biological healing. Description: a mutated octopus cursed by hell. It takes pleasure in devouring humans. Every action it takes brings disaster. Handle with extreme caution. What the heck? Yi Chen exclaimed in shock. This is the final boss of the level 5 hell dungeon? Its health directly exceeds 10,000. Even if we gather 50 level 10 players to attack, everyone's attack power is only around 20 or 30. It would take forever to grind this boss to death. This boss is not something ordinary people can easily challenge. Only my heaven-defying health can withstand it head-on. If it were someone else, like Chai Feng and his group who bullied him before, their health wouldn't even reach 100 points. Facing the octopus's 200-point attack, they'd be easily crushed with a single blow. Everything Yi Chen was doing at this moment, if it were to spread, would surely shock the entire world. Make the most of the time, stay fully focused, he reminded himself silently, gripping the 1000 mechanisms shield and first casting Golden Shield protection on himself. Immediately, a move, charge, struck the mutated octopus fiercely, blood splattering everywhere. Minus 51. Yi Chen frowned slightly. The damage is a bit low at this moment, but low damage is not the most important thing. The key is whether he can withstand the octopus's counterattack. The mutated octopus raised its claw high and slammed it down fiercely. With a loud crack, Yi Chen's shield appeared covered in dense cracks. Minus 422. Critical hit. Damn it. Yi Chen's face instantly turned green. Hit with a critical strike by the octopus's first attack, his heart tightened. Immediately afterward, the mutated octopus launched a storm-like offensive, with dozens of tentacles simultaneously striking at him. Minus 212. Minus 215. Minus 210. In just 5 seconds, Yi Chen's nearly 5,000 shield points were rapidly shattered. Goodness, this hell-level boss is way too insane. Yi Chen hurriedly raised his shield and retreated, simultaneously using defensive shield taunt to evade the octopus's fierce attacks. Due to the 50% penalty on his health, his shield value was also halved, and with Golden Shield on a 30-second cooldown, the octopus broke through the shield in just 5 seconds, leaving the remaining 25 seconds extremely dangerous for Yi Chen. He couldn't take it head-on, otherwise, if the octopus's tentacles entangled him, he would be left completely defenseless. Yi Chen kept retreating to dodge, waiting for the shield to cool down, and immediately reactivated the shield. At the same time, he seized the opportunity to launch consecutive skill attacks. Although the octopus's health did decrease, seeing its health quickly regenerate left Yi Chen dumbfounded. He discovered that the octopus possessed the skill biological regeneration. Biological healing. The mutated octopus recovers 5% of its health per second in its lair. Reality proves that the octopus cannot come ashore while in the foul water pool. Although Yi Chen can lure the octopus out of the attack range, he cannot eliminate it if it is not being attacked. The current situation tells him that with his current strength, he cannot possibly kill this mutated octopus. He no longer obsessed over trivial details, knowing that this hell-level dungeon was a 50-player raid. Unless his personal damage could rival that of 50 people, it would be impossible to achieve a quick kill. With 15 minutes remaining in the dungeon, Yi Chen decided to use the octopus as a training dummy to grind health and skill proficiency. When the time was up, a notification sounded, "Dungeon challenge failed." Yi Chen was teleported back to the dungeon entrance. He glanced at the time, it was already noon, and the exam was the day after tomorrow. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Lin Qingmeng, the class beauty, calling. Yi Chen answered the call. "Hello, class beauty, what do you need from me?" "Yi Chen, why didn't you come to school today? The exam is approaching. Aren't you worried at all?" "What do I have to worry about? An exam is just an exam. Life is more than exams." Lin Qingmeng was at a loss for words. "Are you coming to school tomorrow? The school is organizing graduation photos for the senior students." "Alright, I'll go tomorrow. I have something to do. I'll hang up first." Yi Chen coldly hung up the phone. After a long time of grinding in the dungeon, he was utterly exhausted. However, he decided to continue grinding the hell-level, underground sewers, both to level up farm health and skill proficiency, and to seek better equipment to enhance his strength. In the afternoon, he ran the hell-level dungeon 3 times in a row. Although he failed to clear it, his level steadily rose to level 10. Finally, he successfully wore the Linksy bracelet, and his personal attributes increased significantly. "Now, I feel terrifyingly powerful." Yi Chen laughed triumphantly. When Yi Chen climbed out of the stinking ditch, he was soaking wet. Although the surrounding air was filled with a foul stench, his face carried a joyful smile. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and he rubbed his slightly tired eyes and let out a gentle yawn. After spending an entire day and night immersed in the dungeon, experiencing intense and fierce battles, Yi Chen was so exhausted that he could barely speak. He planned to go home, take a shower, and have a good night's rest before heading to school tomorrow to take his graduation photos. Just as he was about to leave, many vehicles suddenly approached from afar. Yi Chen muttered in surprise, "Why are so many people coming here?" Suddenly, he realized that 24 hours had passed since he first cleared the underground sewer dungeon, and the dungeon coordinates had been automatically disclosed to the world. To avoid causing any disputes, Yi Chen quietly slipped away before the crowd arrived. When countless people gathered around the stinking ditch, their expressions varied and discussions were lively. Could it be that the entrance to the underground sewer dungeon is really in this stinking ditch? Ugh, the smell is too strong. I don't want to go down there. Don't you want the first kill achievement? The first kill requires the dungeon entrance to be no more than 5 levels higher than the monsters. The underground sewer is a level 5 dungeon, with the boss at a maximum of level 10, meaning humans must be below level 15 to receive rewards, otherwise, they won't get anything. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's go down and scout the area first, figure out the strategy, and then let the younger members of the guild take on the challenge. Soon, a group of warriors jumped into the stinking ditch, confirming the existence of the dungeon entrance. The news spread like wildfire, and the influx of people caused the challenge of the underground sewer to heat up rapidly. For them, the biggest motivation to challenge a low-level dungeon was to claim the first clear reward revival coins. Some high-level players, even at levels 70 or 80, personally showed up, clad in legendary gear and exuding an overwhelming aura. They entered the dungeon and live-streamed the entire process, effortlessly slaughtering monsters. However, due to their high levels, they couldn't gain experience, and the monsters didn't drop any items. After defeating the hell-level mutated octopus boss, they even posted a video review, saying, "The dungeon is quite difficult. To clear the hell level, it's best to form a team of 50 well-equipped players around level 15. High coordination is required, along with ample supplies of health potions, mana potions, and antidotes." This renowned dungeon strategy creator, with tens of millions of followers, released the video, prompting guilds across the country to organize 50-person teams of level 15 players to conquer the underground sewer dungeon. At this moment, Yi Chen had already returned home and was taking a hot bath. As an orphan, he was accustomed to living alone. While bathing, he glanced at the system panel and hummed a tune lightly, feeling particularly cheerful. Host, Yi Chen, level 10. Profession, Wanderer. Weapon, 1000 Machine Umbrella, level 0. Health, 32455. Attack, 74. Defense, 45. Critical hit, 10%. Critical damage, 200%. Experience, 820. 224/2300. Skills, 50 basic skills for all professions. Skill creation, Dragon Step. Keystone talent, permanently increase maximum health by 1 point with each attack. Core talent, life conversion damage boost. Beginner, current conversion rate, 1%. Damage increase, 324.55%. After a day and night of fierce battles, Yi Chen had assembled a full set of equipment. Apart from the rare wind-chasing shoes and the heroic quality Linksy bracelet, the rest were all excellent grade equipment. A person can wear up to 12 pieces of equipment, including weapons, bracelets, necklaces, rings, auxiliary gear, earrings, magic stones, upper garments, shoulder armor, pants, belts, and shoes. Bit by bit, the enhancements brought by these pieces of equipment should not be underestimated. What excited Yi Chen the most was that his maximum health had surpassed the 30,000 mark. This was the amount of health only strong individuals above level 80 possessed, yet he had achieved this feat at just level 10. After taking a bath, Yi Chen lay on the bed, admiring the improvement in his skill proficiency. Charge. Proficiency, level 10. Attribute, charge towards enemies within 10 meters, dealing an additional 55% damage, stunning the target for 2 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Charge skill upgraded to level 10, with a major milestone every 10 levels. Stun duration increases from 1 second to 2 seconds, with noticeable effects. Combo slash. Proficiency, level 15. Attribute, launch a triple slash on the target instantly, dealing an additional 32% damage, cooldown 5 seconds. Crescent slash. Proficiency, level 11. Attribute, attack a 4-meter fan-shaped area in front, dealing an additional 34% damage, cooldown 30 seconds. Half moon slash range expanded, more efficient for group kills, truly impressive. Stamina enhancement. Proficiency, level 16. Attribute, passively increases stamina, accelerates stamina recovery speed by 56%. The braver you fight, the stronger you become. Proficiency, level 16. Attributes, each attack on an enemy increases damage and attack speed by 16%, lasting for 8 seconds. 2 passive skills are quite ordinary, but the passive triggers can accumulate proficiency, which is somewhat beneficial. Golden Shield. Proficiency, level 12. The system notification sound rings out. Attributes, surrounds the body with a shield. Shield value is 65% of max health, grants 10% tenacity while under the shield, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown of 30 seconds. The tenacity attribute is here. This was one of the most desired attributes for shield knights in the previous life, capable of reducing negative status durations by 10%, such as stun, poison, blindness, etc. Defensive taunt. Proficiency, level 11. Attribute, raise your shield high, increasing defense by 110%, taunting monsters, and gaining an additional chance to be immune to all attacks for 8 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. I mastered this skill in my previous life. This is one of the rare invincible tanking skills for shield knights. As long as the timing is right, it can withstand the boss's ultimate move. Martyr. Proficiency, level 10. Attribute, transfers 15% of damage from teammates within 10 meters to oneself while increasing health and defense by 10%. Lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Fairly standard, nothing surprising. Life enhancement. Proficiency, level 16. Attribute, passively increases life and accelerates life recovery speed by 90%. Tenacity. Proficiency, level 16. Attribute, each time attacked by an enemy, defense increases by 16% for 5 seconds. The 2 passive skills of the Shield Knight are average. Health recovery is 90% faster, but my current health regeneration per second is low, so its effect is limited. The Indomitable skill can stack defense in a short time, but my base defense is too low, leaving little room for it to shine. Yi Chen evaluated the skills while slowly drifting into sleep. What a fruitful day it has been. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up feeling refreshed. After a simple wash, he set off for school. Along the way, he couldn't help but ponder, I can now use the skills of 10 professions, but for now, I'll focus on warrior and shield knight. After all, biting off more than I can chew won't help. I'll gradually add the rest of the skills later. Besides, I have a 5-fold proficiency reward to speed up my growth. When he arrived at school, the campus was bustling with activity. The senior students were dressed to impress, boys in suits and leather shoes, girls in beautiful dresses. In contrast, Yi Chen's simple attire made him stand out as particularly low-key. Entering the classroom, he noticed his classmates were all dressed stylishly, creating a lively atmosphere. However, not long after he sat down, someone began mocking him with sarcastic remarks. Yo, I didn't expect that loser Yi Chen would still dare to come to school. He didn't come yesterday, probably because he hit the homeroom teacher and got scared, right? Didn't you see the way the homeroom teacher was bandaged yesterday? It was horrifying. He already went to the principal's office to file a complaint, saying he wants Yi Chen expelled. System prompt. Yi Chen, this deadweight student, hasn't been able to change professions in 3 years of high school. He has no qualifications to take the exam at all. Just wait, when the homeroom teacher arrives, there's definitely going to be be a storm of blood and fury. In the past, hearing these words always pricked Yi Chen's heart, even igniting a suppressed anger. But now, he was no longer the useless person everyone bullied. He stood up, his gaze icy as he walked toward the group mocking him. The group, consisting of both boys and girls, tensed up the moment they saw him approaching. Yi Chen didn't say much. He directly grabbed a boy by the collar and spoke coldly. Whether I'm qualified to take the exam or not is not for you to decide. You usually speak sarcastically and mockingly. I used to overlook it for the sake of our classmates' bond, but starting today, if anyone dares to talk behind my back again, this will be the consequence. Before the words had even settled, he slammed the boy hard onto the ground, the loud crash reverberating through the entire classroom. The boy's vision blurred with stars as he cried out in pain, "Ah, my bones are going to break. All my blood has been drained by Yi Chen. So noisy. Shut up." Yi Chen precisely controlled the damage, leaving the boy with just a sliver of health. The others, witnessing the scene, hurried to help the fallen classmate, their eyes filled with awe and terror. What happened? Yi Chen has been gone for just one day, and his aura has changed so drastically. Did you see that? Yi Chen actually defeated Lu Rong with one move. Lu Rong is the top student in our class, a professional fighter skilled in hand-to-hand combat, yet he had no chance to fight back against Yi Chen. No matter what, the exam is tomorrow. With Yi Chen in this state, there's no way he can explain himself. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from outside the classroom. The homeroom teacher is here. Before long, the homeroom teacher Shi Jianrun stormed into the classroom. With a cast on his body, he walked to the podium and glared fiercely at Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, how dare you come back?" The entire class was instantly subdued by Shi Jianrun's imposing presence. No one dared to make a sound, all lowering their heads. But Yi Chen was no longer afraid. He responded coldly, "I am a student, and there's an exam tomorrow. Why shouldn't I return to school?" Hearing this, Shi Jianrun's temper instantly exploded. "Yi Chen, you still remember you're a student. Look at the injuries on me, all of them were caused by you. You, a bottom-of-the-class student who hasn't even changed professions, dared to hit a teacher. This is simply outrageous." Yi Chen calmly looked at the furious Shi Jianrun and said, "Since I'm the useless student who hasn't changed professions, as you say, why don't you explain how a level 20 gold medal teacher like you ended up being beaten into this state by a so-called useless student like me?" As soon as the words were spoken, the entire audience fell silent, their faces filled with shock and admiration, as if saying, "Yi Chen is too bold. He actually dared to say that." Yi Chen's gaze fixed on Shi Jianrun, and his attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Shi Jianrun, level 20, profession, mage, health 152, attack 41, defense 8, magic 80, skills, blink, fireball, ice shield. In Yi Chen's eyes, these attributes were already considered poor for a level 20 mage. Mages were inherently frail, and it was rare to see someone like Shi Jianrun with such low attack power. With these stats, even attempting the normal difficulty of the underground sewer would be a struggle. Shi Jianrun was rendered speechless by Yi Chen's remark, his face flushed with anger. "That's because I'm the teacher and you're the student. I didn't make a move against you out of respect for my position. If I really did, do you think you could withstand it?" Yi Chen grinned. "Alright, since we're about to graduate anyway, I'd like to ask our homeroom teacher who has taught us for 3 years what does everyone think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the classmates immediately cheered. For them, watching a good show was the most exciting thing, especially since Shi Jianrun usually acted high and mighty, always flaunting his gold medal teacher's status to reprimand others, naturally earning their resentment. Shi Jianrun's face darkened. "Yi Chen, do you really want to rebel? Dare to challenge me? Fine, I'll compete with you fair and square. Let's go to the school's dedicated martial arts arena. Both sides will enter sparring mode, and even if life hits 0, you won't die. I'm just afraid you'll collapse as soon as you exert yourself." Yi Chen's lips curved slightly. After enduring 3 years of grievances, today he finally had the chance to vent properly. "Alright, let's go now." The news spread like a whirlwind across the campus. The fact that Yi Chen, the last-ranked student in Class 3 of Grade 12, challenged the gold medal teacher Shi Jianrun became the focus of the entire school. The teacher's office was abuzz with discussions. "Have you heard? Teacher Shi Jianrun is going to duel with Yi Chen? Teacher Shi is usually so composed. The exam is tomorrow, so why is he dueling with a student today? Isn't Yi Chen that first-year genius turned third-year failure? That's him, the only student in the school who hasn't changed professions. The principal said to give him one more chance to change his profession today. If he still can't do it, we might have to consider not letting him take the exam. Let's go to the arena and join the fun. There's no class today, it's reserved for students to take their graduation photos, so we're free anyway." The school's arena, usually deserted, was packed today, layer upon layer of people, leaving no room to move. Both teachers and students flocked to witness this sensational duel that had captivated the entire school. Sure, Jianrun hadn't expected his match with Yi Chen to become the center of attention, and the pressure in his heart surged. "I absolutely can't lose to that bottom-ranked student. I will definitely crush him with ease." Yi Chen, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, his expression relaxed. His health points were were as high as over 32,000, so even if he stood still all day and let Shi Jianrun attack him relentlessly, he wouldn't flinch in the slightest. The teacher in charge of managing the competition hurried over, a look of amusement on his face. Teacher Shi, the exam is tomorrow, and you're really giving everyone a good show today. Shi Jianrun said coldly, this student is too rebellious. I must teach him a harsh lesson, or else he will have no respect for his teachers. The teacher nodded in agreement, then took out 2 mechanical wristwatches and handed them to Shi Jianrun and Yi Chen respectively. Put these on. Even if your health points drop to 0, you won't die. This battle is only a simulation, but the injuries will be real. Yi Chen, are you ready to face Teacher Shi in a fight? Yi Chen swiftly put on the watch and said with a smile, who will win or lose is still uncertain. The teacher laughed heartily, well done. I like young people with backbone. By the way, the principal will arrange the final job transfer ceremony for you this afternoon, your last chance before the exam. Yi Chen nodded, recalling how in his previous life the principal had given him full support during the job transfer before the exam. Although his final results were not ideal and he let the principal down, that kindness remained etched in his heart. After the teacher left, the whole venue erupted in cheers, and the battle officially began. Outside the arena, Lin Qingmeng squeezed into the martial arts field with a few of her roommates. They were very interested in Yi Chen's duel. The roommates curiously asked, Qingmeng, you usually hate joining the crowd. Why are you so interested today? Lin Qingmeng smiled sweetly. Graduation is near, and I just realized I haven't properly joined in on these lively events. Hee, I think Qingmeng isn't just here for the fun. In the center of the arena, Shi Jianrun summoned his staff, revealing his exquisite equipment, showcasing both his strength and wealth. The students exclaimed, as expected of the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 12, decked out in blue gear. When will I be able to wear such good gear? How much would this cost? This duel doesn't have much suspense. Yi Chen hasn't even changed professions yet. He'll probably be defeated in just a few moves. In contrast, Yi Chen was dressed plainly, with no sign of glowing equipment. There was a lot of discussion. Yi Chen isn't unwilling to show his gear, he simply doesn't have any. Displaying gear can block a lot of damage. It's usually necessary during battles. What level is he now? Last I heard, he was only level 4. Haha, level 4 is worse than a middle schooler. The lowest among us is level 8. What does he do every day? Could it be that he spends all his time doing handicrafts? No wonder he can't change jobs or get promoted. The mocking laughter around him surged into Yi Chan's ears like a tide, and he silently stared at Shi Jianrun. He actually raised his middle finger at Shi Jianrun in public, a symbolic retaliation for 3 years of humiliation. Shi Jianrun's face turned bright red, humiliated by a student for the first time. Yi Chen, if I don't beat you to the ground, I swear I won't call myself your master. With a wave of the staff, a scorching fireball condensed at its tip. Shi Jianrun shouted like thunder and hurled the fireball at Yi Chen. The crowd erupted in astonishment, marveling at the immense power of the fireball. Yi Chen remained indifferent, raising his bare hand to meet the fireball. Shi Jianrun frowned deeply, his anger surging. Yi Chen's action was even more humiliating than a direct insult. The fireball was crushed by Yi Chen's bare hand, his palm feeling only a slight warmth. -10. Bright red numbers floated down. Everyone saw Yi Chen injured, but his health bar remained completely intact. Shi Jianrun was stunned. My fireball with 41 attack power. Why did it only reduce so little health? And Yi Chen's health bar hasn't changed? The onlooking students started discussing. Surely Teacher Shi held back and didn't use his full strength. If he gets serious, Yi Chen won't last a few seconds. I've seen Teacher Shi make a move. The sense of oppression is suffocating. The teacher's expression shifted from relaxed to serious as they reassessed Yi Chen. Yi Chen clapped his hands lightly and said with a smile, homeroom teacher, it's my turn now, right? He did not take out the 1,000 mechanisms umbrella but charged at Shi Jianrun barehanded. Footsteps like the wind, he ghostly teleported in front of Shi Jianrun. Caught off guard in panic, Yi Chen delivered a fierce uppercut to his chin. With a loud boom, scarlet numbers exploded. -154. Critical hit. In an instant, Shi Jianrun's health bar was emptied. The entire audience was shocked, their gazes trembling. Shi Jianrun was actually one-punched to death by Yi Chen. The venue instantly became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. Yi Chen himself hadn't expected that this punch would trigger a critical hit, dealing an astonishing 154 points of damage. What surprised him even more was that this was done barehanded, without using any weapons. Yi Chen thought to himself that this must be the effect of the core talent life conversion. Damage boost, 324.55%, which meant that even a casual punch could deal triple damage. Suddenly, everything seemed much more reasonable to him. After 10 seconds of silence, the scene finally erupted with thunderous discussions. Oh my goodness, did I see that right? Yi Chen actually one-punched the homeroom teacher Shi Jianrun. Is this still the universally acknowledged bottom of the class slacker Yi Chen? The whole school says he hasn't changed professions and is useless, but how can someone useless deal such astonishing damage? Even though it was a critical hit, how many people in our school can achieve such power? When Yi Chen instantly hastily defeated Shi Jianren. The happiest person in the crowd turned out to be the class beauty, Lin Qingmeng. She jumped up and down excitedly, shouting loudly, Yi Chen, you're the strongest. The roommates nearby were all startled. In 3 years of high school, this is the first time I've seen Lin Qingmeng so passionate about a guy. Could she have a crush on Yi Chen? Probably. Unbelievable. The school beauty, who is also among the top 10 students of the entire grade, actually likes the bottom-ranked boy, Yi Chen. A flash of light appeared in the center of the martial arts arena, and the two participants of the duel returned to their initial states. Shi Jianren lay on the ground in pain, his jaw almost shattered by Yi Chen's punch. It hurts. His face was full of shame. A dignified level 20 mage had been openly defeated in seconds by a bottom-ranked student. Enduring the humiliation, he struggled to get up and coldly questioned, Yi Chen, I suspect you used forbidden drugs, and I demand an investigation. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. The so-called forbidden drug refers to a potion that can temporarily boost strength but comes with a weakening side effect. Yi Chen used a forbidden drug? The exam is tomorrow. Using a forbidden drug today would mean immediate disqualification. The exam explicitly prohibits any forbidden drugs, and being caught using them in advance also results in disqualification. Mr. Shi is right. How could a bottom-ranked student possibly defeat a level 20 mage in one move without using a forbidden drug? The voices of doubt grew louder and louder. At this moment, a handsome elderly man dressed in a suit and holding an unlit cigar walked into the venue. Had enough of this commotion? His deep, magnetic voice rang out. Seeing this, Shi Jianren quickly bowed respectfully and said, Hello, Principal. All the teachers and students in the room responded in unison, Hello, Principal. This man was none other than the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School Guan Jianfeng, a level 90 berserker, a warrior's late-stage branch profession. Though over 70 years old, he was full of vigor and energy, with a spirited demeanor. Yi Chen had once heard that Principal Guan could have taken positions at prestigious schools in cities like Kyoto or Modu, but he chose to settle in this small town. His reason was, big city schools have plenty of good principals, but small city schools urgently lack them. I am willing to come here and give my all. These words were deeply etched in Yi Chen's heart, making Guan one of the elders he admired most in his previous life. Guan Jianfeng scanned the crowd, his expression stern and authoritative, and his gaze finally landed on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you've grown stronger. Yi Chen was startled. Indeed, the sharp gaze of a level 90 berserker easily saw through his background. Principal, I have indeed grown stronger. Could you share your journey of growth with everyone? The principal's words were intended to help Yi Chen reshape his image and establish prestige. But Yi Chen chose to remain silent. Sorry, that's my secret. Shi Jianren gritted his teeth in anger. Yi Chen, the principal is kindly concerned about you, yet you act all mysterious. You useless bottom feeder. What secret could you possibly have? Spit it out. Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp, coldly sweeping over Shi Jianren, leaving him speechless, both shocked and furious. This once timid and cowardly student had undergone such a drastic transformation. Guan Jianfeng frowned slightly, looking at Shi Jianren with displeasure. Teacher Shi, the saying a scholar who has been away for 3 days should be viewed with new eyes as a top teacher. Do you not understand this principle? Yi Chen has made significant progress and should be affirmed rather than suppressed or insulted. Since Yi Chen is unwilling to say more, we will respect his choice and stop asking. Yi Chen took a slight breath, feeling touched. The principal remained as strict yet kind as in his previous life, treating everyone equally, without prejudice, and full of motivation and encouragement. The principal firmly believed, there are no students who cannot learn, only teachers who cannot teach well. Guan Jianfeng waved his hand and signaled, students, disperse. Those who need to take graduation photos, go ahead. Those who want to confess, seize the moment. 3 years of high school have been your most beautiful time. On this last day, I hope you have no regrets. As his words fell, the students left the scene, moved. Afterward, Guan Jianfeng called Yi Chen to a secluded place and asked in a low voice, Yi Chen, I originally planned to arrange your job transfer test this afternoon. Do you still need it? Yi Chen knew that activating the job transfer test stone required spending 100,000 gold coins. The school only activated it on the first day of each semester to help students who had not yet transferred jobs. Now, he was the only one in the entire school who hadn't transferred, and the principal's concern carried significant weight. In his previous life, Guan Jianfeng had gone against the majority opinion and even paid out of his own pocket to help Yi Chen awaken the knight profession. This kindness was deeply engraved in his heart. Yi Chen smiled and said, Thank you, Principal, but I think I don't need the job transfer test anymore. Guan Jianfeng revealed a surprised yet meaningful smile. That's certainly good news. The principal chatted with Yi Chen for a moment before the two parted ways. At this moment, a beautiful young girl quietly walked up behind Yi Chen and gently tapped his shoulder. Guess who I am? Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then turned around and smiled. Class beauty, what brings you to me? Standing behind him was the elegant and refined Lin Qingmeng. The weather was sunny today, and she was wearing a delicate white dress, with light makeup accentuating her charm, making her even more captivating. She tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Yi Chen, I haven't seen you for a day, and you've become so amazing. Did you have some kind of adventure? An adventure? Yi Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded. You could say that. Lin Qingming took the initiative to ask, Yi Chen, is there anyone you'd like to take a photo with? Yi Chen looked at her. If, after being reborn, he still couldn't understand the subtle hints from this young girl, it would truly be a wasted life. Smiling, he nodded. Of course. Who? Lin Qingming asked, curious yet slightly nervous. That person is far away in the sky, yet close before your eyes. Lin Qingming's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen took the initiative to step forward, and the two left many photos together across the campus, creating cherished and memorable moments. He suddenly realized that in his previous life he had overlooked many landscapes and people. In this life, he wanted to slow down and truly enjoy this journey. Suddenly, Lin Qingming asked, Yi Chen, which university do you want to apply to? Linglong Divine Academy. Hearing this name, Lin Qingming exclaimed in surprise, that's the third-ranked university globally and the top-ranked in Long Country. Last year's admission score exceeded 700 points. Although she didn't look down on Yi Chen, he had always been a bottom-ranking student, and scoring 300 points in exams was already considered rare for him. Yi Chen, how are you so confident that you can get into Linglong Divine Academy? Yi Chen gave a mysterious smile, keeping his secret to himself. He recalled how in his previous life, Lin Qingming scored 690 points, missing her goal by 10 points, and cried for 3 days and nights. Now, with only Lin Qingming and the principal still treating him kindly, he decided to share the strategy for the Grey Forest dungeon with her in advance. Class beauty, remember what I'm telling you. The goblin's weakness is its eyes. There's an artificial hill in the village, and you can pass through the cracks in the hill unscathed. The bear fears fire, so kite it. While attacking, the tree demon moves slowly, so use blind spots in its line of sight. The hard level dungeon has a 3-hour time limit, but you must clear it within 1.5 hours to score on both time and efficiency. Thinking of Lin Qingming's unexpected class change to Star Dream Immortal Magic in the exam dungeon, he reminded her, pay more attention to the surrounding environment. Lin Qingming looked astonished. Student Yi Chen, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Yi Chen smiled and said, it's okay, just remember it for now. Lin Qingming nodded. Just as the two were talking, a group of uninvited guests surrounded Yi Chen. The newcomers were none other than Chai Feng and his group. A few days ago, Yi Chen had a conflict with them. Chai Feng's face was grim as he stepped forward. Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to still dare to come to school. Yi Chen looked at him calmly. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Chai Feng sneered. Did you forget the beating you took 2 days ago? After the exam, I'll break through the level cap to reach level 15 and come find you for revenge. My dad has already arranged for me to be the commander-in-chief, leading a 50-person team to conquer the hell-level dungeon underground sewers. After saying that, he looked smugly at Lin Qingming, pretending to be casual. Lin Qingming, want to join me after the exam? I'll take you through the hell difficulty of underground sewers. The first clear reward includes a revival coin. I'll have the team give up the reward and give it to you. Lin Qingming shook her head with a smile. Thank you for your kind offer, Chai Feng, but I still won't go. Yi Chen sneered inwardly. Chai Feng was too young. Even his attempts at showing off were clumsy. He knew that 4 revival coins from the first clear of the underground sewer dungeon had already been claimed by him, and the final stage of the hell difficulty was currently being contested by 2 50-person teams. One team was defeated at the second boss, with 2 members dead and no revival tokens left, so the team gave up. The other team has passed the second boss and is preparing to challenge the third. The highest level among the team members is no more than 15, as exceeding level 15 yields no rewards. Yi Chen calmly said, I heard that a certain A-level guild sent a scientifically matched team of 50 people to conquer the hell difficulty, underground sewers, but they returned in defeat. Chai Feng, you're so confident, thinking you can claim the first kill? And you even invited the class beauty to join. If something happens to her, can you take responsibility? Chai Feng's mouth twitched as he roared, mind your own business. Since I dare to take her into the dungeon, I have the confidence to keep her safe. A resurrection coin appeared in his hand, leaving everyone stunned. Chai Feng sneered, I have a resurrection coin that can ensure Lin Qingming's safety. Yi Chen, can you produce a resurrection coin? As more and more classmates gathered around, they stared at the resurrection coin in Chai Feng's hand with faces full of envy and amazement. Damn, this is the legendary resurrection coin, a treasure worth over 10 million gold coins. It allows the holder to gain a second life, whether it's killing monsters or clearing dungeons. It's the greatest assurance. Chai Feng truly lives up to his wealthy background. His dad is incredible, directly gifting him a resurrection coin for protection. Chai Feng, basking in the envious gazes of the crowd, smugly stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, if you don't have the skills, stop pretending. In front of me. Before he could finish, Yi Chen raised his right hand, and a dark golden coin slowly appeared in his palm. He said calmly, isn't it just a resurrection coin? It's nothing rare. Chai Feng's eyes widened like saucers, and his mouth gaped wide enough to fit several eggs. Lin Qingming was equally shocked, never expecting that Yi Chen would also have a revival coin. You also have a revival coin? Chai Feng stammered. Yi Chen smiled faintly. faintly, his palm trembling slightly as a second revival coin appeared. I not only have one revival coin, but also a second one. The moment the second resurrection coin appeared, Chai Feng was completely dumbfounded, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Yi Chen, in front of everyone, had essentially slapped him hard across the face. The group behind Chai Feng was also stunned. Damn, Chai bro, how does this bottom-of-the-class student have 2 resurrection coins? How did he even get them? Even if he has 2 resurrection coins, the key still lies in strength. If his strength is weak, no amount of resurrection coins can save him. Yi Chen grinned, put away the revival coin, and his gaze fell on the revival coin in Chai Feng's hand, a plan suddenly forming in his mind. He spoke calmly, Chai Feng, dare to make a bet with me? Chai Feng, unconvinced, raised his eyebrows and said, bet on what? Bet on who can clear the hell difficulty level of underground sewers faster. Chai Feng sneered, alright, let's bet. Who's afraid of whom? But just betting is too simple. With so many classmates as witnesses, why not add some stakes? What stakes? Bet the revival tokens in our hands. The loser will unconditionally give their revival token to the winner. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene erupted, and the students were as excited as if they were watching a grand drama. This is just too thrilling. Betting a revival coin worth tens of millions without hesitation. The bet is on the hell level difficulty, underground sewers, a hidden dungeon discovered just a few days ago, with an extremely high difficulty. No matter how hard it is, it's still just a level 5 dungeon. Chai Feng has the resources, and his dad can help him gather a 50-person team. Where does Yi Chen's confidence come from? Chai Feng listened to the discussion, tightly gripping the revival coin in his hand, fully aware of its importance and determined not to let it go easily. Fine, a bet it is. He glared fiercely at Yi Chen. After the exam, I'll lead the team to conquer the hell level difficulty, underground sewer. With that, he prepared to leave in a fit of rage. Yi Chen called out to him, wait a moment, sign the contract before leaving. The two raised their right hands, thumbs interlocked, and a contract list appeared before them. Yi Chen quickly wrote down the terms of the bet, and finally, both parties left their fingerprints while placing their respective revival tokens on the contract. Contract established. Yi Chen's face blossomed into a full smile. With the contract in place, he wasn't afraid of Chai Feng reneging on the deal. Chai Feng sneered, Yi Chen, you're smiling so happily. Do you think you've beaten me? The contract is signed. When you lose, don't come crying to me to return your revival coins. After saying that, Chai Feng left with his group. When everyone had dispersed, Lin Qingmeng looked worried. Yi Chen, you were too reckless. How could you impulsively agree to such a bet with Chai Feng? Yi Chen said confidently, it's fine, I'll win. Lin Qingmeng sighed, although I don't understand why you're so confident, I'll still find some friends to help you. Even if you can't clear the level, don't push yourself and end up dying in the dungeon. Yi Chen looked at her concerned expression, feeling a warmth in his heart, and did not refuse. Alright, then thank you in advance, class beauty. The annual global exam has finally arrived. People from all over the world are paying close attention to this life-defining test for high school seniors. This exam concerns the future of the students and the fate of the nation. Whether it's local universities, guilds, factions, or mercenary groups, all are closely monitoring, seeking geniuses with exceptional combat experience and talent. In Jiangcheng, where Yi Chen resides, the only exam venue requires all senior high school students to gather at the school gate at 6 in the morning to take buses to the examination site. Relying on memories from his past life, Yi Chen appeared calm and composed. The other students in the car were unusually excited. The homeroom teacher, Shi Jianrun, tirelessly calmed the students' emotions, reminding everyone to stay composed and apply the combat techniques they had learned. As Shi Jianrun passed by Yi Chen vaguely heard him snort coldly, his tone full of disdain and contempt. Some students, if you encounter monsters you can't handle, don't try to act tough. Just give up honestly and at least save your life. If you die in the dungeon, it won't just cause trouble for me but also for the school. The car instantly fell silent, and many students turned their gaze toward Yi Chen, clearly aware that the remark was directed at him. In previous exams, although there have been tragic deaths, they have never hindered this global talent selection event. The exam scenarios are jointly designed by the world's 5 major nations, balancing difficulty, fairness, and challenge, while also carrying certain risks. If candidates feel endangered, they only need to shout the word quit to immediately exit, ensuring the utmost safety. However, there are always some students who, out of unwillingness or impulsiveness, confront formidable enemies they shouldn't, ultimately losing their lives in the scenario. Despite this, the global exam proceeds as scheduled, as it remains the fairest mechanism for talent elimination. In an era of universal advancement, death is ever present. Only by confronting life and death can stronger warriors be forged. Soon, the school bus arrived at a spacious open area on the outskirts of Zheng City. Yi Chen and other senior students from various schools disembarked. One after another, 20 high schools gathered together, and all the exam candidates were finally assembled. The crowd lined up neatly, while a few middle-aged men on the high platform ahead were engaged in low conversation. Yi Chen recognized them as influential figures in Zheng City. The highest governor, members of the martial council, the president of the major guild, held, and others. With the exam imminent, a tense atmosphere permeated the scene. As time passed, the morning light grew brighter. At exactly 8 o'clock, one of the prominent figures on the high platform officially spoke. "Welcome all senior students of Jiang City to this exam." Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd below. This exam scenario is Grey Forest. As the words fell, the giant screen ahead slowly unveiled, and a vast blue light surged from the forest entrance. The swirling blue energy vortex strongly captivated everyone. The students' eyes were blazing, their blood boiling. The exam has finally begun. This time, I will prove myself and achieve excellent results. 3 years of hard study. I will not let my parents' expectations down. The important figure continued. Dungeon monsters are globally standardized, with unified difficulty. Now, let me introduce them to everyone. The Grey Forest is divided into 5 difficulty levels: normal, elite, hard, torment, and hell. Speaking of hell difficulty, don't take it seriously. After all, this is a 50-player raid, and with your current strength, it's almost impossible to clear. So, let's focus on the first 3 difficulty levels. I believe after 3 years of honing your skills, you all have a clear understanding of your abilities. Now, you have 1 hour to consider. The test starts promptly at 9. He slowly explained the details of the instance. The 4 main areas of the Grey Forest safe zone: forest outpost, forest path, Grey depths. A total of 120 normal monsters, 10 elite monsters, and 3 bosses. Killing normal monsters earns 3 points each. Killing all of them totals 360 points, barely enough for the vocational line. Each elite monster is worth 10 points. Killing all of them totals 100 points. The two combined make 460 points, roughly at the level of a second-tier university. But I believe you are not content with mediocrity. The key lies in the 3 bosses. The first 2 bosses are worth 50 points each, and the final boss is worth 100 points. Defeating monsters alone can earn a maximum of 660 points. Out of the total 750 points, the remaining 90 points come from completion time and performance. At this moment, a burly man stepped onto the stage. He was the official examiner of Jiangcheng, in charge of the rules for this exam. He continued to explain: elite difficulty monster scores increase by 10%, hard by 15%, and torment by 20%. The students whispered among themselves. If you want to aim for a high score, you have to choose a higher difficulty. The difficulty increases, and the monsters are stronger. Then I'll just kill normal and elite monsters and avoid the boss. Won't that work? That makes sense. On hard difficulty, killing all the monsters can earn 529 points, plus the performance time. 600 points isn't hard. Scoring over 600 is already lucky. Yi Chen listened, recalling the top scorer of the exams in his previous life, that legendary figure abroad who achieved a torturous exam difficulty score of 739. After defeating the first 2 bosses, the base score was 560, multiplied by the difficulty factor to 672, and then adding performance and time bonuses, the record-breaking score shocked the entire world. The global exam difficulty settings were never designed for students to eliminate all the monsters in the dungeon. As the students were fervently discussing, a familiar voice sounded in Yi Chen's ear. "Yi Chen, which difficulty do you plan to choose?" He turned his head to see Lin Qingmeng and calmly replied, "Hell difficulty." As soon as these words were spoken, they caused laughter all around, and everyone thought he was joking. Lin Qingmeng also laughed along. "I plan to choose the hard difficulty and will be satisfied with scoring above 650. Yi Chen said firmly, "Do you remember what I said yesterday?" "Yes, I remember." "Firmly remember, you can definitely score 700 points on the exam." The mocking laughter of Chai Feng and the others suddenly erupted. "Ha, a bottom-ranked student daring to teach the class beauty how to take an exam. What a joke. Lin Qingmeng is in the top 5 of the grade. And who are you, Yi Chen? Stop pretending. The exam dungeon is about to start. You'd better honestly choose the normal difficulty and not show off by picking the hard mode. If you can't even defeat the monsters, now that would be truly embarrassing." Mocking laughter surrounded Yi Chen like a tide. Lin Qingmeng showed anger and questioned, "You're going too far. Yi Chen is also our classmate. Why are you bullying him?" Yi Chen responded calmly, "Forget it, class beauty. From today on, we don't belong to the same world." These words enraged Chai Feng. "Yi Chen, what do you mean? Who do you think you are? We're not from the same world? You useless trash who hasn't even changed professions. What gives you the right to boast in front of brother Chai?" At this moment, the homeroom teacher Shi Jianrun stormed over angrily and scolded harshly, "Yi Chen, the exam is coming up and you're still making noise here? Shut up immediately and stop disturbing others. If you don't listen, I'll have to punish you." Yi Chen stared coldly at Shi Jianrun. Chai Feng and the others secretly rejoiced, feeling smug as they watched Yi Chen being humiliated by the homeroom teacher. Yi Chen did not argue back. He knew that with the exam approaching, it would do no good to fall out with the homeroom teacher now. He only needed to prove himself with his results. The scores would naturally speak for him. After the commotion subsided, Lin Qingmeng softly comforted him. "Yi Chen, don't let their words affect you. Keep it up. I believe you'll achieve great results." Yi Chen nodded firmly. "See you at the top."
stop. Lin Qingmeng was stunned, faintly sensing the awakening ambition in Yi Chen's eyes.
Time passed second by second, and suddenly a voice sounded from the front. The exam begins. Non-candidates, please leave the venue. Candidates, line up and enter the instance in order.
Tens of thousands of candidates in Jiangcheng formed long lines, entering the Grey Forest instance one after another. The order of entry made no difference, the only distinction lay in the order of completion. Upon entering, the candidates radiated light, with white or blue light corresponding to different difficulty levels.
While queuing, the students were extremely nervous. The exam is about to start. I'm so nervous. My dad hired the chief warrior of an A-rank guild to teach me combat skills, so I'll definitely do well on the test. Jealous of you, I have nothing and can only rely on myself.
Suddenly, a green light flashed, and everyone exclaimed, someone chose the hard difficulty. This candidate is really confident, under immense pressure.
Scared even before the test starts, Yi Chen waited for half an hour, and it was finally his turn.
The staff reminded him, stay calm and composed inside, don't overexert yourself.
Wishing you the best results. Yi Chen nodded, handed over his admission ticket for verification, and walked toward the replica's light screen. A prompt sounded in his ear. Do you wish to enter the Grey Forest replica? Enter. Please select the difficulty. Hell level.
In an instant, blinding red light erupted behind Yi Chen.
The staff exclaimed, that student chose hell difficulty. The crowd outside buzzed. Did I see that right? Actually chose hell level? Hee, probably a slacker student. No one can pass the hell level difficulty. He can't even kill a single monster. Definitely a 0 score. The prominent figure in the examination hall shook his head in disappointment. Every year there's this farce. In the hell level dungeon, he can't even defeat the first monster. Supreme Governor Qin Ming converses with Overseer Bai Long. Bai Long asked, does Jiangcheng have any promising talents this year? I heard about someone named Lin Qingmeng.
Qin Ming replied with a smile, that's right, her father is an important figure.
Bai Long asked again, I heard Principal Guan is particularly interested in Yi Chen.
Qin Ming exclaimed in surprise, your information is really up to date.
Yi Chen was regarded as a genius in his first year of high school, stunning the entire city. Bai Long asked curiously, what heroic deed did he accomplish?
Qin Ming recounted, when the Jiangnan ceiling demon wall cracked, and 100-level demon beasts poured out, Jiangcheng was in grave danger.
Yi Chen, a
third-year middle school student with only level 4 strength, risked his life to sneak into the crack and secretly used the boundary stone to repair the fissure.
Bai Long admired, with such courage and skill, he is undoubtedly Jiangcheng's ace.
Qin Ming smiled bitterly, he was as brilliant yet fleeting as a meteor.
Throughout high school, he remained at level 4, failing all 6 career advancements. Bai Long was shocked. How is that possible? Stunning in 9th grade, yet fallen to this in high school?
Qin Ming sighed. His parents died in the ocean demon tide battle, which dealt him a heavy blow. Principal Guan treats him like his own and has repeatedly urged him to pull himself together, but we can't demand too much from a young boy.
Bai Long's expression was complicated as he slowly asked, did he change professions in this exam? At that moment, Guan Jianfeng, the principal of Jiangcheng First High School, stepped forward and answered solemnly, I don't know. Qin Ming was somewhat surprised. Principal Guan, why are you unclear about this?
Guan Jianfeng frowned slightly. Yesterday, I intended to help him change his profession again, but he refused. Moreover, yesterday he faced off against a level 20 mage, and I personally saw him defeat the mage with a single punch.
Boom!
So I speculate that he should already have a profession. Qin Ming heard this and smiled. It seems Yi Chen is truly making a comeback. He turned to the staff beside him. Check what difficulty level Yi Chen chose for the instance. The staff looked through the records, and their expression immediately turned strange. Governor Qin, Yi Chen actually chose the hell difficulty exam instance. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of prominent figures fell completely silent, their faces full of astonishment.
Bai Long asked in confusion, is this student always so arrogant?
The staff member added, he is the only one among all the candidates in Jiangcheng who chose the hell difficulty.
Qin Ming's expression was grave as he looked at Guan Jianfeng. Principal Guan, did you approve of this? Guan Jianfeng replied solemnly, it has nothing to do with me. You students actually dare to choose hell difficulty, it's simply outrageous. Completely unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth, how can you be so reckless? However, his eyes were full of trust in Yi Chen. I believe in Yi Chen. Since he made the choice, he must have his own plan. Qin Ming shook his head repeatedly. No, this is too absurd. Roar! The hell-level monster can kill Yi Chen in one move. If he really dies in the dungeon, taking responsibility is a minor issue. The key is, can our conscience bear it? How can we face his parents? Qin Ming's words were like thunder in the ears, deeply shocking Guan Jianfeng. The elder took a deep breath and coldly stared at Qin Ming. Then what do you suggest? Qin Ming hesitated. Stop his exam. Guan Jianfeng questioned. Reason? Just say he violated the exam rules. Qin Ming was instantly at a loss for words, unable to come up with a reasonable excuse for a long time. In any case, we must find a way to remove Yi Chen from the instance. This is complete nonsense. At this moment, Yi Chen, who had entered the hell level difficulty, Grey Forest, was completely unaware that the big shot
bots outside were already arguing fiercely because of him. In his previous life, Yi Chen had never expected that he would be so important in the eyes of these powerful figures. Ah! Yi Chen let out a long sigh, feeling a trace of familiarity. How nostalgic. This feeling is like returning to the youthful days of the past. The dungeon before him was both unfamiliar and familiar. Got to hurry. Hell level dungeon, only 1 hour to clear it. Yi Chen suddenly realized that the exam dungeon didn't have the same punishment mechanisms as the outside dungeons. Instead, it was equipped with an auxiliary mechanism: full map access. Unlike external dungeon dark maps, candidates can directly view the full layout of the Grey Forest. This reflects the exam's consideration for the candidates, focusing on testing combat ability, judgment, and efficiency, while avoiding wasting time searching for monsters. On the map, 120 regular monsters, 10 elite monsters, and 3 bosses are clearly displayed. Relying on his past life's dungeon experience, Yi Chen quickly planned a route, decisively left the safe zone, and headed straight for the forest outpost. Just arrived, I saw 40 goblins and 3 red goblins wandering around the area. The goblin village blocks the way, and all exam candidates must pass through here. Once you get close, it attracts the hatred of all goblins. Yi Chen immediately activated the Shield Knight skill Golden Shield, surrounding himself with a shield that provides 65% of his maximum health as shield value, along with 10% tenacity, greatly enhancing his survivability. He stared at the nearest goblin, and the attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Goblin, level 10, health 1000, attack 60, defense 20, skills throwing stones, consecutive club strikes. Description: beginner level monster in the exam dungeon, with simple tactics and low threat level. Yi Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. In his previous life, during normal difficulty, goblins only had 100 health points. Now, having chosen hell difficulty, their health had skyrocketed tenfold. However, Yi Chen was no longer the same as before. With over 32,000 health points, he was more than capable of challenging the hell difficulty Grey Forest. Charge! He activated the warrior skill, his figure dashing forward like a phantom, striking the nearest goblin with a fierce blow. Minus 331. The goblin staggered, a dizziness icon flashing above its head, stunned for 2 seconds. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Chen swung the Thousand Mechanisms sword, unleashing combo slash, his arm bursting with immense power. Bang bang bang. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive slashes, striking in an instant. Minus 291, minus 289, minus 293. With a roar, the goblin's health bar dropped to 0, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. It took only 2 seconds for Yi Chen to slay the first goblin, earning 4.5 points. Why 4.5 points? The score in hell difficulty dungeons is increased by 50%, far surpassing the 20% bonus in torment difficulty. Though the score seems exaggerated, it is actually reasonable. Torment difficulty is 5 times harder than normal difficulty, while hell difficulty is 10 times harder. 99% of examinees worldwide can't even kill the first monster in hell difficulty. At this moment, Yi Chen swiftly charged toward the remaining goblins, his steps like the wind, unstoppable. Clang, clang, clang. The goblin's hammers struck heavily against Yi Chen's shield, causing bursts of numbers to appear. Minus 31, dash 34, dash 33. However, Yi Chen's golden shield remained completely intact, without a single crack. After all, this shield equated to 65% of his maximum health, a whopping 21,000 shield points. No matter how hard the goblins struck, Yi Chen stood as steady as a mountain. To save time, Yi Chen boldly devised a plan to attract the aggro of all the monsters in the camp. He watched as 39 ordinary goblins and 3 elite goblins raised their weapons in unison and surrounded him. He quickly activated Golden Shield, then frequently used normal attacks to continuously slash monsters, aiming to stack the Battle Frenzy buff. Each attack on an enemy increases damage and attack speed by 16%, lasting for 8 seconds. As the stacks accumulated, attack speed and damage skyrocketed, and Yi Chen soon reached the 12-layer limit, with damage increasing by a staggering 198%. He calculated in his mind, Half Moon Slash covers a 4-meter fan-shaped area, adds 34% extra damage, Core Talent boosts damage by 324%, current attack power is 74. This strike is bound to be formidable. Excited, Yi Chen activated Half Moon Slash, and a dazzling sword light swept out, enveloping over 40 monsters. Suddenly, red damage numbers exploded like raindrops. 591, 586, 587, 595. The scene was extremely shocking, with the monster's health suddenly reduced by half. Yi Chen was in no hurry, patiently waiting for the 30-second cooldown to end. Once the buffs were fully stacked again, he swept his sword across, instantly clearing all the monsters in the field. The exam score skyrocketed to 180 points. In less than 5 minutes, it had already approached the 250-point score achieved in the previous life under normal difficulty. At this moment, there are only 3 elite goblins left on the field. Elite Goblin, level 10, HP 2000, attack
attack, 80, defense, 30, skills, precision, stone throwing, precision club strikes. Description: the first batch of elite monsters in the exam instance, with simple tactics and moderate threat. Although the attack power is high, ordinary candidates have less than 100 health points and can be instantly killed if they are not careful. However, Yi Chen's health is extraordinary, and his shield is indestructible. Without hesitation, he repeatedly used charge and combo slash, killing 3 elite monsters within 3 minutes, earning an additional 45 points and raising his exam score to 225 points. With limited time, Yi Chen did not rashly challenge the boss but quickly headed to the next area, the forest road. Here, the dense trees concealed a group of brown bears. Yi Chen took the initiative, letting out a loud howl to quickly attract the attention of all the brown bears. 40 ordinary brown bears and 3 elite brown bears were all summoned by him. Brown bear, level 10, life 1300, attack 70, defense 30, skills, bear hug, over the shoulder throw. Introduction: the exam copy's secondary monsters have simple methods and moderate threats. Yi Chen followed the same procedure, first applying a shield, then frequently using normal attacks to stack bravery in battle. After reaching 12 layers, he unleashed crescent slash, causing the brown bears to lose health. 551, 556, 557, 545. Although its defense is higher than that of a goblin, the damage is slightly reduced, yet still considerable. Taking advantage of the cooldown interval, he targeted 3 elite brown bears, launching a series of fierce attacks that made them howl repeatedly, as if questioning why they were the only ones being beaten. Cooling ended, Yi Chen launched another group attack, leaving the remaining ordinary brown bears with very little health. The third wave of half moon slash concluded, and all ordinary brown bears perished. He spent 2 minutes clearing out 3 elite brown bears. At this moment, the exam time was 18 minutes, with 80 ordinary monsters and 6 elite monsters killed, scoring an impressive 450 points. Seeing the score, Yi Chen's face revealed a confident smile. In my previous life, I took the exam on normal difficulty, spent 5 hours, and only scored 250 points. Now, in just 18 minutes, I've already reached 450 points. His goal was far beyond this, to create an unprecedented and unmatched perfect score in the exam. In fact, only by starting from the difficult level of difficulty would there be a chance to achieve a perfect score. On normal and elite difficulties, even if all monsters were killed, it would still be impossible to get a perfect score. Yi Chen adjusted his state, bypassed the boss, and headed straight for the final area, the Grey Depths. Within a minute, Yi Chen dashed into the Grey Depths. The area was eerie and solemn, with grotesque trees standing like phantoms on both sides. He knew that lurking here were the troublesome tree demons. In his previous life, many examinees were caught off guard and ambushed by the tree demons, but Yi Chen had no need to worry. He directly equipped the golden shield and swaggered forward. Tree demon, level 10, life 1800, attack 100. In an instant, defense 40, skills, underground vines, restraint, vine whip frenzy. Introduction: the third type of monster in the exam dungeon, with diverse methods and extremely high threat levels. The tree demon boasts the highest health and attack power so far, but Yi Chen remains composed. He gathers the tree demon's aggro and clears them with a wave of area attacks. However, the tree demons move slowly, making it time-consuming to draw their aggro. Yi Chen used the skill half moon slash 4 times to eliminate the ordinary tree demons. The elite tree demons are even more formidable, with health reaching 4,000. There are 4 of them on the field, and clearing them took 11 minutes. By this point, Yi Chen had already spent half an hour in the dungeon, leaving 30 minutes to complete the challenge. Why does the Hell difficulty dungeon only allow 1 hour? The creators considered it a mere decoration, as no one had cleared it in a century. The focus remained on the design of the first 3 difficulty levels. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would actually kill all the ordinary and elite monsters? At this moment, Yi Chen's exam score astonishingly reached 690 points, already enough to meet the threshold for the world's top universities. With 3 major bosses remaining to be defeated, once the score surpasses 750, the examiners will be caught off guard. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Global United Nations Examination Department, the monitoring system was tracking the status of candidates from various countries in real time. The screen suddenly zoomed in on Yi Chen's perspective, shocking the blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign experts. Who is this candidate? His score has actually surpassed 690 points. He's only been in the instance for 30 minutes. Could he have already cleared the monsters? He chose the Hell difficulty. The news instantly spread among the Global Examination Department members. Longhwa's Minister of Education, Xiao Tianyi, was astonished upon hearing it. Really? Is Longhwa finally going to produce a genius who will shock the world? He still has 3 major bosses left to defeat. How could he score so high? The jury's scoring isn't even complete, because he chose Hell difficulty. As the words fell, Xiao Tianyi's cup shattered on the ground, and he rushed excitedly to the examination department hall. For years, the Dragon Nation had not produced a top-tier genius, suffering suppression from Western powers
powers and weakening national
strength. The absence of top-level experts left the nation's fate in jeopardy. Now, Yi Chen's rise filled Xiao Tianyi with hope.
He arrived at the hall, where numerous international representatives had already gathered, staring at the central screen displaying Yi Chen's battle against the first boss. The representatives of the Western powers showed panic and dissatisfaction, and the leader of the beautiful country was the first to slander.
I suspect he cheated. His attack and defense are abnormal, completely unlike an ordinary candidate.
Or there might be an issue with his level, or he took banned substances to boost his strength.
Other countries echoed.
Candidates from the Dragon country have always been dishonest, often cheating in exams, unlike us in Asian country who are fair and honest. I suggest immediately revoking their qualifications and launching an investigation.
Xiao Tianyi's face darkened as he stepped forward, his tone stern. The exam isn't over yet, and you want to revoke their qualifications? Investigations should also be conducted after the exam is completed. If the investigation yields no results, are you willing to take responsibility? If not, then shut up. These words instantly dominated the atmosphere.
No matter how the West targeted Yi Chen, Xiao Tianyi was resolute in his defense, vowing to protect his fairness at all costs. To him, Yi Chen was the hope for the future of the Dragon Nation, a symbol of revitalizing national fortune. Yi Chen could sacrifice his life, but his achievements must be preserved. Xiao Tianyi's tough stance temporarily subdued the arrogant foreign representatives, but they had already begun investigating Yi Chen's situation. We need to verify the examination instance entered by this candidate from the Dragon country to see if there are any bugs.
If he maliciously exploited a loophole, the exam must be retaken.
I don't believe that such a powerful genius could emerge from the barbaric and backward Dragon country. Xiao Tianyi witnessed the contemptuous attitude of the Western powers toward Longwood and understood in his heart that their deeply ingrained prejudices over the past centuries would be difficult to change in a short time. Only when Longwood becomes powerful enough to make them fear will these powers bow their heads in submission. For some reason, a surge of emotion rose in Xiao Tianyi's heart, and he firmly believed that Yi Chen, who was fighting on the screen, was the hope for Longwood's future.
Yi Chen was completely unaware that his exam replica was currently being live-streamed and watched by countless people. He quickly rushed to the first boss.
As he passed the Goblin village, he glanced up and saw the Goblin King, draped in luxurious jewels and holding a scepter symbolizing royal authority, sitting atop a high watchtower. Yi Chen frowned deeply. In my previous life, this Goblin King was clearly on the ground.
Why has he climbed the high tower today?
At the headquarters of the Global United Nations Examination Department, Xiao Tianyi's secretary hurriedly reported, Director Qiu, the situation is dire.
The Westerners have altered Yi Chen's examination instance under the guise of a revision.
Xiao Tianyi's gaze turned icy cold as he cursed under his breath, those Western bastards. He immediately found the global head of the examination department, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western woman. Jenny, give me a reasonable explanation as to why you changed Yi Chen's exam copy without authorization. The Western woman replied confidently, our question-setting team discovered issues with the hell-level difficulty copy during verification, so we implemented a hotfix.
What's wrong with that?
Xiao Tianyi, the hell-level difficulty copy is not meant for exam students.
Most candidates who choose it don't aim for good grades.
Xiao Tianyi clenched his fists and glared angrily. I want to file a complaint.
What you're doing violates the rules.
The Western woman sneered. Feel free to file a complaint.
Our actions are legal and compliant. After she left, Xiao Tianyi's secretary couldn't suppress his anger. Director Qiu, this isn't the first time they've done something like this. They're afraid Yi Chen will threaten their country's ranking, so they're resorting to dirty tricks.
If Yi Chen had chosen the torment difficulty, there probably wouldn't have been so much trouble. The key is that he chose the hell difficulty.
Xiao Tianyi took a deep breath. This matter cannot be left unresolved. It must be reported to the state. The secretary expressed concern. What about Yi Chen? How can fairness be ensured?
Xiao Tianyi closed his eyes in contemplation, feeling the nation's helplessness and fragility on the international stage, and finally spoke with resignation. Everything will have to depend on him alone.
Yi Chen was in a dilemma at the moment.
The Goblin King sat high atop a lookout tower over 10 meters tall.
Climbing up would take at least 5 minutes, and the narrow platform was unsuitable for close combat.
He opened the skill panel. As a freelancer class, he could use beginner-level skills from all professions. This time, he chose skills from the bow and arrow and firearm categories.
Bow and arrow skills include
Flaming Arrow, proficiency level 0, shoots a burning arrow, dealing an additional 3% damage, cooldown 5 seconds. Stunning Arrow, proficiency level 0, shoots a stunning arrow, dealing an additional 5% damage, stuns for 1 second, cooldown 30 seconds.
Roll, proficiency level 0, quickly rolls forward, invincible during the action, cooldown 30 seconds.
Light as a Swallow, proficiency level 0, passive increases movement speed by 2% during combat. Long Shot, proficiency level 0, passive increases attack range by 5% during combat. Yi Chen analyzed, among the 5 bow skills, 2 are automatic passives.
Of the 3 active skills, Stunning Arrow and Roll are practical, while Flaming Arrow can be temporarily set aside.
Next, he checked the firearm skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rapid fire. Proficiency level 0 fires 10 bullets in succession, each dealing an additional 2% damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Freeze grenade. Proficiency level 0 throws a grenade, dealing an additional 4% damage, with a 40% chance to freeze enemies for 1 second. Cooldown 20 seconds. Sniping. Proficiency level 0 charges for 5 seconds, doubles range, deals an additional 10% damage, and doubles headshot damage. Cooldown 60 seconds. Quick reload. Proficiency level 0. Passive increases reload speed by 5%. Savage slaughter. Proficiency level 0. Passive increases critical damage by 2%. Yeech inside. The musket truly lives up to its name as a violent class. If choosing a ranged secondary specialization, the musket is the top recommendation. Passive skill Savage slaughter, when trained to level 50, increases critical damage by 100%, which is extremely exaggerated. Critical damage operates in an independent multiplier zone, significantly boosting damage. Sniper skill has a long cooldown, but headshot damage is doubled, almost flawless. Rapid fire and freeze grenade can be used occasionally. The freeze probability is unstable, so limited practice is sufficient. After studying the skills, Yeechin quickly transformed the 1000 machine umbrella in his hand. Within seconds, a beautifully crafted silver-white sniper rifle appeared before his eyes. He grinned. In his previous life as a shield knight, he had never experienced the feeling of using a sniper rifle. Today, he could finally give it a try. Holding the sniper rifle steadily with both hands, Yeechin activated the sniper skill and precisely aimed at the Goblin King on the watchtower through the 8x scope. The orange-yellow bullet inside the barrel slowly became enchanted, gathering immense power within. After 5 seconds of charging, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot thundered, the barrel trembled violently, and a bullet tore through the air, shooting straight at the Goblin King's head at incredible speed. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, blood spurted, and shocking numbers appeared. Minus 1,368. Critical hit, headshot. Yeechen's adrenaline surged as he exclaimed, "Damn, this damage is insane. Can this really be achieved at level 10? This gun not only triggers double damage for headshots but also brings a critical hit effect." The Goblin King was struck and fell from the watchtower, crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous explosion, and its health bar dropped sharply. Yeechin quickly checked the boss attributes. Goblin King, boss, level 10, life 841/4000, attack 150, skills frenzied club, hardened skin, earth cleave. Description: the first boss of the exam dungeon, extremely powerful, proceed with caution. Yeechan was overjoyed. His first sniper shot shaved off nearly 1/3 of the Goblin King's health. When the Goblin King hit the ground, its health dropped even further, leaving less than 1,000 points, which was easy for Yeechan to handle. He charged forward quickly, first casting Golden Shield on himself, then activating warrior skills like Charge, Combo Slash, and Crescent Slash in succession. He then skillfully switched between bow and firearm skills, attacking in turns. After a minute of relentless bombardment, the Goblin King let out a pitiful whimper and collapsed heavily to the ground. As the boss fell, it dropped a material, gray thread. Yeechan was ecstatic as he collected it, knowing it was one of the key materials needed to upgrade the 1000 machine umbrella. After slaying the Goblin King, Yeechan earned another 75 exam points, bringing his total to an astonishing 765 points. His score has surpassed the maximum, making him the only candidate in the century-long history of global exams to break the full score limit, setting an unprecedented record. Inside the headquarters of the Global United Nations Examination Department, exclamations erupted. Something big has happened. Yeechan from the Dragon Nation has scored 765 points, exceeding the full score. Staff and representatives from various countries were utterly shocked. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed chief officer, Jenny, was equally dumbfounded. How is this possible? A level 10 attribute panel defeating a 4000 HP hell difficulty boss? Jenny's questioning shocked the entire audience. The boss in the exam copy had high health, while the health of examinees worldwide hovered around 100 points, with even lower attack power, making it almost impossible to break through defenses, let alone achieve a kill. Fuming with anger, Jenny asserted, the Dragon Country examinee must be cheating. He's not level 10 but a high-level substitute. At this moment, Zhou Tianyi stepped forward, his tone stern. Nonsense. Are you questioning the fairness of our Dragon Country? All Dragon Country examinees undergo strict verification before entering the copy to ensure no errors. And aren't your eyes working? The level clearly shows 10. Jenny was furious to the point of madness. If Yeechen's achievements were true, the years of dominance by the beautiful country would come to an end, something they found hard to accept. They were accustomed to hegemony, accustomed to their superior status. Now, with the Dragon Country showing its sharp edge and fiercely humiliating the Western powers, the beautiful country was deeply unsettled. Jenny completely tore off her mask and, in order to protect her country's interests, issued a tough order: immediately revoke Yeechen's exam qualifications and terminate the instance. Zhou Tianyi roared angrily, impossible. This is unfair scare and a deliberate suppression of Dragon Country students. Immediately afterward, a group of level 100 strong guards flooded into the examination department headquarters, driving out the personnel from the Dragon Nation. Xiao Tianyi and the others resisted with all their might, but they were no match for the numbers and strength, and they couldn't act recklessly in the enemy's stronghold, leaving their fate uncertain. After being driven out of the headquarters, Xiao Tianyi clenched his fists tightly, unable to quell his anger.
Weakness is the original sin.
The Western powers bully our Dragon Nation because our national strength is frail, and we lack top-tier experts
to hold the line.
That's why they dare to brazenly oppress our Dragon Nation students and even attempt to erase Yi Chen's exam results. At this moment, Yi Chen in the exam copy is rushing towards the second boss. He is still unaware that a series of major events have occurred in the headquarters building of the Global Examination Department within the borders of the beautiful country because of him.
The general manager, Jenny, is issuing orders to discredit Yi Chen under various pretexts, thereby cancelling Yi Chen's exam results.
However, the cancellation of the results also requires going through a series of procedures.
This time spent on the process is also the time Yi Chen continues to take the exam.
Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the second boss.
Deep in the forest,
a giant bear king was currently lying on the ground resting. Yi Chen set up the sniper rifle from a distance,
then aimed at the bear king's head, activated the sniping skill. The next second,
a scorching bullet tore through the sky, echoing through the silent forest. The bullet fiercely pierced into the bear king's head.
-654. Headshot. Unfortunately, Yi Chen did not trigger a double critical hit this time. Boom! The bear king was directly blasted into the air by Yi Chen. It roared angrily, pounding its chest repeatedly, desperately searching for who had hurt it.
Yi Chen directly charged arrogantly toward the bear king. Anyway, he had the powerful protection of the golden shield, so he wasn't afraid of the bear king breaking through his defense.
Bear king, boss, level 10, life 5346/6000, attack 200, defense 60,
skills, golden bell shield, iron cloth, loving hug, enhanced version.
Description: the second type of boss in the exam dungeon. As a tough and durable gatekeeper, its fur is very sturdy. If you can't break through its defense, please detour quickly. Roar!
The bear king roared furiously and lunged at Yi Chen, intending to crush the human who had blown up its head into a pulp.
The next second, it found itself hugging an incredibly sturdy shield. -421.
Yi Chen glanced at the shield value he had lost and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This loving hug is really something. It instantly took away over 400 of my shield value. If it were other candidates, even several lives wouldn't be enough to withstand the bear king's hug. Although Yi Chen was quite surprised, over 400 damage was simply negligible compared to Yi Chen's shield value, which easily exceeded tens of thousands. Charge, combo slash, half moon slash. Yi Chen unleashed a set of skills. As a result, the bear king immediately let out a roar, and a golden light unexpectedly appeared on its body.
A series of crackling metallic sounds. -23, -12, -11, -10.
Yi Chen was dumbfounded when he saw the damage he had caused.
Damn, what kind of defense is this? My attacks can't even break through.
Golden bell shield. The bear king gains an 80% damage reduction effect for 30 seconds.
Yi Chen took a sharp breath.
You bear king, you're cheating.
An 80% damage reduction? How am I supposed to fight that? What Yi Chen didn't know, after he cleared the first boss, his dungeon underwent another hotfix update.
Originally, the bear king's golden bell shield skill only had a 20% damage reduction effect, but it was forcibly changed to an 80% damage reduction effect.
All of this was the doing of those Westerners in the Global Examination Department. Exam replicas, created as models developed by humans themselves. Humans can modify the content within them. This is different from various replicas found in the wild. For those replicas, humans can only follow the rules and have no way to modify them. Yi Chen's expression was very grim,
because he noticed that the bear king not only had the golden bell shield skill but also the damn iron cloth skill.
Iron cloth. The bear king gains a 200% defense boost, lasting for 30 seconds. As long as the bear king alternates between these two skills, that Yi Chen should stop thinking about killing the bear king. Are you kidding me? Yi Chen couldn't hold back anymore, letting out a string of curses. What kind of exam level is this? It's completely designed to make sure no one passes.
The skill, iron cloth shirt, was also modified by that group of Westerners. Previously, it provided a 20% defense boost, but they directly added a 0 to the number, making the difficulty 10 times harder.
Yi Chen immediately forced himself to calm down.
Conventional methods won't allow him to kill the bear king within the stipulated time. Then he has to resort to unconventional methods. In his previous life, after the exam ended, many experts shared their approaches to solving the exam questions. Among them was a simple and straightforward method. That's a fire that burns down the forest. When the forest catches fire, it might burn people, but it will also burn the monsters.
As long as the examinee runs fast enough and hides in time,
there's a chance to burn the monsters first first and then survive themselves. What is Yi Chen's greatest advantage? Thick blood. He made the decision to compete with the Bear King to see who could last longer. Because most candidates have very little health, and after being burned for a while, their health would quickly drop. This unconventional method is too risky. Even if some examinees know about it, they wouldn't dare to use it recklessly. Yi Chen immediately transformed the weapon into the Thousand Mechanisms bow. A flame arrow shot forward, but the target wasn't the Bear King. Instead, it was the trees in the forest. The flames quickly ignited, setting the trees ablaze, and the fire spread to other areas. Yi Chen waited until the cooldown time was over. He immediately fired another flame arrow, igniting an even larger area of the forest. Yi Chen didn't stop moving and directly ran toward the location of the third boss. He hurried up, burning the forest on one side while pulling out the final boss to fight together on the other. Before long, a raging wildfire broke out in the forest. The moment the flames rose, the speed of spreading was beyond human imagination. Yi Chen couldn't outrun the speed of the flames. In an instant, he was completely engulfed by the flames. Immediately after, his life points started to display a dense string of numbers. -1, -2, -1. Don't be fooled by the small numbers of health lost each time. You should know that in just 1 second, over 100 burning life damage numbers appeared above Yi Chen's head. If it were any other candidate, they would have been turned into a fireball in 1 second, without even a chance to escape. It's only because Yi Chen has a thick health bar that he can withstand the damage. Moreover, the most perverse aspect of this health deduction is that it actually ignores the shield and directly reduces Yi Chen's health bar. Yi Chen's whole body was burned, feeling numb and extremely uncomfortable. He watched helplessly as his health bar continued to drop. This was the first time Yi Chen experienced health bar anxiety. Although he currently had over 36,000 health points, he couldn't withstand the rate of losing hundreds of points per second. Moreover, this health depletion process was not something that could end in a short time. The fire in the entire forest was too intense. Yi Chen's fire directly burned the Bear King into a daze. The Bear King's fur was visibly set ablaze. The health bar above its head dropped even more dramatically. Burning ignores defense, after all. Before long, Yi Chen could even smell the aroma of meat coming from the Bear King. The Bear King boss had completely entered a state of fury. It knew that Yi Chen was the one who set the forest on fire, so at this moment, it had only one thought: roar! Catch Yi Chen, kill Yi Chen. As a result, a very strange scene appeared on the field. Yi Chen was running in front, while the Bear King was chasing behind. Blood was spurting from both of their heads. It's all about who has more health. Yi Chen relied on Dragon Step, always keeping a certain distance from the Bear King. In the end, the Bear King, during its wild sprint along the way, because its health bar reached the bottom, plopped down onto the ground. The massive noise echoed through the forest. Yi Chen quickly turned to look back, only to see that the Bear King had already perished. From its body, a material dropped, grisly scales. Yi Chen showed a joyful expression upon seeing this, because this was one of the materials needed for upgrading his 1000-machine umbrella. He quickly turned back to pick up the material. Then he dashed all the way toward the third boss. Finally, Yi Chen arrived at the location of the third boss. Fortunately, the forest fire did not reach this place. As for Yi Chen's health, it was only 1/5 remaining. Life, 7241/36478. Phew, this fire burned way too fiercely. Luckily, I have plenty of blood, or I would have ended up like the Bear King. When Yi Chen looked up toward the front, at the end of a dark and eerie place, there stood a 1000-year-old demon tree quietly. It appeared to be just an ordinary old tree, with densely packed branches and a complex network of roots sprawling across the ground. But in reality, he is the final boss of the exam copy. The big question in the students' mouths. Yi Chen glanced at the exam time. There were 11 minutes left. Within 11 minutes, he must defeat this Tree Demon King. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the Tree Demon King, and after a moment, the opponent's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Tree Demon King, Boss. Skills: Vine Enclosure, Underground Spikes, Gloomy Wind. Description: the third type of boss in the exam dungeon. As the final boss, it possesses immense strength, a vast health pool, and virtually no weaknesses. Unless you are absolutely confident, abandon the thought of killing it. Level 10. Health 10,000. Attack 300. Defense 50. Yi Chen took a slight breath. Tree Demon King, this is the toughest boss in the exam dungeon. In Hell difficulty, it has 10,000 health points. In normal difficulty, it also boasts as much as 1,000 health points. The average examinee is almost helpless against it. In his previous life, Yi Chen didn't even have the chance to meet the Tree Demon King before the exam ended. In this life, he finally met the Tree Demon King. The Tree Demon King was stronger than he had imagined. Yi Chen seized the moment and quickly cast a golden shield on himself, then launched a direct attack on the Tree Demon King. Charge, Combo Slash, Crescent Slash. A series of warrior skills were unleashed. The Tree Demon King's health dropped by a layer of its health bar. Yi Chen frowned tightly. At this rate, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to kill the Tree Demon King within the allotted time. Although he felt it was somewhat challenging, Yi Chen's offensive offensive did not stop. The warrior's skills entered cooldown. He immediately switched to bow and arrow skills and unleashed another set of attacks. Immediately switched to the musket skill, aimed the sniper rifle at the Tree Demon King, and deliver a headshot. After all this, the Tree Demon King's health barely dropped by 1/10.
If it were in another location fighting a boss, Yi Chen's damage output would already be considered astonishingly extraordinary.
But in the race against time during the exam instance,
Yi Chen's output was somewhat lacking. Moreover, as a tree-type monster, the Tree Demon King naturally had a rapid healing ability.
after Yi Chen dealt a set of damage, the Tree Demon King has recovered half of its health.
Now time is even more pressing. Just as Yi Chen continued his relentless attack,
it seemed as if a roaring sound emerged from his wrist. Immediately, the power of ice burst out from his wrist and instantly wrapped around the sword.
Suddenly, Yi Chen immediately reacted. The power of Lingxi. This was precisely the skill effect of his hero-grade equipment, Lingxi Bracelet.
Attacks have a 20% chance to unleash a Lingxi strike, dealing 200% ice attribute damage and inflicting a frozen state for 10 seconds, continuously reducing the enemy's movement speed by 50%. In an instant, Yi Chen's sword struck the Tree Demon King fiercely.
The Lingxi strike was forcefully channeled into the Tree Demon King's body. 200% ice attribute damage.
This strike from Yi Chen unexpectedly unleashed over 400 points of normal attack damage.
The most crucial aspect of this strike was that it carried an ice enchantment.
After the power of the ice enchantment entered the Tree Demon King's body, it directly froze the wounds on its body. This immediately caused the Tree Demon King's life regeneration to stop. Yi Chen saw this and a delighted smile appeared on his face.
The Tree Demon King isn't regenerating. I need to attack quickly. With that, Yi Chen went all out, desperately unleashing his skills on the Tree Demon King. Before long, the Tree Demon King's health dropped to 50%. The Tree Demon King was completely enraged.
All its branches and vines surged instantly, overwhelming the sky as they reached out to grab Yi Chen. Yi Chen hurriedly cast his shield on himself. Then, Vine Wrap directly seized his shield, causing its value to plummet rapidly. Yi Chen remained calm and unhurried. After all, he had plenty of blood.
He kept an eye on the time. 5 minutes left on the countdown. The Tree Demon King boss still had half of its health remaining.
For Yi Chen, even if he didn't kill the final boss, he had already achieved a perfect score.
However, since Yi Chen has been reborn, he will live this life without any regrets.
As long as it's something he wants to do, he will give it his all and strive to do his best. Stack the buffs to the max and gamble on the sniper rifle. After multiple uses of sniping, Yi Chen has also improved his proficiency with this skill.
Sniper. Proficiency, level 3.
Attributes. When used, the skill's range doubles, charging for 5 seconds toward the designated enemy, dealing an additional 30% damage. Headshot damage doubles, cooldown, 60 seconds. Although it's only level 3, the damage is already astonishing. Due to the long cooldown time, up to 1 minute, using it still feels quite extravagant.
There are still 5 minutes left.
Adding the time to stack buffs, Yi Chen estimated that he could use the sniping skill 4 times. So, he began to continuously attack the Tree Demon King. Used to stack the Braver and Braver buff. When stacked to 12 layers, it can no longer be stacked further because layers will drop.
Currently, there is a 192% damage increase.
Then, Yi Chen's core talent, Life Conversion Damage Boost, has brought the damage amplification to 365%.
Add an additional 30% damage from skills, and double the headshot damage. Then Yi Chen is betting on whether this headshot can trigger a critical hit. Let's start with the first shot. A sniper shot hit the Tree Demon King, and the damage instantly skyrocketed. Minus 621. Bang!
After seeing the damage, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned.
He immediately snapped back to reality. Missed the shot. No headshot. No critical hit.
Yi Chen was a bit flustered but quickly calmed himself down.
There's still 4 minutes and 20 seconds. I still have a chance.
Yi Chen continuously launched attacks on the Tree Demon King. As long as the skill effect of the Lingxi Bracelet can be triggered, the Tree Demon King can be frozen. Not only does it cause a wave of damage, but it also prevents it from regenerating health. However, once the skill effect wears off, the Tree Demon King will regenerate health again. Currently, the Tree Demon King still has over 7,000 health points.
After 60 seconds passed,
Yi Chen fully charged his buffs, picked up the sniper rifle once again, and this time carefully aimed at the Tree Demon King's head and fired.
1,242. Headshot. Hit.
A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, but the double critical hit still wasn't triggered. After all, Yi Chen's critical hit rate is currently only a mere 10%.
It's already good if 1 out of 10 shots lands a critical hit.
The Tree Demon King's health quickly dropped to over 5,000. Yi Chen immediately switched back to the Thousand Mechanism sword, continuously swinging skills and slashing at the Tree Demon King.
He kept chanting inwardly, "Hurry up and trigger the Lingxi strike."
Yi Chen unleashed a round of skills, reducing the Tree Demon King's health to less than 4,000.
The effect of the Lingxi bracelet still hadn't triggered. Yi Chen watched helplessly as the Tree Demon King's health was recovering. He grew increasingly anxious. Activate quickly.
Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a surge of powerful energy in his arm.
A layer of frost instantly appeared on the blade.
A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth just in time.
Spirit Strike.
A sword with ice enchantment pierced directly into the Tree Demon King's body. The Tree Demon King was immediately frozen. At this moment, its health returned to 4,500. Yi Chen quickly unleashed another set of skills.
The health dropped back below 4,000, and 60 seconds passed. 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining until the copy ends. Sniper, skill is ready.
Yi Chen did not hesitate and set up another sniper shot, with a guidance time of up to 5 seconds. At this moment, Yi Chen felt an unprecedented sense that time was too long. He focused intently, and this shot once again blew off the Tree Demon King's head.
1,258. Headshot.
Still no double crit trigger.
Yi Chen's expression instantly turned panicked. Boom! The Tree Demon King's health dropped to around 2,700, but there is only 1 minute and 10 seconds left until the dungeon ends. The cooldown time for sniping is 60 seconds, and the casting time is 5 seconds. This means the time to ultimately decide victory or defeat. Stuck in the final 10 seconds of the countdown.
At this moment, Yi Chen felt his adrenaline surging throughout his body. His entire being entered an exhilarating and excited combat state. This state was something he had only experienced in his previous life when fighting extremely powerful opponents. A state of super focus. In this 1 minute, I must not let the Tree Demon King's health increase, and I must reduce its HP to below 2,400.
Then I'll make one last gamble, betting that my final shot can trigger a double critical hit. The final minute.
Yi Chen was quite lucky, triggering the effect of the Linksy bracelet 3 times in a row.
The boss's health regeneration was continuously frozen. It even dropped to around 1,000 health at one point.
But as the 30-second dungeon countdown approached its end,
the Linksy strike never triggered again. Yi Chen desperately attacked, but the boss's health continued to recover at an extremely slow pace. In the final 10 seconds, the cooldown for Sniper finally ended.
At this moment, Yi Chen immediately raised the sniper rifle, aiming straight at the Tree Demon King's head. His heartbeat accelerated to the extreme, and his hands trembled slightly due to excessive excitement.
Calm down. With this shot, I will announce to the whole world that I, Yi Chen, am back. Guidance complete. Finally, Yi Chen pulled the trigger. A golden yellow bullet shot out from the gun barrel, precisely hitting the Tree Demon King's head. A thunderous explosion echoed. A dazzling crimson number burst out from the Tree Demon King's head. 2,488. Headshot, critical hit. Congratulations on killing the Tree Demon King boss. The exam dungeon is over. You will be teleported out of the exam dungeon in 5 seconds.
At this moment, Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief, a gratified and satisfied smile appearing on his face.
After the Tree Demon King died, a material burst out from its body. Ash wood. It finally dropped.
The third material needed to upgrade the 1,000 machine umbrella. In the last second before being teleported out, Yi Chen quickly picked up the material. A radiant light enveloped his body, and the world before his eyes instantly twisted and spun.
Yi Chen reappeared at the entrance point of the dungeon.
The surroundings were silent. The sunlight was bright, shining on him.
The next second,
Yi Chen looked up at the dazzling sun, feeling exceptionally cheerful.
In no time, my exam is finally over.
When Yi Chen walked out of the examination room, all the staff, teachers, and leaders outside the venue turned their eyes toward him in unison.
A candidate has already finished the exam? Only an hour has passed. Could it be that this candidate has given up on the exam?
Especially Shi Jianrun, who immediately saw the person coming out. It was his student, Yi Chen. For some reason, Shi Jianrun felt particularly delighted in his heart. Only an hour had passed, and Yi Chen had already left the exam instance.
It can only mean that Yi Chen couldn't continue the exam, so he came out early. Shi Jianrun walked toward Yi Chen. With a sarcastic expression on his face, he said, Yi Chen, you're done with the exam? Why did you come out? Was the instance too difficult, and you realized you couldn't handle it? Yi Chen had no good attitude toward Shi Jianrun.
Although the other party was his homeroom teacher, Yi Chen disliked teachers who categorized people into different levels. He said coldly, finished the exam.
Shi Jianrun immediately burst into laughter. Finished the exam? You must be joking.
This exam had 120 small monsters, 10 elite monsters, and 3 bosses.
Are you telling me you killed them all in just 1 hour? Yi Chen, it's bad enough that you don't work hard usually, but now you've even picked up the bad habit of lying? As a renowned top-tier teacher, having a student like you is a disgrace to me.
Shi Jianrun stood in front of a group of staff members, and even teachers from other schools. He mercilessly hurled a barrage of insults at Yi Chen.
The staff couldn't bear to watch any longer.
They quickly stepped in to maintain order. This student, since you have finished the exam, please rest outside the venue.
Yi Chen walked toward the outside of the venue. The outside area belongs to the outermost perimeter of the examination zone.
To get out, one needs to walk a distance of 2 kilometers. A large number of parents and media reporters reporters were already waiting outside the venue. When Yi Chen was the first to step out of the venue, countless parents and media reporters surged toward him. These people all rushed to interview him.
Classmate, what's your name? Which school are you from? Did you leave the exam hall so quickly to create a buzz as the first student to finish? Are you trying to become an internet celebrity? Classmate, as the first student to leave the exam hall today, what are your thoughts? Were this year's exam questions difficult? Did you defeat all the monsters? Only an hour has passed. Why are you already out of the exam hall? Did you submit your paper early? A group of media reporters' flashlights kept flashing on Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned, feeling that these were very dazzling. People jostled and tugged at him, trying to interview him. At that moment, an elderly man with a broad back stood in front of Yi Chen. He smiled and looked at everyone. Dear parents and reporters, thank you for your concern for our student, but he has just finished his exam and is very tired, so he cannot accept interviews. Please understand. Yi Chen looked slightly surprised at the elder in front of him. He suddenly realized it was Principal Guan Jianfeng. Under Guan Jianfeng's protection, Yi Chen successfully left the examination hall. When the two reached a place where no one was around, Guan Jianfeng stopped walking and revealed a kind smile. Yi Chen, congratulations. You're famous internationally now. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Principal, how did I become famous? Guan Jianfeng looked at Yi Chen meaningfully. The hell difficulty exam instance, clearing all the monsters within an hour. Your exam score has reached an unprecedented 990 points. Yi Chen became even more curious. Principal, how did you know? Guan Jianfeng said, you participated in the exam instance, and all the clearance records are uploaded to the Global Examination Department. Just now, the Global Examination Department has exploded. But, Guan Jianfeng changed his tone and said, a very serious issue has arisen. The group of Westerners in the Global Examination Department is planning to invalidate your exam results. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock. Why? This is my exam score. I didn't cheat, so why should my score be invalidated? Yi Chen never expected this. After being reborn, he was actually targeted because his score was too high. Guan Jianfeng's tone was somber, because the exam rules were set by that group of Westerners. The decision-making power has always been in their hands. The Dragon Nation is weak in national strength and cannot compete with those Western powers in international affairs. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He had already personally experienced this matter in his previous life. Weak nations have no diplomacy. He clenched his fists tightly, flames of resentment burning in his eyes. Guan Jianfeng saw Yi Chen in this state. He whispered, since the arrival of the Apocalypse game 100 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom has yet to produce a truly top-tier powerhouse. Among the peak level 120 powerhouses, no one from the Dragon Kingdom has been able to break into their ranks. Yi Chen closed his eyes, striving to suppress the flames of anger within him. The matter Guan Jianfeng mentioned was something he was aware of as well. The world's #1 powerhouse in terms of level comes from the Western Beautiful Country, a hidden class sorcerer, level 129, and the #1 rank in Dragon Country is Li Wuyuan, titled Grandmaster. But he is only level 119. The #1 in Dragon Country is a full 10 levels behind the global #1. This is precisely why people say Dragon Country's strength is weak. In the circle of top-tier powerhouses, the Dragon Kingdom has no voice. This is precisely why the Western powers dare to brazenly bully the Dragon Kingdom's candidates, because the appearance of Yi Chen threatened their interests. Therefore, they did not hesitate, even if it meant breaking the rules, to suppress Yi Chen. This is their usual domineering and brutal tactic. It has been like this for the past 100 years. Yi Chen, the nation is already aware of your situation. The principal of Linglong Divine Academy has specially approved an admission notice for you, and the Dragon Nation's top secret organization, the Huaxia Dragon Group, has also extended an invitation to you, sincerely inviting you to join the Divine Dragon Genius program. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. These were things he had no knowledge of in his previous life. Unexpectedly, at this moment, they came rushing toward him like a torrential downpour. Guan Jianfeng looked at Yi Chen, who seemed a bit dazed. He smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Young man, don't be surprised, and don't be disappointed. Exams are just an insignificant part of your life. Follow me, the captain of the Huaxia Dragon Group is waiting for you. Yi Chen was somewhat confused. He followed Guan Jianfeng to a modestly styled bus. The bus was parked in the parking lot outside the examination venue. When Yi Chen got into the car, he suddenly saw some familiar faces. The reason they seemed familiar was because these people were well-known figures to Yi Chen in his previous life. Battlefield Meat Grinder, Zhang Yan, Huaxia Dragon Team, Captain, Level 112 Dark Blood Warrior. Breaking thousands of armies, Feng Gong, Huaxia Dragon Team, Vice Captain, Level 111 Heavy Shield Knight. Deathstorm, Luo Xiaofei, Huaxia Dragon Team, Vice Captain, Level 110 Death Mage. 3 people were sitting in the car, 2 men and 1 woman, waiting for Yi Chen to get in. 3 people simultaneously looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt immense pressure. He was a bit nervous too, as these 3 had been his idols
skills in his previous life, especially Feng Gong, whose heavy armored shield knight was known as the #1 shield in the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that the person Yi Chen learned the most from was him.
Jiang Yan was the first to speak. Student Yi Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please have a seat. Yi Chen obediently sat down. Jiang Yan glanced at Guan Jianfeng afterward. Guan Jianfeng tactfully got out of the car. Only 4 people were left inside the car. Captain Jiang Yan said, Student Yi Chen, we already know about your situation.
To be honest, you have greatly shocked us. A student taking an exam was able to clear a hell difficulty exam instance, and you did it alone within an hour. Although the hell difficulty of the exam instance is considerably easier than the hell difficulty of external instances, as the first person in 100 years to break this record, this astonishing feat of yours is likely to be unprecedented and unmatched. Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed listening to the praise from his idol from his previous life.
At this moment, Vice Captain Feng Gong said, Student Yi Chen, based on the nation's intentions, we, on behalf of the Huaxia Dragon Team, sincerely invite you to join the Divine Dragon Genius Program. Yi Chen asked in confusion, the Divine Dragon Genius Program, what is that? Vice Captain Luo Xiaofei explained with a smile, Student Yi Chen, this Divine Dragon Genius Program is a training plan specifically
designed for top-tier geniuses, proposed by the Dragon Nation to counter foreign threats and strengthen the nation's power. In short, if you join the Shenlong Genius Program, you can receive full support from the nation. This includes various resources, equipment, materials, books, and even the top-tier teachers of the Dragon Country, all at your disposal. Of course, this is not without a cost. Joining the Shenlong Genius Program means becoming a person of the nation, and you may have to sacrifice your freedom in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen hesitated for 5 minutes.
In the end, he said, I choose not to join the Shenlong Genius Program.
As soon as these words were spoken,
the 3 people in the car all simultaneously showed surprised expressions. They asked in unison. Yi Chen was not unwilling to serve his country.
On the contrary, when he learned that his exam results had been tampered with by Westerners, the anger in his heart had already reached its peak. At that moment, Yi Chen had only one thought in his mind. One day, he will surely lead the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Why? Let these Western powers that humiliate the Dragon Kingdom all kneel down and bow in submission.
However, why did Yi Chen reject the Divine Dragon Genius Plan?
There are several reasons for this. Yi Chen said, first of all, I want to thank the country for its support and the 3 leaders of the Dragon Group for their trust.
However, I, Yi Chen, am accustomed to being carefree and free. If I were to join the system and work within it, I fear I might not adapt well. That said, the rise and fall of a nation is everyone's responsibility. The decision I made is not because I don't want to serve the country. On the
contrary, when my strength becomes powerful enough, I will definitely seek justice for the century of humiliation suffered by the Dragon Nation. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 members of the Dragon Group of China exchanged glances.
Then, the 3 of them showed understanding smiles. Alright, we understand and support your approach. Captain Jiang Yan said, Student Yi Chen, let's exchange contact information.
If you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to us. The Huaxia Dragon Team can provide you with help free of charge. Upon hearing the words help free of charge,
Yi Chen was clearly taken aback. Vice Captain Luo Xiaofei smiled faintly. Student Yi Chen, don't be afraid.
This is a voluntary act of assistance from the 3 of us, and we don't expect you to do anything in return. We also hope that the Dragon Kingdom will produce someone who can truly shoulder great responsibilities.
Maybe, you are that person. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. I will work hard. After Yi Chen exchanged contact information with the 3,
Captain Jiang Yan suddenly said, the Vice Principal of Linglong Divine Academy is here too. You should go meet him.
He's in the car next door. Yi Chen wore a surprised and stunned expression. He got off this car and boarded another one.
On the car, an elderly lady with white hair was kindly looking at Yi Chen.
Seeing Yi Chen get on, she warmly said, You're Yi Chen, right? Come, sit here quickly.
After Yi Chen sat down, the other party looked at him with a cheerful smile.
Student Yi Chen, I am Tang Xiong, the Vice Principal of Linglong Divine Academy.
On behalf of Linglong Divine Academy, I have personally come to deliver your admission letter. I hope you will consider choosing our school.
Yi Chen took a thin admission letter. Don't underestimate this seemingly thin sheet of paper. It carries immense weight. It holds the dreams of countless examinees.
Across the entire Dragon Kingdom, the most prestigious university is none other than Linglong Divine Academy. The principal of Linglong Divine Academy is Li Wuyuan, titled Grandmaster. He is also the #1 person in Longhua, a level 119 Tianyuan formation master. That's right, the profession of this #1 person in Longhua is quite niche. Formation profession, hidden profession, Tianyuan formation master. Skilled in strategy and formation, capable of altering the world with astonishing destructive power. Yi Chen did not hesitate much. He accepted the admission notice. I am willing to join Linglong Divine Academy. The reason is none other. Vice Principal Tang Xiong smiled brightly. The genius before her was one of a kind in 100 years. Yi Chen choosing the Linglong Linglong Divine Academy made her feel as if she had found a treasure.
This is a blessing for the Linglong Divine Academy.
It is also a blessing for the Dragon Nation, she said with a smile. Linglong Divine Academy has 4 major departments. According to the rules, students with higher exam scores have priority in choosing. Yi Chen had memories from his past life regarding this matter, so he understood it very well.
Linglong Divine Academy is divided into 4 major departments:
Divine Martial Department, Spiritual Department, Technology Department, Ancient Department. Each department has its own characteristics and unique strengths, but there are still differences in strength. The best department is naturally the Divine Martial Department. I'll choose the Divine Martial Department.
Tang Xiong smiled. Good eye, you immediately chose the best department.
However, there's no need to rush your decision.
I have a 5th option for you. Yi Chen curiously asked, what is the 5th option?
Tang Xiong said, the principal, in his lifetime, has only accepted 2 final disciples.
This time, I come with his intention to ask you if you are willing to become his 3rd final disciple? Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen didn't even think about it. He agreed immediately. I am willing. This is none other than Li Weiyuan, the number 1 person in the Dragon Kingdom, at level 119. How many people would break their heads for this opportunity? Now it is right in front of Yi Chen.
Yi Chen definitely accepted it directly.
To become Li Weiyuan's disciple.
The benefits are certainly numerous. First of all, during Yi Chen's early development and weak upgrade period, he has a powerful backing to protect him. Yi Chen will face much less trouble. Even if someone wants to make a move against him, they will have to consider Yi Chen's background and backing. Furthermore, Li Weiyuan is a super powerhouse at level 119. His combat experience and dungeon running experience are invaluable treasures that cannot be measured by money. Although Yi Chen has memories of his past life, he was just an ordinary shield knight in his previous life. The number of dungeons he had likely completed was less than 1/3 of what Li Weiyuan had.
In comparison, the gap is quite significant. Considering everything, Yi Chen being able to become Li Weiyuan's apprentice is definitely a good thing. Tang Xiong looked at Yi Chen, who agreed so decisively. She couldn't help but feel even more favorable toward this young man.
Great. Since you've agreed to apprentice under the principal, I'll immediately take this good news back.
Since the principal has been busy recently, he was supposed to meet you personally today.
Once he finishes his tasks, he will contact you directly and hold the apprenticeship ceremony.
Yi Chen nodded. Alright, I finished my exams anyway, and I have a 2-month summer vacation.
Tang Xiong took out a storage bag from her belongings.
She handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took it and asked a question. This is a meeting gift from the principal. Yi Chen found it somewhat amusing. Did the principal guess that I would agree?
No, the principal said, if you agree, you'll get it. If you don't agree, you won't.
Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. He asked casually, what's inside?
Tang Xiong said nonchalantly, inside are 100 bottles of red potions, blue potions, and a complete set of rare gear for levels 20, 30, and 40.
Yi Chen looked at Tang Xiong in shock. The principal is so generous? Just the things in here alone must add up to over 1,000,000 gold coins, right? What is this? Tang Xiong covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. That's right, Yi Chen, now you know how much the principal values you, don't you? You probably don't realize yet what an extraordinary achievement it is to clear a dungeon on hell difficulty. After some time, as this news spreads, you'll find that even more people will come looking for you. Yi Chen asked in confusion, why are you looking for me?
Tang Xiong said mysteriously, I'll leave you in suspense.
You'll find out when the time comes. However, the one thing I can remind you is, stick to your principles. Regarding Yi Chen's exam results, the decision of the Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials is to temporarily block the news and not disclose it to the public. After Tang Xiong brought this news to Yi Chen chose to understand. When Yi Chen got off the car, Guan Jianfeng was waiting outside. Yi Chen walked toward the principal. Yi Chen, how did the discussion go? Principal Li Weiyuan said he would take me as his last disciple, and I agreed. Guan Jianfeng burst into laughter. This is great news.
He is the number 1 expert in Manhwa. Countless people dream of becoming his apprentice but never get the chance.
Your choice is spot on. Yi Chen, since you've already been pre-admitted to Linglong Divine Academy, what are your plans next? Would you like to train at my martial god training camp for a while?
Recently, the seal on the demon ceiling wall has loosened a bit, and many beasts are already stirring, seemingly intent on breaking through the seal.
Coincidentally, I'm leading a team to seal the demons.
I can take you along to broaden your horizons and gain some experience levels.
Yi Chen knew that Principal Guan Jianfeng was helping him.
However, for Yi Chen, solo grinding and dungeon runs actually allow him to level up faster. After all, Yi Chen didn't want the secrets about himself to be exposed.
Thus, Yi Chen politely declined Guan Jianfeng.
Principal, I plan to clear all the one-stop dungeons in Jiangqing during the summer break to level up and hone my combat skills. The so-called one-stop dungeons refer to the 5 most renowned dungeons in Jiangqing. The levels of these 5 dungeons start from level 10, with the highest dungeon being level 30. Basically, after the exams end each year, a large number of candidates will undertake level breakthrough tasks. As long as one of the 5 dungeons is completed, they can break through to level 11. So, after the exam, the dungeon runs are the most popular. Every day, a large number of students team up to clear dungeons. Some are farming gold, some are gaining experience to level up, and others are hoping to get rare equipment.
Yi Chen's refusal did not surprise Guan Jianfeng. Good. It's a good thing that you can have your own opinions. 2 hours passed in a flash.
In the exam instance, quite a few candidates were gradually teleported out.
Some candidates burst into tears as soon as they came out. The exam copy was too difficult. I can't defeat the tree demons at all. Their skills are so annoying. Once I'm bound, I can't move. Some examinees came out full of confidence, brimming with pride. How satisfying.
Usually, I score just over 500 points in exams, but this time I estimate I can break through 600 points. A first-tier university is within reach. Yi Chen stood alone outside the examination hall, quietly observing the myriad expressions of humanity. Parents are extremely anxious inside, but their faces appear calm and composed. Even when they see their child, they dare not ask how the child performed on the exam. They only cautiously ask what the child wants to eat for dinner. A group of people led by Chai Feng walked out of the examination hall, brimming with confidence.
They immediately spotted Yi Chen in the crowd.
Then the group walked toward Yi Chen.
Well, who do we have here? Isn't this Yi Chen? Why did you come out so early? Ha, you didn't finish the exam, did you? Well, it's understandable.
After all, the difficulty level of this exam's instance was quite high. This group of people began mocking sarcastically right in front of Yi Chen.
Yi Chen stared at the group indifferently. You did very well on the test?
Chai Feng said proudly, of course. This time, I chose the elite difficulty, killed all 120 regular monsters, defeated 8 out of 10 elite monsters, and most importantly, I took down the first 2 bosses. Actually, I was planning to spend some more time to defeat the final boss, but after thinking it over, the time score and performance score should be enough for me to get 650 points. After Chai Feng confidently said these words,
others let out sounds of admiration and amazement. Brother Chai, you're incredible. How much time did you spend in total? Less than 3 hours, I think. Wow, you actually defeated so many monsters.
I spent nearly 4 hours and barely reached Brother Chai's level.
Isn't that obvious? Brother Chai has a hidden class.
Strong skills, high damage, killing monsters is a piece of cake for him, isn't it?
Chai Feng couldn't stop smiling as he was showered with praise by the crowd. He pretended to be modest and waved his hand.
Actually, my performance was just a so-so. I heard that our class beauty, Lin Qingmeng, not only did very well this time but also unexpectedly awakened a hidden class.
I heard it's called Star Dream Immortal Arts? Someone nearby asked. So where is she?
She is being interviewed by reporters, and I heard that the top leaders of Jiangcheng personally went to see her. Yi Chen listened to the conversation of this group of people. It seems that Lin Qingming's exam in this life went smoothly, successfully awakening the hidden profession, Star Dream Immortal Art. However, Yi Chen was more curious to know whether Lin Qingming followed the tips he had given her before the exam. If Lin Qingming follows through, she has a chance to score over 700 points.
She can basically secure admission to Linglong Divine Academy.
Lin Qingming is currently being interviewed by numerous media reporters. One reason is that her academic performance in high school was excellent, and many people are aware of it. Second, because Lin Qingming is beautiful and looks good on camera, many people interview her.
Lin, do you think this exam was difficult? I think it was okay. Lin, is it true that you are guaranteed to score at least 700 points this time?
I don't know. I didn't kill the final boss, but I killed all the others.
Lin, what difficulty level did you choose?
Hard mode.
Lin, we heard you awakened a hidden class. Can you tell us about it?
I haven't studied it yet, so I don't know how to explain.
Because too many people were interviewing Lin Qingming. It caused congestion on the field.
Originally, Chai Feng and the others came to humiliate and mock Yi Chen. As a result, Lin Qingming caused congestion on the field. This piqued the curiosity of Chai Feng and the others, who ran over to watch.
Yi Chen originally had no intention of joining the crowd. However, he was also curious about Lin Qingming's current situation.
So he followed the crowd and walked toward Lin Qingming. At this moment, the major leaders of Jiangcheng, as well as the major leaders of the school, were all standing beside Lin Qingming, congratulating her.
Yi Chen saw Guan Jianfeng, who was chatting warmly with Lin Qingming.
From afar, through the crowd,
Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on Lin Qingming. Lin Qingming's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. 34D? Ahem, not this. It should be this. Lin Qingmeng. Profession, Star Dream Immortal Magic. Health, 107. Attack, 91. Magic, 310.
Skills, Heavenly Fire scorches the plains, blessing all beings, Absolute Domain, Reincarnation Immortal Art.
In no time, Yi Chen saw Lin Qingming's panel at first glance. He was instantly startled.
A thought suddenly popped into his head. The Star Dream Immortal Technique hidden class is way too overpowered.
Lin Qingming's attack power actually crushed mine. Level 10. Is this really an attribute that a level 10 can have? Outside the crowd, Yi Chen was still examining Lin Qingming's panel. Defense, 12. Suddenly, Lin Qingmeng saw Yi Chen. A happy smile appeared on her face. She immediately spoke to the surrounding senior leaders and reporters. I have something to do, so I need to leave first. Everyone looked at Lin Qingmeng with some surprise. Lin Qingmeng quickly ran towards Yi Chen. She said happily, Yi Chen, are you waiting for me to finish the exam so we can go back together? You finished so quickly. With your skills, you must have done well, right? There are too many people here. Let's talk while we walk. The expressions of the crowd watching froze for a moment. They all turned to look at Yi Chen. The universally acknowledged top student and beautiful school belle, Lin Qingmeng, actually took the initiative to show favor to a boy in public? Upon seeing this scene, Chai Feng's eyes turned green with envy. He clenched his angry fists, almost grinding his teeth in fury. Yi Chen noticed the many strange looks around him. He nodded and said, let's go first. We can talk as we walk. With that, the two of them left as if no one else was around. The group of prominent leaders from Jiangcheng and the reporters who stayed behind were all stunned. So many big figures and reporters were here to interview Lin Qingmeng. Did this young girl just leave like that? Wouldn't the big figures left here become a laughingstock just standing around? After a while, Principal Guan Jianfeng quickly smiled to ease the situation. The two students just finished their exams and are discussing the exam content. Dear journalist friends, I am their principal, and I know them quite well in daily life. If you have any questions for an interview, you can ask me directly. Jiangcheng's governor, Qin Ming, was stunned for a moment before finally shaking his head and laughing helplessly. Young boys and girls these days really have personality, but it's quite good. They're not bound by worldly rules, and this way, they'll be able to carve out a broader future for themselves. The exam proctor Bai Long also nodded with a smile. Congratulations, Governor Qin. This time, Jiangcheng has gained two top-tier candidates. One is the first candidate in history to pass the hell-level difficulty exam, whose identity has been classified as a national secret. Another one, during the exam, unexpectedly awakened a hidden profession Lin Qingmeng. If I were to guess, Lin Qingmeng's exam results might have a chance to rank in the global top 10. Qin Ming was already grinning from ear to ear. He even had to deliberately put on a troubled expression. Sigh, Lin Qingmeng scoring so well is something completely expected. After all, her family background is extraordinary, and on top of that, she worked hard and studied diligently in high school. That Yi Chen, whose identity is hidden by the state, I won't be able to take credit for this. I still need to find a pretext to send him some benefits. Help me think of a good reason, will you? Bai Long waved his hand. Figure it out yourself. The exams are over, and now is the busiest time. I have to review all the candidates' exam processes and then assign them performance scores. Qin Ming smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Inspector Bai. The exam results will be released 1 month later. Before the exam results are released, for many students taking the exam, it is a difficult period to endure. However, some have very clear goals. As soon as the exam ended, they started planning to undertake the task to break the level 10 limit, but some were considering whether to repeat a year. Using the advantage of repeating, they could get into their desired university the following year. At this moment, Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng were under the envious gazes of countless people. The two walked side by side toward the outside. Facing Yi Chen, Lin Qingmeng was always very proactive, showing her passionate side to Yi Chen without reservation. Yi Chen, you're really amazing. How did you know what this year's exam questions would be? I followed what you said, and the battles were all very easy. Plus, I was lucky enough to unexpectedly find an awakening stone tablet, which allowed me to successfully change my profession to Star Dream Immortal Art. Yi Chen smiled and didn't explain too much about certain issues. He said, congratulations. This time, you should have no problem scoring 700 points on the exam. There shouldn't be any regrets this time. Regrets? What regrets? Oh, nothing. By the way, what are your plans after the exam? Of course, I'm getting ready to tackle the hell difficulty of underground sewers with you. You've already made a bet with Chai Feng, so I definitely have to help you. Lin Qingmeng confidently waved her small pink fist at Yi Chen. She smiled and said, my strength has improved a lot. Do you want me to show you right now? As she spoke, Lin Qingmeng was about to swing her staff in front of everyone. Yi Chen noticed the strange looks from the others. He quickly stopped her, saying, no, save it for when we're running dungeons later. You'll have plenty of chances to show it off then. If you take it out now, you might scare everyone. Lin Qingmeng reluctantly put the staff away. Then she eagerly looked at Yi Chen. Student Yi Chen, when are we going to tackle the dungeon? Should we first complete a level breakthrough quest? I've recently studied the underground sewer dungeon, which allows a maximum entry level of 15 and offers rewards and first clear records. If we all level up to 15, our level will be higher, our attributes stronger, and the chances of clearing the dungeon will greatly increase. However, Yi Chen directly shook his head and refused. No, reaching level 15 means losing the opportunity to cap our level. If we fail to clear the dungeon on hell difficulty in one go, and our level reaches 16, then the rewards for that dungeon will no longer be relevant to us. That's right. Yi Chen is still the smart one, unlike me, always slow to react. Yi
Yi Chen chuckled silently. In his previous life he had little interaction with Lin Qingming, and he hadn't expected this class beauty to have such an adorable side. Suddenly, Lin Qingming's phone rang. She picked up her phone and looked apologetically at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'll go take a call. Wait for me here, okay? After speaking, Lin Qingming jogged to the side to make a call in secret. While Yi Chen was waiting, a group of uninvited guests stepped forward and surrounded him. As expected, it was a group led by Chai Feng. Chai Feng's expression looked extremely unpleasant, especially when he had just seen Yi Chen walking side by side with Lin Qingming. He felt extremely aggrieved and furious inside. Yi Chen, the exam is over, and you've actually grown bolder. You're openly disregarding the situation and not hiding your relationship with Lin Qingming in public, aren't you? Yi Chen stared coldly at the other party. What relationship do I have with her? What's there to hide? It's not something shameful. Hearing this, Chai Feng became even angrier. He gritted his teeth and glared at Yi Chen. You clearly know I'm pursuing Lin Qingming, yet you dare to get so close to her. Are you looking to die? As he spoke, Chai Feng's men surrounded Yi Chen from all directions. Yi Chen was completely encircled by this group of people. If it were the Yi Chen of his previous life, he would have adhered to the principle of avoiding trouble and chosen to back down. But in this life, Yi Chen's health bar is his greatest asset. Even a 10,000 health boss couldn't make him yield. Just with this bunch of little brats in front of him, Yi Chen's tone became incomparably resolute. I just get close to her. What can you do to me? Chai Feng, furious, swung his fist, intending to smash it hard onto Yi Chen. But a group of his underlings nearby quickly stopped Chai Feng when they saw this. Brother Chai, you absolutely can't hit anyone in public. After being stopped, Chai Feng became even more aggressive. Yi Chen, do you know you're asking for death? I'll give you one last chance, get away from Lin Qingming. Otherwise, I'll use every means at my disposal to ensure you can't attend any university. Did you understand? Yi Chen suddenly laughed. These people still don't know that he has already been admitted to Linglong Divine Academy. So, Yi Chen deliberately raised a middle finger at Chai Feng. If you can't do it, kneel before me and admit that you're my son. As soon as these words were spoken, Chai Feng and the others were completely stunned. They couldn't imagine how a bottom-tier person could boast so arrogantly. If these words had been said by someone else, Chai Feng and the others still need to think about it. But these words came from Yi Chen's mouth. There was only one thought in their minds: is Yi Chen crazy? Chai Feng, having been humiliated like this by Yi Chen, was already completely furious, his face flushed to the extreme. Good. He laughed angrily. Yi Chen, the summer vacation is long, just wait and see how I settle the score with you. If it weren't for all the people watching outside the exam hall today, I would have slapped your mouth swollen. Yi Chen grinned and continued to mock him. Perhaps you're just too scared to lay a hand on me. You know what you're talking about, because you know you're no match for me at all. Chai Feng almost fainted from anger. His underlings were all utterly shocked. The previously timid, introverted, and low-profile Yi Chen. How did he suddenly seem like a completely different person in just a few days? Not only has he become bolder, but his words have also become sharper. With just a few sentences, he directly provoked Chai Feng to the point of extreme anger. Lin Qingming ran back after making the call. When she saw Chai Feng, who was almost furious, she asked curiously, "Student Yi Chen, you didn't get into another conflict with Chai Feng, did you?" Yi Chen deliberately grinned. How could that be? We're classmates, how could we possibly have a conflict? Don't you agree, Chai Feng? At this moment, Chai Feng felt so aggrieved he wanted to die. But he didn't want to show a petty and disgraceful attitude in front of Lin Qingming. So, Chai Feng gritted his teeth and swallowed the bitterness. He still had to cooperate with Yi Chen, doing his best to put on a look that seemed to agree wholeheartedly. Yi Chen is right. We're classmates, after all. How could there possibly be any conflict? Chai Feng practically spat out these words through gritted teeth. Lin Qingming nodded in satisfaction after listening. That couldn't be better. Yi Chen, let's go. At this moment. With that, the two left side by side, chatting and laughing. At this moment, Chai Feng was so furious that his head spun, and he could barely stand. The younger ones quickly shouted, "Brother Chai, are you okay? Why did you suddenly lose your balance? Could it be that the exam was too exhausting and drained too much of your energy?" Everyone quickly helped Brother Chai to the flower bed by the roadside to sit for a while. Yi Chen noticed that Lin Qingming seemed to have something on her mind, showing a look of wanting to speak but hesitating. So, he took the lead. "Lin Qingming, just say what you want to say. You figured it out?" Lin Qingming looked at Yi Chen with some panic. Then she awkwardly brushed her hair, her pretty face slightly flushed. Yi Chen suddenly felt nervous. Could it be that after the exam, Lin Qingming was going to confess to him? Yi Chen suddenly started to look forward to it. Finally, Lin Qingming spoke with some difficulty. "Okay, my dad wants to see you." As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Chen was instantly stunned. Wait, your dad wants to see me? Countless guesses flashed through Yi Chen's mind, but he never expected that Lin Qingming would say her father wanted to see him. Why does your dad want to see me? Lin Qingming said somewhat embarrassedly, "I also think my dad is acting strange, but he just called me to ask if you were my classmate."
classmate. He also told me that he wants to invite you to our house for dinner tonight. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Meeting the parents so soon? I'm not ready yet. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingming's face suddenly turned red. She pouted playfully. Yi Chen, what are you talking about? I. My dad just purely wants to invite you for a meal, that's all. Besides, I've never brought a classmate home for dinner since I was a child. Lin Qingming suddenly crossed her arms proudly. Humph. You're the first one. How lucky you are. You better not be ungrateful. Humph. Yi Chen scratched his head and said with a smile, alright, I promise you. Yay. Let's go. The driver is already here to pick us up. Then, Yi Chen saw a Maybach luxury car worth millions parked by the roadside. The driver, dressed in a suit and tie, stepped out wearing white gloves and personally opened the car door for the two of them. Mrs. Classmate, please get in the car. At this moment, Yi Chen truly felt the disparity of the world. Even though Yi Chen had seen much of the world in his previous life, but in his previous life he was ultimately just a small figure, never seen the true upper world. In his previous life, the gap in status between him and Lin Qingming was like an insurmountable chasm. It was a gap that no amount of effort in a lifetime could bridge. But this life is different. Yi Chen's goal is to become the strongest human. Jiangcheng, Tiangong Villa. This was Yi Chen's first time visiting the villa community reputed to be the most expensive in Jiangcheng. The beings living here are at least level 90 or above. Ordinary people, even if they have money, cannot possibly live here. Soon, the Maybach stopped outside a luxurious villa. After he and Lin Qingming got out of the car, I saw the door of the villa slowly opening. Inside stood a middle-aged man with an imposing presence, alongside a beautiful woman. When Lin Qingming saw the two, she affectionately called out, Dad, Mom, you both came back from the Magic City today. The beautiful woman smiled and hugged Lin Qingming. Qingming, you're taking an exam today. Dad and Mom will definitely come back to see you. The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Yi Chen. The moment Yi Chen met the gaze of this middle-aged man, he felt the powerful aura of a superior emanating from the other person. Yi Chen was secretly shocked in his heart. Is this the rumored vice president of the SS-level guild, Tianhong, Lin Hu? The aura around him is truly intense. He stared at the other party, and soon Lin Hu's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Lin Hu, level 105. Profession, Meteor Star Boxing King. Health 110750. Attack 8450. Defense 3840. Magic 65400. Skills, Flame God Fist, Whirlwind Combo Kick, Phantom Movement. After Yi Chen finished looking at Lin Hu's attribute panel, he instantly fell silent. Lin Hu is a hidden profession in the combat career field. His various attributes completely overshadowed Yi Chen's attributes from his previous life. Yi Chen still remembers that in his previous life, his Shield Knight at level 100 had less than 100,000 health points, and his defense was nowhere near as high as Lin Hu's. You should know, he is a Shield Knight focused on defense and survival. But Lin Hu is a violent profession specialized in offense. This can only mean one thing. Lin Hu's equipment is far better than he imagined. Lin Hu rarely showed a polite smile. You must be Yi Chen, my Qingming's classmate, right? Yi Chen nodded calmly and confidently. Lin Hu was secretly surprised. He had deliberately displayed a strong sense of oppression just now to test Yi Chen's level. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen remained so calm and composed, unaffected in the slightest. This made Lin Hu unconsciously regard him more highly. Yi Chen, come in quickly. Your aunt has prepared a table full of delicious dishes today. You must eat more later. Soon, Yi Chen sat at the villa's dining table. There were no fewer than 10 servants serving around. This also indirectly showed how wealthy Lin Qingming's family was. After sitting at the dining table, Yi Chen and Lin Qingming sat on one side. Meanwhile, Lin Hu and his wife Zhao Ji sat opposite them. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat ambiguous. Lin Qingming was visibly a little nervous. This kind of environment, this kind of situation, feels a bit like bringing a boyfriend home to meet the parents. Zhao Ji was the first to break the silence. Yi Chen, I've heard Qingming mention you often. Back when the demon sealing city wall had a crack, it was you who brought the stones to seal it up. It's me. Because of this, Qingming couldn't admire you more. In fact, when she transferred to your school back then to be in the same class as you, it was also because of this. Lin Qingming's face turned red, and she hurriedly stopped Zhao Ji. Mom, stop talking. Zhao Ji was momentarily stunned but quickly realized. Don't you know about this, Yi Chen? Yi Chen shook his head, awkwardly smiling. Auntie, this is the first time I've heard about it. Lin Hu suddenly burst into laughter. It's fine, knowing it today isn't too late. Yi Chen was secretly surprised, not expecting Lin Qingming to have such a sense of hero worship towards him. He didn't pay any attention to it in his previous life. Suddenly, Lin Hu unexpectedly said, Yi Chen, what do you think of my daughter? As soon as these words were spoken, the three people present all looked at Lin Hu with strange expressions. Zhao Ji even nudged Lin Hu's arm. What are you talking about? Watch your words in front of the two kids. Lin Hu said nonchalantly, you two have already finished your exams, and now you're both 18. Even if you want to start dating, it's about time. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of water
directly. Lin Qingmeng, who was beside him, was also startled and quickly handed a tissue to Yi Chen.
Yi Chen kept coughing. Is this the destructive power of old Dang at level 105? A single sentence almost choked him to death. He never expected Lin Hu to be so open-minded.
Logically speaking, men wouldn't want their daughters to be taken advantage of like that. Lin Hu said again, Yi Chen, I'm a straightforward person and can't hide my thoughts, so I'll just be honest with you. Today, we decided to come back, and to put it bluntly, it's because of you. The president of Tianhong personally asked me to invite you to join the Tianhong Guild. Our Tianhong Guild has a comprehensive development system that can help you smoothly level up to 90, provide gear sets for different levels, and even when you reach level 90, the guild will give you a legendary level 90 gear set for free.
Yi Chen looked at Lin Hu in astonishment.
He suddenly remembered what Tang Xiong, the vice principal of Linglong Divine Academy, had said to him during the day. More and more people would come to him, and it was best to resist temptation.
So, was the temptation principal Tang Xiong mentioned referring to these? Yi Chen did not agree to join Tianhong for Lin Qingmeng's sake. Instead, he asked, if I join Tianhong, will I need to do anything? Hearing this,
Lin Hu said, it's equivalent to signing a contract with Tianhong and becoming a formal employee of Tianhong. Due to his experiences in his previous life, Yi Chen was well aware of the pros and cons of such contracts. The advantage is that the guild can help you level up, become stronger, and provide you with a full set of equipment. But there is also a downside, which is that when clearing dungeons, all the equipment, materials, gold, and other gains must be handed over to the guild for distribution.
Yi Chen thought for a moment and didn't keep the other party waiting.
He straightforwardly replied, Uncle, I don't want to consider joining any guild for the time being.
Hearing this answer,
Lin Hu did not feel disappointed. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction.
Good, I respect your choice. However, I heard that many people have been trying to invite you to join their guild recently. Do you want me to turn them down for you?
Yi Chen heard this and a smile appeared on his face.
Lin Hu's considerations were indeed detailed and comprehensive.
With his status, he could easily help Yi Chen handle these matters.
Yi Chen also didn't want to be disturbed by people every day,
inviting him to join this guild or that company, and so on.
Uncle, then I'll trouble you.
Yi Chen smiled and nodded, without any hesitation. Lin Hu laughed heartily, you're quite straightforward, kid. But since I've agreed to help you deal with these troubles, you have to promise me one thing in return. My wife and I are heading back to Shanghai tomorrow, but my daughter is still staying here.
As a man, taking care of my daughter shouldn't be a problem for you, right?
As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the other three at the table froze again. However, this time Zhao Ji did not stop Lin Hu. Instead, a hint of an expectant smile appeared. Lin Qingmeng's pretty face turned red, and she shyly lowered her head without expressing any opinion. So, Lin Hu's purpose was here all along.
Yi Chen finally understood the reason Lin Hu invited him to dinner tonight. It was probably about him clearing the Hell exam instance,
which some big shots had learned about in advance. So, Lin Hu decided to strike first and use his daughter to tie Yi Chen, his son-in-law, down in advance. Yi Chen ultimately agreed to Lin Hu's request. For Yi Chen, it wasn't a loss, instead, he gained from it. Firstly, Lin Qingmeng's profession is Star Dream Immortal Art, an extraordinary profession that combines single target, support, and area damage abilities. Second, Lin Qingmeng is beautiful, has a sweet voice, is talented and wealthy, and her personality is not aloof but full of enthusiasm. She often takes the initiative to talk to Yi Chen. In his previous life, Yi Chen was deeply hurt by his ex-girlfriend. In this life, Yi Chen would never become a sycophant again.
What is it?
Soon, the meal was almost finished.
Lin Hu asked the driver to take Yi Chen home. After returning home,
Lin Qingmeng's message was proactively sent over.
Yi Chen, are you home? Home now. Shall we go raid tomorrow?
Then tomorrow morning, I'll pick you up downstairs at your place.
After chatting,
Yi Chen let out a long sigh, a happy smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
All right, this life is much happier than the previous one, but I know that the premise of happiness is built upon absolute power. If I hadn't cleared the Hell difficulty exam instance, I wouldn't have gained the attention of so many big figures. All in all, my current strength is not strong enough. I must make the most of the summer break to keep improving. Yi Chen set 2 tasks for himself. Daily task, increase 5,000 health points every day. Summer task, raise the proficiency of all skills to level 20 before starting university. Yi Chen was not idle. Instead, he was pondering the upgrade of his 1,000 chance umbrella. Currently, he had already gathered all the necessary materials. He placed the grizzly scale, ash wood, and gray thread materials in front of him one by one, according to the memories of his past life. If one wants to craft or upgrade equipment, all right, it is necessary to switch to the life profession blacksmith. No problem. Or go to places like the blacksmith guild or a blacksmith shop. Please ask professionals specializing in the blacksmith profession for help with crafting. Not only do you need to provide the raw materials, but you also have to pay a crafting fee, which can be quite expensive. Moreover, Yi Chen doesn't want the secret of the 1,000 chance umbrella to be revealed. In that case, it's best for him to upgrade
upgrade the 1000 chance umbrella himself. Suddenly, Yi-Chen discovered that there was a crafting function in the system. After he opened the crafting function, a detailed section for crafting equipment appeared above. It included upgrading equipment, crafting equipment based on blueprints, and even a strengthening system. Yi-Chen felt a chill down his spine when he saw the words enhancement, because in his previous life, the enhancement system was an incredibly money-draining thing. A level 100 expert being able to forge a full set of plus 10 enhanced equipment was already considered impressive. It's worth noting that the chances of enhancement were ridiculously low and prone to failure. Equipment enhanced beyond level may 10th even break. The key is that every time you enhance equipment, it requires a significant amount of gold and materials. Ordinary people simply can't afford to play with this bottomless pit. However, someone has conducted an experiment. A level 100 warrior with full level 10 enhancements compared to a level 100 warrior without any enhancements. The gap between the two can astonishingly reach as high as 50%. As for a level 100 warrior with level 12 enhancements, that's even more insane. They can directly surpass a level 100 warrior without any enhancements. It can reach an astonishing gap of up to 300%. This is the most terrifying thing. Ever since the Apocalypse game merged with the real world, the practices of pay-to-win games from a century ago have been completely replicated in today's real world. However, 100 years ago, people spent money in games using real-world currency to exchange for in-game currency. But now the situation is different. In reality, countries around the world no longer have their own currencies. Everyone only recognizes one thing. That means the gold coins can only be obtained by defeating monsters. Gold coins, as the world's only currency symbol, they are also the most heavily consumed item. In his previous life, Yi-Chen reached level 100 and at most managed to craft a set of level 4 enhanced equipment. But this cost him over 10 million gold coins. From this, it is evident that those ruthless individuals fully equipped with level 10 gear are without exception big shots wielding wealth and power. As for someone fully equipped with level 12 enhanced gear, Yi-Chen could only say that having one such person in a country is already quite remarkable. Because all 12 pieces of equipment need to be upgraded to level 12, the amount of gold required is enough to empty a nation's treasury. Yi-Chen glanced at the gold he earned from farming the underground sewer dungeon. It was barely just over 300 gold. With such a small amount of money, buying a few bottles of red potions would use it all up. However, Yi-Chen was not anxious, because now he had more confidence. Relying on the system to boost his health points, as long as he could reach 1 million health points, or even 10 million health points, the gap brought by those pieces of equipment he could completely ignore. Yi-Chen stopped thinking too much. He placed the 1000 machine umbrella in the system's crafting interface, then sequentially placed the 3 materials into it. Finally, click Create. Then, the 1000 gold umbrella begins upgrading. The upgrading process is not long, just 5 minutes. Once the 5 minutes are over, accompanied by a flash of golden light, a brand new 1000 chance umbrella appeared before Yi-Chen's eyes. He couldn't wait to take out the 1000 chance umbrella and study it. Thinking of this, the upgraded 1000 chance umbrella. Sure enough, it has become even more charming than before. Not only is the texture better, but the noticeable weight has slightly increased, and Yi-Chen can feel that the grip has also improved. So, he quickly opened the attributes of the 1000 machine umbrella to take a closer look. Level 5, upgradable. Attack speed, 10%. Quick switch, weapon form switching reduced to 1 second. After looking at the upgraded attributes of the 1000 machine umbrella, Yi-Chen's eyes lit up instantly. A level 5000 machine umbrella actually has a whopping 20 attack power. This is just too insane. This is at least the damage value of a hero level equipment. Moreover, it even provides a 10% attack speed bonus and a 5% critical hit rate bonus. Yi-Chen couldn't help but curse in excitement. This is the most noble critical hit rate attribute. Even in my previous life during the later stages, it was rare to see equipment that could increase critical hit rate. There were plenty of high damage output professions with only about 50% critical hit rate in the late game. The most crucial point is that the passive skill, Quick Switch, actually reduces my weapon switching time to 1 second, whereas it used to take 5 seconds. This directly increased the efficiency of my skill output by 5 times. Yi-Chen was overjoyed, holding the upgraded 1000 machine umbrella with great fondness. He could switch to a different form in just 1 second. 1 second to turn into a sword, 1 second to turn into a bow and arrow, 1 second to turn into a sniper rifle. Yi-Chen was overjoyed. If it weren't for the fact that it was dark and time to sleep, he had already agreed to go on a dungeon run with Lin Qingming tomorrow. He really wanted to find a dungeon right now and dominate the battlefield. So cool. 1000 machine umbrella. Yi-Chen lovingly put away the 1000 machine umbrella. Attack, 20. He was full of anticipation, imagining what it would be like to raid the dungeon tomorrow. Critical rate, 5%. 7 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Yi-Chen got out of bed, his phone rang. Hey, Yi-Chen, I'm downstairs at your place to pick you up. Hurry up and come down. Why did you come
so early. Damn, the exam is over. I'm so excited, I can't sleep. Alright, I'll come down right away. Yi-chan quickly freshened up and saw an expensive Maybach waiting by the roadside downstairs. Along the way, many people curiously stretched their necks to look at the car. A beautiful and elegant young girl stepped out of the car. Immediately, she attracted the attention of everyone around. What a gorgeous girl, just like a big movie star. She's been waiting here since early morning. Who is she waiting for? Soon, these people knew who Lin Qingming was waiting for. Yi-chan walked up. The moment he appeared, it shattered many people's fantasies. When Lin Qingming saw Yi-chan, she happily handed him milk and bread. Yi-chan, I brought you breakfast. It's a sandwich I made myself. Thank you, Lin. The next day. We've already graduated and you're still so formal, calling me Lin? Then what should I call you? Mang? Whatever you want. Lin Qingming's pretty face flushed slightly and she quickly said, get in the car. We need to go to the Adventurers Association early to take on the level breakthrough mission. If we're late, we definitely won't get in line. Yi-chen nodded and quickly got in the car. The exam just ended yesterday, so there will definitely be a lot of students heading to the Adventurers Association today to take on the level breakthrough mission. After all, many people were stuck at level 10 throughout their entire high school years. Already can't wait to advance to higher levels. After getting in the car, Lin Qingming happily took out an item and handed it to Yi-chen. Experience storage device. Yi-chen's eyes lit up, looking at Lin Qingming with some surprise. You managed to get your hands on this thing? If I remember correctly, this thing costs 20,000 gold coins each, right? Lin Qingming nodded somewhat unexpectedly. Yi-chen, I didn't expect you to know about this thing. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. My uncle gave me this toy, saying it can store experience and lock the level. But I used to think this thing was pretty useless. Who would want to lock their level? Unexpectedly, we can put it to use today. Yi-chen immediately understood Lin Qingming's idea. So, you mean we should first complete the level breakthrough task and then level up to 15? On one hand, we'll have higher attributes, and on the other hand, we can learn more skills? Lin Qingming looked at Yi-chen, who understood her thoughts so well. She smiled even more happily. Yes. Yi-chen, you're so smart. How did you know what I was thinking? If I can level up to 15, I can learn a very powerful skill, which will definitely be a great help for us in clearing the hell difficulty for the first time. Yi-chen ate a sandwich while drinking milk. At the same time, he was very interested in the impressive skill Lin Qingming mentioned. What skill? Lin Qingming briefly described it to Yi-chen. Holy Spirit's Fire. What is this? Attribute. Can only bestow blessings on a single target, increasing the target's attack power by 10%, defense by 10%, health by 10%, critical hit rate by 5%, and critical damage by 20%. However, 80% of the damage taken by the user will be transferred to the blessed target. Lasts for 3 minutes. Cooldown 3 minutes. After Yi-chen listened to Lin Qingming's description of this level 15 skill, he gave an evaluation. Defying the heavens. This is a positive meaning, a truly heaven-defying skill. This skill, with a proficiency level of only 0, already has such a terrifying damage boost effect. If you practice diligently and raise the skill proficiency to level 10, I can't even imagine attack power, defense power, and health all increasing by 100%. What a shocking scene that would be. Lin Qingming listened to Yi-chen's explanation with some surprise. Yi-chen, is my support skill really that powerful? Yi-chen nodded. Although you can't benefit from the skill's enhancement effects yourself, the person you bless can experience a significant boost in their strength. Lin Qingming said worriedly, but this skill has a serious negative effect. 80% of the damage I take will be directly transferred to the person I bless. Doesn't that mean the person I bless could easily die? Hearing this, Yi-chen suddenly laughed. For others, it might be very easy to die. But for Yi-chen, he currently has 36,000 health points. Don't even mention taking damage for Lin Qingming. Even if there were 10 more Lin Qingmings, he could still withstand the damage. How is this a negative effect? It's completely like putting a super shield on Lin Qingming. Yi-chen smiled. What are you afraid of? With me here, just go ahead and release the Holy Spirit Fire on me. Proficiency, level 0. Lin Qingming hesitated. I really won't end up hurting you, right? Yi-chen shook his head. No. Besides, I still have a resurrection coin. Only then did Lin Qingming nod in agreement. By the way, do you have enough blue potions? I have plenty here. Take them and use them. You'll inevitably consume a lot of mana while leveling up your skill proficiency. In the end, Lin Qingming shook her head with a smile. No need. My dad gave me plenty of blue potions. How many? 1,000 bottles. Yi-chen fell completely silent. He felt that even with the system, he couldn't change his rustic habits. How could the daughter of a wealthy family possibly lack these things? When the Maybach stopped at the parking lot of Jiangcheng Adventurers Association, Lin Qingming told the driver to wait in the car. She and Yi-chen walked toward the service hall of the Adventurers Association. It's only 7:30 in the morning. A large group of examinees is already here, lining up to receive level breakthrough tasks. The Adventurers Association specializes in
providing level breakthrough tasks, as well as functions like adventure team formation.
That's why it's always bustling here, with people coming and going every day. Lin Qingming said proudly, "Hey, Yi-chan, just admit that I was right. If we came any later, we'd be lining up outside." Yi-chan chuckled helplessly. Yes, you're right. The two chose a relatively less crowded line to queue up.
Next to the service hall was the team formation hall of the Adventurers Association.
This is a place specially set up by the Adventurers Association. An electronic screen displays all members currently interested in forming a team. It lists information such as levels, professions, skills, equipment, and other related details. It makes it more convenient to help people form teams.
Level 10 Mage, bring 5 red potions and 10 blue potions. Fully equipped with white gear, level 5 Fireball spell, explosive damage. Sincerely inviting a priest sister with ample healing power, a knight brother with thick skin and strong defense, and preferably 2 more damage dealing professions.
Let's team up to complete the level breakthrough quest. Exam student self-reliance team. Speedrun the level breakthrough quest. Looking for 4 classmates who scored over 600 in the final mock exam.
If anyone is found to have falsely reported their score, you will be publicly shamed online for 7 days and nights. Zhang Hao from class 7, grade 12 of Maple Leaf High School is a scumbag.
Everyone beware of this backstabber and fraud.
We teamed up for a dungeon run, and after the loot dropped, he secretly stole it. When caught, he refused to admit it and even tricked me out of 3 red potions.
The team formation hall next door was bustling with activity.
This kind of place has the most miscellaneous troubles. After all, no one knows each other, and forming a team in such a place makes finding normal teammates quite difficult.
Some experienced dungeon players usually have their own small teams.
Everyone goes into the dungeon together, and when gold coins, materials, or equipment drop, they can all be distributed fairly. Moreover, people who know each other have a higher level of coordination when tackling dungeons. They are less likely to argue over failing to defeat the boss, let alone quarrel to the point of breaking up.
After Yi Chen and Lin Qingming queued for an hour,
they finally received their level breakthrough mission.
This is a piece of paper called Level Breakthrough. When Yi Chen and Lin Qingming signed their names on it, the paper instantly transformed into a golden light
and surged into their bodies.
And on the arms of both individuals, the name of the mission appeared prominently. Level Breakthrough Mission, Level 10. Description: complete the elite difficulty version of the Sorrow Cave dungeon. As long as the mission is completed, the special text on the two people's arms will automatically disappear. Sorrowful Cave. This is the first dungeon of the Dragon instance. Level 10 can enter.
Basically, young people born in Jiangcheng grew up by farming Sorrowful Cave.
We've successfully accepted the mission. Let's hurry to Sorrow Cave,
Lin Qingming said with a cheerful smile.
Let's go, time to set off.
The two were about to leave the Adventurers Association's office hall.
Suddenly, a pleasant female voice came from nearby. Hello, you two. Would you like to team up with us to clear Sorrowful Cavern? Our team has 3 people, and there are currently 2 spots available.
At this moment, Yi Chen and Lin Qingming stopped in their tracks simultaneously. The one speaking to them was a girl with a gentle and sweet appearance. When Yi Chen looked at this girl,
his pupils suddenly dilated, because this girl turned out to be his ex-girlfriend from his previous life, Lu Zhuxian. Yi Chen never expected it.
In this lifetime, he would encounter his ex-girlfriend from his previous life so early. However, at this moment, Lu Zhuxian appeared gentle and quiet, charming, and lovely. Behind her stood 2 tall and handsome male high school students.
One of them seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with Lu Zhuxian. He even helped Lu Zhuxian carry her bag and water bottle. Yi Chen thought to himself, is this Lu Zhuxian's boyfriend from her high school days? However, in this lifetime, Lu Zhuxian does not yet know Yi Chen.
Lu Zhuxian and the 3 of them walked toward Yi Chen and Lin Qingming. The 3 looked very friendly, with smiles on their faces. Lin Qingming glanced at Yi Chen with some surprise.
Yi Chen, shall we team up?
Yi Chen carefully observed the 3 people.
He asked, why do you want to team up with us?
Lu Zhuxian smiled and expressed her stance very directly.
I know you, Lin Qingming. It's said that during this exam, you unexpectedly awakened a hidden class, and I also heard that your exam score might exceed 700 points. You will be the highest scoring student in Zheng City's history. So, the 3 of us came to you two with the idea of giving it a try and teaming up.
At this moment, Lu Zhuxian clearly had no interest in Yi Chen.
Her attention was entirely focused on Lin Qingming. Lin Qingming listened to the others' compliments. She couldn't help but smile shyly.
You guys are exaggerating too much.
I'm not as outstanding as you say. I'm just an ordinary exam student. In her previous life, Lu Zhuxian inflicted various harms on Yi Chen.
At this moment, as Yi Chen recalled them one by one, he felt his heart filled with intense hatred.
Since this life is meant to fiercely take revenge on Lu Zhuxian,
then let it begin from this moment. Thus, Yi Chen chose to agree to the other party's team-up request.
Alright, let's team up then. When Yi Chen agreed,
the 3 of Lu Zhuxian all showed happy smiles.
At this moment,
the 3 on the other side introduced themselves first.
My My name is Lu Zhuxian, an examinee from Wulan High School.
I am currently a level 10 priest, and I can heal everyone in cast buff skills. My name is Tong Changfeng, and I am also an exam candidate from Wulan High School. I am currently a level 10 warrior, specializing in offense, and can serve as the main carry in the team. My name is Liang Yu. Just like the two of them, I am also an exam candidate from Wulan High School. I am a level 10 knight and plan to pursue the path of a shield knight in the future.
Liang Yu added, I am also Lu Zhuxian's boyfriend.
Hearing this, Lu Zhuxian shyly lowered her head.
Yi Chen saw Lu Zhuxian in this state.
He suddenly found it quite amusing.
It seems Lu Zhuxian has an inexplicable fondness for people in the knight profession. Every one of her ex-boyfriends was a shield knight.
Lu Zhuxian's face showed a happy smile as she proudly said, my boyfriend, Liang Yu, has a hidden profession shield knight. When she said this, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yi Chen. The competitive nature of women always seems to surface inexplicably in such situations. Liang Yu smiled at Yi Chen and said with a forced smile,
Lin Qingmeng, is this your boyfriend? But, I think he looks quite ordinary. You two are probably just regular classmates, right? With your profession and status, I guess most men wouldn't catch your eye?
Beside her, Lu Zhuxian had a concerned expression on her face. Lin Qingmeng, such an outstanding girl like you naturally deserves to be with an even more outstanding guy. You see, brother Tong is quite good.
Although he has an ordinary profession, his family background is impressive. His father is the vice president of a B-level guild in Jiangchang, so he will definitely be able to get a transfer book for a hidden profession later on. Lin Qingmeng listened to the back-and-forth conversation between the two. Her expression immediately turned peculiar, because she could tell that the two of them were looking down on Yi Chen. This made Lin Qingmeng feel a bit unhappy. She certainly knew Yi Chen was the only candidate in the world to pass the hell level difficulty in this exam. He was even the first in the history of all candidates. How could such an outstanding person be looked down upon and humiliated like this? Lin Qingmeng was just about to defend Yi Chen, but she suddenly remembered her father's instructions not to reveal Yi Chen's secret. Otherwise, it would harm Yi Chen and attract the attention of many ill-intentioned people. Lin Qingmeng was forced to swallow her words of defense with great frustration. At this moment, Yi Chen, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. It seems the three of you have some prejudice against me. Lu Zhuxian deliberately covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, jokingly saying, not at all. Yi Chen, we don't have any prejudice against you. Yi Chen's expression slightly darkened upon hearing this. I haven't even said my name, yet you already know who I am. Lu Zhuxian was momentarily stunned, realizing she had slipped up. She could only smile awkwardly and say, well, it's mainly because Jiangcheng No. 1 High School has a famous student whose name is widely known in Jiangcheng. So, we accidentally found out. Yi Chen, you wouldn't be so petty as to get angry over this, would you? Yi Chen never expected that Lu Zhuxian had already become so manipulative when she was still a high school student. In his previous life, he was truly blinded by his infatuation. He couldn't even recognize Lu Zhuxian's manipulative behavior. He actually believed that Lu Zhuxian loved him deeply. With the tempering of his past life, Yi Chen's state of mind has become very composed. He shook his head calmly. Why would I be angry? I've always been at the bottom of the pack. There's nothing wrong with admitting that. If you're worried that I'll hold you back, then forget it. Meng, let's go. This was the first time Yi Chen had called Lin Qingmeng by her nickname so affectionately in front of so many people. Lin Qingmeng's pretty face suddenly turned slightly red, but her heart was inexplicably filled with joy. Immediately after, Yi Chen held Lin Qingmeng's hand in public. Lin Qingmeng was startled but did not resist. She also understood that at this moment, Yi Chen needed her to help him regain his dignity. Alright, Brother Chen, let's go. Lin Qingmeng cooperatively called out the name Brother Chen. Now, the relationship between the two was self-evident in the eyes of others. Seeing this, Lu Zhuxian and the others immediately panicked. They quickly ran up with apologetic smiles. Sorry, Yi Chen, we didn't mean anything against you. I apologize to you. Let's continue the dungeon together. Yi Chen, we really didn't expect that you're actually Lin Qingmeng's boyfriend. Just now, Lu Zhuxian's words were really inappropriate. I've already given her a good lesson, so please don't be angry anymore. Under the apologies of this group of people, Yi Chen chose to generously nod and forgive. Then, the five set off together toward the entrance of the dungeon, Wailing Cave. The location of Wailing Cave is in an abandoned construction site in Jiangcheng. The building that was supposed to be under construction has already become an abandoned project. However, the entrance to the dungeon Cave of Lament was suddenly discovered. As a result, this abandoned building site has instead turned into a bustling commercial area filled with crowds. That's right, a commercial area. The entrance to regular dungeons is always located in bustling commercial areas. Yi Chen and his group of five took the special bus provided by the Adventurers Association, arriving here along with a group of other passengers. The ticket price isn't expensive, just 10 gold coins. Yi Chen was just about to take out money to pay for the fare. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingmeng quickly took out 20 gold coins and paid for Yi Chen. Brother
Yi-chen, my dad said that when I go out with you, I should take the initiative to pay. Upon hearing this, everyone else in the car looked at Yi-chen with envy. They couldn't be more jealous. Whoa, who is this guy? How does he have such a beautiful girlfriend? Damn, is this girlfriend for real? She's even rushing to pay the bill. Compared to my girlfriend, she instantly makes mine look like nothing. When will I ever have a rich girlfriend like that? Lu Zhuxian saw this scene. She smiled and said, do you girls always pay when you go out? Lin Qingmeng nodded with a bright smile. Yes, why should boys pay? I'm already very happy that he wants to take me out to have fun. Besides, he's also tired, so it's only right for me to pay. As these words were spoken again, all the boys in the car were completely stunned by Lin Qingmeng. They simply can't imagine. There's actually such an extraordinary girlfriend in this world. One by one, they envied him so much that they wished they could take Yi Chen's place. Lu Zhuxian tried to brainwash Lin Qingmeng. Lin Qingmeng, could it be that you've been PUA'd? How can a girl take the initiative to spend money on a guy? Isn't it always the guys chasing the girls and spending money on them? That's a good way to test their attitude. If a guy isn't even willing to spend money on you, it definitely means he doesn't love you. Lu Zhuxian's words caused the boys in the car to shake their heads repeatedly, their faces showing expressions of disappointment. However, Lin Qingmeng was quite puzzled by this statement. Why must a man spend money to prove his sincerity? Besides, I don't think it's necessarily right for men to always be the ones pursuing women. Tong Changfeng and Liang Yu, who were nearby, suddenly looked at Lin Qingmeng in surprise. Could it be that you're the one actively pursuing Yi-chen? Faced with this sudden question, Lin Qingmeng's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she stammered without answering, because her current relationship with Yi-chen was merely that of ordinary classmates. As for what others think, it's all just their speculation. But Lin Qingmeng's reaction had already caused a misunderstanding between the two. They looked at Yi-chen with astonishment. Bro, you're amazing. The school beauty of Jiangqing's #1 high school is actually chasing after you. The other people in the car looked at Yi-chen, feeling incredibly jealous and angry inside. They couldn't understand how a guy like Yi-chen could possibly win the affection of Lin Qingmeng, the beautiful and kind school beauty, who was actively pursuing him. Yi-chen coughed lightly. Well, he glanced at Lin Qingmeng. Suddenly, he noticed that Lin Qingmeng was secretly looking at him too. At this moment, there was a tacit understanding and a childhood innocence between the two, tinged with subtle affection. Lin Qingmeng was waiting for Yi-chen's response. The driver shouted, Sorrow Cave has arrived, those getting off, hurry up. The passengers on the bus got off one after another. This ambiguous conversation was forced to end. After getting off, Yi-chen saw an incredibly bustling commercial street, blending with the surrounding unfinished buildings. It seemed out of place, yet incredibly astonishing. On this commercial street, there are many street-side shops selling all kinds of strange and unusual items. Potion shop, equipment shop, food shop, weapon shop, there's even a hiring shop. Blazing Wind Squad leading the team, 2 boss slots left, can complete level breakthrough tasks, 200 gold coins per person. Level 80 Assassin leading the team, violent output, safe and stable. 1 carries 4, looking for 4 esteemed bosses, only 180 gold per person to experience a lightning-fast adventure. Crazy Fast Leveling Squad, looking for 2 bosses, professional fighters with extremely high efficiency, leveling from 10 to 15 requires only 800 gold. This commercial street is bustling with activity. You can buy all kinds of items needed for dungeon runs here. Moreover, many merchants are collecting materials at the entrance of the dungeon. Collecting materials. 5 gold coins per bat wing. Buying in bulk. Sell quickly if interested. For example, bat wings, a material that can be obtained from Sorrowful Cave, is one of the raw materials used to craft Wind Spirit Potion. The effect of Wind Spirit Potion is to provide the user with a 15% movement speed boost lasting for 15 seconds. This potion is used to avoid monster attacks when exploring dungeons. It can also be used in battles with others, yielding very significant effects. When Yi-chen and the others reached the end of the commercial street, they saw a massive building. But at this moment, the building has only one entrance. The entrance is the Cave of Lamentation. As for why the dungeon is surrounded by a building, this is also for the convenience of management by the local government. When there are too many people copying, it easily leads to chaos. Once people are in chaos, it easily escalates into physical fights. Yi-chen had heard before that, in the past, there were too many people here, and the crowding led to conflict incidents. That time, more than a dozen people died in the chaotic battle. Because the impact of the matter was too significant, it alarmed the higher-ups in the Dragon Kingdom. So later, an order was issued from above, requiring all dungeons to be enclosed with buildings, leaving only a single entrance and a single exit. At the dungeon entrance, diversion railings must be set up to ensure safety and order. When Yi-chen and the others arrived outside the dungeon building of Sorrowful Cave, here, according to the setup of the scenic area, diversion railings have been installed. These railings twist and turn, ensuring the greatest fairness in queuing while accommodating more people to queue here. People enter the instance from the right side, and those exiting the instance will appear on the left side. inside. It happens to be 2 passage entrances, very orderly. So many people. Is everyone here today to do the level breakthrough task? Lin Qingmeng sighed as she looked at the crowd. The people lining up here were almost all students who had just finished their exams. From time to time, someone would come to recruit Yi Chen and the others. Classmate, want to join a gold group? We have a special offer today, 150 gold coins per person, guaranteed to complete the level breakthrough task. No need, we can handle it ourselves. Lu Zhuxian rejected the offer without hesitation. Classmate, want to farm experience to level up? We have expert monster hunters for level 15 and level 20, guaranteed to get you to level 15 in one day. I've told you several times, no. Lu Zhuxian once again rejected the other party bluntly. So annoying. It'd be better if these scalpers trying to pull customers all died off sooner. Lu Zhuxian grumbled as she spoke. That person listened with an extremely unpleasant expression and left with their head lowered. Then, Lu Zhuxian sought a sense of validation. She smiled sweetly at Liang Yu and asked, "Darling, do you think what I just said was right?" Liang Yu quickly nodded. "Darling, you're absolutely right. These scalpers really deserve to be wiped out." Yi Chen watched the conversation and affected mannerisms of the two. He sneered inwardly, as if watching a farce. Finally, Yi Chen and his group were about to reach the dungeon entrance. At this moment, a group of people rudely cut in line. Lu Zhuxian, upon seeing this, angrily scolded, "How can you people have no manners at all, cutting in line in front of so many people?" The group of people who rudely cut in line heard Lu Zhuxian's words. Each of them turned around with a ferocious expression. "Did I just cut into your line? So what?" Lu Zhuxian was startled by these 5 people. She nervously grabbed Liang Yu's arm. "Darling, they're bullying me. Hurry and help me." Liang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, none of them seemed easy to deal with. Each one looked more fierce and menacing than the other, their faces full of ferocity. Moreover, they were all burly and tall, each one taller than him. But his girlfriend started talking beside him. Liang Yu had to show the side of him that exudes boyfriend strength. He forced himself to say, "You cut in line, and you think you're in the right? Ha!" The man leading the group sneered, "Kid, you're still wet behind the ears, and you dare meddle in my business?" A person nearby mocked and said, "What profession are you in to dare provoke our gunbro?" Gunbro is a level 20 marksman. Believe it or not, he could blow your little punk head off with one shot. As he spoke, Gunbro directly pulled out a gun and pressed it against Liang Yu's head. At this moment, Liang Yu's face turned pale with fear. He was a student who grew up on campus. How could he have ever seen such a dangerous situation outside? Lu Zhuxian immediately let go of Liang Yu's arm out of fear. She retreated repeatedly, even bumping into Yi Chen at one point. Then, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, she held onto Yi Chen's arm. Lin Qingmeng saw this scene and immediately looked unhappy. She was so angry that her teeth itched, but it wasn't appropriate to lose her temper at this moment. After all, she and Yi Chen hadn't clarified their relationship. "Kid, scared stiff? With such little skill, you dare to imitate others and stand out?" Gun Brother wore a mocking smile and directly struck Liang Yu's face with the gunstock. A loud smack. Liang Yu's face swelled instantly from the blow, and he fell to the ground. Although the damage wasn't severe, the humiliation was immense. These Q-jumping thugs immediately burst into laughter. Brother Gun looked at Lu Zhuxian with an even more sinister gaze. He asked, "Hey girl, what's your name?" "Lu Zhuxian." "Alright, I've got you remembered. I'll come find you for some fun after I finish the dungeon." After Gun Bro and the others threw out their harsh words, they entered the dungeon with smug expressions. After those people left, Tong Changfeng quickly stepped forward to help Liang Yu up. "Brother Liang, are you okay?" Liang Yu felt extremely embarrassed. "I'm fine." He looked at Lu Zhuxian and said angrily, "Are you satisfied now? You just had to offend them, and now I've been beaten up because of it." Lu Zhuxian also became angry. She raised her beautiful eyes, crossed her arms, and snorted coldly, "You're incompetent, and that's my fault? Liang Yu, weren't you the one who said you'd protect me for a lifetime? And now you're blaming me for causing you trouble? Besides, I was in the right, they were the ones cutting in line. What's wrong with me calling them out? You!" Liang Yu was so infuriated by Lu Zhuxian's words that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Tong Changfeng stepped forward with a wry smile to calm both sides. After his earnest and heartfelt persuasion, the two finally stopped arguing. Tong Changfeng said, "There are still people waiting in line behind us. Let's hurry up and enter the dungeon." Lu Zhuxian said domineeringly, "I want to be the captain." Then, Lu Zhuxian became the captain. She was the first to enter the light curtain of Sorrowful Cave. The other 4 followed closely behind. When all 5 people entered the light screen, Lu Zhuxian began to choose the difficulty of the instance. Tong Changfeng reminded, "Lu Zhuxian, just choose the elite difficulty to complete the level breakthrough task." When Lu Zhuxian finished selecting the difficulty, the space around everyone began to distort. -3. 5 people were transported into the replica of Cave of Lament. Ha ha ha. However, it was not the elite difficulty. It was the torment difficulty. "Lu Zhuxian, what are you doing? Why did you choose the torment difficulty?" Liang Yu said angrily in his heart. Lu Zhuxian
put on a sarcastic expression. Shows wrong, is that not allowed? Lian Yu said, torment difficulty? With just the 5 of us, how are we supposed to fight? The moment we encounter monsters, even I can't hold out, and all of you will die. Lu Zhuxian sneered repeatedly. That's not my problem, it's your problem. If your defense were higher and your health were greater, wouldn't you be able to withstand it? Lian Yu was furious. Lu Zhuxian, you're simply unreasonable. How could I have been so blind back then to pursue you? When Lu Zhuxian heard this, her anger immediately flared up as well. Alright, back then, you chased me with sweet words that were so captivating. Now you despise me and call me unreasonable? Let's break up, I'm tired. Lian Yu shook his head repeatedly, resolutely said, fine, let's break up. Who's afraid of whom? After speaking, Lian Yu addressed the other 3. Sorry, I can't play this instance with you. I'll leave now, you can find someone else. Then, all 4 people on the field received a notification. Teammate Lian Yu has left the team. Lian Yu has already left the instance. Tong Chanfeng never expected that things would escalate to this point. It was all because someone cut in line, leading the two to directly stage a breakup drama. At this moment, Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng were already so engrossed in the spectacle that they were overwhelmed. Although the two had indifferent expressions on their faces, they were secretly delighted in their hearts. The two exchanged a glance, shared a knowing smile, and understood each other without words. Yi Chen saw his ex-girlfriend from his past life being disliked for her dramatic behavior, and he felt secretly pleased. So, others couldn't stand her personality either. The next second, Lin Qingmeng inwardly scoffed, serves you right for grabbing my Chenji's arm earlier. Now you're finally getting your comeuppance. How satisfying. At this moment, Tong Changfeng reluctantly took charge of the situation. Lian Yu has already left. The 4 of us probably can't handle the tormenting difficulty of Sorrowful Cavern. How about we just call it off? Lu Zhuxian immediately refused. No way. If we back out, we won't be able to challenge Sorrowful Cavern again today. This dungeon can only be attempted once a day. Tong Changfeng looked speechless. But we can't beat it. Everyone is at level 10, and the boss in torment difficulty reaches up to level 20. How are we supposed to fight it? At this moment, Yi Chen finally spoke. It's fine, I'll tank it. As soon as these words were spoken, Tong Changfeng and Lu Zhuxian simultaneously looked at Yi Chen. Can you handle it? Tong Changfeng curiously asked. Yi Chen, I still don't know. What is your profession? Yi Chen did not say that he was a freelancer. Instead, he said, knight. At that time, Yi Chen just needed to use knight skills. Lu Zhuxian looked at Yi Chen with joy. You're a knight too? Lu Zhuxian's gaze at Yi Chen suddenly became fervent. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. This kind of look from Lu Zhuxian was something he was very familiar with in his previous life. As long as it was a man she found interesting, she always looks at the other person with this kind of gaze. Lu Zhuxian just broke up with the restless nature of such a woman. She will definitely find a way to get a new boyfriend as soon as possible. Yi Chen had a suspicion. Lu Zhuxian was probably already targeting him at this moment. Moreover, Yi Chen speculated that Lu Zhuxian wasn't targeting him because he was a knight. It was because, in Lu Zhuxian's eyes, Yi Chen was Lin Qingming's boyfriend. She is the kind of woman who loves to undermine other outstanding women. It seems as if doing so is the only way to prove her charm. Since Yi Chen can tank, and I can heal, this is truly a match made in heaven. As the saying goes, men and women working together make the job easier. Let's set off. Lu Zhuxian said these words cheerfully. After she finished speaking, the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. The nearby Tong Changfeng had a strange expression on his face and whispered, Lu Zhuxian, don't talk nonsense. Lu Zhuxian glanced at Lin Qingmeng's murderous gaze. She quickly put on a look of aggrieved innocence as if she had made a mistake. Ah, I'm sorry, Lin Qingmeng. I didn't mean to say that just now, nor was I trying to stir up trouble between you two. Ah, I'm just someone who speaks their mind and can't keep anything hidden. The reason I said these things was to try to encourage everyone. But if it caused any misunderstanding in your relationship, I deeply apologize. Please don't take it to heart. Is there a problem? No. After Lu Zhuxian finished apologizing to Lin Qingmeng, she then apologized to Yi Chen. Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say those things just now. Hurry up and comfort your girlfriend. I'm afraid she's angry and might leave the instance later. Yi Chen was almost amused by Lu Zhuxian's antics. If he hadn't known what kind of woman Lu Zhuxian was in his previous life, he might have actually been fooled by her performance. This green tea bitch is really skilled at sowing discord and seducing men. Yi Chen was just about to comfort Lin Qingmeng, but he didn't expect. Lin Qingmeng was much calmer and stronger than he had imagined. She said, I'm not the petty type like your ex-boyfriend. Besides, I would never force Chen to do anything dangerous, because I believe Chen would never lose his composure over a few words. Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingmeng with a surprised expression. Who would have thought this young beauty, despite her age, speaks with such hidden meaning? She's subtly urging him. Yi Chen. Yi Chen laughed heartily and immediately nodded in agreement. Meng is right. I am quite a determined person. Let's hurry up and set off. Lu Zhuxian was stunned. She hadn't expected that these two, working in perfect harmony,
would cleverly refute all her words. However, Lu Zhuxian did not feel discouraged. She secretly thought to herself, Lin Qingming, everyone says you are the best student in Jiangcheng and the most beautiful campus. Bell. But I, Lu Zhuxian, refuse to accept it. Just wait until I steal your boyfriend, then let's see how proud you can still be. Since Sorrowful Cave is a dungeon for level breakthrough tasks, its advantage lies in the fact that it has no time limit. In principle, you can stay in this dungeon for 10 days and nights without any problem. However, this dungeon can only be challenged once a day. If you fail, you can only try again the next day. In his previous life, after the exams ended, Yichen spent a month here, leveling up while earning money by farming gold and materials. Therefore, Yichen is very familiar with the Sorrowful Cavern dungeon. He knows exactly how many monsters are here and what the terrain looks like. He is completely clear about everything. The four of them walked toward the depths of the cave. This cave is divided into 3 areas, connected by different passages. As the areas get deeper, the monsters become stronger. They only need to kill the lair boss in the deepest area to complete the level breakthrough mission. Tong Changfeng said, is there anyone among us 4 who is good at commanding? I can. Lu Zhuxian raised her hand confidently. Tong Changfeng looked helpless. He turned to Yi Chen, wanting to know if Yi Chen could command dungeon battles. But before Yi Chen could speak, Lu Zhuxian said arrogantly, Tong Changfeng, are you questioning my command abilities? Back in school, I scored full marks in the dungeon command course, okay? Tong Changfeng sighed and nodded. Alright, then you take command. Lu Zhuxian looked at Yi Chen and Lin Qingming with a smug expression. Don't worry, my command will definitely be well organized. Under Lu Zhuxian's command, the 4 of them moved forward unguarded in the eerie cave. Finally, Yi Chen couldn't help but give a reminder. There may be danger. Because according to his memory of Cave of Lamentation from his previous life, he headed to the passage leading to the first cave area. A group of cave-dwelling rats would suddenly appear and launch a sneak attack. Where's the danger? Why didn't I see it? Lu Zhuxian looked around and said with a smile, Yi Chen, you can't be this timid, can you? Yi Chen laughed. Timid? You must be joking. Then, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with Lu Zhuxian anymore. He moved closer to Lin Qingming. The two were a bit too close in the pitch-black cave. Yi Chen could even smell the fragrance on Lin Qingming. Suddenly, a rustling sound came. Yi Chen's ears accurately caught this sound. The cave rats are here. He immediately grabbed Lin Qingming's soft little hand. Lin Qingming was startled, and her delicate face suddenly turned red. Yi Chen, why are you holding my hand? Her tone carried a hint of shyness, thinking Yi Chen was deliberately taking advantage of the situation. However, she thoroughly enjoyed this ambiguous feeling. Yi Chen said, the cave rats have appeared. Stay close to me so I can protect you. Lin Qingming immediately became nervous. She also quickly took out her purple staff. The glow of the rare equipment appeared, illuminating the dark cave. Tong Changfeng and Lu Zhuxian saw it and both revealed shocked expressions. Is this a rare level staff? A level 10 purple staff would have this kind of glow. The two were simultaneously shocked. They hadn't expected Lin Qingming to have such substantial resources, unexpectedly able to wield such expensive equipment. Tong Changfeng heard Yi Chen's reminder. He quickly responded, Lu Zhuxian, stay closer to me so I can protect you. As a result, Lu Zhuxian directly pushed Tong Changfeng away. Tong Changfeng, don't even think about taking advantage of me. Tong Changfeng was utterly speechless upon hearing this. At this moment, Yi Chen had already taken out his shield, assuming a stance to face the battle. Finally, a large number of white mice suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. These are all burrowing mice. Moreover, the direction from which the burrowing mice are swarming includes both the front and the rear. In other words, Yi Chen and the other 3 have already been surrounded by the burrowing mice in the narrow passage. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lu Zhuxian was terrified at the sight, her face turning pale with fright. Ah, a mouse is here. Without caring about her posture, she immediately grabbed Tong Changfeng's arm. Tong Changfeng groaned in distress. Lu Zhuxian, you're the team leader, hurry up and command the battle. Lu Zhuxian shook her head in panic. You all quickly kill the rats. Is that how you give orders? Yes. What more do you want from me? It's already pretty good that I can give orders, okay? Tong Changfeng was completely speechless. Lu Zhuxian was accusing him of taking advantage just a second ago, but in the next second, she was hanging on Tong Changfeng like a tree kangaroo. Finally, at this moment, Yi Chen's voice rang out, steady and powerful. Tong Changfeng and I will guard the 2 directions of the cave rats attack, one in front and one behind. Although these cave-dwelling rats are numerous, their attack power isn't high. We can hold them off. Lu Zhuxian, focus on healing Tong Changfeng. Don't worry about me. Meng Meng, concentrate all your attacks on the monsters near Tong Changfeng. This was a skilled and orderly command. Directly gave the people on the field a reassurance. Everyone followed Yi Chen's instructions. Yi Chen quickly examined the attributes of the cave rats. Cave-dwelling mouse. Level 13. Health 240. Skills, bite, burrow. Boom. Introduction. The mice hidden deep within the eerie caves prefer living in groups and dislike light. Once provoked, they will unleash a terrifying terrifying mouse swarm.
Remember the wise saying, many ants can bite an elephant to death. The attributes of the cave-dwelling mice are quite mediocre.
It's just that their numbers are overwhelmingly large. Thus, the sudden attack of this wave of creatures appears very frightening. Yi Chen moves neither too fast nor too slow, immediately casting Golden Shield on himself. He ordered, for the first wave of the rat swarm attack, I'll absorb the damage for you.
Just focus on dealing maximum output.
Lin Qingmeng carefully followed Yi Chen's instructions. She waved her staff, and a scorching flame energy began to condense on it. Yi Chen turned to look at Lin Qingmeng. He was shocked to find that 2/3 of her mana bar had been depleted.
Yi Chen secretly clicked his tongue. What kind of skill is this? It consumed more than half of Lin Qingmeng's mana in an instant? At the very moment the tide of rats surged forward, Yi Chen shouted loudly, "Martyr!" In the next second, a red energy thread appeared on all the team members. The other ends of these long lines were connected to Yi Chen. Attribute, transfers 15% of the damage received by teammates within a 10-meter radius to oneself while gaining 10% health and increased defense. Lasts for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds.
In an instant, all team members had the corresponding skill icons appear above their heads.
Tong Changfeng and Lu Zhuxian saw the skill effects. They all let out sounds of shock. How is this possible? Yi Chen, you actually leveled up your skill to level 10? Yi Chen, how did you do it? All my skills are only at level 3.
Lin Qingmeng was also greatly astonished. She heard that those who can train their skills to level 10 are basically people above level 30.
But Yi Chen, at only level 10, had already trained his skill proficiency to level 10. Yi Chen just smiled. The skill lasts only 10 seconds. Give it your all. Tong Changfeng quickly activated the warrior's skills. Attack 15, Defense 10,
Charge, Crescent Slash, Combo Slash all were unleashed upon the monster.
Lu Zhuxian took a deep look at Yi Chen's back.
Suddenly, she felt that Yi Chen was more outstanding than she had imagined. A knight capable of training their skills to level 10. At his age, there are almost no others like him.
Under Yi Chen's protection, immediately after,
Lin Qingmeng finally unleashed her skill. Heavenly fire scorches the earth.
In an instant,
a large number of fireball meteors suddenly appeared in the air, raining down freely onto the ground in front of Tong Changfeng.
Countless red numbers also surged out densely. -141, -135, -145, -144, -148.
This series of damage, combined with Heavenly Fire Scorches the Plains, is a group damage skill.
Moreover, this skill is insanely powerful and can be continuously channeled. Martyr. Proficiency, level 10. Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingmeng.
At this moment, she was fully focused, her gaze fixed intently ahead. After the skill was activated, the subsequent guidance was still ongoing.
It could actually summon meteor fireballs for as long as 10 seconds. However, at the same time, Lin Qingmeng's mana was rapidly depleting due to the continuous guidance.
She skillfully took out a blue potion and poured it into her mouth. To continuously channel the 10-second-long Heavenly Fire Scorches the Plains skill,
she actually drank 5 bottles of blue potion within 10 seconds.
The other 3 people on the field were already stunned. Lin Qingmeng single-handedly wiped out all the cave rats in front of Tong Changfeng.
Phew, I'm exhausted. Okay.
Lin Qingmeng wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead, revealing a satisfied smile. When she came to her senses, she suddenly noticed that everyone else was looking at her with strange expressions.
Tong Changfeng said, Lin Qingmeng, you're too extraordinary. No wonder everyone says you're the top scorer in Jiangqing's exam today.
Lu Zhuxian said sourly, it's just that the Spirit Dream Immortal technique profession is too overpowered.
If I had this hidden profession, I could be just as amazing. Yi Chen asked curiously, Meng, what was the effect of the skill you just used? Lin Qingmeng took the initiative to explain to Yi Chen.
Heavenly Fire Scorches the Plains.
Proficiency, level 3.
Attribute, after an 8-second casting delay, a large amount of Heavenly Fire can be summoned to deal an additional 20% damage to the target area, while inflicting a burning effect for 5 seconds.
The burning damage is 50% damage per second.
After summoning the Heavenly Fire, the skill can be channeled by continuously consuming mana, allowing the skill to last for up to 10 seconds.
Cooldown, 1 minute. When Yi Chen figured out Lin Qingmeng's skill, he only had one comment. Pervert.
This is only the level 3. Heavenly Fire Scorches the Plains. I can't imagine how insane this skill would be if trained to level 30. Lin Qingmeng smiled wryly. Shinji, my skill is powerful, but my mana can't keep up at all. Using one skill, I need to consume 5 bottles of mana potions. Tong Changfeng clicked his tongue in amazement. It seems that ordinary people really can't afford to sustain this hidden profession.
Although it's more powerful and fierce, the price to pay is also high.
Thanks to Lin Qingmeng, the ultimate weapon. Her skill damage is high, cooldown time is short, and the only drawback is mana consumption.
But in Yi Chen's view, consuming mana is not a flaw.
In his previous life, there was a powerful figure known as the Mage God of the Dragon Kingdom, whose mana seemed to be inexhaustible, allowing him to cast skills frantically. Later, Later, his secret was uncovered and it was discovered that he was actually carrying a level 20 epic piece of equipment.
That's right, a level 20 epic piece of equipment, named Mana Fountain. This equipment does not add any attributes. It only has one active skill and one passive skill. Its active skill is called Mana Overflow.
The effect is, after use, instantly restores all magic points, with a cooldown time of 1 minute. And that passive effect is Mana Recovery. The effect is, the wearer of the equipment recovers 5% of their maximum magic points per second.
It's just such a level 20 epic equipment.
Let the Dragon Kingdom's mage god from the previous life directly sweep through the arena undefeated.
There is simply no profession that can engage him in a prolonged battle.
After all, the mage profession has always been known for high attack, low defense, and mana consumption. But he directly solved the mana consumption problem. That means various defensive mage skills can be used continuously.
This also compensates for the issue of low defense quite a bit. What a coincidence.
Yi Chen happens to know where to obtain Mana Spring.
A more coincidental matter.
The strong individual who was known as the mage god of Dragon Country in his previous life happened to be in a dungeon run with Yi Chen.
Everyone obtained loot together, and logically, it should have been rolled for or sold and split evenly. When rolling, Yi Chen got the highest number. This source of magic equipment should belong to Yi Chen. As a result, this Dragon Kingdom mage took the equipment and ran off.
Because of this, Yi Chen held a grudge against the Dragon Kingdom mage for many years.
Unfortunately, later on, he became the Dragon Kingdom mage. Yi Chen, an ordinary shield rider, was simply no match for the opponent and didn't even have a chance to seek revenge.
In this life, Yi Chen must obtain the Mana Fountain equipment. And while he's at it, take out the bastard who stole his equipment in the previous life.
Another minute passed.
Lin Xingmeng once again activated the Heavenly Fire Scorches the Plains skill, killing all the monsters in front of Yi Chen.
After finishing all this, Yi Chen was surprised to find that his health had suddenly skyrocketed.
Currently, Yi Chen's health has actually surpassed the 40,000 mark.
Why is this? Clearly, I didn't attack any monsters, so why has my health increased? Weapon, 1000 Machine Umbrella, level 5. Health 40120. Attack, 93. Critical hit, 15%. Experience, 0/3500. Core talent, life conversion damage boost, primary, current conversion rate, 1%. Damage increase, 401.2%.
Yi Chen was looking for the reason why his health had increased. Suddenly, he saw a new support skill effect on himself. This support skill came from Lin Xingmeng.
It was called Blessing All Beings, and this skill is quite formidable. Bless all beings. Proficiency, level 3. Attribute, passive aura.
Blesses friendly units within a 10-meter radius of the user, increasing their health regeneration speed by 9%, mana recovery speed by 9%, movement speed by 9%, and dodge
chance by 9%. Enhances the attack power of friendly units by an amount equal to 30% of the user's attack power. Additionally, each attack by the user is considered as an attack by the blessed unit stat. At this moment, Yi Chen finally understood. Once he received the blessing effect, every attack from Lin Xingmeng would also count as him launching an attack, and this effect might seem like a useless feature to others. But for Yi Chen, it was simply a highly efficient blood replenishing machine.
Yi Chen looked at Lin Xingmeng and liked her more and more the longer he looked. A beautiful girl from a wealthy family, with a pleasant voice, a gentle personality, and who was proactive, enthusiastic, generous, and kind. Moreover, her skills had high damage, wide range, strong power, and could even help increase the maximum health. Yi Chen felt like he was soaring with joy. This was completely like finding a priceless treasure. After Lin Xingmeng finished clearing the monsters, Tong Changfeng, with a tone full of admiration and respect, said, "Classmate Lin, you're incredible. I never expected that by proactively asking to team up with you, we'd end up benefiting so much. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to tackle this torment-level dungeon." Lu Zhuxian, on the other hand, had a slightly sour expression. "One day, I'll get a hidden class too, and it definitely won't be any worse than hers." Tong Changfeng said, "Since all these monsters were killed by classmate Lin, we really didn't contribute much. So, let Lin take everything from the monster." Lu Zhuxian wore a disdainful expression. "I don't care, it's not like it's anything valuable anyway." Lin Xingmeng smiled lightly. "Then I won't hold back." She adhered to the principle of collecting every grain. She raised her left hand, and there was a pickup device on her wrist that could help her quickly collect everything within 3 meters of the surrounding ground. In less than 2 seconds. Host, Yi Chen. Level, 10. Profession, Wanderer. Lin Xingmeng gathered all the gold coins, materials, equipment, and potions in one go. Tong Changfeng said in shock, "You even have this kind of item? I heard that this wrist-picking device of yours is worth over 300,000 gold coins on the market." Defense, 45. Lin Xingmeng quickly explained, "This was a birthday gift from my uncle." Critical damage, 200%. Lu Zhuxian suddenly felt a pang of sourness in her heart, filled with jealousy. Skills, 50 basic skills for all professions. Skill creation, Dragon Step. Keystone talent, permanent
permanently increase maximum health by 1 point with each attack.
Yi Chen, on the other hand, looked at Lin Xingmeng with joy. That gaze was full of joy. Lin Xingmeng was even feeling a bit embarrassed under Yi Chen's gaze.
Brother Chen, is there something dirty on my face? Why are you looking at me with that expression?
Yi Chen shook his head. No, there's nothing dirty on your face.
It's just that you're so beautiful, I can't get enough of looking at you.
Lin Xingmeng's face turned red with embarrassment, and she shyly lowered her head. Beside them, Tong Changfeng looked at the two with a face full of teasing ambiguity.
He said to Lu Zhuxian,
"Let's move ahead first and not disturb the young couple's sweet talk."
Lu Zhuxian's eyes carried a trace of cold malice.
She let out a rather displeased cold snort. Then she turned her head and followed Tong Changfeng toward the depths of the cave.
Yi Chen looked at Lin Xingmeng, filled with emotion. If I could take you with me every day to clear dungeons in the future, wouldn't that be awesome? Lin Xingmeng's pretty face turned red as she looked at Yi Chen. Brother Chen, I'm not refusing to clear dungeons with you.
Why are you suddenly saying such strange things?
Yi Chen sighed emotionally. You don't understand. I don't understand what? You don't understand my value to you.
Lin Xingming's eyes suddenly sparkled with little stars, looking at Yi Chen with excitement. She even thought that Yi Chen was confessing to her.
As a result, Yi Chen said something. You're so fragrant. Fragrant?
Lin Xingming's face turned even redder and she said, I didn't even wear perfume when I went out.
Your skills are amazing. Let's go. Don't keep those two waiting for too long.
Lin Xingmeng was instantly stunned, looking at Yi Chen with a face full of astonishment. Then, the two quickly caught up with Tong Changfeng and Lu Zhuxian. At this moment, everyone has arrived at the first level of the Cave of Lamentation, the water pool boss area.
Inside the cave ahead, there is a massive deep water pool. To reach the next area, one must row across this deep water pool. A bamboo raft is docked at the shore, capable of carrying up to 5 people. However, Tong Changfeng and Lu Zhuxian did not rush onto the bamboo raft, because even a fool knows that there is a monster waiting in the deep pool.
Tong Changfeng had prepared a strategy in advance. He said, there is a gray lurking fish boss in the deep pool. An online strategy expert suggested a method. Lure the gray lurking fish boss to attack and
gradually draw it toward the shore. If successful, you can make the gray lurking fish charge onto the shore, stranding it and rendering it immobile. Lu Zhuxian questioned, is this method really effective? Could it be another gimmicky strategy from some internet celebrity? At this moment, Yi Chen and Lin Xingmeng walked over from behind. Yi Chen said, Tong Changfeng is right.
Using this method on the gray submerged fish boss can indeed exploit a bug to kill it. After all, the Sorrowful Cave dungeon has been around for 50 or 60 years. There are already countless strategies online from predecessors, like the attack from the cave rats earlier. If you check the guides even slightly, you'll know that using a torch can drive them away.
Hearing Yi Chen's blunt words, Lu Zhuxian's expression suddenly became awkward. She wanted to argue angrily with Yi Chen,
but when she thought about her plan to win Yi Chen over, she had to hold back her anger to avoid worsening their relationship. Lu Zhuxian apologized humbly. I'm sorry, I was wrong earlier.
From now on, I won't be the captain or the commander. Let Yi Chen take over.
Tong Changfeng heard Lu Zhuxian say this. The happiest person was him. As long as this woman doesn't ruin the team and delay his level breakthrough task today,
he would agree to anything. Really? Alright, since I'm the team leader, everyone will follow my orders.
Lu Zhuxian, go stand on the bamboo raft now.
Lu Zhuxian panicked as soon as she heard this. Why are you asking me to stand on the bamboo raft?
Of course, it's to lure the monsters.
But I'm a girl. Luring monsters is such a dangerous task. Why make a girl do it?
Lu Zhuxian immediately pointed angrily at Tong Changfeng. Tong Changfeng is a man and a tough-skinned warrior. Why not let him lure the monsters?
Ha! Yi Chen sneered coldly. As the captain, I have the authority to command you. Just tell me whether you're going or not.
Lu Zhuxian was so angry her teeth itched, unable to understand why Yi Chen was deliberately targeting her.
In the end, Lu Zhuxian gritted her teeth and nodded. Fine, I'll go. After all, you're the captain. Lu Zhuxian braced herself and stepped onto the bamboo raft.
It was clear that she was very scared, her legs trembling as she stood on the bamboo raft. Suddenly, the previously still surface of the deep pool began to ripple. As the ripples grew larger, the gray lurking fish boss from the depths of the water was about to emerge.
Lu Zhuxian was already pale with fright. Is it okay now? Can I get off the bamboo raft?
Yi Chen stared at her with a playful expression. Not yet, because the boss hasn't appeared.
Lu Zhuxian's voice was trembling with fear.
Such a huge wave, the boss is about to appear. A gray deep-diving fish boss with a tough outer shell suddenly burst out of the water. It was 10 meters long, and its width required 5 adults to encircle it to hold it. At the moment the gray lurking fish burst out of the water, it suddenly lunged toward Lu Zhuxian, opening its bloody maw. Lu Zhuxian was so terrified by the scene that she almost wet herself. Her face turned pale, her lips trembling uncontrollably, and she hurriedly tried to run toward the shore. However, the bamboo raft was overturned by the waves, and she ended up falling into the water. Lin Xingmeng showed a panicked expression upon seeing this.
Tong Changfeng Changfeng also quickly shouted. Lu Zhuxian fell into the water. We need to save her first. The gray lurking fish leapt high into the air and fiercely lunged toward the spot where Lu Zhuxian had fallen into the water. Lu Zhuxian flailed wildly on the water's surface, struggling to survive, watching helplessly as the gray lurking fish was about to swallow her. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly activated the knight's skill. He raised the 1000 mechanism shield high, which emitted a resolute blue glow, increasing defense by 110%. Moreover, this skill has the effect of taunting monsters. At the moment the skill was unleashed, the gray submarine fish indeed changed direction and fiercely charged toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen calmly gave commands. Meng Meng, Tong Changfeng, you two run to the left and right sides, leave the space open for me. Then, Yi Chen raised his shield forward while quickly retreating backward. The gray lurking fish leaped directly from the water onto the shore. It also successfully collided with Yi Chen's shield. Immediately, two words appeared above Yi Chen's head. Immune. That's right, the skill effect of defensive taunt shield allows immunity to any damage once the skill is activated. Yi Chen managed to withstand the critical charge of the gray submerged fish boss. The gray submerged fish boss was directly stranded, writhing desperately on the shore, trying to get back into the water. But Yi Chen deliberately ran further away from the water's edge, leaving the airborne gray submerged fish more than 10 meters away from the water. It simply cannot return to the water. The stranded gray whale boss directly lost 99% of its combat power. This is the most commonly used bug exploit online for trapping the first stage boss of Sorrowful Cave. At the same time, Tong Changfeng also pulled Lu Zhuxian out of the water. At this moment, Lu Zhuxian was already soaked, and her pink underwear was clearly visible. Although Lu Zhuxian had an excellent figure, Yi Chen did not glance at her even once. Lu Zhuxian was shivering from the cold, looking like a pitiful drenched chicken. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yi Chen in the distance. As soon as the words fell, hatred was evident in her eyes. If it weren't for Yi Chen's orders, she wouldn't have risked herself, let alone fallen into the water and almost lost her life. Tong Changfeng asked with concern, Lu Zhuxian, are you okay? Not bad, thanks to him, I'm doing just fine. Lu Zhuxian spoke with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. At this moment, Lin Qingmeng took out a piece of clothing from her storage ring. She handed it to Lin Qingmeng and said, this is my clothing. If you don't mind, put it on. Be careful not to catch a cold. Seeing this scene, Tong Changfeng was stunned. Lin, you actually have a storage ring? This kind of thing is probably worth over 5 million gold coins, right? This was also a birthday gift from my uncle. Your uncle must be incredibly wealthy. Lu Zhuxian frowned tightly, feeling somewhat disgusted by the clothes Lin Qingmeng handed over. Defensive taunt. But seeing herself all wet, she had no choice but to take Lin Qingmeng's clothes. Thank you, she said reluctantly. Then, Lu Zhuxian said bluntly, you two men, turn your heads. I'm going to change clothes. Tong Changfeng helplessly did as she said, but Yi Chen completely ignored her. Boom! Lin Qingmeng said, Brother Chen has already trapped the gray submarine fish boss. Let's hurry and help him defeat the boss. Then the two of them came to Yi Chen's side and attacked the gray submarine fish with all their might. Since this boss is really easy to fight, there's no need to dodge, just focus on dealing damage. The group started chatting. I looked up a guide online and heard that this gray submarine fish boss has 2000 HP, but with Lin's high damage output, we should be able to kill it quickly. Yi Chen, on the other hand, checked the boss's attributes. Boom! Gray submarine fish, boss, level 13, health 3500, attack 80, skills, swift swimming, leaping attacks, rodent-like biting. Introduction. The gray submarine fish boss lives in deep pools and possesses the keenest senses, allowing it to precisely locate enemies. Beware of its extremely fast swimming speed, as it excels at ambushing using variable speed. Yi Chen corrected Tong Changfeng's statement. This is the torment difficulty level, so the gray submarine fish has 3500 health points. You must have been looking at the strategy guide for the Wailing Cavern on the hard difficulty level. Tong Changfeng finally realized and scratched his head with a smile. It seems so, but I really didn't expect that this supposedly torturous dungeon would be as simple as cooking a dish in front of you two. As he progressed through the dungeon, he became increasingly amazed by the strength displayed by Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng. First, there was Lin Qingmeng's heaven-defying hidden class, which not only had immense destructive power but also combined area damage and support abilities. It could truly be called an all-around pentagonal class. Then there was the even more low-key Yi Chen, who appeared to be an ordinary knight. However, his commanding skills and calmness in the face of danger were completely beyond what a high school student could possess. At first, Tong Changfeng thought it was impossible for them to clear the torment level difficulty of Wailing Cavern, but now it seemed they might actually have a chance. Since Yi Chen was using knight skills, his freelancer class was not exposed. Thus, he took on the role of the tank, responsible for holding off the monsters while using the simplest basic shield strikes to deal damage to the enemies. Each time he struck with his shield, Yi Chen could only inflict a pitiful 10 or so points of damage on the gray submerged fish. So, the main damage output lies with Lin Qingmeng and Tong Changfeng. Moreover, Lin Qingmeng's Bless All Beings Aura skill makes each of her attacks count as one of Yi Chen's attacks. This causes Yi Chen's health to regenerate at double the speed. As the gray submarine fish let out a whale-like roar, it was finally killed. Moreover, it dropped a lot of gold coins, materials, potions, and even among a pile of junk equipment, there was actually a piece of equipment glowing with a purple light. As for Yi Chen's maximum health, it skyrocketed by more than 2,000 points. This increase is far greater than the boost a piece of purple equipment could provide him. Rare drop purple gear. Tong Changfeng immediately let out a cry of surprise. This is the first time I've seen a purple gear drop in a dungeon. His eyes were filled with excitement. After hearing about the loot drop, Lu Zhuxian, who had just changed her clothes, finally arrived late. She was nowhere to be seen during the boss fight. Once the boss was defeated, she hurried out to claim her share of the spoils. Did you get rare equipment? Lu Zhuxian looked at the four people with a face full of surprise. That's true. This is a torment level dungeon, and the probability of dropping rare equipment is quite high. Rare equipment, because it emits a purple glow, is more commonly referred to as purple gear. Lu Zhuxian couldn't wait to pick up this rare equipment. As a result, Yi Chen directly stopped her. Defense, 40. What are you doing? Lu Zhuxian was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with me checking the equipment? Yi Chen said bluntly, I'm the captain. I'll check the equipment first. Lu Zhuxian's mouth twitched slightly. She never expected Yi Chen to be so shamelessly domineering, using his captain status to act arbitrarily. Yi Chen picked up the equipment and handed it to Lin Qingmeng. Meng, you take a look. Why doesn't Yi Chen check the equipment attributes himself? Instead, he lets Lin Qingmeng check the equipment? Because Yi Chen doesn't want to reveal the secret that he has a system. Yi Chen has a system, and the system can help him investigate the attributes of various things. However, for those without a system, there is only one way to examine equipment. It is the method Lin Qingmeng is using now. She took out a detection stone from her storage ring. The stone is roughly the size of half a palm. 10 minutes later, she placed the inspection stone on top of the purple outfit. The inspection stone slowly dissipated, transforming into streams of light particles. These light particles gradually gathered above the purple outfit, revealing a detailed attribute display. Light bathing ring. Level 15. Health 50. Cooldown reduction 5%. Effect, when worn, increases skill casting speed by 5%, spell damage by 5%, and healing effect by level 10. When everyone saw the equipment attributes clearly, Lu Zhuxian immediately showed an expression of ecstasy. She said proudly, according to the globally recognized distribution rules, the first rule is to prioritize allocation based on profession. In our team, I'm the only priest. This equipment increases healing effects by 10%, so it's clearly exclusive to priests. Therefore, this equipment should rightfully belong to me. Lu Zhuxian didn't contribute any effort, yet she still wanted to take away a piece of purple gear in the end. Yi Chen certainly wouldn't let this woman have her way. Yi Chen reacted quickly, picking up the light bathing ring faster than Lu Zhuxian. Lu Zhuxian glared angrily, staring fiercely at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what do you mean? Snatching a woman's equipment? Are you even a man? Yi Chen sneered, don't rush to label me. Who said I snatched a woman's equipment? This piece of equipment has a 5% skill cooldown reduction, can also speed up skill casting by 5%, and increases spell damage by 5%. This is obviously mage equipment, and in our team, only Lin Qingmeng is a mage, so this equipment should rightfully be hers. Who agrees? Who objects? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Zhuxian's expression turned as unpleasant as if she had swallowed a dead fly. In her opinion, Yi Chen was deliberately favoring Lin Qingmeng, insisting on giving this piece of equipment that should belong to her to Lin Qingmeng. At this moment, Tong Changfeng stepped forward and said something fair. Lu Zhuxian, Lin Qingmeng contributed more than 90% of the output. Without her, we wouldn't have been able to kill this boss today. Both emotionally and logically, this equipment should belong to her. None of the three people present sided with Lu Zhuxian. Lu Zhuxian was so aggrieved that she couldn't say a single word. Yi Chen looked at Lu Zhuxian with amusement. Lu Zhuxian, 3 votes to 1, this piece of equipment goes to Lin Qingmeng. Do you have any objections? Lu Zhuxian snorted coldly, her face full of displeasure. She thought to herself, if you treat me like this, you'd better not beg me to heal you when you're out of health while fighting the boss later. In the end, the equipment ended up in Lin Qingmeng's hands. Lin Qingmeng smiled happily, thank you, everyone. Then she cheerfully put the new equipment on her finger. Shan Gu, does it look good? It looks good. In no time, Lu Zhuxian saw Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng chatting and laughing, and she was so angry that she was about to explode. She simply turned her head away, rolling her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. Then, everyone evenly divided the gold coins, materials, and potions dropped by the boss. Lin Qingmeng said, I've already gotten the equipment, so I won't participate in dividing these items. Quality, rare. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuxian had a cold and aloof expression. Attack, 20. Defense, 10. I don't care for these trivial things. Finally, Yi Chen and Tong Changfeng divided the loot from the boss. After the division, Yi Chen received over 200 gold coins, more than a dozen
dozen potions, and several materials from the gray submarine fish boss. Yi Chen did not plan to pursue a life-related profession, so he intended to sell these materials after leaving the dungeon. After everything was settled, everyone boarded the bamboo raft and paddled toward the opposite side of the deep pool. After disembarking, Yi Chen followed the online guide and chose the third path among the three forked roads. The reason was that this path was the closest to the boss and had no troublesome monsters along the way. Along the way, the group killed more than a dozen monsters. Wait, successfully reached the second boss area. Soon, they arrived in a spacious bronze room. The surrounding walls were covered with densely packed bronze runes, and in the very center stood a bizarre altar. The crowd arrived in front of the altar. Tong Changfeng spoke first. According to the online guide, this dungeon requires lighting candles at the 4 positions of the altar in sequence to summon the monster hidden beneath it. However, this boss doesn't have any exploitable bugs. Yi Chen, can you withstand the boss's attacks? I heard that on Torment difficulty, this boss's attack reaches as high as 120 points. Our health points are generally around 100. This is also a huge challenge for priests. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuxian immediately burst into laughter. Now you finally realize how important I am as a priest, huh? Let me tell you, I'm not in a good mood right now. Lu Zhuxian was still sulking over the matter of distributing the equipment earlier. The implication behind her words was to make Yi Chen and the others act as her sycophants to comfort her. But she never expected Yi Chen would actually say this. It doesn't matter, we don't need a priest, I can withstand the boss's attacks. Everyone, get ready for battle. Meng, you light the candles. Lu Zhuxian was stunned. She never expected Yi Chen to dare to ignore her like this. She stomped her feet in anger. Alright, Yi Chen, you ignored me first. If you get beaten half to death by the monster later, don't come begging me to heal you. As Lin Qingmeng gathered the energy of flames on her staff, she lit the candles at the 4 corners of the altar one by one. After the candles were lit, the entrance at the center of the altar slowly opened. Beneath the entrance lay a powerful boss in dormant slumber. As the altar's entrance fully opened, beneath the altar, a slumbering ice-eyed toad was slowly opening its eyes. It let out a croak sound, then leapt with all its might, suddenly jumping out of the narrow space beneath the entrance. Everyone, get ready for battle. Yi Chen casually gave the command, just attack with all your might. Upon hearing this, the other 3 showed peculiar expressions. It wasn't that they doubted Yi Chen's strength. Isn't Yi Chen's command a bit too hasty? You must know, this is the boss of a torment-level dungeon. Its difficulty is not something that can be compared to ordinary dungeons. The frost toad's gaze swept across the intruders on the field. These humans, in its eyes, are all food disturbing its rest. Yi Chen examined the boss's attributes. Ice crystal toad, boss, level 14, life 4500, attack 120, defense 30, skills, spitting venom, slime evasion, astonishing leap. Introduction. Originally an animal from the icy mountains, it is unclear why it lives deep within the caves. However, its body is covered in venom, so be careful not to get contaminated, or you will suffer continuous health loss. The ice frost toad suddenly puffed up its mouth, as if it were gathering something. Tong Changfeng saw this and shouted in panic, everyone, run quickly. This boss's habit is to unleash a big move as soon as it appears. At this moment, the ice frost toad kept puffing up its mouth. It was about to unleash the skill, Venom Spit. But Yi Chen remained calm and unhurried, directly raising the 1000 mechanism shield. He steadily activated the skill, Golden Scepter Shield. In an instant, a knight's shield surrounded Yi Chen. However, the shield faintly carried traces of mysterious golden radiance. Seeing this scene, several people showed surprised expressions in their eyes. Brother Chen, why is your knight skill somewhat different from others? Yeah, Yi Chen, your shield even has a golden glow. Yi Chen smiled and said, this is the effect of a level 10 skill. The golden shield skill has an additional 10% toughness effect. Hearing this, everyone showed a look of surprise. My goodness, Yi Chen, you've even trained this skill to level 10? How on earth did you manage to train so many high-level skills to this extent? Under the astonished gazes of the 3, Yi Chen activated Enemy Shield Taunt, raising his shield to gain a 110% defense boost and taunting the monster, additionally granting him 1 chance to be immune to any attack. The attack aggro of the Ice Frost Toad was instantly drawn to him. The Ice Frost Toad spat a mouthful of venom onto Yi Chen. However, due to the protective shield around him, all the venom was completely blocked by the shield. At the same time, numbers were still crazily deducted above Yi Chen's head. -12, -11, -13, -14, -12. The venom reduces health at a rate of 5 points per second. However, despite such a rapid health reduction, it surprisingly didn't even break Yi Chen's shield. Tong Changfeng was directly stunned. Croak. Yi Chen, just how high is your shield value? With the boss dealing such high damage, your health is dropping so quickly, yet your shield hasn't even been broken? Lin Qingming's eyes revealed a joyful expression. Seeing Yi Chen's incredible strength, she genuinely felt happy for him. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuxuan's pupils were filled with shock, her face full of disbelief as she stared at Yi Chen's rate of health health loss. She was well aware of the difficulty and power of the challenging boss, but she never expected this boss to be so formidable, yet still unable to deal with Yi Chen. The boss couldn't even break Yi Chen's shield. Yi Chen quickly said, "I've already drawn the boss's aggro, hurry up and attack." Lin Qingmeng and Tong Changfeng quickly reacted. The two hurriedly exerted their full strength. Lu Zhuxian originally planned to watch Yi Chen make a fool of himself, but unexpectedly, the one embarrassed turned out to be herself. Croak. Her current situation is extremely awkward. As a priest in the team, the only tank doesn't even need her healing. This caused Lu Zhuxian's value in the team to plummet. She carried a priest's staff but neither healed nor was needed for healing. Moreover, she had no offensive power. Even when fighting monsters, she could only cast the low damage light of retribution. Can only deal single-digit damage to the boss's health, because Yi Chen maintained the boss's aggro very steadily. Therefore, Lin Qingmeng and Tong Changfeng didn't need to worry about the aggro shifting at all. They just went all out with full firepower, focusing on crazy output. After 20 minutes of battle, the Ice Crystal Toad's health bar finally reached the bottom, and it collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Everyone successfully defeated the second boss of the dungeon. However, the Ice Crystal Toad only dropped gold coins, potions, materials, and a single piece of blue and white equipment. Not a single piece of rare purple equipment was seen. Yi Chen quickly distributed all these spoils according to the principle of fairness. Some decent blue equipment was also given to Tong Changfeng to equip. Originally, Lu Zhuxian wanted to act tough, saying she didn't care for this batch of blue fine equipment. Suddenly, however, she was also wearing ordinary white equipment. In the end, with a very frustrated mood, she took the blue excellent equipment allocated by Yi Chen, because Yi Chen demonstrated his strong health and defense. Therefore, for the third boss, the four-person team adopted the same strategy. Yi Chen didn't need to maneuver at all. He simply wielded the 1000-machine shield and unleashed skills directly onto the boss. After using the skills, he firmly held the boss's aggro. The rest was left to the other two to deal crazy damage. Yi Chen's hands weren't idle either, as he kept smashing the monster with his shield. The damage is very low, but he perseveres tirelessly. Even Lin Qingmeng and Tong Changfeng suggested that Yi Chen take a break. After all, pulling and tanking monsters is already very exhausting for him. There's no need to keep attacking and dealing such pitiful damage. But Yi Chen said that since he was idle anyway, he might as well deal more damage. This attitude deeply moved and impressed Lin Qingmeng and Tong Changfeng. However, in reality, Yi Chen just wanted to farm more health points. 30 minutes later, Yi Chen and the others successfully cleared the torment difficulty dungeon of Sorrowful Cave. At the moment they cleared it, Tong Changfeng's face revealed a gratified smile, feeling extremely dazed. He said, "I could never have imagined that at level 10, I would actually have the chance to clear a torment difficulty dungeon. During the exam, I only chose the elite difficulty exam copy, but I already felt it was so hard." Yi Chen, you're still the impressive one. Rumor has it that you're at the bottom of the pack, but I think that rumor is complete nonsense. The strength you displayed today completely outshines 99% of the exam candidates in Jiangcheng. Following Tong Changfeng's round of praise, Yi Chen calmly distributed the boss loot without batting an eye. No one expected it. The final boss with a challenging difficulty didn't even drop a single good rare purple item. This led to a wave of complaints from everyone. These monsters are all tough and hard to defeat, yet the chances of dropping good equipment are ridiculously low. After dividing the loot, Yi Chen took stock of his gains from this dungeon run. First was his health. After he and Lin Qingmeng worked together to farm health, this dungeon run surprisingly increased his health by a full 8,000 points. This was far beyond Yi Chen's expectations. After all, Yi Chen wanted to avoid exposing his freelancer profession, so he used night skills throughout. His efficiency in restoring health was inherently very low. The fact that he managed to gain so much health in this dungeon run is largely thanks to Lin Qingmeng. It can be said that out of the 8,000 health points he obtained, 7,000 were earned with Lin Qingmeng's help. This freeloading is just too satisfying. Then there's the number of gold coins he received: 1210 coins. There are 12 bottles of red potion, 8 bottles of blue potion, as well as many ordinary monster materials and boss monster materials. This is the result after being divided among the four-person team. If Yi Chen were to come here alone to farm, his earnings would be 4 times higher. Additionally, Yi Chen's night skill proficiency has also improved due to frequent use. Proficiency, level 13. Attribute, when used, a shield surrounds the body surface, with a shield value equal to 70% of maximum health. While under the shield, gain 10% tenacity. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Proficiency, level 13. Attribute, when used, raise the shield height to gain a 130% defense boost in taunt monsters. Additionally, provides one chance to be immune to any attack. Lasts for 8 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Attribute, transfers 16% of the damage taken by teammates within a 10-meter radius to oneself, while gaining 10% health and increased defense. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Attribute, each time attacked by
an enemy gains a 16% defense boost for 5 seconds.
Yi Chen closed the skill panel.
He glanced at his current attribute panel. Weapon, 1000 Machine Umbrella, level 5. Health 50481. Attack, 93. Critical hit, 15%. Experience, 0/3500. Core talent, life conversion damage boost. Beginner, current conversion rate, 1%. Damage increase, 504.81%.
Yi Chen looked at his drastically increased maximum health, and the smile on his face grew even wider. He muttered to himself, I remember that the normal health value for a level 90 class is around 60,000, and I'm only level 10, yet I'm about to catch up with level 90 powerhouses. Yi Chen's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, eagerly anticipating when he could break through the 100,000 health threshold. After the sorrowful dungeon ended, everyone organized their gains. The team leader who had previously entered the dungeon, Lu Zhuxian, decided to leave the dungeon. The world before everyone's eyes twisted for a moment, followed by a flash of light as they were teleported.
Yi Chen and the others were teleported back to the entrance of the dungeon.
In front of them was still the bustling commercial street. Many people were coming out of the dungeon, but even more were queuing outside. Outside, the crowd was lively and bustling. I told you earlier, after the exam ended yesterday, there would be a lot of people coming to do the rank breakthrough tasks today. I told you to get up early, but you just had to stay in bed.
Is it my fault? How was I supposed to know there'd be so many people today? Don't these people sleep in after finishing their exams? You think everyone is as lazy as you?
The queue at the dungeon entrance had already grown to at least 5 times the size compared to when Yi Chen and the others arrived earlier. The people in line extended directly from the entrance of the dungeon all the way to the bustling commercial street. The 4 of them left the crowded area near the dungeon entrance. They stopped on a slightly less crowded cobblestone street.
Tong Chanfeng asked Yi Chen, now that the dungeon is cleared, where are you planning to go?
Yi Chen said, Meng Meng and I will go back to submit the task, then we'll start leveling up. Hearing this, Tong Chanfeng felt embarrassed to ask to join Yi Chen in farming monsters and leveling up. After all, he had witnessed it firsthand in the dungeon.
Yi Chen's impenetrable defense and Lin Qingming's earth-shattering damage.
He's just an ordinary soldier, not qualified to join these 2 masters in the dungeon. So, Tong Chanfeng laughed heartily, then let's part ways here.
Yi Chen nodded, alright, see you next time.
Before leaving, Tong Chanfeng asked Lu Zhuxian a question.
Golden Shield. Lu Zhuxian, shall we go back together?
As a result, Lu Zhuxian directly let out a cold snort with an unhappy expression.
Defensive taunt. Don't bother with me.
Tong Chanfeng's expression changed, but he simply shook his head, too lazy to persuade Lu Zhuxian.
Martyr. Proficiency, level 11. This woman is just so meddlesome and pretentious. Life enhancement. Proficiency, level 16.
Attribute, passively increases life and accelerates life recovery speed by 90%.
Tenacity. Proficiency, level 16.
Then he turned around and left. After Tong Chanfeng left, only Yi Chen, Lin Qingming, and Lu Zhuxian remained.
Lu Zhuxian stood in place, arms crossed, saying nothing. Host, Yi Chen. Level 10. Profession, Wanderer. Yi Chen just glanced at her.
Then he smiled and looked at Lin Qingming. Meng Meng, I plan to sell all the materials dropped in the dungeon earlier.
Defense, 45. Lin Qingming nodded, alright. Critical damage, 200%. Yi Chen glanced at the surrounding street-side shops.
Skills, 50 basic skills for all professions.
Skill creation, Dragon Step. Keystone talent, permanently increase maximum health by 1 point with each attack.
There was a shop called Gentle Breeze Trading Post, with an advertisement sign next to it that read high prices for all kinds of monster materials. So, Yi Chen led Lin Qingming toward this shop.
Lu Zhuxian watched as the 2 of them simply walked away.
Her eyes widened in shock immediately.
You just left me like this without caring?
Lu Zhuxian stood there sulking, stomping her feet repeatedly, as if she wanted Yi Chen to come back and comfort her. Her princess-like temper clearly showed that she had been overly pampered in the past. Everyone around her spoils her and goes along with her, so she's used to others coaxing her. As a result, Yi Chen completely ignored her. He didn't treat her as a girl. Of course, he didn't treat her as a person either.
Lu Zhuxian was about to be driven mad by Yi Chen.
She watched helplessly as Yi Chen walked away with Lin Qingming.
At that moment,
suddenly, a group of people surrounded her from behind.
Little girl, we meet again.
Lu Zhuxian was startled and hurriedly turned around, only to find that it was the same group of people she had scolded for cutting in line outside the dungeon earlier. The leader was none other than Gun Brother. Little girl, you sure have guts.
You even dare to insult me.
I said, I'll come to settle accounts with you after finishing the dungeon.
Now, I want to see what else you have to say. Go ahead, speak.
Yi Chen and Lin Qingming arrived outside the Gentle Breeze trading shop.
Lin Qingming turned to look in the direction of Lu Zhuxian. She said curiously, Shenji.
Lu Zhuxian seems to have left with a group of people. It's the group we encountered before entering the dungeon, led by someone called Changji.
Oh, was it voluntary or involuntary?
It seems like she went with the other party willingly.
Then let's not bother with her.
Yi Chen walked into the Gentle Breeze trading shop, where a boss wearing a thick gold necklace was seated inside.
The boss saw how young Yi Chen was and didn't even bother to stand up.
He receives goods here, and most of the sellers are students. These students gather a few scraps of materials in the dungeon and rush over to sell them to him.
Because the amounts are too small, the boss has little enthusiasm for doing business. Boss, selling some materials.
The boss, while playing on his phone, casually replied, materials from regular monsters, all purchased at a flat rate of 1 gold coin each.
Just take them out, toss them into that basket over there, and tell me how many you have. Yi Chen said, I don't have materials from regular monsters.
Hearing this, the boss suddenly put down his phone and looked at Yi Chen with a surprised expression.
Then what are you here to sell?
Then, Lin Qingmeng took out her storage ring and poured a large pile of materials onto the ground. The moment he saw the storage ring, the boss immediately put down his phone and quickly stood up from his chair. People who own storage rings are definitely not ordinary individuals. The moment the boss saw the materials on the ground, his eyes immediately widened and his mouth opened to the point where it couldn't close.
Whoa! These are all materials dropped by the boss.
Gray submarine fish scales, gray submarine fish bones, toad poison essence, toad poison skin. The boss's gaze toward Yi Chen instantly changed. The smile on his face immediately appeared.
Young man, where did you get so many boss materials? From defeating bosses. How could an elite level dungeon possibly drop such high quality boss materials?
At this moment, Lin Qingmeng next to him explained with a cheerful smile.
Boss, we're playing on torment difficulty, so the materials that drop will be of better quality. Hearing this, the boss's expression was completely stunned. What? You two students, playing on torment difficulty? Are you kidding me?
Lin Qingmeng smiled helplessly. Boss, please take a look for us and see how much it can sell for. All her and Yi Chen's materials are here.
At this moment, the boss quickly took out a strangely shaped magnifying glass from his cabinet. This thing looks like a magnifying glass, but it's actually an identification magnifying glass.
Its greatest ability is to examine the attributes and quality of materials.
The boss held the identification magnifying glass and scanned it over the materials one by one. He exclaimed in surprise, my goodness.
Gray submarine fish scales with a quality as high as 91, directly surpassing the best gray submarine fish scales in my shop.
My goodness.
The quality of this toad venom essence is actually 92. This is simply the best of the best.
And you even brought 3 of them to sell. This is unbelievable. You even managed to get the Bat King wing material?
I've been doing business here for so many years, and I've hardly ever received this material. The drop rate is just too low, it's way too rare. Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng kept listening to the boss, who was alternately shocked, cursing, and praising, for a full 10 minutes. He stared at the two of them with a look of utter astonishment.
I don't want to lie to you, and I don't do the business of slaughtering pigs. To be honest with you, these materials are too precious, and my shop can't handle so much. Lin Qingmeng was stunned for a moment. Then what should we do?
Yi Chen suddenly smiled and said, you can't handle it, but you have contacts in the same trade.
You can let your peers handle it. Then you can earn a referral fee from them.
Hearing this, the boss stared at Yi Chen in shock.
Young man, how do you know so much? All the secrets of our industry have been uncovered by you, huh?
In his previous life, Yi Chen had been terribly deceived by unscrupulous merchants, and only then did he learn this painful lesson. Back then, he didn't understand and would sell good materials as soon as he got them. As a result, he was completely swindled by those unscrupulous merchants, losing at least 80% of the profit. As the saying goes, a long illness makes a good doctor, so now Yi Chen understands.
As long as this boss tries to cheat him where the price is unreasonable, Yi Chen can see through it instantly.
Then, the boss started making phone calls to call people over. As he spoke with spittle flying and an animated expression, he looked at Yi Chen with a face full of joy.
Young man, you two sit down and have some tea, the others will be here soon.
Soon, a group of bosses poured into the shop. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by an array of dazzling materials scattered on the ground.
The group was instantly stunned at the sight. Holy crap, someone actually managed to drop these materials. In all these years, this is the first time I've seen someone drop so many rare boss materials. So many materials on the market are hard to come by. After all, the level of the Sorrowful Cavern dungeon is too low. High-level players can farm high-difficulty dungeons, but due to level penalties, they can't get any loot.
Meanwhile, low-level players have poor stats and equipment, making it nearly impossible for them to tackle the high-difficulty Sorrowful Cavern. Soon, this group of bosses surrounded Yi Chen with fiery eyes. They rubbed their hands excitedly and then cautiously inquired,
young man, you're still a high school student, right? Just finished the exams. Oh, then you'll soon be a college student. Congratulations on graduating from high school.
All these materials are indeed very good. We'll purchase them at market price.
Yi Chen nodded and quietly watched the group's offer.
Due to the memories of his past life, Yi Chen still had some understanding of the approximate prices of these materials.
A merchant first made an offer. You have 3 toad venom essences, I'll take them all.
At a price of 100,000 gold coins each, I'll give you a total total of 300,000 gold coins. How about it? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingmeng, who was standing nearby, immediately showed a surprised expression.
Oh my! Brother Chen, can we really make this much money from the next dungeon? Yi Chen heard Lin Qingmeng's words.
He smiled and said, you know, there aren't many people in this world with your kind of freakish output ability. Lin Qingmeng blushed and smiled suddenly after hearing Yi Chen praise her. Although Lin Qingmeng came from a good family and was wealthy, but after all, it wasn't money she earned herself. So, when she personally experienced the entire process of running dungeons, gathering materials, and then selling them for money, she seemed to enjoy the feeling of earning money through her own skills. Faced with the exorbitant offer of 100,000, these merchants thought they could easily take the materials from the high school student. But none of them expected that Yi Chen was a super sly old fox. He directly and bluntly refused.
Your offer is way too outrageous. I'm not selling.
As soon as these words came out, Yi Chen directly startled this group of merchants, and the merchant who made the offer hurriedly asked,
how am I being shady?
100,000 gold coins, that's a year's salary for many people.
Did I offer too low?
Lin Qingmeng was very surprised. She hadn't expected Yi Chen to refuse to sell even for 100,000 gold coins for a single material. If it were her, she would definitely sell it because she thinks this price is very high. A level 10 dungeon can earn this much gold, which is already quite impressive. But Yi Chen said, Toad Venom Essence, although it's a level 10 boss material, is one of the raw materials needed to craft an epic piece of equipment for level 105 warrior class. And my Toad Venom Essence has a minimum quality of 90.
Wanting to take it for just 100,000 gold is way too greedy, isn't it?
As soon as these words were spoken, a group of merchants was completely dumbfounded. None of them had expected that a high school student would be so familiar with materials for equipment over level 100. To be honest, I just find it too troublesome to sell them one by one, so I came to you to sell them in bulk.
But if this is the kind of purchase price you're offering, then I might as well take the items back and put them up for consignment at the auction house. Although there will be some handling fees, the price can easily exceed 1 million gold coins. Lin Qingmeng's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She never expected that Yi Chen would know so much.
At this moment, Lin Qingmeng suddenly felt that Yi Chen was so handsome. Her eyes were filled with admiration and respect.
Cough cough.
The merchant who had just quoted the price looked alternately pale and flushed. He was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. And he hadn't expected to actually encounter someone knowledgeable today.
He braced himself and asked humbly, then what do you think would be a good price for me to buy it? Yi Chen directly gave a number. 3 million gold coins, 3 Toad Venom Essences. I'm not saying you can't make a profit.
Even if you spend 3 million to buy these 3, you can later resell them to those level 100 experts who need them and still make at least 500,000 or so. A group of merchants, upon hearing this, all looked at Yi Chen with faces full of admiration. They suddenly laughed. The younger generation is truly formidable.
High school students nowadays are far more capable than us. Alright, I'll do as you say then.
I'll spend 3 million to buy 3 of your Toad Venom Essences.
Give me your bank account, and I'll transfer the money to you right now.
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, suddenly realizing that in this reincarnated life he hadn't set up a bank account yet. So, he looked at Lin Qingmeng with a rather awkward expression.
Then he softly asked, Meng, do you have a bank account? Yes, I do. Can you help me pay the money first? Lin Qingmeng noticed Yi Chen's embarrassment and nodded understandingly. Transfer the money to my bank account.
The merchants all turned to look at Lin Qingmeng, suddenly laughed. Sure enough, a talented young man and a beautiful girl make a perfect pair of high school students. Young man, with such a pretty girlfriend, no wonder you're so capable.
Let me, as someone with experience, give you a piece of advice. Men, it's better to keep the money in your own hands. Being under strict control by your wife is very humbling. Hey,
don't go around teaching bad habits to young students.
Do you think everyone is like you, secretly hiding private money?
Accompanied by a round of teasing from this group of people, Lin Qingmeng's pretty face immediately turned red and she tried hard to make herself look less shy. She snorted lightly. I believe he definitely wouldn't do such a thing. As a result, this group of people let out ambiguous laughter one after another.
Soon, the first 3 million was deposited into Lin Qingmeng's bank account. The first person completed the transaction. The people afterward basically didn't dare to play tricks with Yi Chen anymore. Yi Chen spent half an hour selling all the remaining materials. Sold out. The two left the Qingfeng trading shop. Lin Qingmeng's face was flushed and she excitedly stared at Yi Chen. Brother Chen, guess how much we sold for?
Yi Chen had been busy negotiating prices and hadn't calculated how much money they had made. Lin Qingmeng raised 2 fingers with immense joy.
20 million. We actually sold for 20 million gold coins. Yay. This is the first time I've ever made money in my life. So this is what it feels like to make money? It's simply amazing.
Yi Chen smiled lightly. As long as you're happy.
Lin Qingmeng looked at Yi Chen with a hint of curiosity. Brother Chen, we've earned 20 million gold coins. Why aren't you even a little happy?
Yi Chen pursed his lips and sighed.
20 million gold coins coins is indeed a lot, but if it's for enhancing equipment, you'll understand it's not enough.
Lin Qingmeng looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression.
Isn't enhancing equipment something that happens after reaching level 100? We're still low level and don't even have equipment that needs enhancing.
Yi Chendong glanced around and brought Lin Qingmeng to a secluded spot. He took out the 1000 machine umbrella and said, "This piece of equipment is a type that can be upgraded. In theory, I can start enhancing its level right now." Lin Qingmeng looked astonished as she admired the beautiful piece of equipment.
What a beautiful piece of equipment. What's its name? 1000 machine umbrella? Can you show me its attributes? Then, Yi Chen shared the equipment's attributes with Lin Qingmeng. After reading it,
Lin Qingmeng suddenly fell silent, staring at Yi Chen with a peculiar expression.
"Brother Chen, if I'm not mistaken, this equipment should be for solo players, right? Could it be that you're the legendary solo profession?" Yi Chen decided not to hide his profession from Lin Qingmeng anymore.
He nodded openly. "That's right, I am a freelancer profession.
In dungeons, I don't want them to know my secret, so I always pretended to be a knight.
In reality, I can use the skills of all professions." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingmeng revealed a joyful smile.
"I'm so happy. I knew Brother Chen couldn't be ordinary.
Back then, when you refused the hidden profession book I gave you, it turns
out you already had such a powerful freelancer profession.
At the time, I thought Brother Chen rejected my kindness because,
why? Nothing."
Immediately after, Lin Qingmeng started fiddling with something in her storage ring.
Yi Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you looking for?" "I'm looking for originium." Upon hearing the word originium, Yi Chen suddenly flinched.
Immediately after, Lin Qingmeng had several pieces of originium in her hand. These stones, which seemed to emit a blue glow, appeared quite unremarkable and worthless, but in fact, they are materials needed to enhance equipment.
And these things have an extremely low drop rate. Moreover, only bosses drop them, regular monsters don't drop them at all.
In the market, the price of a source stone is around 10,000 gold coins. Lin Qingmeng enthusiastically handed the source stone to Yi Chen.
"Brother Chen, let's go enhance your equipment."
A faint smile appeared on the corner of Yi Chen's lips. Looking at the pure and adorable girl in front of him, his heart was filled with joy and warmth.
Yi Chen nodded. "Alright, let's go back and submit the task first, then we'll strengthen our equipment together. At that time, I must borrow some of your good luck."
Lin Qingmeng gave a sly smile. This lady has always had great luck.
Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng took the bus back to the Adventurers Association. It was already noon by this time. Many people were lining up to submit their tasks.
The hall was bustling and very lively.
The two of them queued for about half an hour.
Finally, the two of them arrived at the task submission window.
The staff inside glanced at Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng's arms.
It showed the task completion mark. So, the staff took out a special sheet of metal paper and placed it over Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng's arms.
A faint golden glow emanated from their arms. After a while, the task text on their arms disappeared,
and they successfully completed the registration breakthrough task. This means that from now on, they can fight monsters to gain experience and advance to higher levels.
After breaking the level cap, Lin Qingmeng's driver was waiting in the parking lot.
She instructed the driver to drive the Maybach to the entrance of the Adventurers Association. The two got into the car and headed to the Blacksmith Street in Jiangcheng.
About 20 minutes later,
Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng arrived at the most bustling and concentrated Blacksmith Street in all of Jiangcheng. On this street, there were all kinds of forging shops. The owner of each blacksmith shop is a professional blacksmith or craftsman. Since everyone specializes in crafting different types of equipment,
this street can meet the equipment crafting needs of all professions. Yi Chen, accompanied by Lin Qingmeng, walked into the bustling Blacksmith Street. The sound of intense iron forging keeps echoing in my ears.
Many shop owners love to publicly demonstrate forging equipment at their doorsteps,
so it's common to see many muscular men, shirtless, wielding hammers and pounding iron with each strike.
It's a scene full of passion, with loud clangs and sweat pouring like rain. Many shop owners noticed Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng and smiled as they tried to attract customers.
"Just graduated from high school, right? Come, my shop is having a promotional event. A whole set of premium equipment for only 8,000 gold coins. You won't regret it, and you definitely won't be scammed. Hey handsome guy, pretty girl, want to check out the new equipment in our shop? All freshly forged this morning using top quality materials. A level 10 piece of equipment provides up to 10 points of defense. Don't miss out as you pass by.
A rare, top quality longsword with an exceptional attribute that adds 2% extra damage.
It's the strongest divine weapon for anyone under level 10. Come on in and take a look, all you dashing exam takers. On this street, there are many exam candidates like Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng.
They have money given by their parents in their pockets, and after the exam, they want to come here to buy some better equipment. Then they plan to take on level breakthrough tasks, team up with a few friends or classmates during the summer break to grind monsters and level up, and, if lucky, earn some gold coins and material money. To do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Everyone understands this principle. What's more, people nowadays are extremely pragmatic
pragmatic and realistic. They even set an equipment threshold or attribute threshold before entering a dungeon. Those who fail to meet the threshold are not even qualified to join the dungeon team, because they all didn't want it, they just kicked it away. However, Yi Chen heard the merchants and shops hawking along the way. He had only one thought in his mind: these people are really damn ruthless. A set of trash elite blue gear, and they dare to sell it for a sky-high price of 8,000 gold coins. This is even worse than robbing a bank, because Yi Chen planned to enhance the equipment of the 1,000 gold umbrella. Therefore, he had to find a shop specifically equipped with a strengthening furnace. Nowadays, there were only 2 or 3 shops in the entire Jiang city that could afford to play with equipment enhancement. After all, this thing was too costly, and the initial investment for a strengthening furnace was also very high. The most crucial point is that the furnace has a usage limit. Once it exceeds 1,000 uses, the furnace will explode. And to create a furnace, it requires a huge investment, consuming a large amount of precious materials, and at least a master-level blacksmith and craftsman must collaborate to forge it. Life profession level classification: beginner, intermediate, advanced, expert, master, grandmaster, saint, god. So, at the very beginning when Yi Chen brought up the idea of enhancing equipment, Lin Qingmeng was very surprised and puzzled, saying that this should be something only level 100 experts would do. Soon, based on memories from his previous life, he arrived at a very inconspicuous enhancement shop called Falling Star Enhancement Shop. The two walked into this enhancement shop. However, compared to other bustling and lively shops, this shop appeared particularly deserted. In the center of the shop, there was a massive enhancement furnace. The enhancement furnace was already covered with a layer of dust, indicating that it hadn't been used for a long time. This shop is so deserted. Could it be a shady place? Is that why no one comes? Lin Qingmeng looked at Yi Chen with concern. Yi Chen smiled and said, "It's not a shady place. It's just that in Jiangcheng, not many people can afford enhancement." According to Yi Chen's memories from his previous life, among the few enhancement shops in Jiangcheng, the quality of the enhancement furnace in this shop is the best. A high-quality enhancement furnace also has a higher success rate for enhancements. Yi Chen's gaze locked onto this enhancement furnace, which was at least twice his height. Soon, the system displayed the information about the enhancement furnace for him. Enhancement furnace. Level, rare. Attribute, increases enhancement success rate by an additional 5%. Introduction, a type of furnace that can enhance equipment. Note, for equipment enhanced above level 10, there is a chance it may break. After reading the information about the furnace, Yi Chen suddenly smiled. In his previous life, he only knew this furnace was good, but he didn't understand it in detail. In this life, with the system, he can clearly see exactly what makes this furnace so good. 5% extra success rate bonus. Don't underestimate this small value boost. For something as money-burning as enhancement, it's already quite a decent improvement. Let's enhance it at this shop. Yi Chen made his decision and began looking for the shopkeeper. He searched for a long time and finally saw a bearded man snoring loudly in the back room of the shop. "Boss, there's business," Yi Chen shouted, and the bearded man groggily opened his eyes. He mumbled, "What business?" Yi Chen said, "Enhance the equipment." As soon as he heard this, the bearded man immediately sobered up. He jumped out of bed at once, his eyes shining brightly, staring excitedly at Yi Chen in front of him. "Ha ha ha, it's been 3 months, and finally, the first deal has come." The bearded man quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and then, with a big smile on his face, followed Yi Chen to the furnace outside. He asked, "Boss, the charging standard of our small shop is like this, a 5% enhancement fee. In other words, if you enhance once and it costs 1 million gold coins, then I will charge a 50,000 fee." Yi Chen nodded in agreement without any objections. This is a relatively common rule in the industry. Moreover, a 5% handling fee is considered low. After all, the cost of creating a strengthening furnace is already very high. In his previous life, when Yi Chen was enhancing equipment in the Magic City, those wicked capitalists charged a 20% handling fee. The bearded man was overjoyed when he saw how decisively Yi Chen agreed. He quickly said, "Boss, did you bring source stones? Do you want to buy some from me?" Yi Chen shook his head. "We brought source stones. If we run out later, we'll come to you to buy more." All right, of course." The bearded man quickly took out a contract. This is the industry standard. The relevant terms must be clearly written before the enhancement. For example, if the equipment breaks, the risk must be borne by yourself. Yi Chen glanced at the contract and, finding no issues, signed it. Lin Qingmeng, standing nearby, looked at Yi Chen with admiration. Although she didn't know why Yi Chen knew so much, a man who knows so much is indeed very charming. After finishing it, the bearded man's service attitude was also top-notch. "Boss, do you want me to help you with the operation? After all, I'm a professional. I used to work as an enhancement specialist in Magic City for a few years, then I returned to my hometown to start my own business." Yi Chen nodded. "All right, leave professional matters to the professionals. Meng, take out the source stones first." Lin Qingmeng nodded. "All right, Brother Chen." She took the storage ring and poured it onto the ground. In no time, 100 source stones clattered
clattered onto the ground. Yi Chen and the bearded man were both stunned.
So many source stones?
The bearded man was completely shocked.
Seeing this scene,
there were 100 source stones here, which meant they were worth over 1,000,000 gold coins. He looked in shock at the pretty girl with a sweet voice and gentle personality.
Yi Chen was also stunned.
He had originally guessed that Lin Qingmeng might only have a dozen or 20 source stones. Unexpectedly, she took out so many at once. Truly worthy of being a renowned wealthy young lady. This is way too extravagant. Lin Qingmeng looked at the two with a strange expression.
She asked nervously, is it too little, not enough?
I'm sorry, Brother Chen, this is my first time enhancing equipment, so I didn't know how many source stones to bring. Wait for me a moment, I'll call my driver to send over another 1,000 source stones right away. As the words fell, Yi Chen and the bearded man's eyes were about to pop out. The two shouted in unison, don't make the call.
These source stones are enough.
Yi Chen pulled Lin Qingmeng back with a wry smile. He whispered, there are too many source stones. Even if we use up all our gold coins, we still can't spend all these source stones. Hearing this, Lin Qingmeng looked relieved.
That's good. I thought it wasn't enough.
The bearded man's eyes turned fiery after his initial shock. He thought to himself, so, this little girl is actually a super heiress. I must take good care of her. So, the bearded man quickly put on a fawning smile and looked at Lin Qingmeng.
Young lady, what equipment do you want to enhance?
Lin Qingmeng said, it's not me enhancing equipment, it's Brother Chen.
Brother Chen?
The bearded man turned his head and then saw Yi Chen take out a knight's shield. He froze, his expression becoming very peculiar.
If he wasn't mistaken, this little girl not only gave money but also gave originium to enhance this boy's equipment?
In an instant, the bearded man felt that there was no justice in the world.
Is this guy really that handsome?
He didn't think so. How could he make a fair-skinned, beautiful young lady willing to spend so much money to grab equipment for him?
For a moment, the bearded man's heart was filled with jealousy.
He thought to himself, if I were 10 years younger, I could also cozy up to such a beautiful little rich lady.
Boss, enhance this equipment for me. The bearded man took the equipment and was just about to use an appraisal stone to check its attributes. But Yi Chen stopped him. Alright, don't look at my equipment, just throw it in for enhancement. Alright. The bearded man's curiosity was abruptly interrupted.
He originally wanted to see what kind of equipment this was that needed to be enhanced.
From enhancement 0 to enhancement 1, it requires 2 originium stones.
At the same time, it requires 10,000 gold coins. Yes, you read that right, it costs 10,000 gold coins.
The moment Lin Qingmeng saw the amount, she was startled. Brother Chen, is it really this expensive to enhance equipment?
Yi Chen gave a mysterious smile. Soon, you'll see what even more expensive means.
Ha, there's something even more expensive?
Lin Qingmeng transferred 10,000 gold coins to the bearded man, plus a 500 gold coin handling fee. The bearded man moved an iron box out of his warehouse, which contained 10,000 gold coins.
Normally, 1 gold coin is about the size of a single coin.
There are also gold coins with a face value of 10 or 100, which are slightly larger.
The largest denomination is a 500 gold coin, roughly the size of half a palm.
The bearded man skillfully opened the enhancement furnace, throwing the equipment, 2 source stones, and 10,000 gold coins into the furnace. He closed the furnace, and outside there was a metal button labeled Enhance.
Yi Chen stared intently at the furnace.
The system panel appeared before his eyes.
Equipment to be enhanced, 1000 chance umbrella. Enhancement success rate, 50% plus 5%.
The bearded man smiled and said, the exciting moment has arrived.
Who wants to enhance it?
Lin Qingmeng happily raised her hand.
I'll give it a try. Alright, little girl, it's your turn. Lin Qingmeng's happy face was flushed. This was her first time enhancing equipment in her life. She pressed the button on the enhancement furnace. The enhancement furnace began to emit a buzzing sound. Flames rose inside the furnace, melting the power of the originium and gold, attempting to infuse it into the 1000 mechanisms umbrella. The enhancement process lasted a full 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the enhancement furnace finally quieted down. The bearded man was also very anxious. It's your first time enhancing equipment, it has to succeed. Then, with great nervousness, he opened the enhancement furnace. Amidst a cloud of chaos, a silver shield was taken out. Suddenly, the bearded man broke into a smile, and the weight in his heart was finally lifted. He smiled at the two of them and said, congratulations, the enhancement was successful. Yi Chen also smiled and nodded. Not bad luck, it succeeded on the first try.
However, Lin Qingmeng was completely puzzled.
Without using the inspection stone, how did these two determine whether the enhancement was successful?
The bearded man noticed Lin Qingmeng's confusion.
He quickly explained, young lady, did you notice anything different about this shield? It seems like there's a pattern.
Yes,
this is the enhancement pattern.
The bearded man pointed at a delicate pattern on the shield with his finger.
1 enhancement pattern represents level 1 enhancement. 10 enhancement patterns mean this piece of equipment is enhanced to level 10. So that's how it's viewed. Thank you for explaining, boss, I understand now.
Lin Qingmeng suddenly saw the light, overjoyed, and felt a great sense of accomplishment. She hurriedly urged, boss, quick,
heck, let's do another enhancement, this is so much fun. Yi Chen also smiled happily. It was clear that Lin Qingmeng had grown fond of the feeling of enhancing equipment. After all, seeing the equipment gradually become stronger with your own eyes brings a full sense of accomplishment. The bearded man saw how enthusiastic Lin Qingmeng was. He felt secretly delighted. I can make money today. Then, the bearded man gave Lin Qingmeng another introduction. Starting from enhancement 1, every time you enhance equipment, the cost will increase at an extremely exaggerated rate. Then how much would it cost if I want to enhance it again? The enhancement cost is 100,000 gold coins and 4 source stones. Yi Chen noticed that Lin Qingmeng's expression had changed. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Meng, that's why I told you before I came. The little money we made today is really not enough for the enhancement. Suddenly, Lin Qingmeng raised her head very proudly. I have money. Today, we must enhance this equipment to level 10. This made Yi Chen and the bearded man laugh. The bearded man didn't discourage Lin Qingmeng. After all, if someone was willing to pay, he would just take the money and do the job. Then, Lin Qingmeng transferred 100,000 gold coins and added a 5,000 gold coin handling fee. The bearded man went to the warehouse and brought out a box of gold coins. As soon as these words were spoken, he poured 100,000 gold coins and 4 source stones into the enhancement furnace, then placed the 1,000 machine umbrella inside. After finishing, Lin Qingmeng stepped forward, muttering something under her breath. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, please bless Brother Chen's weapon enhancement to succeed. After saying that, Lin Qingmeng pressed the enhance button. Another 3 minutes passed. The bearded man slowly opened the enhancement furnace and took out the 1,000 chance umbrella. His expression revealed surprise. There are 2 enhancement patterns on the equipment. It actually succeeded. Lin Qingmeng cheered excitedly upon seeing it. She happily grabbed Yi Chen's arm. Brother Chen, did you see that? I told you my luck wasn't bad. Yi Chen nodded with an expression of admiration. He gave a thumbs up and sincerely praised. Truly impressive. Yi Chen still remembered that in his previous life, when he was enhancing equipment, it was as if he had the worst luck imaginable. The most outrageous record was failing all 8 enhancement attempts. In just half an hour, he lost 1 million gold coins. That period of history, Yi Chen hardly dared to look back on it. The bearded man smiled and asked, little girl, still going to enhance? Of course. We came here today to enhance to our heart's content. Lin Qingmeng had clearly gained confidence from the enhancements. The current enhancement level of the 1,000 machine umbrella is level 2. The materials required to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 are 8 originium stones and 300,000 gold coins. Obviously, Lin Qingmeng has already developed an acceptance of the expensive cost of enhancing equipment. She skillfully transferred the money. The bearded man received the payment and went to the warehouse to retrieve the gold coins. All of them are 500 denomination gold coins, a total of 600, poured into the enhancement furnace all at once. Who's going to enhance this time? Still me. Lin Qingmeng walked forward excitedly and pressed the enhance button again. The forge quieted down. The moment the bearded man took out the equipment, he was completely stunned. What the heck? 3 consecutive successes? I've been in this line of work for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a triple success. 3 minutes later, not only was the bearded man stunned, even Yi Chen was 3 parts surprised. Because, before Lin Qingmeng's enhancement, he had specifically glanced at the system's success rate. Equipment to be enhanced, 1,000 mechanisms umbrella. Enhancement success rate, 30% plus 5%. This success rate seems quite high, but Lin Qingmeng has already succeeded in 3 consecutive enhancements. Such an enhancement success rate is already astonishing. In the previous life, Lin Qingmeng would be considered a lucky koi-like existence. Who wouldn't shout strengthened immortal upon seeing this? Lin Qingmeng's face was flushed with joy as she hurriedly urged the bearded man. The bearded man quickly said, you too, the gold coin stock in my warehouse is insufficient. I need to go to the bank to bring more over immediately. But don't worry, I've already sent someone to fetch it. Little girl, how many times do you plan to enhance today? I need to prepare the amount of gold coins in advance. Continue. Lin Qingmeng held up 2 fingers. 2 million? No, 20 million. As the words fell, the bearded man was completely dumbfounded. He quickly swallowed the curse words on the tip of his tongue. Young people these days are really loaded. Spending 20 million to enhance equipment without even batting an eye. However, it's not that I don't want to do business with you, it's just that you all look very young, so I guess your levels aren't very high. If you have this kind of money, there's no need to enhance low-level equipment, because it'll all be replaced in the end. How about waiting until level 100, then enhancing level 100 legendary equipment or epic equipment? That would be a bigger improvement. Damn. Yi Chen replied indifferently, boss, it's fine, she has money. The bearded man took a sharp breath, almost choked to death by Yi Chen's Versailles-style remark. He was feeling both envious and angry in his heart. Why didn't he ever get the chance to be taken care of by a beautiful rich woman? Then, Lin Qingmeng directly transferred the remaining 20 million gold coins to the bearded man in one go. The bearded man managed the situation by coordinating and allocating
allocating accordingly. He first had someone go to the bank to withdraw 10 million gold coins and transport them over for immediate use. Then, based on the remaining quantity of Lin Qingming's source stones, he would restock accordingly.
Moreover, seeing such a large transaction, the bearded man personally offered a 1% discount.
In other words, he only required a 4% handling fee.
A new round of the enhancement feast has begun. This time, the area around the enhancement furnace is packed with countless boxes. These boxes are filled with 500 denomination gold coins. The bearded man, to avoid being disturbed by others, even closed the shop and exclusively served 2 people. Half an hour later,
Enhancement 3 begins, requiring 500,000 gold coins and 16 source stones.
Alright, let's go. Lin Qingming pressed the enhance button. The equipment was taken out.
This time, the bearded man saw the enhancement fail, and he actually felt a sense of relief in his heart. If Lin Qingming succeeded again, he would really start to suspect that his enhancement furnace was a god-level furnace. Yi Chen comforted, enhancement is something that naturally comes with both success and failure.
However, enhancements below level 10 won't damage the equipment, at most it will downgrade, so don't worry, just enhance freely. 3 minutes later.
After receiving comfort, Lin Qingming was once again full of fighting spirit and proceeded with the enhancement.
Another 3 minutes passed. The bearded man took out the equipment and swallowed nervously. Wow, it worked again. This little girl's luck is pretty amazing.
Enhancement level 4 begins, requiring 800,000 gold coins and 32 source stones. Lacking enough source stones, the bearded man took out his reserved source stones and deducted the money from the 20 million gold coins Lin Qingming had given him.
As Lin Qingming pressed the enhance button,
her stress gradually increased as well, because from now on, the total cost required for each enhancement had already exceeded 1 million gold coins.
Success!
At this moment, the bearded man was completely captivated by Lin Qingming.
Oh my goodness. Young lady, what kind of luck do you have? How can you manage to strengthen things exactly as you wish? You are practically a reincarnated strengthening immortal. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. 3 minutes later,
because just now, he saw that starting from strengthening level 4, the equipment's strengthening success rate had already dropped to 23%. It just so happened that Lin Qingming still succeeded. Lin Qingming still didn't know. She strengthened a piece of equipment to level 5, failing only once.
What does this ultimately mean?
In his previous life, Yi Chen was fully equipped with level 4 enhanced gear.
Was it because he didn't want to enhance his gear to level 5?
It was because his luck was just too terrible.
Keep going, keep going. Lin Qingming couldn't stop smiling, she was simply overjoyed.
Yi Chen was completely won over by Lin Qingming. He thought to himself, so this is the natural reinforced sacred body.
From now on, I'll have her enhance all my equipment. This way, I can save a lot of money. The bearded man's throat had already gone dry. No!
His voice trembled. Enhancement level 5 begins, requiring 1.4 million gold coins and 64 origin stones. I'll make up for the origin stones you're missing.
Yi Chen glanced at the success rate. Starting from enhancement level 5, the success rate dropped to just 19%. This is still with a 5% bonus. 3 minutes passed. Lin Qingming's enhancement failed, but luck was still good because the equipment didn't lose its pattern. Strengthened once again. Still failed, but didn't downgrade.
After experiencing 2 consecutive defeats, more than 4 million gold coins evaporated instantly.
Lin Qingming clicked her tongue in amazement. Shenji, strengthening really is costly.
Yeah,
but your luck has been pretty good today. Boss, how much money do I have left? About 13 million gold coins. Next, Lin Qingming's hand trembled slightly as she pressed the enhance button.
Because she also knew that with each press, 2.04 million gold coins were gone.
It's done. Enhancement level 6.
This time, without the bearded man's reminder, Lin Qingming had already noticed 6 enhancement patterns appearing on the equipment. She cheered joyfully, puffed out her chest, raised her head, and looked at Yi Chen with a proud expression.
Chen, how is it? Continue. Awesome. Yi Chen sincerely let out a voice of admiration and gave a thumbs up. 3 minutes later, the bearded man was completely numb. He suddenly remembered and pointed his phone at Lin Qingming. Boss, why are you pointing your phone at me? Enhance the immortal. I want to record a video of you and use it to advertise my shop. I won't even charge a service fee today, all enhancements are free for you. Is that okay? Hearing this, Lin Qingming happily nodded. Sure. Chengge, we just got some extra money, so we can enhance a few more times. The bearded man was seen taking pictures of the level 6000 machine umbrella with his phone. As he took pictures, he said, everyone, look, this is level 6 equipment. Today, we have a beautiful enhancement master here, and it only took her 9 attempts. Then, he pointed the camera at Lin Qingming. Enhancement master, please begin your performance. Starting from enhancement level 6, it requires 2.1 million gold coins and 128 source stones, with the total cost surpassing the 3.38 million gold coin mark, and the success rate is as low as 16%. This is why even wealthy people may not necessarily afford to play enhancements. This is the reason. If you spend the money elsewhere, it can bring you improvements. But when it comes to enhancement, not only is there a chance of ending up empty-handed, but there's even a possibility of downgrading. Family, it's here. The bearded man excitedly started the countdown for the enhancement furnace. The countdown ended. He opened the enhancement furnace with a trembling face and took out the equipment inside. At this moment, his breath was stifled. His eyes widened in shock. Holding his phone, he pointed it at the equipment and snapped a series of photos. My goodness, it worked again. Strengthening equipment is as easy as drinking water in front of the strengthening immortal. This young lady only strengthened her equipment 10 times here, and it has already reached level 7. My shop is called Meteorite Strengthening Workshop, located at number 132, Blacksmith Street, Zhangchang. The bearded man, looking excited, finished recording the video and immediately uploaded it to a short video platform. After finishing all this, the bearded man went completely crazy. My goodness, little beauty, your luck is just too incredible. I've never admired anyone in my life, and you're one of them. You still have over 6 million gold coins in your account with me. Want to continue enhancing? Lin Qingmeng nodded happily. Of course. I said I would help Brother Chen strengthen his equipment to level 10 today. When Yi Chen heard this, a certain soft spot in his heart was suddenly tugged hard. He looked at the girl in front of him, a touch of emotion appearing in his eyes. In this lifetime, apart from his late mother, Lin Qingmeng was the second girl to treat him so well. Yi Chen silently thought to himself, if the beauty does not fail me, I shall not fail the beauty. Enhancement level 7 begins. The consumption reached an astonishing level. 3 million gold coins, 256 originium stones. In other words, the 20 million gold coins Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng earned from dungeon runs were completely used up after this enhancement. Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingmeng, wondering how she planned to fulfill what she had personally said. Lin Qingmeng suddenly took out a black card. She handed the card to the bearded man. The bearded man stared at the card with a strange expression, then looked at Lin Qingmeng. What is this? Lin Qingmeng smiled faintly. This is a gift from my dad for my exams, graduation, coming-of-age ceremony, and one more gift I can't talk about. The money in here, boss, feel free to use it. In any case, today I must help Brother Chen upgrade his weapon to level 10. The bearded man stared at the card, his eyes filled with shock. This kind of black card? It seems only top-tier clients of the Dragon Nation's elite banks are eligible to apply for it, right? Deposits must exceed 5 billion. That's the minimum threshold to apply for this kind of card. My goodness, little beauty, who exactly are you? Lin Qingmeng smiled gracefully. Boss, please hurry and help me withdraw the gold coins from the bank. Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingmeng with a face full of shock. Meng, this is your money. You can't use your money to enhance my equipment. Although Yi Chen liked taking advantage of others, it didn't mean he was someone without principles. Lin Qingmeng smiled and waved her hand. Brother Chen, the money in here isn't entirely for me, so don't worry, use it as you like. Yi Chen felt completely puzzled. Not entirely for you? Then who is it for? The bearded man was completely out of his mind today. He felt shocked, yet honored, because he was probably about to witness the entire process of upgrading a piece of equipment from scratch to level 10. The bearded man transferred a total of 30 million gold coins here. Even his unusual actions attracted the attention of the bank's official staff. The bearded man went to great lengths to settle this matter. The money is in place. Then let's keep going. From enhancement level 7 to level 8, a total of 5.56 million gold coins is required. Half an hour later, the success rate is as low as 14%. Lin Qingmeng failed 3 times in a row, losing a total of 16.68 million gold coins. But fortunately, the fourth enhancement succeeded, reaching enhancement level 8. The bearded man's heart could hardly take it. The way Lin Qingmeng plays is even more extravagant than burning money. He had just prepared 30 million gold coins, and in just 10 minutes, more than half of it was gone. Enhancement level 8 begins. It requires 4 million gold coins and 512 origin stones, with a total value of 9.12 million gold coins. But now a problem has arisen. The bearded man had long run out of originium. He quickly called his friends and immediately went to a company specializing in selling originium, making large-scale purchases. For a time, the entire originium market in Zhangcheng was thrown into turmoil. The price of originium started at 10,000 and kept rising, soaring to 12,000. But the surge in originium prices is not due to someone speculating on the price. It is because Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng are enhancing their equipment. The astonishing consumption for equipment enhancement directly disrupted the Zhangcheng market. Done, it's not enough. Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng had been staying at the Falling Star enhancement shop for half an hour. The bearded man had been on the phone for half an hour. He was anxious and sweating profusely, with drops of sweat constantly falling from his forehead. What is not enough? Yi Chen asked. The bearded man put down the phone, looking embarrassed. The quantity of source stones is not quite enough. Lin Qingmeng seemed a bit flustered. What should we do then? Brother Chen's equipment is still stuck at enhancement level 8. The bearded man showed a wry smile. It's mainly because today was so sudden. If I had known earlier, I would have contacted companies in other cities for supplies in advance.
advance. Now the price of originium has already risen to 13,000 per piece.
Are you still buying?
Lin Qingmeng nodded without hesitation.
The bearded man nodded. Alright, I'll have them buy at a high price. Another half an hour later,
5,000 source stones were delivered to the Falling Star enhancement shop. At this point, the most lacking material was no longer gold coins, but source stones.
The production of source stones can only rely on boss drops. This is also its biggest difference from gold coins. Gold coins can be dropped by small monsters, so anyone can farm gold coins. The market supply of gold coins is enormous. Retrieve. Starting from enhancement level 8, 512 originium is required.
The success rate has dropped to a mere 10.5%.
Starting from here,
Lin Qingmeng began to experience frequent enhancement failures.
Failed once, failed twice, failed 8 times. At this point, Lin Qingming's head was already feeling a bit dizzy. She said with some disbelief, "Why has the success rate suddenly dropped so low?" Yi Chen offered a wry smile in comfort. Meng, that's how equipment enhancement works. Your luck is actually incredible.
Because you failed 8 times, and yet not once did the enhancement level drop. Lin Qingmeng was also filled with anger. She clenched her delicate fists and secretly said, "I must succeed in strengthening." Failing 8 times in a row directly evaporated wealth worth 73 million gold coins. But even so, it didn't make this little rich lady Lin Qingmeng bat an eye. This little rich lady is way too wealthy. Finally, during Lin Qingming's 9th enhancement, the 1000 machine umbrella finally revealed something different.
The 9th enhancement pattern. Enhancement successful. A layer of hazy golden radiance suddenly appeared on the equipment. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
The bearded man could no longer hold back, venting his shock and disbelief in this way.
It actually worked. Less than 100 million spent, and it reached enhancement level 9?
Those level 100 pros would probably be so furious they'd cough up blood if they saw this scene. The level 100 pros I've seen usually spend at least 200 million to enhance a piece of plus 9 equipment, and as for plus 10 equipment, if they're lucky, it costs around 300 to 400 million. Lin Qingming's gaze was extremely serious. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang.
After answering the call, the person on the phone was none other than Lin Qingming's father. Meng, I noticed a large transaction in your bank account. Has your bank card been stolen? Dad, my bank card hasn't been stolen. I'm enhancing equipment for Yi Chen.
So that's it. Then Dad wishes you all a great time.
After the call ended, the bearded man was completely envious. He was so jealous that he almost got pink eye.
Lin Qingmeng looked at the boss seriously. "Boss, there's just one last step. Please help me transfer the gold coins and source stones." The bearded man swallowed hard. Starting from enhancement level 9, it requires 5 million gold coins, plus 1,024 source stones.
Moreover, the success rate has dropped to at least 8%.
At this moment, Yi Chen interjected. "Boss, you're being a bit too optimistic. The success rate is only 7.4%. The banks in Jiangchang and Yuan Stone Company were all shaken.
What on earth is happening?"
The meteorite enhancement shop is frantically mobilizing gold coins to purchase source stones on a large scale.
I'm afraid some big shot is enhancing their equipment. Judging by this level of consumption, it must be high-level enhancement equipment. Is this big shot losing their mind? Enhancing equipment is a bottomless pit. You can't afford to burn money like this. The bearded man is buying source stones. He directly increased the acquisition price by 15,000 and then bought from retail investors. Using this dual approach, it still took a full hour. Only then was he able to acquire enough source stones for a single enhancement. At the same time, after gathering 1,024 source stones, the bearded man immediately arranged the enhancement for Lin Qingmeng. Standing in front of the enhancement furnace, Lin Qingmeng took a deep breath, feeling immense pressure. Once this button is pressed, it will consume resources worth 20 million gold coins. Success, everyone is happy. Failure, 20 million down the drain. The enhancement success rate is a mere 7.4%. Dream, go for it, I believe in you. At the critical moment, Yi Chen took the initiative to grab Lin Qingming's right hand. This was the first time Lin Qingming had held hands with a boy. She looked at Yi Chen with a surprised expression. Yi Chen said, "This time, we strengthen together." "Alright." Lin Qingming nodded vigorously. The two of them pressed the enhance button together. After a long 3-minute wait, the enhancement furnace finally quieted down. So, Yi Chen slowly opened the enhancement furnace. Amidst the smoke and fire, he saw a silver-white shield. Then, he took it out. Lin Qingming's heartbeat became unprecedentedly fast. She murmured softly, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Wait. She suddenly shook her head. Did I count wrong? Finally, Yi Chen's solemn expression relaxed. The smile on his lips could no longer be contained. A seemingly casual remark actually suppressed the countless joy in Yi Chen's heart. It's done. It really worked. Lin Qingming happily jumped up directly. She was so excited and overjoyed that she even jumped up and immediately hugged Yi Chen. Yi Chen naturally supported Lin Qingming's legs, holding her like a koala. Brother Chen, we really did it. Enhance plus 10. 10. This is the first piece of equipment in my life that I personally enhanced to +10. It's done. Yi Chen's lips were trembling with joy. Why yes, he thought excitedly to himself, this is also the first piece of +10 equipment I've had in 2 lifetimes. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, the two of them heard crying coming from nearby. Their joyful expressions came to an abrupt halt. Then they all turned to look at the bearded man. The bearded man was crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. Woo woo woo. It's so hard. I saw you guys actually did it, and I don't know why, but I just want to cry. Woo woo woo. You guys are amazing. Why are you so incredible, making me look like a useless loser? Lin Qingming pursed her lips, and Yi Chen pouted, looking like they were struggling to hold back. Finally, the two couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. After laughing, the two finally realized that their posture was somewhat strange and ambiguous. Yi Chen was holding Lin Qingming like a tree kangaroo. Lin Qingming naturally hung her arms around Yi Chen's neck. Suddenly, Lin Qingming's pretty face turned extremely red. Yi Chen could even feel Lin Qingming's rapidly beating heartbeat. It seemed as if her heart was about to leap out. Chen, can you please put me down? Lin Qingming said shyly and timidly. Yi Chen quickly let go of Lin Qingming's soft and bouncy buttocks. Lin Qingming stood on the ground, her face flushed. At this moment, a knocking sound came from outside the Falling Star enhancement shop. The bearded man looked at the door in astonishment, then walked over. When he opened a small gap, he was so scared that he immediately shut the door, because it was already packed outside, leaving no room to move. Hello, I am a reporter from Jiangqing TV. I would like to interview the mysterious girl who is enhancing equipment here. I heard a girl managed to reach enhancement level 7 with just 10 attempts. Hello, boss. We all came here after watching the short videos you posted online. Boss, I heard you've already emptied all the originium in Jiangqing's market. May I ask how many levels this mysterious girl plans to upgrade her equipment to? The bearded man was stunned, staring in disbelief at Yi Chen and Lin Qingming inside the shop. He quickly explained, these reporters were definitely not invited by me. At this moment, Lin Qingming took out her phone and showed a video to Yi Chen. The short video was the latest upload on the bearded man's account. The content was the process of Lin Qingming's enhancement, and the video likes have already surpassed 1 million. The bearded man also took out his phone to check, only to find that his account's private messages had exploded. Countless people were booking appointments at his meteorite strengthening shop to enhance their equipment. Although having business booming is something he has always dreamed of, but now, with business booming so exaggeratedly, it actually made him feel scared, because Lin Qingming's enhanced luck was simply too good. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to have such good enhancement luck. Yi Chen walked toward the bearded man. He asked, boss, can you take us out through the back door? The bearded man stared at Yi Chen in shock. How do you know I have a back door here? In his previous life, Yi Chen had come here to enhance equipment, so how could he not know there was a back door? Then, the bearded man led Yi Chen and Lin Qingming to the back door exit of the shop. Before leaving, the bearded man quickly said, young lady, the money you left with me, there are still several million gold coins. I'll transfer it to you by tonight at the latest. Lin Qingming nodded, then she and Yi Chen slipped out through the back door. As they walked out, they saw many people anxiously running toward the Falling Star enhancement shop along the way. Hurry up, all the good spots will be taken soon. Today, we must interview that mysterious enhanced girl. Li Jia, I'm just saying, is there really such an amazing enhancement genius in this world? I feel like the video that boss posted is just hype. Are you stupid? That boss just posted a new video 2 minutes ago. Did you see it? What? A young man responsible for carrying equipment immediately stood still. He took out his phone and started scrolling through the bearded man's videos. Sure enough, a new video was pinned at the top. The text in the video is very simple. The first +10 reinforced equipment in this shop. Then, the video lasts only a very brief 3 seconds. It sweeps quickly over a silver shield. The young man paused the video and started counting the enhancement patterns on it. 8, 9, 10. Damn, sisterly, it's really equipment with enhancement level 10. The previous video was still enhancement level 7, and this video is already enhancement level 10. Wow, this is truly a strengthening genius. After Yi Chen and Lin Qingming left the blacksmith street, they finally managed to escape into the Maybach. The two were panting heavily along the way, seemingly having a hard time avoiding the reporters' cameras. After getting in the car, the two of them were utterly exhausted. They exchanged a glance and suddenly burst into laughter. The driver, looking surprised, said, Miss, did you just upgrade a piece of equipment to level 10? Hee, you noticed too. Isn't this young lady amazing? The driver looked at her with admiration. Miss, you're incredible. Even the head of the family knows about this, and quite a few big shots from Tianhong want you to help them upgrade their equipment. Lin Qingming immediately shook her head like a rattle upon hearing this. Enhancing equipment is fun, sure, but it's too stressful. I'm too tired, and I definitely don't want to help them enhance their equipment. The driver heard this and smiled with an ambiguous expression. What about brother Yi Chen? Miss, are you not planning to help him enhance his equipment in the the future either.
When it came to Yi Chen, Lin Xingmeng rather hypocritically said something.
Brother Chen is different from them. If Brother Chen needs my help to enhance his equipment, of course, I would help.
The driver burst into hearty laughter, thoroughly amused. Yi Chen observed the relationship between Lin Xingmeng and the driver, which seemed very harmonious and joyful.
Then, the driver said, "Miss, it's getting late.
I'll take Yi Chen home first, and then I'll take you home to rest."
Although Lin Xingmeng was a bit reluctant, it was indeed getting dark. Alright, then let's take Brother Chen home first. While in the car,
Lin Xingmeng had always been curious about Yi Chen's 1,000 transformations umbrella equipment attributes.
So she asked, "Brother Chen, can you show me the attributes of your equipment?" Yi Chen took out his 1,000 transformations umbrella. To be honest, he was also very eager to see what the level 10 enhanced 1,000 transformations umbrella had become. If it weren't for being too rushed outside just now, he wouldn't have had no time to look. Soon, Lin Xingmeng took out a detection stone and placed it on the Qianji umbrella. As the stone disappeared, a holographic projection appeared inside the car. The equipment attributes of the Qianji umbrella were also vividly displayed on it. Plus 10,000 machine umbrella. Attack 40, enhancement bonus 20 points. Defense ignored 30%. Cooldown reduction 20%. Of course, when Yi Chen and Lin Xingmeng finished looking at the equipment attributes,
the two of them fell silent. Not to mention that it was Lin Xingmeng's first time seeing the specific attributes of a plus 10 enhanced piece of equipment. Even Yi Chen, who had lived 2 lifetimes and had seen quite a few plus 10 enhanced pieces of equipment, but when he saw the attributes of the 1,000 chance umbrella with his own eyes,
he couldn't help but be shocked. Shinji, isn't the attribute of this equipment a bit too powerful? Level 5, upgradable.
Yi Chen nodded slowly, his throat feeling a bit dry.
Attack speed 10%. Not just a little impressive, it's completely at a freakish level.
Then, Yi Chen explained to Lin Xingmeng the attributes of these entries and specifically how they were powerful.
Critical rate 5%. Quick switch, weapon form switching reduced to 1 second. First of all, a weapon with enhancement level 10 directly doubles the weapon's attack power. As the myriad manifestation umbrella continues to upgrade, this value will keep increasing. You should know that everyone's main source of attack power comes from their weapons. In the later stages, it's all about who has higher attack power and who becomes the ultimate damage dealer. Essentially, it's a competition of who has the better weapon. And then, there's a new attribute, ignore defense. This is the key factor in distinguishing different tiers among equally ranked strong individuals in the later stages. A level 100 strong individual with the same level and equipment. One has a weapon strengthened to level 10, while the other has an unstrengthened weapon. Their difference lies in the 30% ignore defense attribute. This is a genuine armor-piercing effect, ignoring the opponent's defense to deal higher damage. The last newly added attribute is cooldown reduction. To be honest, Yi Chen never expected such an attribute to appear, because in his previous life he had seen plenty of plus 10 enhanced equipment, but not a single one had this attribute. In Yi Chen's view, the cooldown reduction attribute is considered a tier 0 attribute, especially for a freelancer-type profession. With so many skills already, if the cooldown time is further reduced, Yi Chen can unleash skills even faster. Moreover, the cooldown reduction attribute is also a dream-come-true premium stat for mage professions like Lin Xingmeng. Lin Xingmeng looked at the 1,000 machine umbrella, almost drooling. Chen Ji, this weapon is just too amazing. Every single equipment attribute is incredible. The key point is that it's only level 5. If its level continues to rise, I can't even imagine how powerful this equipment will become later. By the way, why doesn't this equipment show its grade? Yi Chen shook his head. I don't know, maybe this type of upgradable equipment doesn't display its grade.
Lin Xingmeng suddenly had a bold idea.
Brother Chen, if you keep strengthening this equipment, what would happen? Yi Chen heard Lin Xingmeng's incredibly daring thought. He was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Meng, do you know what the highest level of enhanced equipment in the entire Dragon Kingdom is right now? How high? Only enhancement level 13, and there's only one piece. There are a few more pieces at enhancement level 12, but even then, only about a dozen. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. Do you really think enhancing equipment is as easy as picking cabbages, that you can just upgrade it whenever you want? Our Dragon Kingdom's current top-tier equipment is the result of 100 years of heritage and accumulation, which is how we have these resources. Lin Xingmeng chuckled speechlessly, amused by her own ignorance. Alright, but being able to enhance it to level 10 is already great. Brother Chen, happy birthday. Did you have a good day today? I hope you like this birthday gift I prepared for you. Yi Chen's expression inside the car suddenly froze. He looked at Lin Xingmeng with an incredulous face. How do you know today is my birthday? Lin Xingmeng gave a sly smile. I'm the class monitor. When I was helping the homeroom teacher organize the students' information, I accidentally saw it. Yi Chen looked at Lin Xingmeng with a face full of astonishment. He never expected that the first time in his life someone would wish him happy birthday would come from the young girl in front of him. In fact, even Yi Chen himself had forgotten that he had a birthday, because it had had been far too long since he last celebrated one.
Just as Yi Chen was shocked and unable to calm down for a long time,
the car finally arrived downstairs at Yi Chen's home. Lin Qingming smiled and said, "Brother Chen, how should we plan for tomorrow?" Yi Chen said, "Level up first.
Once we reach level 15, we'll immediately go for the first clear of the sewers dungeon." As the words fell, Lin Qingmeng nodded, greatly encouraged.
"Great. I'll also carefully study videos of others playing underground sewers when I get back." Yi Chen smiled as he watched the Maybach drive away.
He returned home, sat in front of his computer desk and turned on the computer.
On Jiangcheng Forum, the two topics everyone has been discussing the most recently.
The first is the mysterious girl at the meteorite strengthening shop who strengthened an item to level 10.
However, this matter has already been identified by the students of Jiangcheng First High School. The girl in the video is named Lin Qingmeng, one of the top performing students in the school.
Since the bearded man's video did not capture Yi Chen, no one discussed Yi Chen. Yi Chen casually browsed through a few discussion threads. A group of young people were all discussing how much it costs to enhance equipment and how significant the improvement would be. Many people have proposed the uselessness of enhancement theory, believing that spending money to enhance equipment is not as worthwhile as investing in creating gear with powerful attributes.
Another group argues that enhancement is the key to creating a gap. However, the fact that enhancement is costly is universally acknowledged. The second matter is what Yi Chen wants to focus on: the hell difficulty dungeon raid of underground sewer.
He saw a post introducing the current situation of raiding the hell difficulty dungeon of underground dungeon.
Currently, the first tier team is the Tianhong Guild from Magic City, which has organized 50 outstanding exam students from Magic City with excellent level 15 equipment. Among these 50 people, all of them turned out to be hidden classes. When Yi Chen saw this news, he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As expected of the richest city in the Dragon Kingdom, hidden professions are everywhere. Then, the progress of this group was just barely enough to defeat the first hell difficulty boss. It's said that they also ran the hell dungeons reward and penalty mechanism quite a few times, created a relatively acceptable punishment mechanism, and then defeated the first hell difficulty boss. As for other guilds, at least hundreds of guilds sent people to compete for the first kill reward. Among them are a few S-level guilds, many A-level guilds, and then a large number of B-level and lower-level guilds. There are also a large number of examinees joining in the fun here. Why are there no college students? The reason is quite simple. After being admitted to college, students generally quickly level up. After just one summer vacation, as long as you're not a slacker, you can reach level 15 or above, so coming back to this instance has no meaning. Yi Chen saw online that many powerful players, in order to strategize for dungeon raids, even took off their equipment to fight bosses barehanded. However, this wasn't very meaningful as a reference, because those high-level players had very high attribute values even without wearing equipment. Moreover, the combat experience of high-level players was simply incomparable to that of a group of teenagers or young adults in their early 20s. This is precisely why the progress of the sewers dungeon was so slow. Basically, the lowest level dungeons all have this problem. The challengers' levels are too low, their attributes too weak, and they lack experience. The discussions were all about the enhancement incident and the sewers incident. Yi Chen suddenly noticed a post that no one was paying attention to. The content of the post is, "Excuse me, does anyone know the reason why strange noises suddenly occur sometimes when passing by Nanshan near the demon ceiling city wall?" Yi Chen clicked on the post and glanced at the avatar and name. The man determined to become the strongest mage. Seeing this name, Yi Chen suddenly grinned and muttered to himself, "In this life, you've finally shown up." This person was the one who raided dungeons with Yi Chen in his previous life, and then looted the level 20 epic equipment, Mana Spring. In his previous life, he became the god of magic because of this. This grudge, Yi Chen still remembers it. Yi Chen clicked on this person's avatar and then privately messaged them, "I know the reason." Less than 2 minutes later, the other party replied, "What is the reason?" "There's a mine dungeon in Nanshan. The sound you heard should be coming from inside." "Mine dungeon? How come I've never heard of it? Is there really such a dungeon around Zhongcheng? If you don't believe me, we can set a time and go check it out together." "Alright, but I'm busy these next few days. I need to tackle the underground passage dungeon and get the first kill on hell difficulty. I'll contact you once I'm done." "Sure, let's exchange contact information." In their previous life, the two met by chance due to an accident and then teamed up to clear dungeons. In this life, Yi Chen planned to speed things up and take the initiative to get to know the other person earlier. Before long, the two added each other as friends. The other person's online name was Wolf in the Wind, while Yi Chen's online name was A Speck of Dust. The two exchanged a few words and then stopped talking. Yi Chen turned off the computer and lay on the bed to rest. The night was quiet. Early the next morning, Lin Qingmeng arrived on time to pick up Yi Chen. Today, Lin Qingmeng wore a new outfit, looking very simple and elegant, like a sweet and pure girl next door. She asked with a bright smile, "Brother Chen, did you notice anything different about me today? Even prettier? Anything else else? A necklace was added around the neck. Does it look good? It looks great. Hee hee, I also think it looks great.
After Yi Chen got in the car, Lin Qingming took out the breakfast she had prepared in advance
and asked, where are we going to level up today? Yi Chen had already made the preparations. Jiancheng currently has 27 dungeons below level 10. Let's start with the lowest level dungeon.
Since each dungeon, at each difficulty level, can only be entered once per day,
we need to make the most of our chances.
As he spoke, Yi Chen took out a piece of white paper, which was the route map he had planned in advance this morning.
We are now at level 10,
so we can start farming dungeons with a level 5 threshold.
Once we level up, we'll immediately move to higher level dungeons to continue upgrading.
Lin Qingmeng looked at Yi Chen with an expression of admiration.
Brother Chen, you're so meticulous. Teaming up with you to clear dungeons and level up is just so reassuring. Yi Chen smiled and said, driver, let's head to the level 5 dungeon, abandoned school building.
Alright. The driver immediately followed Yi Chen's instructions.
Soon, they arrived outside an abandoned elementary school.
But where there are dungeons, there is often a commercial street.
Sure enough, right outside this abandoned elementary school, there was a commercial street.
Various hawking sounds rose and fell, exactly the same as the situation when Yi Chen and the others were doing the level breakthrough quest dungeon yesterday. However, Yi Chen did not intend to stay here for long. He led Lin Qingmeng through the crowd all the way to the dungeon entrance.
After queuing for about 20 minutes, they finally entered the dungeon. Chose the hell level difficulty, abandoned school building, after entering the instance.
Since there were only Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng,
so Yi Chen didn't plan to pretend anymore.
He directly pulled out the 1,000 gold umbrella, transformed it into sword form, and charged fiercely toward the nearest group of monsters. A fan-shaped burst of blade light and sword shadows slashed outward.
Above the heads of more than a dozen monsters, a dense flurry of damage numbers instantly erupted. -964, -971, -947, -1902, critical hit.
Lin Qingmeng saw this scene and was so shocked that her mouth opened wide.
Oh my, Chen, is your damage really that high?
Yi Chen stared at the monster with just a sliver of health left. He smiled and said, if it weren't for you helping me enhance the 1,000 machine umbrella to level 10, my attack wouldn't be this exaggerated. Meng, the monsters are all low on health. Hurry up and finish them off. As Lin Qingmeng waved her staff, a move, heavenly fire scorches the plains, directly burned all the remaining monsters to death. The experience bars of both finally started to move. Due to your teammate killing monsters, you gained 8 experience points.
Crescent Slash.
It's worth noting that when Yi Chen casually used the skill, Crescent Slash, even without stacking his buff effect, he could still deal nearly 1,000 damage. If he stacks all the layered attributes to the maximum, the destructive power is simply unimaginable.
Moreover, the Half Moon Slash, which originally had a 30-second cooldown, thanks to the 20% cooldown reduction provided by the 1,000 machine umbrella, the cooldown time for Half Moon Slash is reduced to 24 seconds. Not only that, all other skills will have their cooldown time reduced. This indirectly helps Yi Chen improve the efficiency of leveling up his skill proficiency. Although Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng are tackling a hell difficulty dungeon. However, in the face of Yi Chen's seemingly bottomless health and astonishingly destructive attacks, in front of Lin Qingmeng's powerful destructive skills and support abilities, the two took only 47 minutes to directly clear the dungeon.
After completing the dungeon, their experience bars reached level 10 with 80% progress. Since this dungeon can only be challenged once per day for each difficulty, so Yi Chen could only choose the abandoned teaching building with a reduced difficulty. As the two cooperated more frequently, they gradually became more in sync. This time, the two cleared the instance in just 21 minutes. At the same time, their level reached level 11.
The process of leveling up is dull and tedious. However, due to Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng's extremely high efficiency in farming monsters, the process of leveling up for the two was not only not boring but also filled with joy. Especially Yi Chen, as he and Lin Qingmeng teamed up to tackle dungeons together. The speed at which his health limit increases is also doubling. After Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng completed a round of all 5 difficulty levels of the abandoned school building, they left the place directly and headed to the next location. While in the car, they could take stock of the loot. High-value equipment should be allocated between the two of them to decide who will use it. High-value materials should be sorted out first, and then sold together later. Yi Chen glanced at it. After clearing the abandoned school building dungeon 5 times, it unexpectedly boosted his maximum health by over 8,000. His health has now reached a new height, 59,142, and it's only 10 a.m. now. He and Lin Qingmeng plan to grind dungeons from morning till night, focusing on just one thing all day: leveling up.
Yi Chen suddenly had a premonition that his health points might not break through the 100,000 mark today. Soon, Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng arrived at the destination of the next dungeon. The driver still parked the car in the parking lot to wait. However, he saw the two leave afterward. Made a phone call. Patriarch, today the young lady went to grind dungeons and level up with Yi Chen. Chen.
Their leveling speed in the dungeons is incredibly fast.
In less than 2 hours, they've already gone straight from level 10 to level 11. Patriarch, your judgment is truly spot on.
This Yi Chen is definitely no ordinary person. Far away in the Magic City, Lin Hu, in a top luxury residence in the Magic City, sitting on the sofa making a phone call. He laughed heartily. This kid really has potential. Back in the day, when I was at level 10, it took me a full 3 days to level up to 11. A graceful and elegant woman walked over from the side. Zhao Ji asked with a bright smile, our daughter leveled up to 11 so quickly? Lin Hu nodded. Not only that, the two of them made big news yesterday.
A level 10 enhanced piece of equipment appeared in Jiangcheng, and the most crucial part is that our daughter enhanced it from scratch.
Zhao Ji's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Really? Meng Meng's enhancement luck is that good? Then why don't you let her help you enhance yours?
Lin Hu shook his head helplessly. Your precious daughter said that, except for Yi Chen, she doesn't want to help anyone else enhance their equipment.
Zhao Ji chuckled helplessly. Your little sweetheart is letting the wind in. Her elbow is starting to turn outward. But you're a grown man. How come you're not even a bit jealous?
Other men would be eager to protect their daughters well, afraid they'd be taken away by some other guy.
Lin Hu burst into laughter. Wife, you're underestimating me, Lin Hu. Am I the kind of petty man? Our daughter is an adult now. If she wants to do what she desires, then let her do it.
What's more, back then, Yi Chen's parents were kind to us. If these two kids can end up together, that would be a great thing. Zhao Ji nodded with a smile but suddenly thought of something, and her expression turned serious. Recently, I've heard that in many provinces and cities in the mainland, there are signs of instability in the demon ceiling city walls.
You tell me, could there be any issues with the demon ceiling city walls in the Jiangnan province area? Should we find an opportunity to bring Yi Chen and Meng Meng to live in the Magic City? After hearing this question,
Lin Hu's expression also became serious. He said, the purpose of the demon ceiling city walls is to erect a protective barrier for the living areas of humans, while outside the walls, all kinds of monsters run rampant. However, in the past decade or so, the monsters outside the demon ceiling wall have been causing disturbances more and more frequently, with incidents of 100-level bosses leading monster armies to launch attacks on human living areas. But I believe that the strong individuals in Jiangnan province must have noticed this issue and will surely take action to repair the cracks in the demon ceiling wall in advance.
Zhao Ji sighed.
Nowadays, the living space for humans within the demon ceiling wall has already shrunk by 1/3 compared to 20 years ago.
Many small countries and well-known cities
have experienced breaches in their demon ceiling walls, which were meant to protect them, ultimately leading to the extinction of millions or even tens of millions of humans in a single city. The Dragon Nation still maintains the scale of 20 provinces today, thanks to the unity and collective resistance of its people against the monster invasions.
However, as humans continue to grow stronger, so do the monsters.
At this rate, I truly worry that one day an ultimate boss might appear, one that the human world cannot possibly defeat. Lin Hu heard this and shook his head helplessly. Wife, thinking too far and too much will only make yourself troubled in the end. I just hope that in this era, a true human hero, a world leader, can emerge.
Perhaps only such a person can save all of humanity. Yi Chen was taking Lin Qingming through dungeons in Manjiang City, farming experience to level up.
Lingxiao Precipice, 5 dungeon runs, completed at 12:10 p.m.
Gained 8,000 plus max HP. Tiangong Sword Workshop, 5 dungeon runs, completed at 2:49 p.m. Gained 9,000 plus max HP.
Mizong Bamboo Forest, 5 dungeon runs, completed at 5:01 p.m.
Gained 9,000 plus max HP. Black Spring Town, 5 dungeon runs, finished at 1936. Gained 10,000 plus max HP. By the time it was almost 8 in the evening,
the sky had already turned dark. Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng were exhausted after a whole day. They spent an entire day running 5 types of dungeons, a total of 25 times. Lin Qingmeng was already slumped weakly against the seat of the Maybach.
She was so exhausted that she couldn't even lift her hands. Jinji, aren't we going a bit too hard? I'm so tired I can't even straighten my back. I'm afraid I won't be able to get up tomorrow morning.
The driver, who was drinking water, sprayed a mouthful onto the steering wheel upon hearing Lin Qingmeng's bold words.
He asked in shock, Miss, could it be that you two have already? Lin Qingmeng realized the misunderstanding and noticed the ambiguity in her words.
Blushing, she hurriedly explained, I was talking about running a dungeon.
At the same time,
Lin Qingmeng saw Yi Chen smirking nearby.
She playfully patted Yi Chen's arm. Brother Chen, you're not even helping me, and you're secretly laughing at me over there.
Yi Chen quickly put away his smile and cleared his throat seriously.
Ahem, Meng Meng is right. We only ran dungeons, we didn't do anything else. After some commotion,
Lin Qingmeng added, but Dustbro, our efficiency today was really high. Just now, my bestie sent me a message asking if I wanted to join her to run dungeons and level up, but I turned her down. Today, we ran dungeons 25 times in total, leveling up from level 10 to level 12. Meanwhile, my bestie's team started running dungeons at 8 a.m., and I heard they even had 2 level 14 guys helping them. them.
Yet, up until now, they've only completed 4 dungeons, and those were just elite-level dungeons.
Yi Chen smiled and nodded. We are a high-efficiency dungeon-clearing team, completely different from those people.
We need to quickly level up to
15, then you can learn the level 15 skills, and we can challenge the hell difficulty of underground sewers, aiming to break the record in one go.
But,
Meng, if you're tired, you should sleep a bit more tomorrow. Lin Qingmeng perked up as soon as she heard challenge the dungeon. She immediately became energized.
Brother Chen, I'm suddenly not tired anymore. I'll pick you up on time tomorrow morning. Alright.
Soon, Yi Chen was dropped off downstairs at his apartment. He bid farewell to Lin Qingmeng and watched the Maybach drive away. For Yi Chen, he now has more than enough strength to solo and claim the first clear of the hell difficulty in the underground sewers.
However, Yi Chen is not in a hurry to do so.
During this time, Lin Qingmeng has helped him a lot and warmed his cold heart. Whether in his past life or this one, Yi Chen has never met a girl as kind to him as Lin Qingmeng. So, Yi Chen wanted to take Lin Qingmeng along to seize the opportunity for the world's first clear of the dungeon.
Just as Yi Chen was about to head home, suddenly, his phone rang.
The caller was none other than his high school principal, Guan Jianfeng.
The call connected.
Guan Jianfeng got straight to the point and asked, Yi Chen, I need to make a trip to the number 23 sealed demon wall in Jiangnan province soon. A vortex of void illusion has appeared there, and one of them has a maximum entry limit of level 15. After thinking it over, I realized that apart from you and Lin Qingmeng, I can't find anyone else suitable for the task.
Yi Chen knew what void illusion was.
It is similar to a time-limited challenge dungeon with a higher level of difficulty.
Likewise, its rewards are also more generous. Moreover, only one team can claim the rewards.
Once someone completes the void mirage, other teams will be forcibly ejected, ending up with nothing.
Guan Jianfeng personally came to Yi Chen to discuss this matter.
In fact, this involves the negative effects of the void illusion.
If it is not completed within the time limit, then all the monsters in the void illusion will be released into reality, attacking humans everywhere and causing chaos. Yi Chen asked, Principal Guan, is the location of this void illusion within the demon sealing city wall or outside?
Guan Jianfeng let out a helpless bitter laugh. Bad luck. It appeared within the walls of the demon sealing city, and the nearest village to it is less than 2 kilometers away. If this void mirage is not eliminated in time and the monsters inside are released, it will pose a serious threat to the lives of the humans living in the nearest village. Different void mirages have varying level thresholds for entry.
Yi Chen asked again, Principal Guan, shouldn't this kind of matter be handled by the Jiangqing Demon Slaying Bureau?
Guan Jianfeng let out a helpless sigh. We're short on manpower.
Recently, the demon sealing wall has faced a new wave of turmoil.
The section of the demon sealing
wall in Jiangnan province has been hit quite hard. I've been ordered to guard the stretch of the wall from sections 20 to 25 in Jiangnan province. Yi Chen understood the cause and effect of the situation, so he readily agreed. Principal Guan, I promise to help you deal with the level 15 void mirage.
Guan Jianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, a look of gratitude appearing on his face.
Thank you, Yi Chen. Afterward, Yi Chen discussed the timing with Guan Jianfeng.
Yi Chen decided to wait until he reached level 15 and completed the first clear of the underground sewer in hell difficulty before helping Guan Jianfeng resolve the void mirage that had descended within the demon sealing city walls. When he returned home, he rested and relaxed while reviewing today's gains.
Level 12. Weapon plus 10,000 mechanism umbrella. Level 5. Health 98214. Attack 128. Defense 57.
Experience 2474/8500. Core talent, life conversion damage boost, beginner, current conversion rate 1%.
Damage increase 982.14%. Phew.
Yi Chen's eyes showed a slight hint of surprise, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
My health points will exceed 100,000 tomorrow. The higher my health limit, the greater my damage amplification becomes. However, the conversion rate of this core talent is still only 1%. How can I upgrade it?
At that moment, Yi Chen heard the system's voice in his ear.
System prompt, upgrading the core talent requires the blood of the 4 sacred beasts.
Currently missing, Azure Dragon's blood, Vermilion Bird's blood, White Tiger's blood, and Black Tortoise's blood. Hearing the voice, Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock.
What? Did I hear that right? Upgrading the core talent actually requires the blood of the 4 sacred beasts?
With the memories of his past life, Yi Chen was well aware. The 4 sacred beasts, they are all level 130 divine beasts. Each one can be described as an invincible monster, completely beyond what Yi Chen would dare to imagine as an opponent.
Host, Yi Chen. Moreover, the dungeons of the 4 sacred beasts are scattered across the land and sea. Profession, wanderer.
For instance, the entrance to the Azure Dragon's dungeon is located on an island somewhere in the vast eastern sea.
In a previous life, due to a very unexpected opportunity, a Japanese invader from the Foot Basin found the entrance to the Azure Dragon's dungeon at sea.
At that time, he even shared the news online, and the whole world learned about it.
Critical hit 15%. Critical damage damage, 200%. As a result, just 2 seconds after he entered the dungeon. Skills, 50 basic skills for all professions. Skill creation, Dragon Step. Keystone talent, permanently increase maximum health by 1 point with each attack. A heavenly thunder rolled down, directly striking him, a level 100 assassin, turning him into charcoal on the spot, leaving not even a trace behind. And this was merely the normal difficulty of the Azure Dragon dungeon. Since then, people from both the East and the West have realized that these mythical beasts from various nations' legends are absolutely beyond the reach of mere mortals. Who would have thought that a level 100 human couldn't even withstand a single thunderbolt from the Azure Dragon? Yi Chen rather helplessly noted this matter down for now. When his health points exceed 1 billion in the future, perhaps he will be qualified to challenge the 4 sacred beasts. Then, Yi Chen studied his 1000 machine umbrella. He checked what materials were needed to upgrade his 1000 machine umbrella. Materials required for the upgrade of the 1000 machine umbrella: Aurora bamboo, golden butterfly fabric, Chongshu bone. Yi Chen glanced at these 3 materials. Some materials he was familiar with, while others he was not. So he turned on his computer and looked them up online. Aurora bamboo, Jiangnan province, level 15 dungeon, Aurora bamboo sea. Golden butterfly gauze, Jiangbei province, level 17 dungeon, 100 flowers deep valley. Chongshu bone, Qidong province, level 18 dungeon, Fengtian cliff vein. Yi Chen didn't realize until he checked, and once he did, he fell silent. He secretly thought, I can't possibly travel to other provinces to farm dungeons just for materials, can I? That would be too time-consuming and exhausting. Soon, Yi Chen came up with another solution. Just buy them directly. He quickly entered the official national auction website of the Dragon Kingdom. After entering the website, there is a streamlined and convenient interface for selling and buying. Everyone can buy and sell various items here. Yi Chen skillfully registered an account using his ID card. He quickly searched for Aurora bamboo, golden butterfly gauze, and Chongshu bamboo in the search bar. After he finished checking, he fell into a moment of silence. Because these 3 materials are extremely rare and have very limited stock in the market, all of them are boss materials. Don't be fooled by the fact that they come from low-level dungeons. Their uses are incredibly extensive. Many level 100 legendary or epic equipment items require them as raw materials for crafting. The price of golden butterfly gauze starts at 1.2 million gold coins. The price of Chongshu bamboo starts at 3 million gold coins. As for these 2 items, there are only a dozen or so available for sale in the auction house. As for Aurora bamboo, it is the one Yi Chen finds the most unacceptable, because the price of the Aurora bamboo actually exceeded 10 million gold coins. The key point is that there are only 3 Aurora bamboos for sale in the auction house. He just refreshed the page, and found that the 10 million gold coin Aurora bamboo had already been purchased. The remaining 2, one is a malicious offer of 99.99 million gold coins, the other is after discovering that 10 million Aurora bamboo had been bought. This seller immediately changed the listed price. From the previous 12 million, it skyrocketed to 30 million gold coins in one go. Yi Chen saw this scene and gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it! These profiteers who jack up prices. Even if I have to get it myself, I absolutely won't spend money on your stuff. Yi Chen turned off the computer and went to bed. Early in the morning, Lin Qingmeng was waiting downstairs at Yi Chen's house again. The 2 successfully ran dungeons all day, leveling up from level 12 to level 14. They accumulated a large pile of equipment materials, planning to sell them all at once after reaching level 15. By the end of the day, Yi Chen had increased his maximum health by nearly 40,000. His total health has reached an astonishing figure of nearly 140,000. Currently, Yi Chen's health value has already surpassed that of normal level 100 powerhouses. At the same time, a high health brings him an increase in damage conversion, which has reached an astonishing 1,400%. The third day, Lin Qingmeng came to pick up Yi Chen again in the morning. The 2 continued to grind dungeons. As Yi Chen's damage output increased, a troublesome issue arose. The time they spent clearing dungeons has indeed been reduced. However, the monsters are being killed even faster, causing Yi Chen's efficiency in farming health to drop. Monsters that could originally withstand 5 hits are now killed in just 2. The health farming efficiency is seriously insufficient. Fortunately, Yi Chen's skill proficiency has made significant progress after these days of intense dungeon grinding. Finally, before nightfall, Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng successfully reached level 15. Throughout the entire day, Yi Chen only managed to grind through a little over 26,000 HP. Currently, his maximum HP has reached approximately 166,000. The next day, Brother Chen, let's split up. I'll go to the Mage Association to learn the level 15 skill. Alright, then I'll go sell the materials we've gathered over the past few days. Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng split up. Yi Chen headed to Jiang City's busiest trading market, located in the eastern part of the city at Kaiyuan Trading City. This is more like an offline auction. Almost all merchants and sellers in Jiangcheng conduct transactions here, although the time is 7 in the evening. The Kaiyuan Trading
trading city is still brightly lit, bustling with people, and full of excitement. As a trading city that operates 24 hours a day, even at 3 in the morning, there are many night owls doing business here. Yi Chen walked into the building of the Kaiyuan Trading City, where there are 3 of the largest scale buyers. They are different from other small vendors, due to their strong foundation and ample funds. Yi Chen is not worried about them being unable to handle his goods. Soon, Yi Chen, relying on memories from his previous life, arrived at the 5th floor of Rongyuan Trading City. The entire 5th floor, covering an area of over 2,000 square meters, was entirely the territory of the Starry Commerce Guild. Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the Starry Commerce Guild. At the entrance stood more than 10 beautiful and graceful attendants dressed in cheongsams. They greeted every customer who walked in with professional smiles. When Yi Chen walked in, a short-haired, beautiful waitress elegantly approached in high heels. "Hello, sir. May I ask if you're here to sell something or to buy something?" "Sell something. Then please follow me to the left." Yi Chen followed the attendant and soon arrived at a high-end, grand hall. A manager with slick-back hair approached with a beaming smile. "Sir looks so young, perhaps he just went through an exam?" "Ha, young man, you're handsome and promising." The manager, well-versed in social etiquette, started with a round of flattery. Yi Chen was already accustomed to this. He got straight to the point and said, "I'm here to sell some items. Let's go to your goods inspection warehouse. It's convenient for sorting materials and calculating prices." Hearing this, the manager's face showed a surprised expression, not expecting Yi Chen to even know about such things. However, this goods inspection warehouse is usually reserved for transactions with sufficient quantity and value. We typically only use it when dealing with large guilds or major companies. Yi Chen interrupted him directly. "Don't worry, the quantity of materials I have here is no less than that of some guilds." The manager, seeing Yi Chen's confident tone, thought it over repeatedly and decided to open a separate testing warehouse for Yi Chen. Soon, the manager led Yi Chen to a very special room. Inside the room was a specially customized, enormous scale. At the same time, there were 10 staff members responsible for statistics, standing in a row at the entrance, ready to help sort the materials. The manager led Yi Chen to the center of the venue. He turned around and said, "Mr. Yi, please take out the items." Yi Chen used the storage ring borrowed from Lin Qingmeng and poured out all the various materials he had obtained from dungeon runs over the past 3 days in one go. This pouring lasted a full 5 minutes. In front of everyone, a nearly 3-meter-tall pile of materials was stacked up. What the heck? Some staff members were dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. This is at least the transaction volume of an A-level guild. With so many materials, for the 10 of us to sort and categorize them, it would take at least 2 hours to start with, right? The manager saw this and realized it was a big deal. Exactly. He quickly called people over to help. In no time, another 20 people arrived. A total of 30 people helped Yi Chen with price statistics. The manager, on the other hand, looked at Yi Chen with a face full of flattery. "Mr. Yi, while the staff is calculating the price, why don't we go to the VIP room next door to rest for a bit?" Then, the manager led Yi Chen to sit in the VIP room. Before long, a very beautiful waitress came over to serve tea and water, along with some delicious pastries and fruits. The waitress's sweet and gentle voice rang out, "Mr. Yi, if you'd like to have something else, we can arrange it for you here. Whether it's Chinese or Western cuisine, or even abalone, Boston lobster, king crab, and so on, we can prepare it for you on the spot." Yi Chen shook his head. "No need, just some water will do." Inwardly, he felt a bit wistful. In his previous life, he had never been treated like this, because in his previous life, he was just an ordinary person who never came into contact with the true upper class until his death. Alright, in this era, only power, wealth, and strength are the ultimate truths. Survival of the fittest, where the strong thrive. This principle remains timeless even after hundreds of years. Yi Chen looked at the manager and asked again, "I still have some blue and white equipment here. Do you accept them?" The manager quickly nodded. "We accept. Our Starry Commerce Guild accepts everything." Then, the manager took Yi Chen to another measurement warehouse. Yi Chen started dumping equipment again. All kinds of blue and white equipment piled up like a small mountain, as if they were worthless. Seeing this scene, the manager swallowed hard. "Mr. Yi, how do you have so much low-level equipment?" He thought to himself, could it be that this kid went and robbed a guild's warehouse? Yi Chen said, "Dropped from dungeon runs." Alright, the manager, of course, didn't believe it. To drop this much equipment, you'd have to run the dungeon at least 100 times. However, the manager guessed this part correctly. Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng spent 3 days running nearly 100 dungeon instances, and their speed and efficiency, if viewed at their current level, it is astonishing, even exaggerated. After all, judging by the leveling speed of peers and people of the same rank, generally, it takes 4 to 5 days for everyone to level up by 1, and this is already considered a very diligent leveling speed. How can there be such an abnormal leveling speed like Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng? In just 3 days, they directly leveled up from 10 to 15. Even riding a rocket wouldn't be this fast, because Yi Chen poured out too many blue and white equipment. These are all ordinary and fine equipment. set. Although not very valuable, if a full set can be assembled, it can still be sold for over 1,000 gold coins. These days, don't underestimate the purchasing power of the masses. The manager quickly transferred 20 more employees to help count the equipment.
About an hour later,
The manager finally ran into the VIP room, drenched in sweat. A joyful smile appeared on his face.
Mr. Yi, we have finished checking your equipment and materials. Here is the detailed catalog.
Yi Chen took the booklet handed over by the manager.
He glanced at it, his eyes falling on the final total amount, 32 million gold coins.
This amount is not far from what Yi Chen had in mind. After all, Yi Chen had been grinding different types of hell difficulty dungeons for 3 days. He also looted quite a few valuable boss materials.
Immediately, Yi Chen asked, I'm missing 3 materials. Can you help me get them here?
The manager quickly nodded in agreement upon hearing this.
Mr. Yi,
Since the items you sold here exceed 30 million gold coins in value, you are now an esteemed gold member of the Star Commerce Guild, enjoying our exclusive personalized service. If you need anything, just let me know, and we'll immediately help you find it.
Yi Chen listed the materials he needed. I want Aurora Bamboo,
golden butterfly gauze, and void bone.
The manager noted it down and immediately went to check for Yi Chen. A few minutes later, the manager hurried back. Mr. Yi, you're in luck.
We have golden butterfly gauze and void bone here, but they are in other city branches of the Star Chamber of Commerce.
If you need them, we can arrange for the materials to be transferred over. Yi Chen nodded. How much do these 2 materials cost together?
Since you are a distinguished gold member of the Starry Chamber of Commerce, all expenses here are discounted by 10%.
For golden butterfly gauze and Chongshu
bone, our chamber offers you a price lower than the market rate.
Together, they total 4 million gold coins, and after the discount, it's 3.6 million gold coins.
The price and discount offered by the manager made Yi Chen quite satisfied, as it was much cheaper than what he had seen at online auctions.
Thus, Yi Chen agreed. Alright, I'll take both materials. Just deduct the cost from the money you gave me.
The manager then said, as for the Aurora Bamboo, since the level of the dungeon where this material is found is quite low, its market supply
is very limited.
If Mr. Yi wants it, the Star Chamber of Commerce can arrange for people to continuously farm the Aurora Bamboo Sea.
Yi Chen asked, what price do I have to pay for that?
The manager replied, you would need to cover the wages of the dungeon farmers, as well as a certain handling fee. Just give the price directly.
5 million gold coins.
After quoting the price, the manager quickly explained, because Aurora Bamboo is too rare, and on top of that, dungeons have daily entry limits, so farming Aurora Bamboo is really too difficult.
Yi Chen understood the meaning behind the manager's words.
In his previous life, he had also experienced a period of being a gold farming dungeon hunter. Probably, wealthy people spend money to hire them to farm a certain dungeon and make them drop a specific material. The rarer the material, the lower the drop rate, often requiring more people to help farm.
Using quantity to make up for the lack of probability. For Yi Chen now, time is more important than money.
Even if he were to farm Aurora Bamboo Sea, he might not get an Aurora Bamboo drop even after a week.
So Yi Chen chose to nod. Alright, I'll pay 5 million.
Please trouble the manager to find someone to farm Aurora Bamboo Sea and get an Aurora Bamboo for me as soon as possible. Hearing this, the manager, seeing how generous and straightforward Yi Chen was, couldn't help but feel overjoyed.
Since Mr. Yi is so generous, I naturally won't slack off. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for 50 people to grind Aurora Bamboo Sea.
In the end, the gold coins left in Yi Chen's hands amounted to 23.4 million.
Yi Chen didn't keep this money for himself.
He transferred all of it to Lin Qingmeng. The reason is also very simple. First, Lin Qingmeng spent a lot of money helping him enhance his equipment, and Yi Chen must repay this favor.
Second, with Yi Chen's current skills, making money is not difficult.
He possesses an advantage that no one else has. That is the ability to freely conquer dungeons at hell difficulty, and the drop rate in hell difficulty dungeons is high, with rare materials dropping.
These are key factors for making money. Yi Chen then left the wealth trading city.
On the other side, Lin Qingmeng also completed the comprehension of the level 15 class skill. She successfully mastered the Holy Spirit Fire skill. So the two contacted each other by phone and decided to head to the underground passage tomorrow to challenge the global first clear of the hell difficulty dungeon. Lin Qingmeng looked full of energy and was eagerly waiting downstairs at Yi Chen's place early in the morning.
When Yi Chen got into the Maybach, Lin Qingmeng couldn't wait to say, Brother Chen,
I heard that yesterday the Tianhong Guild made rapid progress, and they've already taken down the second stage boss. We need to hurry, or they'll snatch the first clear from us. Yi Chen chuckled and said amusingly, Tianhong is the guild your dad is in, isn't it?
Lin Qingmeng adorably pouted. So what?
My dad is just a vice president, not the president. Then, the driver drove toward the location of the underground sewers.
After a period of development,
Yi Chen was surprised to discover that the location of the underground sewer he initially visited, which was originally desolate and barren,
a place where even buildings couldn't be seen nearby. Now,
quite a few simple houses had already been built. The most exaggerated thing was none other than the entrance to the sewer, originally hidden beneath the stinking ditch. He was shocked to find that the water in the stinking ditch had been completely drained. There was even a specially constructed concrete staircase leading directly to the entrance of the sewer, which resembled an underwater pipeline.
Yi Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration upon seeing this scene.
This is the terrifying and astonishing infrastructure capability of the Dragon Kingdom. There's nothing they can't accomplish, only things they don't want to do. When Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng arrived beside the bustling and crowded ditch, it should no longer be called a ditch, but a canal. They heard the clamor of many people. After finishing all this, quickly get 2 priests above level 13. The DPS roles are already in place, ready to start the hard difficulty, sewers. Elite squad challenging torment difficulty, sewers, requires minimum level 14 for roles. DPS roles must have an attack power of at least 70 points, and healing roles must have a healing output of over 30 points per second. Zhangqing's A-level guild, Van Wind, leading the team. Currently 49 out of 50 members are assembled, recruiting one more hidden role with strong DPS.
Once the team is full, we'll immediately start the hell difficulty, sewers.
At this moment, Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng simultaneously looked toward the person shouting about the Van Wind guild.
The next day.
At this moment, Yi Chen thought to himself, what a small world for enemies to meet again. The person shouting, coincidentally, was none other than their old acquaintance, Chai Feng. Beside Chai Feng stood a group of well-equipped young people, almost all dressed in blue high-quality gear. These people are all excellent students who just finished their exams, found by Chai Feng's father, the president of Fanfeng. The equipment they are wearing was all provided by Chai Feng's father, specifically to support Chai Feng in achieving the world's first clear of the hell difficulty in underground sewer. If they can achieve the first clear, it would greatly benefit the positive publicity of the Fanfeng guild. Originally, Chai Feng had already made a plan and decided to organize a 50-person team today to challenge the hell difficulty of underground sewer. As a result, one person couldn't come because of a stomachache, so he decided to call another person into the team. Just as Chai Feng was calling someone, he suddenly saw 2 familiar faces,
Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng.
Chai Feng's expression instantly changed from a beaming smile to a lifeless pool of water, because Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng needed to pass by Chai Feng to enter the dungeon. When the 2 of them reached Chai Feng suddenly took a few steps forward, instantly blocking their path.
Chai Feng?
Lin Qingmeng looked at him with a peculiar expression.
Why are you here? Chai Feng grinned and said, of course I'm here to fulfill the bet with Yi Chen.
Yi Chen, my 50-member team is ready.
The team includes 20 hidden classes, and everyone is fully equipped with a complete set of blue quality gear. Today, we're going to take the first kill of the hell difficulty in one go. And you? Where's your team?
Chai Feng craned his neck to look behind Yi Chen, only to find that there wasn't a single person.
Yi Chen let out a light, carefree laugh. My team only has 2 people.
The proud and smug expression on Chai Feng's face suddenly disappeared. He furrowed his brows, scrutinized the 2 of them, and said incredulously, you can't be telling me that the 2 of you are delusional enough to take on the hell difficulty, underground sewer, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding area erupted in laughter.
Ha ha ha, is there really someone that foolish? Could this be the infamous bottom-ranked Yi Chen? Yi Chen is way too arrogant. Does he think the hell difficulty dungeon is something you can just breeze through? Any random monster in there could easily kill him in seconds.
I bet Yi Chen must have been forced into this by his bet with brother Chai, and since he usually has poor relationships with others, he probably couldn't find any friends to team up for the dungeon. Chai Feng personally extended an invitation to Lin Qingmeng.
Lin Qingmeng, why don't you join my team?
We happen to have 49 members, just 1 spot left. It's practically tailor-made for you.
Instead of staying in Yi Chen's team where you'll suffer losses and embarrassment, why not come here and enjoy yourself?
I'll directly assign 2 knights and 2 priests to protect you, ensuring no monster can get close to you. Lin Qingmeng looked at Chai Feng as he eagerly extended an olive branch to her. She resolutely shook her head and refused.
Thank you for your kindness, but I won't leave Brother Chen's team. Hearing the words Brother Chen, Chai Feng's expression immediately changed. Could it be that their relationship has progressed to the next level?
Chai Feng immediately became even more flustered. He had originally planned to use this opportunity to thoroughly crush Yi Chen's arrogance, thereby earning Lin Qingmeng's admiration.
Chai Feng anxiously said, Lin Qingmeng, that's a hell-level dungeon, it's no joke.
Even the ordinary mobs pose a risk of killing you.
There are only 2 of you, and you don't even have a priest. There's no way you can get through the boss fight. Yi Chen felt that Chai Feng was getting a bit too noisy. He said coldly, Chai Feng, stealing from under my nose, have I been too lenient with you? Chai Feng's anger flared up instantly. Yi Chen, are you trying to provoke me?
Yi Chen sneered, if you're not convinced, we can settle this with a fight right here. Upon hearing this, Chai Feng immediately felt a chill of fear. He recalled the scene at the school gate, where Yi Chen single-handedly chased and beat up several people.
Upon hearing this
incident had left him with quite a psychological shadow.
Although Chai Feng was fearful in his heart, his mouth remained as stubborn as a rock. He said firmly, Yi Chen, you're really naive. Who's going to fight with you here? Even if I win, win, it wouldn't be honorable. Let's compete by clearing the dungeon and see who can finish it faster.
After speaking, Chai Feng, with a magnanimous expression, took out a revival coin and handed it to Lin Qingmeng. He said, "Lin Qingmeng, this revival coin is for you. Keep it to save your life. If something unexpected happens later, Yi Chen won't be able to protect you. This revival coin can help you exit the dungeon and save your life." Lin Qingmeng directly shook her head and refused. "I have a revival token. I don't need the one you're giving me." Upon hearing this, Chai Feng's expression twitched again. He reluctantly took the revival token back. Then, with an extremely displeased expression, he said, "Step aside and let them go to the dungeon. I really want to see what kind of ability Yi Chen, a bottom feeder, has to clear a hell difficulty dungeon." As Yi Chen passed by Chai Feng sneered coldly, "Coward, don't you dare accidentally choose the normal difficulty later." Yi Chen responded with a cold laugh, "You too, just don't get wiped out." At this moment, the tension between the two was palpable. As Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng headed toward the dungeon, Chai Feng couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly found a somewhat decent student to join the team. Then a group of 50 people set out toward the underground sewer. Before long, Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng were the first to enter the hell difficulty underground sewer. Chai Feng led his team closely behind. The competition started simultaneously on both sides. Yi Chen stepped into the incredibly familiar underground sewer. Beside him, Lin Qingmeng let out a somewhat uncomfortable sound. "Chenji, it's so damp and dirty in here. I keep feeling like a monster will jump out from the shadows any second now." Yi Chen smiled and confidently patted his chest. "Don't worry, I know this place very well." "Really? When did Brother Chen ever play this dungeon? How come I don't know?" Before the exam, Yi Chen quickly took out the 1000 Mechanisms umbrella, transforming it into shield mode. He first cast the golden shield on himself, a heavy and sturdy shield that protected Yi Chen as he advanced. Before long, Yi Chen lured out a large number of monsters. He skillfully transformed the shield into sword mode and unleashed a crescent slash, sweeping across 2812, 2793, 2901, 2899. In an instant, a series of astonishing numbers floated above the heads of this group of rats and shot out. In just 1 second, dozens of rats turned into corpses scattered all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingmeng was completely stunned. "Brother Chen, why do I feel like you're getting stronger so quickly every day? Before, when your damage was nearly 1000, I already thought it was incredibly insane. But now, your damage is actually close to 3000 points?" Yi Chen smiled and didn't answer Lin Qingmeng's question. Nowadays, the reason his damage is so high. The reasons are diverse. First, because his maximum health has reached 140,000, the health to damage conversion rate has also reached an astonishing 1400%. Second, after these days of grinding monsters, his skill proficiency, under the 5x efficiency buff for solo players, has brought Half Moon Slash to an impressive level 15. Attribute, attacks in a 4-meter fan-shaped area in front when used, dealing an additional 48% damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Thirdly, his equipment comes with a 30% defense ignoring effect. Therefore, with the stacking of these conditions, his damage naturally reaches an extremely exaggerated level. "I see. Everyone has their own secrets," Yi Chen explained to Lin Qingmeng with a smile. Brother Chen, I understand." Lin Qingmeng, being very considerate, did not press further. Immediately after, Lin Qingmeng cast the Holy Spirit Flame skill on Yi Chen, followed by activating the Aura skill, Bless All Beings. Yi Chen said to Lin Qingmeng, Meng, the Holy Flame skill is very powerful. Once the skill cooldown is ready, remember to use it." Lin Qingmeng gave a wry smile. "Brother Chen, this skill consumes too much mana. Every time I use it, my mana bar is completely drained." "Don't worry, I'll cover your mana potions. Drink as much as you need." "Alright, I'll listen to you." The skill effect of Holy Spirit's fire left a deep impression on Yi Chen. This skill can only bestow blessings on a single target. The blessed target's attack power increases by 10%, defense increases by 10%, health increases by 10%, critical hit rate increases by 5%, and critical damage increases by 20%. However, 80% of the damage taken by the user will be transferred to the blessed target. Lasts for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 3 minutes. When Lin Qingmeng waved her staff and cast the Holy Spirit's fire skill on Yi Chen, his attack power increased by 10%, and critical damage increased by 20%. Yi Chen clearly felt that he had become significantly stronger. Immediately after, Yi Chen effortlessly swept through, taking down the first boss and the second boss. It should be noted that back when Yi Chen was farming here on hell difficulty alone, he relied solely on his own strength to defeat the first 2 bosses. Now, his strength has skyrocketed significantly. Crescent Slash. Proficiency, level 15. Chopping these bosses is no different from slicing melons and cutting vegetables. By this point, the time Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng had spent in the dungeon was less than 10 minutes. When the two of them arrived at the final boss room, Lin Qingmeng was already stunned. "Brother Chen, isn't our dungeon clear
clearing speed a bit too fast? This is the hell difficulty, underground sewers. If we defeat the final boss, won't we achieve the world's first clear?
Yi Chen's lips curved into a smile as he reassured Lin Qingmeng, Meng, stay calm.
There will be plenty of days like this in the future. You need to be like me and learn to stay composed.
Lin Qingmeng was shocked to see that Yi Chen had actually picked up a sniper rifle.
Brother Chen, what are you?
Yi Chen grinned. I was troubled by this boss for a long time before and never managed to defeat it.
Now that we have the means, let's try taking it down with one shot.
Lin Qingmeng was completely stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity.
Brother Chen, can this thing of yours really take it down with one shot?
Introduction: a mutated octopus cursed by hell. It takes pleasure in devouring humans. Every time it acts, it causes massive disasters.
Please proceed with caution.
Yi Chen moves neither too fast nor too slow, starting by stacking layers of the braver in battle buff. He walked forward barehanded and started punching the mutated octopus with a bang, bang, bang. Lin Qingmeng looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression. Although she didn't know what Yi Chen was doing, she believed that Yi Chen must have a reason for his actions. Soon, Yi Chen stacked 12 layers of the Braver in Battle effect. Currently, Braver in Battle has reached level 18.
Proficiency, level 18. Attribute: each attack on an enemy increases damage by 18% and attack speed, lasting for 8 seconds.
Thus, Yi Chen's damage increase reaches 216%.
Meanwhile, the bonus damage from his maximum health is 1425%.
The total damage amplification reaches an astonishing 1641%. Yi Chen prepared to activate the Sniper skill of the Gunslinger class. Over the past 3 days of continuous dungeon runs, Yi Chen occasionally practiced the Sniper skill. Currently, Sniper has also been leveled up to level 7. Attribute: when used, this skill doubles the range, charges for 5 seconds toward a designated enemy, deals an additional 70% damage, headshot damage is doubled, cooldown 60 seconds.
Skills will bring an additional 70% damage boost.
In addition, the passive skill of the musket, Savage Slaughter. As long as Yi Chen enters combat mode, proficiency can be passively gained.
Savage Slaughter.
As the words fell. Attribute: after entering combat state, critical damage increases by 22%, plus the 20% critical damage bonus from Holy Spirit's Fire.
Currently, Yi Chen's critical damage has reached 242%. That should do it.
Yi Chen's lips curved into a confident smile. Meng, make sure to watch closely later, okay?
The damage from this shot will be spectacular. Mutated Octopus, Boss, Level 10, Health 10,000, Attack 200, Defense 50, Skills, Octopus Cage, Poison Ink Spit, Biological Healing. Yi Chen suddenly aimed at the mutated octopus's head.
A hint of an expectant smile appeared on his face, then forcefully pulled the trigger.
-1, -1, -1.
The moment the bullet hit the mutated octopus's head, the enormous mutated octopus instantly convulsed all over, its massive body contracting in an instant.
The next second, its corpse exploded directly.
The spoils of war scattered and flew out in all directions.
The braver you fight, the stronger you become.
And above it, in the sky where it exploded, a striking scarlet number suddenly appeared.
-18612.
Headshot, critical hit. Official update: damage calculation formula equals attack target defense, damage amplification, damage increase, extra damage critical damage. When Lin Qingmeng saw this damage at that moment, she was so shocked that she couldn't say a word for half a day.
Oh my god, Chen Ji, is this really damage that humans can deal? 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Sniper. Proficiency, level 7. You actually dealt 5-digit damage.
Lin Qingmeng simply couldn't believe her eyes. How could this kind of damage possibly be dealt by a level 15 student who just finished the exam?
18,612. This number is deeply imprinted in Lin Qingmeng's memory. Proficiency, level 11. Chai Feng is commanding a team of 50 people.
All knights are responsible for scouting ahead, and priests keep a constant eye on the knight's health.
When the knight's health drops to half, immediately retreat to the back to heal. Mages, follow my command and focus fire on the rat.
After a prolonged 10-minute skirmish,
Chai Feng's 50-member team finally cleared the first small monster area. The next second.
At this moment, someone smiled and offered a compliment.
Brother Chai's command is still top-notch.
With our 50-person team, Brother Chai handles it with ease. Of course, with Brother Chai leading us, we cleared the first small monster area in just 10 minutes. At this pace, we still have a great chance of clearing the Hell difficulty dungeon in one go.
Brother Chai,
rest assured, with our help, your goddess will return to your arms sooner or later. In my opinion, that Yi Chen is really not up to par. Chai Feng was being flattered by a group of people, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He also put on a very magnanimous demeanor. Once we clear the Hell difficulty first run of this dungeon, I'll have my dad give each of you 100,000 gold coins.
Hearing this, everyone cheered joyfully. Brother Chai is awesome. Brother Chai is mighty. Someone took out their phone and stared at a message that popped up. His
His expression changed immediately upon seeing it, and he quickly shouted loudly, "Brother Chai, the global first clear of the hell difficulty in underground sewer has already been taken. The first clear has been achieved. How is this possible?" The smile on Chai Feng's face froze instantly. He quickly took the other person's phone and discovered a piece of news from just a minute ago. Just now, a message was simultaneously updated on all information boards worldwide. "Congratulations to XX Lin Qingmeng for successfully completing the level 5 dungeon, hell difficulty, underground sewers." In an instant, Chai Feng's expression turned completely sour. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a single word. How is this possible? They're just two people. How could their progress be faster than our team of 50? Although Yi Chen had hidden his name. But the moment he saw Lin Qingming's name, he then knew that the person who had hidden their name must be Lin Qingming. A resurrection coin suddenly flew out from above Chai Feng's head. "Brother Chai, your resurrection coin is about to fly away." Chai Feng looked up in shock. His contract with Yi Chen had already ended. Yi Chen won. He lost. Therefore, the revival coin on him automatically left him and flew toward Yi Chen. I can't accept this. Yi Chen, he must have used some kind of trick. I absolutely don't believe that two high school students cleared a hell difficulty dungeon in just over 10 minutes. We had 50 people, and after 10 minutes, we had only just cleared the first wave of small monsters. A resurrection coin appeared in front of Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng. At that moment, Meng, you take this first clear reward resurrection coin. Lin Qingmeng said modestly, "Brother Chen, you should take it." Yi Chen shook his head and smiled mysteriously. "My revival coin is coming soon." In front of Yi Chen, a dark golden revival coin appeared in the void. He grinned and said, "Look, it's this resurrection coin, the one I won from betting with Chai Feng." Lin Qingmeng covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Chen, you took Chai Feng's resurrection coin. I bet he's in the dungeon right now, probably fuming." Yi Chen said, "You can't blame me for this. He provoked me first. But we're all men here. If you gamble, you accept the loss. There's no need to feel sorry for him." Right after, Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng sorted through the boss's loot. As the final boss of hell difficulty, the mutated octopus has been defeated worldwide for the first time. It actually dropped some pretty good equipment. Yi Chen took stock and found that there were actually two pieces of purple rare equipment. Special reward, 1 resurrection coin. The drop rate is really quite high. Falcon belt. Effect, the wearer gains a shield value of up to 200 with a cooldown of 30 seconds. A life-saving belt, but it's not much use to me. Meng, your belt should be a blue-grade item, right? Go ahead and switch to this one. Then, Yi Chen handed this purple-grade equipment to Lin Qingmeng. Admittedly, this equipment is indeed useless to Yi Chen. At that moment, what Yi Chen lacks the least right now is survival ability. Then, the two looked at the next piece of equipment. Guardian's breastplate. Effect, the wearer gains 10% magic resistance. Another piece of high health, high defense equipment, but it's still useless for me. Meng, you should put on this outfit. Following Yi Chen's suggestion, Lin Qingming put on the belt and outfit, then chose to hide the equipment. As a result, her appearance reverted to her usual sweet and stylish attire. Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng worked together to collect all the materials and coins dropped by the boss. The two were ready to leave the dungeon. However, before leaving, Yi Chen decided to be cautious. Meng, since we've completed the dungeon's first clear, it has now reverted to a regular dungeon with daily attempt limits. At this moment, all the teams currently in the dungeon must have been forcibly teleported out. When we go out later, don't linger, so we don't get targeted. Lin Qingmeng clearly lacks sufficient social experience. Sure enough, 1 minute later, she asked in confusion, "Brother Chen, why are we in such a hurry to leave?" Yi Chen gave a brief explanation. "Because we were the first to clear the dungeon, we obtained the revival token, and everyone outside knows about this. A man without sin, yet guilty for possessing treasure. There will always be people with ill intentions eyeing our revival token. This dungeon is a new one, and the outside world is chaotic. Government oversight is temporarily insufficient, making it easy for street robberies to occur. Lin Qingmeng is exceptionally intelligent and quick-witted. Chenggu is right, and you even won Chai Feng's revival token. I bet Chai Feng is now thinking about how to get back at you." Sure enough, it was just as Yi Chen had said. When the first clearance appeared, all the other teams currently running the same dungeon were all teleported out. Level 10, quality rare, life 30, defense 10. After Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng came out, they immediately experienced what it meant to be a sea of people packed to the brim. The two of them never expected that such a small level 5 dungeon could have so many people inside at the same time. The number of people on the field was at least in the tens of thousands. The crowd jostled back and forth, and some men even noticed how beautiful Lin Qingmeng was. They wanted to take advantage of the crowded situation to make a move, but they were immediately noticed by Yi Chen. Relying on his immense strength and powerful aura, Yi Chen directly pushed the surrounding crowd away. Level 10, quality rare, health 50, defense 10. He held Lin Qingming's hand while walking out. Meng, stay close to me. Lin Lin Qingmeng followed behind Yi Chen, feeling a strong sense of security as she watched him push through the crowd ahead. Before long, Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng finally squeezed out of the surging crowd.
At that moment, a shout came from somewhere in the crowd. Yi Chen, Lin Qingmeng, they're over there. The one shouting loudly was none other than Chai Feng.
Chai Feng lost the revival coin, and he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, unable to accept this fact. So, he deliberately sought revenge on Yi Chen. When Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng exited the dungeon, he immediately announced Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng's identities to the surrounding crowd.
Everyone, hurry and grab the revival coins. Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng each have at least one revival coin, because I also lost my revival coin to him. The three words revival coin were like Pandora's box. Once opened, it would bring endless disaster. Sure enough, the tens of thousands of people present heard about Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng having resurrection coins. This crowd indeed went crazy.
You must know, once the crowd grows, even if something happens, under the framework of the law does not punish the masses, there will truly be people who dare to take advantage of the chaos and commit some heinous and shameless acts.
Dust bro, we've been exposed.
Lin Qingmeng turned back in panic, looking at a group of people running toward them.
Yi Chen took a deep breath, a hint of frostiness flashing in his eyes. Chai Feng, that bastard, can't handle losing and wants to use dirty tricks to kill me?
He turned around and was shocked to see countless people rushing toward them.
Revival coins. They have revival coins on them. Hand over the revival coins. If I can blend into the crowd and luckily get a revival coin, I'll be set for life.
Many people saw that there were so many others around trying to snatch the resurrection coins. Their moral baseline against committing crimes disappeared instantly. Everyone harbored a sense of luck, thinking they wouldn't get caught for committing a crime.
After all, with so many people on the scene, who could tell who made the move? No matter how fast the two ran, they couldn't escape the encirclement of tens of thousands of people. Soon, Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng had no way to keep running forward, because people rushing from the front had also surrounded them. Lin Qingmeng's pretty face turned pale. It was the first time she had encountered such a crazy situation. Her heartbeat uncontrollably sped up. Her hands instinctively tightened around Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen's eyes at this moment carried an unprecedented frost and killing intent. For Yi Chen, he could face the siege of these tens of thousands without fear. If these tens of thousands dared to make a move against him, he would unleash his full power without hesitation and commence a frenzied slaughter. With his health bar reaching as high as 140,000, there's no way this group of people could finish him off. But the Lin Qingmeng beside him is different. Health 187, attack 131, defense 34.
With Lin Qingmeng's attributes, she already stands out significantly among people of the same level. However, as the saying goes, two fists are no match for four hands. 187 health points limit, as long as being surrounded and attacked by a dozen people together, will basically die on the spot in one round.
Once conflict breaks out between the two sides, Yi Chen can certainly remain unharmed, but Lin Qingmeng might die. This is the fusion of reality with the arrival of the game world. Don't be fooled by the fact that everything in the world looks gamified. But here, death is true death in every sense. Even if Lin Qingmeng has a revival coin,
after her resurrection, she still couldn't avoid the fate of being killed again.
The crowd surrounded Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng, continuously closing in on the two.
Soon, Yi Chen saw a familiar face.
Brother Gun.
And beside Brother Gun was a woman he was familiar with, held in his arms.
Lu Zhuxian.
Seeing these two people actually hooking up together, Yi Chen suddenly found it very amusing in his heart. In his previous life, it was for such a woman that he not only used up his revival coin but also lost his life.
Brother Gun walked arrogantly toward Yi Chen.
Beside him, Lu Zhuxian was still fanning the flames.
Brother Gun. He's the one who's been bullying me in the dungeon and even stole my equipment. You promised to help me get revenge, so you absolutely have to do it.
Brother Gun's lips curled into a confident smile as he nodded.
My sweet baby, you took such good care of me last night. Today, it's definitely my turn to help you get revenge. Lin Qingmeng, level 15.
Speaking, Brother Gun and his group stood at the forefront of the crowd.
He directed an arrogant expression toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you bullied my woman and even stole her equipment. As for me, considering the presence of so many people, I won't make things too difficult for you. Just return the equipment you took from her, and hand over your revival coins as an apology gift. Yi Chen's cold gaze fell on Gun Brother. Soon, Gun Brother's attributes appeared. Wu Chang, level 23, profession, assassin, health 250, attack 97, defense 32, magic 101, skills, stealth, backstab, gouge. After looking at Gun Brother's attributes, Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. A level 23 assassin, what right do you have to bark so arrogantly in front of so many people? Want equipment? Want revival coins? That depends on whether you have the skills. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Gun Bro's face turned an ugly shade of liver red. Lu Zhuxian angrily scolded, Yi Chen, you're only a dozen levels or so. What right do you have to boast in front of Gun Bro? Do you believe Gun Brother can cripple you you with just one combo? Yi Chen decided to use himself as bait to attract everyone's attention.
This way, no one would focus on Lin Qingmeng. He deliberately put on a proud expression, looking down on Gun Brother.
What kind of nonsense, Gun Bro? If you can take even a sliver of my health, I'll call you daddy. If you can't even take a sliver of my health, do you dare kneel and call me daddy?
As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of onlookers burst into cheers.
Gun Bro, you're a level 23 assassin.
Take the bet with him. With so many of us watching, there's no way he can renege on his debt if he loses.
Brother Gun, you're not chickening out, are you? Afraid of being toppled by a young man?
Brother Gun heard the taunts from the people around him.
He simply gave a cold smile. Afraid of him? What a joke. Alright, Yi Chen, since you dare to challenge me, I'll grant you the qualification to challenge me. But let me make it clear in advance, blades and swords have no eyes. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me.
Yi Chen smiled faintly. I have a revival coin, so go ahead and strike with all your might.
After saying that, Brother Gun pushed Lu Zhuxian aside.
He drew a dagger from his waist, a level 20 purple rare item, the obsidian dagger.
Many sharp-eyed people recognized it and exclaimed in amazement.
Brother Gun is really rich. Even his weapon is a level 20 top-tier dagger. I heard this dagger has a bleeding effect.
Once triggered, the opponent will bleed uncontrollably. I just don't understand why Yi Chen is so arrogant, thinking he can challenge a level 23 assassin across levels? Assassins are famously high-damage professions.
If he's not careful, his frail little frame could be taken out in an instant. The crowd on the field slowly stepped back, giving Yi Chen and Gun Brother space for their duel. In front of everyone, Gun Brother's figure was slowly fading away.
This is precisely the assassin's professional skill, concealment.
Many people said the biggest advantage of assassins in PK battles is their ability to go invisible. Now Yi Chen is probably like a headless fly, completely in the dark. Yi Chen slowly raised his shield, and upon seeing this, the crowd remarked, so Yi Chen is a knight class.
Then he's completely doomed.
Knights may have high health and defense, but they appear too clumsy in front of assassins, just like toys.
Yi Chen looked ahead, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Such a childish maneuver. In his previous life, Yi Chen, during his downtime from dungeon runs, also enjoyed going to the arena for some PK battles. In the arena, the concept of death did not exist. The moment the health drops to zero, the PK will stop, thus ending the battle. In the arena PK, dueling with strong opponents is a way to hone strength and skills. When Yi Chen was piking with an assassin class, he knew how to locate the assassin's position by identifying sounds. Even though assassins are hidden, their movements will still create some noise. For example, the sound of wind passing by. At this moment, Yi Chen heard the sound of wind passing by from his rear right. This indicated that Gunbro had already circled behind him. Yi Chen felt a wave of dizziness, and the word dizzy suddenly appeared above his head. Gunbro emerged from hiding, simultaneously activating the skills Backstab and Counter-Strike. This caused Yi Chen to be stunned for 1 second, along with dealing massive damage.
The entire audience witnessed the damage Gunbro inflicted on Yi Chen. Immediately after, everyone stared in shock at Yi Chen's health bar.
They were shocked to discover that Yi Chen's health bar actually.
Gunbro stared at his dagger in utter disbelief. No matter how hard he tried to believe it, his dagger simply couldn't pierce through Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen's back was as hard as a wall of steel. Damn it! Why hasn't his health bar dropped at all? The previously confident gunner suddenly panicked when he saw Yi Chen's health bar remain completely unchanged. You should know, he had just dealt a whopping 35 points of damage. According to a typical level 10 player, their health is just over 100 points.
Logically speaking, Gunbro's combo should at least take away 1/3 of Yi Chen's health. The surrounding spectators also burst into an uproar.
This Yi Chen's defense and health seem to be quite high. Could it be that he's not actually at a dozen or so levels, but over 50? Otherwise, why doesn't his health bar drop at all? Could Brother Gun really lose this time?
Luckily, we didn't charge forward just now, or we would have run into a tough opponent.
Many onlookers secretly felt relieved in their hearts.
Brother Gun's face instantly turned as ugly as pig liver.
He continued to swing the dagger in his hand, stabbing fiercely and repeatedly at Yi Chen's back. Immediately, damage kept erupting across Yi Chen's back. Seeing this scene, the crowd watching was even more shocked and dumbfounded. What's going on? Just now, Yi Chen's figure suddenly blurred for a moment. That's the effect of evasion. As long as the chance of evasion is triggered, the body will instantly blur, thus dodging the opponent's attack. But Gunbro is an assassin. At such close range, he managed to trigger evasion 3 times in a row. Isn't that way too exaggerated? Yi Chen glanced around, observing the astonished expressions of the onlookers. He thought to himself, this is the power of the level 45 Dragon Step. It provides 45% evasion, which means you can basically dodge 1 attack out of every 2. Brother Gun was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Suddenly, he stared at his dagger with a face full of disbelief. Just now, he stabbed Yi Chen's body 3 times in a row, but all 3 strikes were dodged. He watched as Yi Chen's body blurred 3 times in succession right before his eyes. -35. Damn it! Yi Chen, are you freaking cheating? Upon hearing this. The onlookers were amused and burst into laughter. Unmoved. Brother Gun, you say Yi Chen is cheating, but how could he possibly cheat? Since 100 years ago, when games and reality merged, our apocalypse game doesn't have any back-end system. Who could possibly cheat? If he really had a way to cheat, then why not directly modify his level to 100? Then max out infinite attack power, fill up all kinds of heaven-defying forbidden skills, and wipe out everyone here in one move. Gunbro heard the mocking laughter around him. The expression on his face was even worse than the color of pig liver, because he immediately regretted it as soon as he said those words. He also knew those words were very foolish. This is the real world, not a virtual online game. How could there possibly be so-called cheats and backdoors? Brother Gun unwillingly continued to stab Yi Chen frantically with the dagger, but due to Yi Chen's substantial health and decent defense, it caused Brother Gun's dagger to stab into Yi Chen's skin. Yi Chen just felt like he was bitten by a mosquito, completely unfazed. Yi Chen let Gunbro stab him with a dagger for half a minute. His health bar still didn't budge. Gunbro, have you had enough? Yi Chen stared coldly at Gunbro with a frosty expression. He put away his shield in front of everyone and raised his fist. Yi Chen precisely controlled his punching power and delivered a fierce punch to Gunbro's abdomen. 21-18. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Gunbro's body was directly sent flying by Yi Chen, landing on the ground 10 meters away, and above his head, a scarlet number instantly appeared. -249. A loud wow. Brother Gun spat out a mouthful of old blood. His entire being was beaten by Yi Chen's punch as if he were an old dog. All the onlookers were completely dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. Damn! Yi Chen actually punched Gunbro down to a sliver of health. Look quickly, the health bar above Gunbro's head is flashing with a black blood warning, which means his health is down to single digits. Oh my god, is this Yi Chen a knight or a fighter? How did he take off his weapon and start punching people? That one punch directly broke Gunbro's gun barrel. Gunbro was beaten to the point of spitting blood, on the verge of death, painfully lying on the ground. His underlings saw this and hurriedly ran forward in a panic. Brother Gun, are you okay? Brother Gun, your health bar is empty. Quickly drink a health potion. Otherwise, you'll die from any random skill hit. Brother Gun quickly took a health potion from his pocket and gulped it down in big swigs. Then, his health bar began to slowly recover. Everyone present witnessed the power of Yi Chen's punch. How could a bare-handed punch nearly deplete the full health bar of a level 23 assassin? Immediately, someone raised a question. Yi Chen, did you deliberately hide your true level? Actually, your real level is probably over level 50, isn't it? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to deal such high damage. Facing the doubts of everyone present, Yi Chen just gave a faint smile and chose to unseal his level number. Above his head, next to the health bar, a strikingly bright number suddenly appeared. LV 15. The moment this number appeared, the doubts of tens of thousands of people present suddenly fell silent. After a while, someone spoke with a bitter tone and an incredulous expression. He really is only level 15. A level 15 knight actually defeated a level 23 assassin with just his bare hands in an instant? I just observed that he was clearly holding back. I guess Yi Chen deliberately restrained the damage, keeping his attack power at a level that wouldn't kill Gunbrother. This high school student is not only incredibly strong but also calm and composed, with precise control over his actions. With tens of thousands of people witnessing him on the field, if he had really killed Gunbrother in a fit of rage, he would have spent the rest of his life in prison. Boom! Is this student Yi Chen quite famous at school? He's so impressive. His exam results this year must be outstanding. Quite the opposite. Yi Chen is notoriously known as a trash student in high school. He spent 3 years without completing his professional awakening. No one knows how he later managed to awaken the knight profession. That's impossible. A high school student who hasn't had a professional awakening in 3 years, how did he manage the astonishing feat of one-punching a level 23 assassin? The knight profession, as everyone knows, is a class focused solely on defense and survival, with almost no offensive capabilities. For him to one-shot a level 23 assassin, could it be that he's actually a hidden class of the knight profession? Yi Chen used his actions to directly silence the mouths of tens of thousands on the scene. This crowd of tens of thousands is mostly made up of students who have just graduated from exams. As peers currently experiencing this level, they naturally can sense Yi Chen's monstrous talent and fearsome nature more than others. After all, just the damage Yi Chen displayed in public earlier, that's not something they can do. From this point on, Yi Chen was already stronger than everyone else on the field. Brother Gun, are you okay? Lu Zhuxian supported Brother Gun with a worried expression. At this moment, Brother Gun was covered in blood, looking utterly disheveled. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva fiercely, glaring angrily at Lu Zhuxian. You damn woman, I nearly got killed because of you today. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Gun slapped Lu Zhuxian hard across the face in front of tens of thousands of people. The school beauty of Wulan High School suddenly had a red handprint on her face. Everyone looked at Lu Zhuxian with astonishment. Previously, not many people had had paid attention to Lu Zhuxian, but this slap drew everyone's attention to Lu Zhuxian. The next second, isn't this Lu Zhuxian, the school beauty of Wulan High School? Why is she so close to Brother Gun? School beauty? I think she's more like a wild chicken. Back in school, Lu Zhuxian's reputation was as bad as a stinking ditch.
Looks like after the exams, Lu Zhuxian has found herself a new boyfriend again. But her taste is really poor. She's even willing to go for someone like Brother Gun? TSK. After all, she's the campus belle.
Can't she cling to a higher level man?
Is there a possibility that higher level men don't fancy a wildflower campus belle like her?
For a moment, rumors and gossip about Lu Zhuxian were flying everywhere.
Yi Chen heard the people around him discussing Lu Zhuxian. He was also shocked in his heart, because he hadn't expected that Lu Zhuxian had so much dirt on her that he didn't know about.
In his previous life, he really was a damn useless simp.
A woman who had already messed around outside, treating him as a backup plan, and yet in his previous life, he was still happy as if he'd found a treasure. It seems now that if Yi Chen could return to his previous life, he would definitely give his past self a hard slap. However, in this life, Yi Chen has gained his own strength and has stood up.
He will no longer be a sycophant.
From now on, it can only be others flattering him.
After being hit, Lu Zhuxian looked at Brother Chang with a face full of anger and shock. Brother Chang, you're useless and incompetent, yet you blame me? A level 23 assassin can't even beat a level 15 high schooler. What right do you have to hit me? Lu Zhuxian was not someone to be trifled with either.
She raised her hand and slapped Brother Chang across the face. A few slaps turned Gunbro's face bright red. Then, the onlookers stared at Gunbro and Lu Zhuxian on the field with strange expressions as they tore into each other. The two kept slapping each other's faces and pulling each other's hair. Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng, on the other hand, stared at them speechlessly. At this moment, Lin Qingmeng whispered, "Brother Chen, my dad's people will be here to save us soon." It turned out that just as Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng were leaving the dungeon, Lin Qingmeng immediately sent a message to her father. As a result, Lin Hu promptly contacted the president of Tianhan's Jiangcheng branch. Brother Chang and Lu Zhuxian's fight was finally broken up by a group of underlings pulling them apart.
Lu Zhuxian spat disdainfully in Brother Chang's direction. All bark and no bite, a useless man.
You even dare to hit a woman, no wonder you'll be a street thug for life. After cursing at Brother Chang, Lu Zhuxian staggered toward the crowd. Everyone looked at this crazy woman with strange expressions. Lu Zhuxian cursed fiercely and tugged at her disheveled chest.
What are you looking at? Never seen a beauty's chest before? Hurry up and get out of my way. After a furious scolding, this group of people fearfully made way, as Lu Zhuxian left this place in utter embarrassment and disgrace. Although Gun Brother was beaten to a pulp, he was completely convinced by Yi Chen. He was seen, supported by his underlings, approaching Yi Chen with a face full of panic. Originally, Brother Gun didn't want to kneel. However, there was a stone under his foot. Just as he walked up to Yi Chen, he accidentally tripped over the stone. As a result, in front of tens of thousands of people, Brother Gun fell to his knees with a thud in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. Brother Gun, what the heck are you doing?
The crowd was shocked, stunned by Gun Bro's actions.
Gun Bro was now in a dilemma, unable to stand up or stay down. His expression became extremely awkward and unpleasant. Gun Bro forced himself to say, Yi Chen, I'm here to apologize to you. Today, we fought before knowing each other. You're stronger than me, I admit it. Although I'm older than you, according to the rules of the road, you're stronger than me, so I'll call you brother. Brother Chen. Before Yi Chen could speak,
Lin Qingmeng, standing nearby, casually said something in an indifferent tone.
Only I can call him Brother Chen.
Brother Gun immediately changed his tone. You're right, sister-in-law.
I'll change it right away, Brother Yi it is. Clap clap clap.
As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Qingmeng's face suddenly turned a bit red.
But she didn't argue about it. Because Yi Chen didn't say anything, Lin Qingmeng guessed, could it be that Yi Chen tacitly agreed?
Thinking of this, Lin Qingmeng felt a bit delighted inside.
Brother Yi, from now on, just call me Wu Chang.
Although I'm just a thug, I'm quite well informed in this Jiangcheng area. As long as Brother Yi needs anything or wants me to gather information, I'll make sure to find it out for you right away.
Wu Chang began to express his loyalty to Yi Chen.
Yi Chen stared at Wu Chang and said, although you are somewhat arrogant and domineering, considering that you can admit your mistakes and correct them in time, let's put our grievances behind us for now.
Hearing this, Wu Chang nodded excitedly. Brother Yi, thank you for your magnanimity in forgiving me.
Then, Wu Chang hurriedly shouted at the group of underlings behind him.
Hurry up and greet Brother Yi. A group of hooligans shouted loudly, hello, Brother Yi.
Lin Qingmeng approached Yi Chen's ear with a peculiar expression.
Brother Chen, are you really going to take this group of hooligans as your followers?
I feel like these people are a bit unreliable and might cause trouble for you in the future.
Yi Chen responded calmly and nonchalantly.
I never said I wanted to take them in as my underlings from beginning to end. It was just their one-sided wishful thinking. Then, Wu Chang and the others enthusiastically acknowledged Yi Chen as their big brother. Suddenly, more than a dozen helicopters flew across the sky. The massive commotion drew the attention of tens
of thousands of people. People all looked up and were startled to see a prominent sign. On the outer cabin of each helicopter, there was a sign affixed, Tianhong. The moment Tianhong's helicopter appeared, the entire crowd of tens of thousands erupted in commotion. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. My goodness, aren't these people from Tianhong? What a grand display, even sending a helicopter. What are they planning to do here? Is this the legendary Tianhong? As expected of a wealthy and powerful SS-level guild, our entire Dragon Nation only has 3 SS-level guilds, and Tianhong should rank second, right? My lifelong dream is to join Tianhong, but the recruitment requirements for Tianhong are just too high. However, if you can get into Tianhong, leveling up to 90 would be smooth sailing. Amid countless envious gazes, the door of a helicopter slowly opened. Standing by the cabin door was a sturdy man with a sharp appearance. The next second, he made a move that shocked everyone present. He actually jumped directly from dozens of meters high without using any parachute or other landing device. Hearing this, the entire crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. My goodness, he actually jumped down from the helicopter. Won't he fall to his death? Ha ha, your worry is unnecessary. Do you know who the person jumping from the helicopter is? It's Liang Song, the president of the Jiangcheng branch of Tianhong. He's a level 90 hidden archer class, feathered flight. Oh my gosh, such a cool manifestation of battle energy into wings. He actually grew a pair of wings on his back. Wow, is this the charm of hidden classes? What nonsense are you all spouting? A bunch of ignorant people. This is Chairman Liang's professional skill, light feather flight, which allows him to fly in the sky for up to a minute. Amid countless admiring and envious gazes, Liang Song floated down from the sky like a feather, gracefully and effortlessly, landing steadily in front of Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng. Everyone was curious about the purpose of Liang Song's appearance here. Liang Song gave Lin Qingmeng a respectful smile. Miss Meng, under your father's orders, we have come to escort you away. The entire crowd was shocked, countless eyes fixed on Lin Qingmeng. At this moment, what? Such a grand display from Tianhong was summoned by Lin Qingmeng? Heavens, what kind of background does Lin Qingmeng have? Just one word from her father, and the president of the Jiangcheng branch of Tianhong was summoned. This is a mighty level 90 powerhouse. Yet he shows such respect to a high school student. If this gets out, it will absolutely shock everyone. No wonder Lin Qingmeng is considered the top academic genius at Jiangcheng's #1 high school. It turns out her family background far exceeds our imagination. Right after, Liang Song looked at Yi Chen with a face full of respect. At that moment, Yi Chen, I've heard Miss Ming's father talk about you. He spoke highly of you, and now that I've met you, you truly live up to your reputation. Boom! Liang Song's face revealed a smile. Let's exchange contact information. We can stay in touch in the future. Amidst the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of everyone, Yi Chen actually exchanged contact information with a level 90 powerhouse. In other words, doesn't this mean that Yi Chen now has Liang Song as a powerful backer? For a time, discussions about Yi Chen were abuzz. Everyone was talking about what kind of charm Yi Chen possessed to win the favor of Lin Qingmeng and Liang Song. A student who was once a useless underachiever, what method did he use to rise to this level? At this moment, Wu Chang was the most shocked and relieved person on the scene. He thought to himself, luckily, I reacted in time and apologized to Yi Chen early. If I had continued to be deceived by that vile woman Lu Zhuxian and opposed Yi Chen, I would probably be facing this level 90 Liang Song next. No matter how much discussion was going on in the arena, but everyone basically already knows one thing. The student who used to be at the bottom of the class has now become extraordinary. Those who once wanted to trample on and look down on him now have to weigh their own worth before trying to deal with him. A certain corner among the crowd, Chai Feng clenched his fists, his eyes reddened, his heart filled with rage, and his mind consumed with jealousy. He muttered to himself, Yi Chen, if you hadn't interfered, I would have won Lin Qingming's heart by now. If I had won her over, then your current glory and status should have been mine. Chai Feng thought of someone, and a trace of venom flashed in his eyes. Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, you should never have taken my revival coin. If you willingly return the revival coin to me, I might consider sparing your life. But as things stand now, the stronger you become, the greater the threat you pose to me in the future. I need to find a way to invite some high-level experts from my dad's guild to deal with you. As long as you're dead, I'll still have a chance to win Lin Qingming's heart. If I can win her over, I'll have the opportunity to take over the SS Guild, Tianhong, in the future. As Chai Feng's ambition and desire grew increasingly out of control, his heart became filled with many dark and sinister thoughts. On the field, since the people from Tianhong had already arrived, they were now protecting Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng. This time, even those who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters. They could only dispel the bad thoughts in their minds. Under the overwhelming force of Liang Song, who was at level 90, the crowd on the scene finally began to slowly disperse. Then, Liang Song personally escorted Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng away from the place. Only after seeing them off into the Maybach did he leave. The two were sitting in the car. Lin Qingmeng
suddenly stared at Yi Chen with an excited and thrilled expression. As the words fell,
"Brother Chen, do you know? Just now, you were absolutely amazing.
The way you punched Gun Brother and sent him flying was simply out of this world." Yi Chen's face turned slightly red as he saw Lin Qingmeng looking at him with the expression of a little fangirl, full of admiration and reverence.
He pretended to look aloof and composed. "Not much, I only used less than 1% of my strength." Lin Qingmeng's beautiful eyes were almost sparkling with laughter. Her tone was full of admiration. "Chen Ji, you're already so amazing. Does that mean your standards for choosing a girlfriend are really high?" Yi Chen smiled. "It's not too bad." Lin Qingmeng looked at Yi Chen with anticipation. "Brother Chen, what do you think of me? Am I qualified to be your girlfriend?"
When Yi Chen heard this, he suddenly felt a bit pleased in his heart. In his previous life, he had to act like a sycophant to win over Lu Zhuxian. But in this life, he is excellent and strong enough. 10,000 times better than Lu Zhuxian, the campus goddess in the eyes of others, Lin Qingmeng. At this moment, her demeanor is exactly like how Yi Chen acted as a sycophant in his previous life.
Lin Qingmeng is very proactive and wanting to pursue Yi Chen. Yi Chen said with a mischievous smile, "Let's see how you perform." Lin Qingmeng's face lit up with a happy smile upon hearing this.
She immediately put on a serious and earnest expression to show her attitude.
"Brother Chen,
I will definitely perform well and strive to qualify as your girlfriend." At this moment, the driver behind the wheel was completely dumbfounded. He never would have imagined that the Lin family's heiress, the inheritor of a billion-dollar fortune, the daughter of the vice president of Tianhong,
would turn into a downright fangirl in front of Yi Chen.
The driver's expression was extremely peculiar, and his heart was filled with inner turmoil. He was wondering whether to report this matter to Lin Hu.
The driver dropped Yi Chen off downstairs at his building.
Lin Qingmeng looked at Yi Chen with an expectant expression.
"Shan, what are we doing tomorrow? Continuing to level up in the dungeon? Tomorrow?" Yi Chen remembered that he had something to do.
He had agreed with the online friend Wolf in the Wind to explore the southern mountain near the Demon Ceiling City wall.
In his previous life, Yi Chen was utterly deceived by this wolf.
In this life, Yi Chen is determined to seek revenge on him
and retrieve the equipment source of magic power along the way.
It would make a perfect gift for Lin Qingmeng. After all, Lin Qingmeng had been very kind to him during this time. She spent money to help him upgrade his equipment and even provided daily transportation to and from dungeons. It wouldn't make sense if Yi Chen didn't show some appreciation. So, Yi Chen decided to keep this gift a surprise and not tell Lin Qingmeng for now. "Meng, I have some things to take care of tomorrow, so I won't be able to join you in the game."
"Oh, alright then, go ahead and take care of your own matters."
Lin Qingmeng was visibly a bit downcast,
but she still nodded understandingly and didn't ask Yi Chen about what he needed to do.
Then, Yi Chen got out of the Maybach and returned home. He turned on the computer and actively contacted the online friend Wolf in the Wind.
"Grain of Dust, hey buddy, are you free tomorrow? Let's go explore Nanshan together." Wolf in the Wind, damn it, today was so unlucky.
"Our team was farming underground sewers just fine, but in the end, a rare purple item dropped, and some bastard stole it and ran off." Seeing this message, Yi Chen was directly amused by the other party.
He said, "Who can compare to you, the king of looting equipment? In the previous life, your notorious reputation was rotten to the core. Everyone knew that teaming up with you for a dungeon run meant that if good equipment dropped, you'd be the first to snatch it and run." Then, Yi Chen started typing on the keyboard.
"Grain of Dust, make sure to keep your eyes wide open when running dungeons in the future. Some people may look honest and upright, but they're actually harboring malicious intentions.
I've had similar experiences before.
That person not only looted the equipment and ran off but even posted online to twist the truth.
When exposed, they just played dead and disappeared."
After seeing this message, the man in front of the computer on the other side suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural, because he felt that what the other person said sounded like they were scolding him.
He muttered to himself, "I've never even met this person, so they definitely aren't talking about me." Wolf in the Wind, tomorrow at noon, we'll meet at Qingyuan village near Nanshan.
A speck of dust, no problem.
The next day at noon,
Yi Chen took a bus and traveled all the way from the city to the suburban Qingyuan village. After getting off the car, he saw a man with long, messy hair squatting in the waiting hall.
Yi Chen immediately recognized him as the Wolf in the Wind,
because he looked exactly the same as when they first met in his previous life.
Unkempt, sloppy, but his strength was anything but simple.
Soon, Yi Chen sent a message through his phone to get the other person's attention. When the other person saw Yi Chen arrive, he stood up from the ground. He was all smiles, very enthusiastic, and proactively reached out to shake hands with Yi Chen.
"I'm the Wolf in the Wind. My real name is Yao Lang. Just like my name, I'm someone who loves to roam."
Yi Chen shook hands with him and introduced himself.
"My name is Yi Chen."
The other party, upon hearing this name, did not show any unusual expression.
Instead, he asked, "Yi Chen, what is your profession? By the way, I'm a mage. If the two of us team up, it would be best to have a healer as well." Yi Chen heard this.
Anyway, he could adapt to any profession.
So he simply said, "What a coincidence, I just just happen to be a healer. Are you a healer? Yao Lang widened his eyes in astonishment. You're a grown man. How did you awaken such a sissy profession? You're not lying to me, are you? Heal me first and let me see. Yi Chen knew that Yao Lang was naturally suspicious and cautious. He had this personality in his previous life as well. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to catch him even after he became infamous. Alright, I'll heal you. Yi Chen took out his 1000-chance umbrella, preemptively transforming it into a priest-exclusive staff. After returning home, immediately after, Yi Chen quickly glanced at the 5 skills of the priest class. Light of Discipline. Attribute, releases a beam of disciplinary light towards the enemy when used, dealing an additional 1% damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. This is the most basic attack method for priests. However, for Yi Chen, this skill can basically be disregarded. As a solo player, Yi Chen has other more powerful attack skills, so there's no need to waste time practicing this skill. Holy Light. Attribute, when used, releases a beam of holy light toward the target, restoring 10% of the target's maximum health plus an additional healing amount equal to 10% of attack power. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The Holy Light skill is the most basic healing skill for priests. In addition to the guaranteed 10% health restoration, it adds an extra 10% of the priest's attack power as healing, but the priest's attack is generally not very high. Therefore, the healing amount of this basic skill is destined to be very low. However, it is not entirely useless. For priests, the advantage of this skill lies in its short cooldown time. Yi Chen planned to practice this skill more. It might come in handy at a critical moment. Rejuvenation. Attribute, when used, releases a rejuvenating wind toward the target for 10 seconds, healing 1% of the target's health per second. Cooldown, 20 seconds. This is a continuous healing skill, but the healing amount is still very low, so its effect is not significant in the early stages. However, if Yi Chen can level up this skill, perhaps the healing amount in the later stages will be quite considerable. Heart of Compassion. Attribute, passively increases healing by 5%. Compassionate Healer. Attribute, when healing a target, 5% of the healing amount will spread to a nearby teammate. The priest's 2 passive skills appear rather standard and quite mediocre. One increases the healing amount by 5%, but this increase in value is basically negligible. Combined with the Holy Light skill, which restores 10% of the target's health, even with a 5% increase, it only goes up to restoring 10.5% of the target's health. However, since it's a passive skill, it can level up on its own over time. As long as Yi Chen enters combat mode and uses priest skills, the passive skill can also increase its proficiency simultaneously. Yi Chen quickly familiarized himself with the priest skills. He followed Yao Lang's instructions and cast the skill Holy Light on him. A shower of golden light bathed his head. Green numbers appeared above his head. +0. Since he was at full health, the healing value was naturally 0. Seeing this scene, Yao Lang believed Yi Chen's words. He patted Yi Chen's shoulder with an admiring expression. Buddy, choosing a healer profession as a big man, your courage is commendable. Proficiency, level 0. Don't worry, when we head to South Mountain later, I'll make sure to protect you, since Nanshan is already very close to the Demon Ceiling City Wall. So, when Yi Chen and Yao Lang climbed Nanshan, when they reached the halfway point of Nanshan, proficiency, level 0. Looking towards the south, one can see a massive steel wall. This wall, towering 1,000 meters high, is forged from an exceptionally unique black rock. The Demon Ceiling Wall stretches for tens of thousands of miles, protecting humanity's last refuge. Since childhood, Yi Chen had learned about it from books. Outside the Demon Ceiling City walls, terrifying and powerful monsters run rampant. Through the relentless efforts of countless human pioneers, who sacrificed their flesh and lives, they forged these Demon Ceiling City walls to ensure the continuation of humanity's future. Therefore, the Demon Ceiling City walls hold immense significance for humanity. They not only carry the remembrance of past martyrs, it also symbolizes the wall of human hope. Proficiency, level 0. Yao Lang saw Yi Chen stop in his tracks, gazing at the Demon Ceiling Wall over there. He smiled and said, "Is this your first time seeing the Demon Ceiling Wall?" Yi Chen said, "Sort of, but not exactly." "Brother, you really speak in riddles." "What do you mean by sort of, but not really?" "It either is or it isn't." Yao Lang naturally had no idea about Yi Chen's past life. Proficiency, level 0. In his past life, Yi Chen had, of course, seen the Demon Ceiling Wall. Not only that, he had once responded to the nation's call to fight beyond the Demon Ceiling Wall. Although it was only once, that single experience left a deep psychological scar on Yi Chen. Proficiency, level 0. It also made Yi Chen understand for the first time how magnificent a miracle project the Demon Ceiling Wall is. Without the Demon Ceiling Wall to fend off the various high-level monsters outside, humanity would have long been wiped out by them. At this moment, Yi Chen heard a deafening explosion coming from the south. A blinding blue light suddenly pierced through the sky, and a large portion of the sky, which should have been the color of daytime, was now illuminated into a terrifying deep blue. Yi Chen saw the scene and couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. Yao Lang thought Yi Chen didn't understand this phenomenon. He
began to explain again. Don't be so surprised.
Every day, there are monsters attacking the demon-sealing city wall. Since you've always
lived inside the city, you naturally haven't had the chance to see the situation here. If you lived nearby, you'd be used to it by now. Yi Chen naturally knew about the situations Yao Lang mentioned. However, he pointed in a certain direction.
The next second, look, over there, isn't there a gap?
Yao Lang glanced over, and his expression became somewhat strange. Then he immediately shook his head and said, I don't know, I can't see it.
But even if there's a gap, the Demon Slaying Bureau and the City Wall Maintenance Bureau should have noticed it. It's not something we need to worry about.
Immediately after, Yao Lang urged, we're here to explore Nanshan, so let's not waste time on irrelevant matters. Then, Yao Lang led Yi Chen further up the mountain. While climbing, Yao Lang said, Yi Chen, let me tell you, I've been wandering around Nanshan a lot recently, and I keep hearing a strange
sound. This sound is like an animal, but also like a woman. Every time I rush to the location of the sound, I find that it has disappeared.
Yi Chen listened to Yao Lang's description, and the scene he had seen in his previous life surfaced in his mind. That time, he had only come here when he was at level 35. At that time, Yao Lang was a level 37 mage. They were a 5-person team exploring the mountain together. While searching on the southern mountain, they heard the sound Yao Lang was describing. Finally, they discovered that the source of the sound came from an inconspicuous cave. When they approached the cave, they were immediately transported into a dungeon. Later, Yi Chen learned that the dungeon they entered had a special name,
Opportunity Dungeon.
The uniqueness of this instance lies in the fact that it is a one-time instance. Once someone clears it, the instance will disappear permanently. On the other hand, the rewards within the Opportunity instance are far better than those in ordinary instances outside.
This is also why there are so many adventurers around the world, because everyone dreams of striking it rich overnight.
After all, in the annals of history, there are many stories of people who, by chance, obtained some heaven-defying treasure in a fortuitous encounter, and from then on turned their lives around. Suddenly, Yi Chen and Yao Lang both heard a sound that resembled both an animal and a woman.
Yi Chen, the sound has appeared.
Yao Lang, being extremely bold, not only felt no fear upon hearing the sound but was instead filled with excitement.
The sound is over there. Yi Chen precisely pointed in the direction of the Opportunity Dungeon, unwilling to waste more time here with Yao Lang.
The two quickly ran toward the direction the sound came from. Soon, hidden within a cluster of jungle, there was an inconspicuous small entrance. Yao Lang stared vigilantly at the entrance of the cave. The sound indeed came from inside.
So, he turned around and said, Yi Chen, you go ahead, I'll protect you from behind. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Sure enough,
Yao Lang still has the same personality as in his previous life. Whenever he encounters uncertainty, he speaks in a grandiose tone.
On the surface, it seems like he's protecting Yi Chen, but in reality, he wants Yi Chen to step on the landmines first. Boom! Yi Chen doesn't argue with Yao Lang,
because he knew there was no danger in this place. So, Yi Chen walked ahead first, parted the jungle at the cave entrance, and the two of them smoothly bent down and entered the cave. The moment they entered the cave, both of them saw nothing but darkness in front of their eyes. The two were transported to the outskirts of a small village that resembled a paradise.
Yao Lang looked around in astonishment. Where is this? Did we accidentally enter a dungeon? Hearing this, then, Yi Chen glanced at the map. Level 40 Opportunity Dungeon.
He said this sentence indifferently.
Hearing this, Yao Lang's expression instantly changed. What's going on? We entered the Level 40 Opportunity Dungeon? Although Yao Lang knew that the Opportunity Dungeon represented immense opportunities and rewards, he couldn't feel the slightest bit happy right now because he was only level 18. Beside him, Yi Chen was merely a healer. Expecting an 18-level mage to clear a level 40 Opportunity Dungeon with a 15-level healer, what a delusion. This is undoubtedly wishful thinking.
Yao Lang swallowed nervously and quickly said, we need to find an exit fast. Opportunity dungeons are great, but a level 40 Opportunity Dungeon is not something the two of us can handle.
Any random boss could instantly kill me.
However, Yi Chen remained calm and pointed toward the small village.
Look, this Opportunity Dungeon seems to have only one monster. What? Yao Lang looked suspiciously in the direction of Yi Chen's gaze. Sure enough,
he saw an incredibly beautiful woman dressed in a pink gauze outfit, washing clothes by the creek.
However, unlike humans, she had a fox's tail.
Seeing the ancient costumed beauty, Yao Lang's eyes lit up, and drool started dripping down.
Such a beautiful woman. Yi Chen, do you think I have a chance to win over this kind of fox demon? Yi Chen glanced at Yao Lang.
He is still as lustful and bold as in his previous life, not even sparing a fox demon.
Not to mention, there is a fundamental difference between humans and demons.
Just speaking of now, even if Yao Lang has lustful intentions, if he dares to kiss the fox demon, she would probably tear him in half on the spot.
However, Yi Chen did not dampen Yao Lang's enthusiasm.
Because of his past life, Yao Lang really used his charm to make the fox demon reveal the treasure's location.
Yao Lang, I think you've got some potential. Yes, with your sweet talk and witty banter, you might actually be able to win over this fox demon. Then I'll give it a try. Yao Lang still didn't know that he was about to be completely fooled by Yi Chen.
So, So, the two of them headed toward the village. When the two of them reached the entrance of the village, the fox demon, who was washing clothes by the creek, finally noticed the two of them. Imply that she is different from the other dungeon monsters. She possesses intelligence, unlike those outside dungeons, which are mindless monsters that only know how to fight and kill. The fox demon slowly stood up. Then, a charming smile suddenly appeared on her face as she swayed her supple waist and walked toward the two with captivating allure. The next second, Yao Lang's eyes went completely wide. Yi Chen, did you see that? She seems to be interested in me. Yi Chen heard this and secretly chuckled to himself. Interested in you? You should know, this fox demon is a rare intelligent monster. Other monsters attack and kill as soon as they see humans. This fox demon knows how to charm every human who enters the dungeon. It deceives them until they're completely bewitched, and then kills them. Yi Chen examined the attributes of the fox demon. Glazed fox demon, boss, level 40, health 40,000, defense 80, skills, charm, true form of the fox, fox howl. Description: a fox that accidentally gained intelligence after 1,000 years of cultivation, possessing the appearance of a woman admired by humans, skilled at enchanting human minds, making them willingly offer their hearts. The glass fox demon finally walked up to the two of them. Two gentlemen, I wonder what business you have with me. The glass fox demon spoke while casting a glance full of enchanting charm. However, since Yi Chen was already on guard, this move had no effect on him. On the other hand, Yao Lang beside him had a face full of infatuation. He said lecherously, Foxy sister, do you have a boyfriend? I don't. Then do you have someone you like? Not at all. Then do you want to find an ideal husband? I do. Then what do you think of me? Look at my biceps. See these strong arms. See this solid chest. If you are willing to marry me, I would naturally be willing to serve you. Hearing this, Yao Lang was almost over the moon with excitement. He looked at Yi Chen with a smug expression. Yi Chen, did you see that? I really managed to win over the fox demon. Yi Chen grinned, his smile full of deeper meaning. This is just the beginning. Really? Immediately, Yi Chen began to bluff. Since the two of you are clearly in love, why not take this opportunity to get married? As soon as these words were spoken, Yao Lang was visibly stunned. The glass fox demon, however, agreed quickly. I am willing. Yao Lang was completely dumbfounded. He quickly pulled Yi Chen aside. Yi Chen, what are you up to? I was just fooling her for fun. Did you really think I was going to marry her? Yi Chen smiled and said, from my observation, there's a treasure in this village. Treasure? The moment Yao Lang heard the word treasure, his eyes immediately lit up. What treasure? Then, Yi Chen pointed to a sign in the center of the village. The sign prominently displayed a few large characters. There is no treasure here. Yao Lang saw this and immediately laughed. Isn't this the real-life version of no silver buried here? Both of them saw it. Next to the sign, there was an iron door on the ground, clearly hiding treasure beneath it. Then, Yao Lang's mind raced and he immediately came up with a solution. He smiled slyly and said, Fox sister, I agree to marry you, but according to our human customs, the bride's side has to provide the dowry, while the groom's side only needs to show up. So, fox sister, where is your dowry? Hearing this, the glass fox demon showed a look of astonishment and confusion. In the human world nowadays, is it really the bride's side that provides the dowry? That's right. Do you think I'm lying to you? I wouldn't dare. Attack 300. The glass fox demon said, then I'll go fetch the betrothal gifts. With that, she left. The two people saw the glass fox demon arrive next to the sign that read, there are no treasures here. Then she took a key from her body, unlocked the ground lock, and lifted the iron door. Yao Lang's eyes lit up, and he quickly whispered, Yi Chen, let's hurry over and see what treasures are inside. So the two of them quickly went up and followed the glass fox demon into the basement. The glass fox demon saw the two people come down. A faint, almost imperceptible smile gradually appeared at the corner of her mouth. In this cellar, it was unexpectedly filled with gold coins, various equipment, and an array of dazzling materials. Damn, we're rich. Yao Lang's eyes lit up when he saw this mountain of treasures. Yi Chen scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, in an inconspicuous corner, he spotted a red sandalwood box. It was inside this red sandalwood box. There is something Yi Chen wants. Level 20 epic equipment, Mana Spring. This item is known as a small artifact for mages. The global stock is no more than 100. You must know, with billions of people worldwide, so many playing dungeons and farming equipment together, after 100 years of accumulation and heritage. On average, the global production rate is just one piece per year, which is enough to demonstrate the rarity and preciousness of this item. In a certain auction in the previous life, this level 20 epic equipment, Mana Fountain, was sold for an astonishing price of 3.8 billion gold coins. The alluring and charming glass fox demon said, my lord, take whatever you fancy. Yao Lang drooled incessantly. I like all of them. Can I take them all with me? Of course you can. Even I belong to you, my lord, so all these treasures are yours too. That's wonderful. I love you so much, my darling. Yao Lang began taking out a bag and frantically stuffing it with the treasures here. He urged Yi Chen, you should grab some treasures too. Later, we can split the loot when we leave. Yi Chen shook his head. I only want want this item, the rest is yours. With that, Yi Chen walked straight to the red sandalwood box and took it. You said it yourself. You're only taking one, so everything else is mine. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. At this moment, Yao Lang had not yet noticed that the gaze of the glazed fox demon upon him was already filled with undisguised greed. Master, you took something of mine, but I also want something of yours. What do you want? If I have it, I'll give it to you. I want your heart. What? Yao Lang trembled all over in fear upon hearing this. The burlap sack in his hand suddenly fell to the ground, and when he turned around in terror, he unexpectedly saw the originally beautiful and enchanting fox demoness. She had revealed her true form. A white fox with pure white fur and a body length of 3 meters stood on all fours on the ground. In the next second, the glassy-eyed fox directly opened its bloodthirsty maw and viciously bit down on Yao Lang's body. Yao Lang turned pale with fright and shouted in terror, "Blink!" At the critical moment, Yao Lang promptly activated the mage's blink skill. His body instantly vanished from where he stood. The glass fox pounced directly into thin air. It suddenly turned its head and was startled to find Yao Lang had already appeared behind it. Yao Lang's face turned pale with fright, and he shouted desperately, "Yi Chen, heal me quickly. I'm going to die." Yi Chen said indifferently, "Your health is full. What am I supposed to heal?" Yao Lang looked up at his health bar. The health bar was indeed full. Yao Lang quickly shouted again, "I'll hold off this fox demon. You find a way to open the cellar door." At the very moment the glass fox made its move, the iron gate above was directly locked. Yi Chen did not follow Yao Lang's advice to waste effort. He said, "We've already entered the boss fight. If we don't kill this fox demon, we won't be able to get out." When Yao Lang heard this, his face turned completely pale, and his lips even started trembling. "Holy crap, this is a level 40 boss. You don't actually think the two of us can take her on, do you? A mage and a priest, this is exactly the kind of setup that gets one shot by a boss." The skill fox howl activated by glazed fox directly reduced the movement speed of surrounding enemies by 30%. Yao Lang felt his body becoming sluggish. Looking up, the duration of fox howl turned out to be as long as 10 seconds. "Oh my gosh, Yi Chen, you're going to get me killed. What does that have to do with me? Weren't you the one being greedy? If it weren't for your greed, we wouldn't be trapped here." Yao Lang's face turned blue and purple from being rebuked. He said humbly, "Now, we are teammates fighting together after all. Continuing to argue is not beneficial for either of us. The most urgent thing is to quickly cooperate and figure out a way to escape from here." Yi Chen slowly raised the priest's staff, making a gesture to cooperate in the fight. "What do you suggest?" Yao Lang quickly looked around and discovered that there wasn't a single gap in the cellar, and the glass fox had already rushed to his front. It launched another fierce claw attack at him. "Ah, damn it! Ice shield!" Yao Lang awkwardly activated the mage's ice shield skill. On the surface of his body, water elements rapidly gathered together, the temperature plummeted, and in an instant, it took the form of an ice shield. However, the glazed fox, with an attack power as high as 300, not only shattered Yao Lang's ice shield with a single slap, but also, the clothes on his chest were directly torn apart by the glazed fox's claws. Deep claw marks appeared on his chest, with blood continuously flowing down. 124. Yao Lang was scared out of his wits, staring at his nearly depleted health bar. He felt both shocked and regretful. A single claw strike from the level 40 boss had completely wiped out both his ice shield and health bar. Moreover, Yao Lang was now injured, and the pain made him want to roll on the ground. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Yi Chen, what are you doing? Hurry up and heal me." Yi Chen, unhurried, cast a holy light on Yao Lang. Whoosh! Yao Lang's health bar recovered by 1/5. The ferocious scar on his chest also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately after, Yi Chen cast another rejuvenation. A group of green little spirits surrounded Yao Lang, carrying a revitalizing aura that continuously nourished his body. The skill lasts for 10 seconds, restoring 1% of Yao Lang's health per second. So, at most, it can only restore 10% of his health. Yao Lang was instantly dumbfounded. "What the hell? Yi Chen, are you a fake healer? Why is your healing so low? 2 skills combined, and you can't even heal half of my HP? What level proficiency are those 2 skills of yours?" Yi Chen smiled innocently, with a harmless expression. "They're both level 0 skills." "What? Are you freaking kidding me?" Yao Lang was furious and cursed loudly. "All your priest skills are at level 0, so why are you even here in this dungeon?" At this moment, Yao Lang was completely thrown off by Yi Chen. Just now, he had managed to survive a direct claw attack from the boss. Yao Lang thought that as long as Yi Chen's healing was sufficient, they might actually be able to wear down this boss. However, when he heard that Yi Chen's priest skills were all at level 0, Yao Lang felt as if struck by a thunderbolt on a clear day, completely stunned. He was utterly dumbfounded. Looking at Yao Lang's expression, Yi Chen felt immensely satisfied. All the grievances and resentment from his past life were finally vented. Today, Yao Lang has only one ending: to die here. Yao Lang was so angry he almost spat blood. On one hand, he had to defend against the boss, and on the other, he had to guard against being sabotaged by his teammates. His heart was filled with bitterness, silently lamenting how difficult his life had become. Finally, Yao Lang clenched his fists, seemingly having made some kind of decision. His lips trembled with anger, and his eyes were filled with overwhelming hatred.
Yi Chen, you damn bastard, do you really think you can screw me over to death?
Today I really suffered a huge loss, but luckily I have an Earth Escape talisman. Next, you can slowly play with the fox demon yourself.
I'm not sticking around.
After saying that, Yao Lang took out all his belongings,
which was just this ground escape talisman. The effect of the ground escape talisman is very simple. Leave the dungeon immediately.
Although it's only a brief 6 words, it is extremely precious and highly valuable.
This thing is the hard currency of hard currencies. Anyone entering a dungeon would feel uneasy without carrying a burrowing talisman.
Because when faced with danger, there is no such thing as retreating calmly at any time.
Yi Chen, I'm done playing with you.
You can die here on your own. Yao Lang immediately tore apart the Earth Escape talisman in his hand.
Whoosh!
His body disappeared from the spot and directly exited the opportunity dungeon.
Yi Chen, still in the cellar, showed a trace of astonishment on his face. Damn, I actually forgot about the Earth Escape talisman.
But what I didn't expect was that Yao Lang, at this level in this life, had already managed to obtain an Earth Escape talisman.
No wonder Yao Lang dared to flirt so boldly with the fox demon at the beginning.
Turns out he had a backup plan all along.
Yi Chen shook his head and smiled helplessly. So in this life, Yao Lang has been scheming against me ever since he saw me.
I guess as soon as we enter the instance, he'll be thinking about ditching me and running away at the first sign of danger.
However, Yi Chen was neither angry nor annoyed.
Because in the face of absolute power, all dangers are like fleeting clouds.
Even if Yao Lang used the Earth Escape talisman to flee. Upon seeing this scene. But in Yi Chen's view, he might escape for a while, but he won't escape forever. The most pressing matter now is that Yi Chen plans to first deal with the glass fox demon in front of him. Thus, the priest's staff in his hand immediately transformed into the shape of a sword under his manipulation. The glass fox demon saw that only Yi Chen was left on the field. Without hesitation, it charged toward Yi Chen.
Yi Chen cast a golden shield on himself, and a layer of translucent white shield enveloped his health bar. At the same time, a surrounding shield appeared around Yi Chen. The attack of the glass fox demon heavily smashed onto Yi Chen's shield.
This level 40 fox demon boss dealt astonishing damage to Yi Chen. 300.
Yi Chen glanced at the specific values of his current health bar and shield bar.
Health 142454/142454. Shield 106309/106609. The damage is indeed quite astonishing. It almost scared me to death. Although shields do not benefit from defense bonuses, the damage caused by monsters can fully exert its effect. However, Yi Chen's advantage lies in the fact that his shield value is high enough. Even if shields do not benefit from defense effects, at this stage, there are no low-level monsters capable of breaking Yi Chen's shield. Of course, the low level in Yi Chen's eyes refers to monsters below level 100. If others heard Yi Chen's words, they would surely say, how can he be so arrogant? But there's no helping it. Yi Chen now has the capital to be this arrogant. Currently, Yi Chen's golden shield skill has already been upgraded to level 14. Golden shield. Proficiency, level 14. Attribute, when used, a shield surrounds the body surface, with shield value equal to 75% of maximum health. Under the shield, gain 10% tenacity. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. 75% of maximum health is converted into shield value.
Placed on a knight of the same level, it merely adds 100 points of shield value.
Moreover, knights of the same level as Yi Chen certainly cannot train their skill proficiency to level 14.
The reason Yi Chen can level up so quickly, in fact, it boils down to 2 reasons. First, since Yi Chen's rebirth, he has never slacked off, engaging in high-intensity dungeon runs, monster grinding, leveling up,
and skill training every day. Second, the 5-fold proficiency efficiency of the solo profession directly allows Yi Chen to progress 5 times faster than others. Yi Chen stood still, letting the glazed fox demon scratch at him for a long time, yet he remained completely unmoved. The glazed fox demon, enraged, unleashed its ultimate move, Eerie Foxfire. 3 clusters of deep blue foxfire immediately appeared around it, quickly locking onto Yi Chen and attacking him in unison.
Foxfire struck Yi Chen's shield without causing any damage to it, merely floating 3 numbers above Yi Chen's head.
-450, -450, -450.
A big move dealt a full 1350 points of damage to Yi Chen.
This is a level 40 boss.
For humans of the same level, except for the knight class, most other classes generally have around 1000 health. Therefore, with the slightest mistake, humans of the same level risk being instantly killed by the fox demon. But in Yi Chen's eyes, this was no different from a tickle.
Had enough of this? Yi Chen raised the sword in his hand, activated the Hikamo slash skill, and swiftly slashed at the fox demon 3 times. -1957, -1977, -1998. Confession, the author deserves blame.
When calculating damage earlier, I actually forgot to account for the braver as you fight effect.
Logically, the damage should increase progressively. I made a joke of myself earlier, but I've corrected it in time and won't make such a rookie mistake again in the future. Yi Chen used the skill, combo slash, on the fox demon, directly cutting down nearly 6,000 of its health. At that moment, the fox demon's eyes became noticeably clearer. It was obviously stunned by Yi Chen's attack. Perhaps its little mind was wondering why such a seemingly weak human could deal such massive damage to it. Glazed Fox Demon. HP 34068/40,000. Yi Chen glanced at the fox demon's HP, then pressed the advantage and quickly activated the charge skill. A surge of powerful energy erupted beneath his feet, and his entire figure instantly turned into a blur, crashing fiercely into the fox demon. The fox demon immediately fell into a stunned state, lasting for 2 seconds. -2,341. Yi Chen seized the moment of dizziness and directly switched his weapon to a sniper rifle. Then he aimed at the head of Glazed Fox Demon and fired a sniper shot. 5,186. Headshot. This bullet hit the fox demon's head directly. With a loud bang, the fox demon was sent flying heavily and slammed into the cellar wall. The impact caused rubble to scatter everywhere, resulting in massive destruction. The entire wall was shattered, and its body was even wedged into the wall. In less than 10 brief seconds, Yi Chen directly reduced the fox demon's health by 1/3. This series of combos, Yi Chen had already mastered with great skill and fluidity. Taking advantage of the gap where the fox demon was stuck against the wall, Yi Chen carried the sniper rifle, shooting at the opponent from a long distance with one ordinary attack after another. -1,536. -3,456. Critical hit. -3,156. Headshot. 3 consecutive shots directly reduced the fox demon's health by another chunk. The fox demon finally struggled to crawl out of the wall. Continuous injuries, coupled with the half-health berserk rule. The fox demon before them indeed started to go berserk. The aura on its body is rising madly, and its body is gradually swelling, with many more powerful and explosive muscles. It actually enraged the boss into a berserk state. Yi Chen was secretly surprised in his heart, but he guessed that it was probably because the boss had not been able to inflict any effective damage on him, so it became furious out of shame. However, Yi Chen was neither worried nor flustered. He calmly transformed the sniper rifle in his hand into a shield. Then he activated the knight's skill, Shield Taunt. Why did Yi Chen use this skill at this moment? The reason is that Yi Chen wanted to use the taunt effect to forcibly attract attention and interrupt the fox demon's berserk process. Yi Chen raised his shield, gaining a 130% defense boost while taunting monsters, and additionally providing an opportunity to be immune to any attack. The fox demon was horrified to discover that its body uncontrollably wanted to launch an attack on Yi Chen, and this attack directly interrupted its berserk process. After the berserk was interrupted, Yi Chen's lips curved into a smile. This is the moment to launch an attack on its weak spots. The memories of his past life provided Yi Chen with tremendous help this time. Yi Chen swiftly attacked the fox's eyes and tail. Under the successive attacks, the fox demon's aura was rapidly declining, even to the point of wilting. Finally, above the fox demon's head, a negative effect labeled Weakened appeared. Weakened, the glazed fox demon is in a state of berserk backlash, taking 30% more damage and having its movement speed reduced by 50%. Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile as he stepped forward, unleashing all kinds of skills at the fox demon as if they cost nothing. In the end, the fox demon let out a mournful cry before its body collapsed straight to the ground. At the place where it died, a pile of gold coins, materials, and equipment burst out. Among these pieces of equipment, Yi Chen noticed a few rather peculiar items. He picked them up and took a look, discovering something called Qingqiu Pearl. The description of this item was also very simple. Qingqiu Pearl, the key required to enter the Qingqiu dungeon. Suddenly, Yi Chen smiled. The Qingqiu dungeon, this is the most critical dungeon for those below level 69. Since this dungeon can produce a set of level 65 brave equipment, which is highly versatile, it has become the first choice for a large number of people stuck at level 69. Yi Chen counted and found 5 Qingqiu pearls, the smile on his lips growing wider. This thing is definitely not going to have trouble finding a market. Looks like I'm going to make a small fortune again today. In addition to dropping 5 Qingqiu orbs, the fox demon also dropped over 1,000 gold coins and several blue and white equipment items. A piece of boss material, glazed fur, can also be considered a somewhat valuable item. Strangely enough, Yi Chen discovered that the prices of materials in the market are extremely polarized. The polarization lies in the fact that either low-level boss materials are valuable, or materials from bosses above level 100 are valuable. As for materials in the range of level 40 to level 90, their value is quite average. The reason for this is that most people in the world are at these levels. Because there are more people at this level, everyone runs more dungeons, so the materials produced are unlikely to be scarce. For example, the Qingqiu pearl that Yi Chen just dropped has a market price of 500,000 gold coins each. As for the glazed fur, it is slightly more expensive, priced at around 600,000. This is complete
completely incomparable to the value of the best boss materials Yi Chen obtained by grinding low-level dungeons on hell difficulty. But the main reason is still the low-level hell difficulty dungeons, which are indeed very hard for low-level people to clear.
High-level people, due to level penalties, can't get any drops from killing low-level monsters.
After Yi Chen collected all the loot,
he began to inventory the items in the cellar.
There were many things in the cellar, but most of them were flashy but useless items. To put it simply, they were antiques and paintings, gold and jade. These things could be sold to some wealthy bosses, used to decorate a home, show off, or highlight one's status. Yi Chen knew that people 100 years ago were very enthusiastic about these items, and some antiques and paintings could even fetch sky-high prices. But now, if someone still uses gold coins to buy these things, they will only be ridiculed and despised, looked down upon. The reason is quite simple. The real way to prove oneself as a big spender, full of style, without being mocked but instead envied and admired, that is to play with gear. For example, crafting a set of legendary gear, or even epic gear, or perhaps enhancing equipment, getting a full set of gear enhanced to level 5 or above that would be at the level of a billionaire.
These things are truly absurdly money-burning.
In the end, Yi Chen casually picked a few pieces of jewelry made of jade, gold, and other materials that looked decent from the cellar, then climbed up the ladder and left the place. Due to the special nature of the opportunity dungeon, Yi Chen must return to the place where he entered the dungeon in order to leave. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the instance and chose to leave from there. Yi Chen's vision went dark, and after being teleported, he returned to the hidden cave entrance in Nanshan.
Immediately after, Yi Chen bent down and walked out of the cave entrance. The next second,
after coming out, Yi Chen took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling much relieved from the oppressive atmosphere inside the cave. Yi Chen squinted his eyes, his expression carrying a hint of frostiness.
Phew, Yao Lang, you probably didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? When I find you, it will be the day of your death.
Today, Yi Chen gained quite a lot and was in a relatively good mood. He briefly tidied up and headed down towards the southern mountain.
On the way down the mountain, Yi Chen's gaze was always fixed on the southern direction.
No matter how many times he looked at the demon ceiling city wall, Yi Chen would always feel a sense of shock and awe at this towering, sky-reaching wall.
It symbolizes humanity's fight for survival against the invasion of monsters.
When Yi Chen walked down from the southern mountain, suddenly, he saw rows of green military vehicles speeding along the road in front of him. On the outside of the vehicles, there were a few striking words.
Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau.
This row of vehicles had at least 10, all fully loaded with warriors, heading straight toward the ceiling demon wall.
Yi Chen's expression changed in shock, silently thinking, could there be a problem with the ceiling demon wall? However, the situation was even more serious than Yi Chen had imagined. Able to make the Demon Slaying Bureau dispatch 10 vehicles and 200 warriors into battle all at once. This basically indicates that a breach has appeared in the demon ceiling wall. Monsters have already broken through the breach and entered. As Yi Chen stood by the roadside, the last military vehicle came to a stop. A man with a crew cut sternly shouted at Yi Chen, "Young man, don't go near the demon ceiling city wall. Hurry up and head into the city. Do you hear me?" Yi Chen quickly asked, did something happen to the demon ceiling city wall?
The man with the crew cut said, "Don't ask so many questions. In short, just listen to me and hurry into the city.
Drive."
The last military vehicle immediately sped off with a burst of acceleration. Yi Chen watched as the group of Demon Slaying Bureau's military vehicles gradually drove farther away, heading straight toward the ceiling demon city wall. As the distance between them grew, they appeared like tiny ants in Yi Chen's line of sight. When Yi Chen looked up, the ceiling demon city wall loomed like a massive Mount Everest, and they are arranged in continuous rows.
Even Yi Chen could see the clouds in the sky enveloping the top of the demon ceiling city wall.
Such a vast city wall was built through the great sacrifices of countless human predecessors, and now, these successors, who follow in their footsteps, are continuing the great spirit of their predecessors through their actions.
Yi Chen couldn't help but secretly think to himself, with just these 10 vehicles and 200 people, can they really defend such a massive demon ceiling wall?
Logically speaking, as an ordinary person, Yi Chen had neither the reason nor the obligation to go to the demon ceiling wall, but he still couldn't resist the urge to head near the demon ceiling wall to take a closer look. Although, as Yi Chen looked at the demon ceiling wall, it seemed as if it was right in front of him, but he still had at least 10 kilometers to go before he could personally reach the demon ceiling wall.
Jiangnan Province, Demon Ceiling Wall, Line 9 District.
10 military vehicles from the Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau slowly came to a stop 500 meters away from their destination. More than 200 soldiers quickly got off the vehicle. The person leading the team was none other than the deputy director of the Demon Slayer Bureau, Chen Xian. He was an 85-level warrior, and the group of Demon Slayer Bureau members he led were all experts above level 80. Chen Xian stepped off the vehicle, his gaze complex as he looked ahead. His voice carried a slight tremor. In our Line 9 area, a hole measuring 10 meters in both length and width has appeared. All the Demon Slaying Bureau warriors turned to look at the place Chen Xian mentioned. At the very bottom of the Demon Ceiling City wall, a group of mole rats, each the size of a person, was frantically digging into the wall. Although the hole had already been dug out by them, no monsters had entered yet. That can only mean one thing: with the physique of this monster, the size of this hole is still not enough to accommodate it. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. So what exactly is the origin of this monster, and how massive must its size be? Chen Xian took a deep breath, knowing he could wait no longer. He immediately ordered, Xiao Li and Xiao Wang, you two are responsible for using the boundary stone to fill the hole again. Everyone else, grab your weapons and get ready to follow me. Try to keep the battle outside the demon-sealing city wall. Under Chen Xian's leadership, the 200 members of the demon-slaying bureau charged straight toward the hole. During the mad dash, everyone displayed an astonishing level of tacit coordination. Priest group cast support skills on everyone. In an instant, 40 priests simultaneously began casting support skills. Everyone's efficiency was extremely high, and there was no overlap of skills whatsoever. In no time, all 200 people applied various buff effects. Everyone's overall strength increased by 30%. Yes, Shen Xian calmly commanded, formation group, set up the interception formation. 10 formation masters began setting up different formations, precisely covering all the entry points of the holes without leaving a single blind spot. Suddenly, the field was filled with red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple lights. These were the effects of various formations at work. Monsters entering them might suffer damage, be cursed, poisoned, bleed, or experience intensified harm, among other effects. Yes, Shield Rider group, form up immediately. Rear attackers, all hide behind the Shield Knights. After the command was given, although there were many people on the field, it was not chaotic at all. Everyone coordinated in an orderly manner. In no time, before the opening, everyone had completed their formation. Chen Xian stared at a slightly lean man and said, Xiao Wu, be careful when luring the monsters, understand? Yes, Deputy Director Chen. Xiao Wu quickly dashed forward, and before long, his body vanished into the air, entering stealth mode. He rushed to a group of mole rats that were busily working, raised the dagger high and stabbed fiercely at a gopher. The gopher let out a startled and painful scream, instantly causing panic among all the surrounding gophers. In an instant, these gophers started running around chaotically, hiding here and there. Xiao Wu said with a puzzled expression, why does this monster only run away when attacked? Originally, Chen Xian's plan was to have the assassin Xiao Wu lure the mole rat over and kill it first. Squeak, squeak, squeak. But now the mole rat has escaped, so their plan has failed. However, Chen Xian remained calm and composed. He immediately ordered, forget the mole rat, let's steadily advance outward. When everyone arrived in front of the large hole in the demon-sealing city wall, Xiao Li and Xiao Wang quickly took out the boundary stabilizing stones from their storage rings and began repairing the hole. Chen Xian asked, how long will it take to fully repair this? Deputy Director Chen, at least half an hour. Alright, everyone hold on for half an hour. The plan is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Perhaps the working mole has fled. The golden horned bull of Manhwa, which was just napping, suddenly let out a terrifying roar. A roar that echoed through the sky directly startled Chen Xian and the others. Immediately after, Chen Xian and the others saw outside the hole a Manhwa golden horned bull over 20 meters in size, with fiery eyes and a body radiating intense scorching flames, was charging toward Chen Xian and the others with thundering hooves. Like an overwhelming and terrifying shockwave, the aura directly startled Chen Xian and the others. Chen Xian immediately ordered, move back, avoid the monster's first wave. But at that moment, the assassin Xiao Wu directly concealed his figure and suddenly ran outside. Seeing this, Chen Xian shouted loudly, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Come back immediately. Xiao Wu shouted, Deputy Boss, I'll go distract this bull. Chen Xian revealed a horrified and panicked expression. Ridiculous. Get back here immediately. At the same time, he quickly led the other members of the demon-slaying bureau out through the hole. The moment they stepped out, they arrived at a place where even the air was filled with danger. Outside the city walls, it is the monster's paradise. You never know, a flower or a blade of grass by the roadside could very well be a monster. Suddenly, Xiao Wu threw out a smoke bomb. A large cloud of smoke enveloped the front of the Manhwa golden horned bull. As it charged into the smoke, it instantly lost its vision. However, the Manhwa golden horned bull could lock onto Xiao Wu's position through his scent. Suddenly, the side of the Manhwa golden horned bull was struck by a series of dagger blows. Although this did not cause it serious harm, it successfully enraged it, drawing its hatred. Crash! The Manhwa golden horned bull let out a long howl toward the sky, waiting for the smoke grenade's effect to dissipate. It instantly locked onto Xiao Wu's direction, then charged forward with all four hooves, lowering its head as the golden horns on its head gleamed with a hard, metallic light. Bang! 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 Golden thunder strike! In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the horns of the Manhwa golden horned bull. Moo! This golden light struck Xiao Wu's body with pinpoint accuracy. In the blink of an eye, a body charred to ashes was sent flying, slamming heavily against the demon-sealing city wall, and then crashing hard onto the ground. Minus 32,411. Seeing this scene, Chen Xian's pupils immediately shrank in shock.
shock. Boom! Because he suddenly saw the health bar above Xiao Wu's head. It was emptied. This means their comrades are dead. Xiao Wu. All the warriors of the Demon Sealing Bureau shouted loudly at each other. However, the charged Xiao Wu could no longer have any chance of coming back to life. Chen Xian's eyes instantly turned red. He looked at his comrades around him, wanting to go and save Xiao Wu. Although he thought the same in his heart, reason told him he couldn't do it. Everyone, stay where you are. Do not break formation. Everyone, form up. Prepare to face the enemy. As Chen Xian roared with all his might, his neck and face turned completely red. It was unclear whether it was due to anger or sorrow that he became like this. The fire-morning golden horned bull let out a triumphant roar, then turned its head to stare at Chen Xian and the others. In its eyes, these humans were like delectable food. Originally, it had planned to devour the assassin who had ambushed it, but now that another group of people had come to disturb it, it decided to deal with all of them first and then slowly savor the delicious taste of humans. Moo! The Chinhua golden horned bull once again lifted its hooves and launched an attack toward Chen Xian and his group. As the Chinhua golden horned bull began to run, the earth shook and the entire ground trembled. The magnitude of this vibration made everyone's hearts tremble along with it. However, there was no trace of fear on the faces of this group from the Jiangqing Demon Slaying Bureau. Chen Xian roared madly, all shield riders, get up there and hold the aggro of this evil bull. Boom! All priests, keep an eye on the shield rider's health. As soon as it drops to 2/3, heal them immediately. Chen Xian's commands were flawless. As long as the shield riders could stabilize the aggro of the fire goldhorn bull, the priests could maintain the shield rider's health. Then the rest is the full-on attack of the profession. But Chen Xian's thoughts were still simple. Or rather, the strength of the Chinhua golden horned bull exceeded the scope of his imagination. When 20 shield riders stood ready in formation, activating the 5 defensive skills, Golden Scepter Shield, Shield Taunt, Iron Wall, Defense Intensification, and Shield Embodiment, everyone thought they could at least work together to block this wave of impact from the Chinhua golden horned bull. But the reality exceeded everyone's expectations. When the Chinhua golden horned bull charged at these 20 shield riders above level 80, these shield riders failed to successfully block the impact of the Chinhua golden horned bull. On the contrary, the 20 shield riders were all sent flying into the sky like toys under the explosive charge of the Chinhua golden horn bull. In an instant, a bunch of damage numbers burst out in the sky. Minus 42,115, minus 43,257, minus 41,105. 20 shield riders, all heavily crashed to the ground from the sky. Some people still had a breath left in them, their bodies covered in injuries and drenched in blood, so battered they didn't even have the strength to get up. Others didn't even have a chance to catch their breath. They were killed instantly by the charge of the Chinhua golden horned bull. Seeing this brutal scene, Chen Xian's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. His entire body trembled, because this was the first time in all these years that he had witnessed something like this. The priests hurried to heal the still living shield knights. In the end, 5 shield knights managed to get back on their feet. The other 15, however, were permanently lost and could never be revived. The brutal state of the battlefield was truly horrifying and terrifying. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore. The anger in their heart was too much to bear, and they cursed out loud. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone else's fury was ignited as well. Killing our brothers, I'm going to break off your bull's horns. Deputy boss, let's fight this bull to the end. 16 brothers have died. How can we not avenge them? If we run away now, I won't be able to face our fallen brothers. Amid the repeated urgings, Chen Xian's chest heaved violently, and the fury in his heart reached its peak. Fuck it. Forget it. Everyone break formation, abandon all tactics, unleash full firepower, and fight to the death for me. In an instant, the remaining people on the field scattered their formation, dispersing to various locations. Once the formation was broken, the fire gold horned bull could only attack one person at a time, greatly slowing down its kill rate. But at the same time, the extremely bad part was that anyone targeted by the fire gold horned bull was almost certainly doomed. Even if 100 priests healed him at the same time, it would be useless, because the damage from the scarlet fire golden horned bull is an instant kill. Everyone saw the blood bar above the scarlet fire golden horned bull's head, red to the point of turning purple. Yes, as well as a level that made their hearts race with fear. Chinhua golden horned bull, level 105. When Chen Xian gave the order to disperse, everyone understood that this was to buy time. Everyone had to help the 2 repair craftsmen who were fixing the demon sealing city walls to buy time. Half an hour, neither too long nor too short. With the frenzied charges of the Chinhua golden horned bull, comrades from the Jiangqing Demon Slaying Bureau kept falling in battle. Every time Chen Xian saw a comrade die, it felt as if a needle had fiercely pierced his heart. Immediately, the legendary longsword in his hand slashed with even greater force. 1201, minus 1332. However, the defensive power of the Chinhua golden horned bull was higher than he had imagined. Even with the full force attacks of over 100 people present, they only managed to scrape off a thin layer of its health. To be precise, the Chinhua golden horned bull still had 99.5% of its health remaining. So, their desire to kill the Manhwa golden horned bull is definitely wishful thinking. Therefore, they can only keep stalling for time. As time passed second by second, only 3 minutes left and the demon sealing city wall will be fully repaired. At this moment, the moles that had originally fled unexpectedly returned. Moreover, they seem to have grown bolder and directly launched an attack on the two people repairing the hole. It must be said, this group of moles knows how to pick the easy targets. They knew that the two people repairing the hole were in non-combat professions and lacked any fighting ability. Moreover, the holes they had worked so hard to dig were about to be completely repaired. This group of moles was furious, surrounding the two people at once and biting them frantically. But after being attacked, not only did the two not run away, they even continued repairing the holes. Lily, you keep repairing, I'll help you drive away these damn moles. Speaking, Wang Feng immediately picked up the shovel and fiercely smashed it towards the mole. Lily saw that Wang Feng was surrounded by a group of moles. He anxiously shouted, Wang Feng, run quickly. There are too many moles. If this continues, you'll be bitten to death. Wang Feng roared, don't worry about me. Keep fixing the hole. Just 2 minutes left. You must fix it. Before he could finish his sentence, a group of mole rats tore his body apart and frantically devoured his corpse. Wang Feng's eyes turned bloodshot to the extreme upon witnessing this scene. He cursed furiously, his voice choked with sobs, you bastards, I'll kill you all sooner or later. Wang Feng cursed and cried at the same time, anger building up in his heart, turning into overwhelming hatred. But he couldn't stop, he had to keep repairing the hole. If he stopped, Li Li's death would have been in vain. But there were only 2 minutes left. Could he really hold on? Outside the city wall, Shen Xian was still leading his men in a desperate struggle, striving to buy time. Over 200 people, and only a dozen or so were still alive. A group of over 80 level Demon Slayer Bureau members managing to hold off a level 105 Manhwa golden horned bull for half an hour was already enough to be called a heroic feat. Wang Feng did not call for help but instead worked with trembling hands to repair the city wall. He kept muttering to himself, I must fix it before I die. Get out, all of you get out of my way. Wang Feng, like a machine, kept pushing away the moles. Meanwhile, the moles kept biting at his body. Wang Feng took out the red potion and kept pouring it into his mouth, but the rate of healing ultimately couldn't keep up with the rate of blood loss. In the end, there was still half a minute left to finish the repair. Wang Feng watched helplessly as his health bar plummeted to the bottom. With his last breath, he weakly shouted, just let me hold on for the last 30 seconds. At this moment, a beam of holy light descended from the sky. Wang Feng's health bar instantly recovered by 10%. But 10% of the health bar was merely a drop in the bucket. Within just 3 seconds, the health dropped again. Hold on. Wang Feng seemed to hear someone shouting loudly behind him, but he didn't want to turn back, because turning back would be a waste of time. 23 seconds left. Rejuvenation. Another gust of revival wind descended, but recovering 1% per second was simply a drop in the bucket. 18 seconds left. He kept murmuring the countdown under his breath, struggling to bring the red potion to his mouth, but his hand could barely lift anymore, as it was being bitten by a swarm of mole rats. 8 seconds left. Still, Wang Feng could no longer utter a single word. His body was already piled high with a large number of mole rats, making him look like a mountain of rats. As he collapsed with a loud crash, the moles on his body scattered. Before Wang Feng died, he saw a man sprinting toward him. Wang Feng uttered his final words, help me, fix it. Wang Feng closed his eyes forever. Yi Chen hurriedly activated the holy light skill. Never before had he felt the cooldown of his skill to be so long. But what awaited him next was a cold notification sound. The target is already dead and cannot receive treatment. Yi Chen's pupils contracted sharply as he watched a member of the Demon Slayer Bureau die right before his eyes. As the words fell, after Wang Feng fell, the mole rats greedily feasted on his corpse. A raging fire seemed to burn fiercely in Yi Chen's heart. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and activated the half-moon slash skill. A swift and fierce blade light swept over the group of mole rats in front of him. The gophers were beaten and jumped around chaotically, with blood flying everywhere. Perhaps out of fear from being beaten, this group of level 60 gophers didn't even have the desire to attack Yi Chen. They all fled in a panic once again. Yi Chen didn't have the energy to chase after the gophers scattering in all directions. He saw 2 bloodstains left on the ground, where just a few minutes ago, 2 members of the Demon Slaying Bureau were repairing the Demon Sealing City wall. Now, not even a single intact body could be preserved. Yi Chen clenched his fists, feeling as if his throat was blocked. He wanted to shout in anger, but had nowhere to vent. He wanted to avenge these fallen heroes. Crash! But when he looked up, there was no one around. At that moment, he heard the roar coming from outside the Demon Sealing City walls. Yi Chen heard the sound and knew it was the sound of battle outside. There are still people alive out there. He immediately ran out through the hole in the Demon Sealing wall that had not yet been fully repaired. The Demon Sealing wall was extremely thick, stretching a full 100 meters. 100 meters of thickness, all cast from boundary-suppressing stone, but now it had been tunneled through by
by the burrowing mole, which must have taken at least 3 months.
By the time Yi Chen followed the hole and ran outside the demon ceiling wall,
When he saw the scene outside,
his eyes were filled with shock, and the bloody and tragic scene shattered his worldview. Moo! Corpses strewn all over the ground, desperate struggles for survival, and the overwhelmingly powerful Qinhua golden horned bull
were revealing the truth of this world to Yi Chen without any reservation.
The most brutal, the bloodiest, the most terrifying truth. Qinhua golden horned bull, boss.
Health 100000000.
Attack 50,000. Defense 10,000. Skills: Golden Thunder Break, Fierce Assault Charge, Celestial Fire Descent.
Description: a golden horned bull that accidentally absorbed celestial fire, undergoing an astonishing transformation and evolution. It has a violent temperament and immense destructive power. It hates seeing the color red, as this will enrage it. When Yi Chen personally witnessed the attributes of a level 105 celestial fire golden horned bull,
he gasped several times in shock.
It must be noted that in his previous life he was considered battle-hardened, having cleared numerous dungeons and fought outside the demon ceiling city walls.
Level 105.
However, in his previous life he had never encountered an external boss of such terrifying magnitude. In this life, Yi Chen never expected to come across such a horrifying monster at just level 15. A full 10 million health points and an attack power as high as 50,000. This made Yi Chen involuntarily swallow hard, even breaking out in a cold sweat. It was at this moment that Yi Chen realized the crewcut man who had previously urged him to return to the city was still in the fight. The crewcut man held a bloodstained weapon in his hand, and even though he was utterly exhausted, he was still desperately provoking the Scarlet Fire golden horned bull, stalling for time. In the other two directions, there were still two struggling priests. But they are just priests. Other than being able to heal, they have no means of resistance.
Even if they wanted to escape, how could they possibly outrun the speed of the Qinhua golden horned bull? The Qinhua golden horned bull was like a 20-meter tall mountain. How insignificant humans appeared before it.
It only needs to lift its hoof and stomp down fiercely in front of it, and a priest would be easily killed in an instant.
250. The last priest on the field launched a fearless attack against the golden horn bull of Qinhua.
Even if he could only deal laughable damage, at this moment he was still the most admirable hero. Just as the fire-morning golden horned bull charged toward him, he stood calmly, straightened his proud chest, and showed a radiant smile in the direction of Chen Xian, with glistening tears in his eyes.
Deputy boss, if there's a chance, I hope you can go back and tell my daughter.
Tell her that her dad loves her very much, and has always loved her. But dad let her down, he won't have the chance to watch her grow up.
Light of discipline.
Under the cruel hooves of the Qinhua golden horned bull, this member of the demon-slaying bureau, who was also a proud father, was instantly killed by the iron hooves of the Qinhua golden horned bull.
Minus 31,512. Chen Xian witnessed this scene and let out a heart-wrenching scream. No.
He stared at the blood-soaked battlefield with bloodshot eyes.
The 200 people who came before, now only he was left.
Chen Xian forcefully wiped the bloody tears from his eyes with his arm, his breathing becoming rapid, tinged with faint sobs. A man who wouldn't utter a sound even in the face of bone-breaking pain was now shedding tears of immense sorrow. Chen Xian gripped the weapon tightly in his hand. Even though his palm had been pierced and blood was flowing out, he felt nothing.
Boom! Qinhua golden horned bull. Damn you, I'm going to avenge my brothers.
Chen Xian had already launched charge, with the resolve to die. But the damage he dealt to the Qinhua golden horned bull was so laughable and mocking. Before departure, he assured everyone that he would bring back all 200 brothers safely.
Now, he is the only one left in the team. How could he face going back? As a soldier, the best ending is to die on the battlefield.
The Qinhua golden horned bull let out a long howl toward the sky, seemingly proud and triumphant over its great victory, until the Qinhua golden horned bull slowly lifted its hoof, sliding it repeatedly across the ground. Kill! It began to gather strength, preparing to unleash its ultimate move that had yet to be used,
thus marking the perfect finale to this battle, the descent of celestial fire.
In an instant, terrifying celestial fire appeared on the four hooves of the celestial fire golden horned bull.
Wherever the flames touched, all life was obliterated, turning into a pitch-black desolate wasteland. The demon ceiling city wall. Moo! Outside the area of line 9, a 20-meter-tall Qinhua golden horned bull was launching a powerful ultimate move toward a 1.8-meter-tall human. The size difference between the two was so absurd and disproportionate. Everything is over, isn't it?
Chen Xian looked with a bitter smile at the charging golden horned fire bull rushing toward him. It was utter destruction, a shadow of death that enveloped everything, leaving him nowhere to hide. He lowered his head powerlessly, his face covered in tears, a defeated and desolate warrior standing alone amidst the land filled with fallen comrades, waiting for the final death to arrive. I'm sorry, brothers, I broke my promise.
I couldn't bring you back. Chen Xian spoke his final words with a sobbing tone. He closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death.
The hoof, tainted with the dreadful Chen fire, stomped down fiercely toward Chen Xian.
In that instant, a tremendous roar erupted across heaven and earth.
A terrifying wave swept in all all directions, uprooting countless flowers, plants, and trees. The voice of the Chenhua golden horned bull resounded once again, but this time, it seemed to carry a trace of anger.
Chen Xian thought he was dead, but after a few seconds passed,
he was shocked to discover that, at some point, another person had appeared before him.
This is a young boy.
It is also the same boy he saw by the roadside earlier. At that time, he advised the boy to quickly return to the city. When Chen Xian saw the scene before him, his eyes widened in shock, incredibly large. An 18-year-old boy was actually holding a silver shield, forcibly withstanding the full-force strike from a level 105 Starfire Golden Horned Bull.
204200.
If Chen Xian wasn't mistaken, the injury this young man suffered was
200,000. Wow. Put.
Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of old blood, his body sinking heavily downward, with both legs plunging fiercely into the soil.
Damn, this bull's strength is ridiculously exaggerated.
Before charging forward, Yi Chen activated all the skills that could boost his health and defense in advance. However, the attack of the fire gold horned bull was still too terrifying. A bull hoof burning with fire effortlessly shattered his golden shield and heavily smashed into his shield. Yi Chen glanced at his health, which was almost depleted. Health 45094/142454. Although Yi Chen had risked his life to withstand an attack from the Chenhua golden horned bull, all of his skills were already on cooldown. In a short time, Yi Chen had no way to use the golden shield skill again. On the other hand, the crimson fire golden horned bull realized its attack hadn't instantly killed the human. Its fury was being ignited, ready to launch a second attack on Yi Chen at any moment. Yi Chen was well aware that the level gap between him and the crimson fire golden horned bull was too vast. This caused the destructive power of the Chenhua golden horned bull to be magnified geometrically. At this moment, Chen Xian's eyes were wide open. He looked at the two numbers above Yi Chen's head with a face full of shock.
Level 15. Entering combat mode, a person's level will automatically be revealed.
Originally, Yi Chen had always kept his level hidden, but after revealing it at the entrance of the sewers dungeon last time, he forgot to turn it off. So this time, it was accidentally revealed and seen by Chen Xian.
Chen Xian was utterly shocked and astonished.
He would never have thought that a mere level 15 teenager could withstand the full force attack of a level 105 golden horned firebull.
Moreover, if he wasn't hallucinating,
the damage number that just floated above Yi Chen's head was
200,000 plus. Does this mean his health exceeds 200,000? But how is that possible? If someone's health exceeds 200,000, there's only one possibility.
That is, this person's level exceeds 110.
But Yi Chen is clearly only level 15.
In an instant, Chen Xian felt like the world had gone haywire, and his brain's CPU was about to overheat. While Chen Xian was still in shock, Yi Chen quickly grabbed his arm and ran toward the hole in the demon ceiling city wall.
Run! I can only take one hit from this boss at most. If it hits again, both of us are done for. Chen Xian was completely in a dazed and stunned state. He was like a numb puppet, being dragged by Yi Chen as they frantically ran toward the hole in the city wall. The hole had already shrunk to the point where it could only accommodate one person at a time. As long as the two of them could squeeze through the hole in an instant, they could survive the pursuit of the Chenhua golden horned bull.
The Chenhua golden horned bull was not only massive in size but also extremely fast.
Just as the Chenhua golden horned bull was about to charge at the two from behind,
Yi Chen immediately hit the brakes, stopped in his tracks, and turned around to launch a charge at the Chenhua golden horned bull, briefly stunning it. Originally, it could have been stunned for 2 seconds, but due to the significant level difference,
the Chenhua golden horned bull was only stunned for 0.1 seconds.
However, that was enough. At least the Chenhua golden horned bull's body was forcibly stopped. It needed to start running again and regain its speed. As the two sprinted, there were only 10 meters left to the hole.
The attack of the Chenhua golden horned bull arrived once again.
Seeing this, Yi Chen, in a moment of urgency, could only quickly push Chen Xian forward. As for himself, he directly used his body to block the attack of the Chenhua golden horned bull.
45094. A terrifying number once again burst out above Yi Chen's head.
His body also began to slowly soften, gradually collapsing to the ground. Chen Xian witnessed this scene, his eyes filled with shock and horror. His heart was instantly overwhelmed with pain and immense guilt. Yi Chen had come to save him, but in the end, it was his own life that was sacrificed.
But just as Chen Xian was preparing to perish together with the Chenhua golden horned bull, a holy radiance suddenly emerged from Yi Chen's body.
Descending from the endless firmament above, it enveloped his entire body. Immediately afterward, a dark golden coin appeared above Yi Chen, slowly rotating and releasing countless strands of golden energy, which flowed into Yi Chen's body like fine threads.
Chen Xian was shocked to see this scene and immediately recognized it. This is a resurrection coin. He used a resurrection coin.
The resurrection coin successfully revived Yi Chen.
However, Yi Chen's health was only at half. Still couldn't withstand a single attack from the Chenhua golden horned bull. Yi Chen scrambled up from the ground and shouted loudly, "Quick, get into the hole, don't block the way."
Seeing this, Chen Xian quickly crawled into the hole to avoid leaving Yi-Chen outside. Finally, at the critical moment, Yi-Chen crawled into the hole. The massive body of the Qinhua golden horned bull slammed fiercely into the walls of the demon ceiling city. The two of them could clearly feel the terrifying tremors of the earth shaking within the hole. When they crawled through the hole to the inside, they could still hear the furious roars of the Qinhua golden horned bull coming from outside the walls of the demon ceiling city. In the eyes of the Qinhua golden horned bull, Yi-Chen and Chen Xian were just two ants, crawling into a crack in the corner of the wall. Its massive body couldn't squeeze into the crack in the corner, so it could only keep ramming the demon ceiling city wall with its horns, attempting to destroy it. However, the demon ceiling city wall, as the most solid defense against demons since ancient times, had undergone countless trials and tribulations. The Qinhua golden horned bull rammed it countless times but couldn't destroy the demon ceiling city wall. Eventually, it quieted down. Chen Xian and Yi-Chen were already drenched in sweat. The two of them plopped down in front of the hole, still feeling shaken. Yi-Chen originally thought his health points were already sufficient, but after today, he realized there are always people stronger than you in skies beyond skies. Boom! A level 105 fire gold horned bull directly knocked him out and even cost him a revival coin. Suddenly, Chen Xian noticed something. He saw the remains of two corpses on the ground. He widened his eyes and said, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, when did they die? Yi-Chen replied, by the time I arrived, they had already been surrounded and killed by the mole rats. I'm sorry I couldn't save them. Chen Xian shook his head and gave a bitter smile. It's not your fault. The fact that you came to save us is already the greatest help anyone could have given. But there are still some holes here that haven't been patched up, although only large enough for one person to pass through, which is enough to block the entry of the Qinhua golden horned bull. If the gap isn't sealed, it will eventually become a hidden danger in the future. Yi-Chen said, let me patch it up. You know how to patch it? Chen Xian stared at Yi-Chen in shock. You should know, this thing can only be fixed by a specialized life profession. Something Chen Xian didn't know. Back in Yi-Chen's middle school days, he had already done this kind of thing. Now, for him, it's just returning to an old trade. Yi-Chen skillfully moved the boundary stone to carry out the final repair work on the hole. But at this moment, Chen Xian seemed to be pondering something. He stopped Yi-Chen and said, let me walk out of the hole first, then you can fix it here. Yi-Chen frowned immediately upon hearing this. Chen Xian is truly seeking death. Once he steps out through the hole, and Yi-Chen repairs the hole from the inside, Chen Xian will have no chance of returning. Outside, there are even Qinhua golden horned bulls guarding. Because all my brothers died in battle, I have no right to return alive. Yi-Chen deeply understood Chen Xian's feelings. Although he is only 18 years old in this life, Yi-Chen possesses the memories and experiences of his previous life. He calmly asked 3 consecutive questions. If you die, who will avenge them? If you die, who will remember their sacrifice here? If you die, who will tell their family and friends that they are heroes who sacrificed for the country? 3 consecutive questions directly caused Chen Xian's pupils to tremble and his heart to race. Although Yi-Chen's tone was calm, it was filled with an extremely restrained power. Chen Xian understood this principle, but his heart was in agony. Life or death, this became a dilemma placed before him. He is not afraid of sacrifice. What he fears is not being able to give an explanation to his fallen brothers. Why? Thud! Chen Xian suddenly knelt on the ground, facing the direction outside the Fengyao city walls. Then he started slapping his own face, one slap after another. This slap is for me, Chen Xian, letting my brothers down. This slap is for me, Chen Xian, breaking my promise. This slap is for me, Chen Xian, being a deserter. This slap. Yi-Chen couldn't stand it anymore and directly stopped Chen Xian's actions. He said, a warrior should possess unwavering courage, a fearless spirit, and the righteousness to fight for their homeland. Not like you, punishing yourself by slapping your own face. Do you think doing this will ease the guilt in your heart? The scarlet fire golden horned bull outside is still alive and well. Don't you want to personally take its head? Yi-Chen's words were like a morning bell and evening drum, awakening Chen Xian as if from a deafening stupor. He looked at Yi-Chen with a face full of shock, not expecting a young man to say something so profound. In the end, Chen Xian nodded forcefully and kowtowed 3 times with great effort outside the demon ceiling city wall. After finishing the kowtows, his forehead was still stained with fresh blood. I, Chen Xian, swear here and now that in this life I will sever the head of the Qinhua golden horned ox to avenge all the brothers of the Jiangqing demon slaying bureau who died in battle. Yi-Chen took a slight breath and spoke with emotion. The hymn of humanity has always been a hymn of courage. The greatness of humanity has always been the greatness of courage. Because of courage, humanity has never perished over the past century and has endured to this day. To this day, countless heroes like you are still guarding the demon ceiling wall, even at the cost of their lives, to defend humanity's last refuge. Enough! Yi-Chen's words greatly comforted Chen Xian's heart. The despair and pessimism in his eyes vanished completely, replaced by a blazing desire for revenge. In the end, Yi-Chen successfully repaired the remaining sections of the demon ceiling wall. After the ceiling demon city wall was repaired, the entire ceiling demon city wall of line 9 was glowing with a strong orange light. At this moment, Chen Xian's voice came through. through. The ceiling Demon City wall of Line 9 has been repaired. Its defense power will be increased by 200% for 30 days. At least for this month, there's no need to come back here. Chen Xian walked toward Yi Chen, a sorrowful smile on his face. I still don't know your name. Yi Chen. You look very young. Are you still studying? Chen Xian's face once again showed a look of shock, along with joy and happiness, because he had personally witnessed how Yi Chen withstood an attack from the fire gold-horned bull and survived. Isn't this exactly the rising genius he had always hoped for? Today's operation, you have made a great contribution. I will report it to the higher-ups when I return. But Yi Chen directly refused. Better not, let's just pretend I was never here today. Why? Chen Xian looked puzzled. You saved the entire Line 9 area today. Without you, our mission would have failed. According to the relevant rules of Manhwa, you could be exceptionally awarded first-class merit and enjoy bonus points for exams. Yi Chen still shook his head and refused. Deputy Director Chen, if you really want to thank me, then let me use the Demon Slayer Bureau's simulated universe for free for a few days. Hearing Yi Chen's request, Chen Xian's expression slightly froze. But soon, he nodded and said, alright, I will definitely help you fight for it. Chen Xian was also quite surprised. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to even know about the simulated universe. Just finished the exams. This thing has only been developed by the country in the past few months. It is currently still in the internal testing phase. The most impressive aspect of this is that it has established a big data system modeled on global monsters. In the simulated universe, people can be resurrected indefinitely and engage in unlimited battles with monsters from various instances, and even monsters outside the walls, to continuously hone their combat skills and master ways to fight against monsters. It's just that this thing is currently a state secret, known only to a very small group of people. Chen Xian did not question how Yi Chen, a high school student, could know about something like the simulated universe. However, since Yi Chen made this request, he would do his utmost to help fulfill it. After all, he still owed Yi Chen his life. Even the entire Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau owes Yi Chen a tremendous favor. Without Yi Chen, the breach in District 9's line couldn't have been patched today. Soon, Yi Chen got into Chen Xian's car, and Chen Xian drove toward the city. While in the car, Chen Xian activated the special communication system to report the news. When he mentioned the battle damage situation, his tone noticeably paused. Fengyao City Wall, Line 9 District, Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau Deputy Director, Chen Xian led a team of 203 people, 202 sacrificed, 1 survivor. By the time Chen Xian finished his report, his eyes were visibly moist again. He opened the car window, letting the wind outside evaporate the tears in his eyes. Chen Xian turned on the internal listening device in the car. Yi Chen heard reports from other locations coming through. Sealed Demon City Wall, Line 2, successfully repaired the breach, 58 casualties. Sealed Demon City Wall, Line 54, breach not repaired, all 142 personnel sacrificed, requesting nearby allied units for reinforcements. Sealed Demon Wall, Zone 91 line, over half of the breach repaired. Suddenly a massive monster tide erupted, death toll exceeded 300, urgently requesting reinforcements from Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Department's 100-level experts. Sealed Demon Wall, Zone 9 line, successfully repaired the breach, 202 sacrificed, 1 survivor. With a sudden break, Yi Chen saw Chen Xian pull the car over to the side of the road. He buried his head in his arms on the steering wheel, his body trembling with sobs, yet no sound came out. In the silence, there were no words left to say. Yi Chen had thought the battle in District 9 was already brutal enough, but by comparison, there were places even more tragic elsewhere. Everyone was wiped out, they had no choice but to request new reinforcements. This is the cruelty of the world. Yi Chen bitterly muttered to himself, why is it so difficult for humans to survive? Chen Xian took 10 minutes to calm himself down. He restarted the vehicle, bitterly mocking himself. Must have given you a good laugh, huh? A man in his 40s still losing control of his emotions so easily. Yi Chen quietly watched Chen Xian, who was driving. He said nothing, but countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Some enjoy leisure and entertainment within the city, while others risk their lives beyond its borders. The disparity in the world is truly this vast. Finally, Chen Xian drove Yi Chen back into the city. The two also chatted a lot along the way, becoming more familiar with each other. Chen Xian dropped Yi Chen off downstairs at his home. Brother Chen, goodbye. Yi Chen stood outside the car, bidding farewell to Chen Xian. Chen Xian rolled down the car window and said, Yi Chen, I'll find a way to help you with the simulated universe. Although the entire Jiangnan province only got 3 beta test slots for the simulated universe, I will definitely get you a spot. You should know that the entire Jiangnan province has 9 cities like Jiangcheng, and there are only 3 internal testing slots in total, which shows just how rare and important this slot is. Chen Xian returned to the Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau with his exhausted body. As soon as he entered the bureau, he immediately noticed that the atmosphere inside the bureau was unusual. All the colleagues showed expressions of sadness and sorrow on their faces. The atmosphere in the Demon Slayer Bureau was filled with low pressure. Chen Xian immediately approached the nearest colleague
and asked, Xiao Lu, what happened in the Demon Slayer Bureau? Xiao Lu couldn't hold back her emotions. She covered her mouth with her hand and spoke with a sobbing tone. Director Wang has fallen in battle. Chen Xian's eyes instantly turned red upon hearing this. He couldn't believe his ears. His close friend of 10 years, who had fought alongside him, Director Wang Hong of the Demon Slaying Bureau, had met his end today. The hemp rope always breaks at its thinnest point, and misfortune always seeks out the unfortunate. Chen Xian never expected that within just one short day. First, over 200 brothers perished in battle, and then his 10-year close friend met with disaster. Evening. All the blows of the past 40 years combined were not as many as those of today. Chen Xian's body went limp, the light in his eyes dimmed, and he sat down on a nearby chair in despair. Deputy Director Chen, you must pull yourself together. The entire Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau is counting on you to hold it up. Xiao Lu, while shedding tears, tried to persuade Chen Xian to pull himself together. At this moment, the colleagues from the Demon Slaying Bureau all gathered in front of Chen Xian. It was already time to get off work. However, none of the colleagues at the Demon Slaying Bureau had left. Everyone stayed on the front line together during this difficult time. Everyone stood in front of Chen Xian, their expressions filled with sorrow and sadness. What? One after another, they bowed their heads in silent tribute to their fallen colleagues. At this moment, the phone at the Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau rang. Someone answered it quickly and said, Deputy Director Chen, the call is for you. Hearing this, Chen Xian struggled to stand up from his chair, staggering and looking despondent as he walked toward the phone. He picked up the phone, his voice trembling. Hello, it's me, Chen Xian. On the other end of the phone was the voice of an elderly man. Although his voice was filled with sorrow, it carried a resolute and powerful strength. Chen Xian, I am already aware of the situation at the Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau. I deeply sympathize with what you have gone through. All the colleagues who sacrificed themselves are heroes. The state will provide compensation to their families and will also confer honors upon the heroes. But the most pressing matter at hand is that the Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau cannot be left leaderless. Therefore, Chen Xian, you must take on all the responsibilities. On behalf of the Dragon Nation's Demon Slaying headquarters, I hereby officially appoint Comrade Chen Xian as the director of the Jiangcheng Demon Slaying Bureau. Chen Xian clenched his fists, with flames of vengeance burning in his eyes. He spoke each word powerfully and resolutely. Received. This news also made everyone present aware. After the call ended, Chen Xian slowly turned around, transforming his grief into strength, his gaze becoming more resolute than ever before. He said, Now, everyone, go off duty and rest. All the members of the Demon Slaying Bureau looked at Chen Xian with concern. Director Chen, we can work overtime. Chen Xian firmly refused. This is a long-term battle. All of our colleagues must rest well and conserve energy. Otherwise, if you keep working overtime like this, exhausting yourselves, you'll collapse in just a few days. How can we fight this long-term battle then? Under Chen Xian's strict orders, except for the colleagues on the night shift who stayed to guard, everyone else went back to rest. After the exhaustion of the previous day, Yi Chen had a very comfortable sleep. After waking up, he sat in front of the computer, browsing online forums. However, the discussions on the forum are all uninformative news. No one is talking about the matter of the demon sealing city walls. Within the walls, there is singing and dancing. Outside the walls, it's life and death. The main reason is still this group of unsung warriors. They have protected the people within the walls so well. At this moment, he noticed someone had sent him a message. The person who sent the message was none other than Chai Feng. Chai Feng's words seemed very polite. Yi Chen, I want to apologize for what happened before. I wonder if you could give me the chance to apologize to you in person. Yi Chen looked at this message, squinting his eyes and thoughtfully stroking his chin. What is this Chai Feng up to again? With his personality, he doesn't seem like someone who would apologize to me voluntarily. However, Yi Chen was in no hurry to reject Chai Feng. He was curious to see what Chai Feng was really up to, so he sent a message in reply. The next day, where to meet? Chai Feng's reply came almost instantly. Wetland Park. Yi Chen looked at the message sent by Chai Feng. Wetland Park was a place that usually had very few people. Chai Feng arranged to meet him in a sparsely populated place. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like he sincerely wants to apologize. However, Yi Chen can withstand the full force attack of a level 105 Chinoa Golden Horned Bull. Naturally, he is not afraid of Chai Feng harboring any malicious intentions toward him. Could it be that Chai Feng can find an existence even more powerful than the Chinoa Golden Horned Bull? Yi Chen agreed to Chai Feng's request to meet. He quickly freshened up and prepared to go out. At that moment, another phone call came in. The person making the call is Lin Qingmeng. Lin Qingmeng asked, Chen, do you have any plans today? Yi Chen answered truthfully, I need to make a trip to the Wetland Park. Lin Qingmeng sounded a bit disappointed upon hearing this. Brother Chen, do you have things to take care of again today? Alright then, I won't bother you. Yi Chen smiled and said, not exactly busy. Someone asked to meet me. If you want to come, you can find me at the Wetland Park later. Really? That's great. I'll come find you in a bit, Brother Chen. Lin Qingmeng happily hung up the phone. When Yi Chen arrived
at the wetland park. He saw, deep in the park, in front of a pavilion, a young man waiting for him. This person was none other than Chai Feng, who had been waiting for a long time. Okay. As soon as Chai Feng saw Yi Chen, a meaningful smile appeared on his face.
Yi Chen, you finally came. Yi Chen calmly walked toward Chai Feng. Since you want to apologize in person, I'm already here. You can start apologizing now. Chai Feng's expression twitched slightly. The reason he called Yi Chen here today, how could it possibly be to truly apologize to Yi Chen? Chai Feng stared at Yi Chen, let out a cold snort, and said, Yi Chen, you don't really think I would apologize to you, do you? His response was not beyond Yi Chen's expectations. Yi Chen asked, if you're not going to apologize to me, what are you planning to do?
Chai Feng snapped his fingers.
Come out, all of you.
As the words fell, more than a dozen men emerged from behind the trees in all directions. These people approached Yi Chen step by step, surrounding him in the middle.
Yi Chen glanced at this group of people, briefly checking their levels and attributes.
He found that most of them were above level 60.
What do you want to do? Chai Feng wore a smug smile, arrogantly staring at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, can't you tell what I want to do? Yi Chen said, is it about Lin Qingmeng again?
Chai Feng's tone suddenly turned irritable.
That's right, it's about Lin Qingmeng. This is my final warning to you, stay away from her, got it? Yi Chen laughed and said, then go tell her. Why are you telling me?
Chai Feng's face turned green with anger. I don't care about Lin Qingmeng, but from now on, you must stay away from her and never appear in front of her again.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you.
Everyone here is an expert from my dad's guild.
I invited them here today just to teach you a good lesson.
Chai Feng thought that by bringing over a dozen experts above level 60, he could scare Yi Chen out of his wits. However, not only was Yi Chen not frightened, but he was also amused by Chai Feng.
It seems I've been too lenient with you in the past, too tolerant. That's why you've been so fearless, provoking me and causing trouble for me time and time again.
Yi Chen shook his head as he spoke, his face full of emotion and helplessness.
Chai Feng frowned and glared at Yi Chen, his face extremely grim. Yi Chen, you're on the brink of death, and you're still talking tough, huh? Fine, all of you, get him. Put away your weapons and use your fists to beat him up for me. Knock his health down to below half, then heal him. Just keep beating him like this, and give him a good dose of torment today. Yi Chen stared at Chai Feng and said coldly, Chai Feng, you're young, yet your mind is so vicious. You can even come up with such a cruel way to torment someone. He. Chai Feng stared at Yi Chen with an annoyed expression. Yi Chen, do you think you're much older than me?
That pretentious tone of yours is really disgusting.
He waved his hand directly, signaling the people around him to go beat up Yi Chen. A dozen level 60 experts put away their weapons and equipment, reducing their attack power to the minimum. This way, when they beat up Yi Chen, they wouldn't accidentally kill him. Moreover, Chai Feng specifically brought a few priests along to heal Yi Chen.
He intended to use this method to inflict both physical and mental torment on Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at a group of level 60 experts, shamelessly targeting him, a level 15 high school student. Since they dared to make a move, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Soon, this group of level 60 experts surrounded Yi Chen in the middle, punching him one blow after another. Yi Chen's health immediately started to decrease. 26. After a series of health deductions, Yi Chen's health bar still remained completely unchanged. Not only that, Yi Chen's skin seemed as hard as steel, and their fists hitting Yi Chen's body felt like striking an iron plate. Yi Chen not only remained completely uninjured, but their fists turned red instead. The ones feeling pain were actually the group of people doing the hitting. Why isn't he losing any blood? How much health does he actually have? A group of people looked at Yi Chen with strange expressions. Up until now, Yi Chen's health still seemed to be completely full. Chai Feng was also startled by the sight. What's going on? Did you all skip meals? Yi Chen is only level 15, and yet a group of level 60 experts can't even handle a level 15 guy? This group of people immediately hurried to put on their equipment. If they couldn't even handle a level 15 examinee, it would be an enormous embarrassment if word got out. Soon, the group had all equipped themselves. Then they launched an attack on Yi Chen. -912, -921, -23, -41, -933. After this group of level 60 experts finished equipping themselves, the damage they inflicted on Yi Chen indeed increased significantly. However, the damage they dealt in one round combined didn't even reach 10,000 points. They didn't even manage to take out 1/10 of Yi Chen's health bar. And this was under the condition that Yi Chen hadn't even used the golden shield. What is going on? If he had used the golden shield, they wouldn't even be able to break through his shield, let alone cause any harm to Yi Chen. Soon, this group of level 60 experts realized something was wrong. Yi Chen's health seemed to be much higher than they had imagined. This is wrong. This is completely wrong. How can a level 15 teenager withstand the attacks of so many of us in a row, and his health hasn't even decreased? What exactly is going on? In the entire history of humanity, such an exaggerated and bizarre phenomenon has never occurred, right? Young Master Chai, there's something wrong with this person. His health is much higher than we imagined. Chai Feng was also deeply shocked. Watching so many level 60 experts besiege
besiege Yi Chen. They couldn't even reduce Yi Chen's health bar by a tenth. But he had already burned bridges, leaving no room for retreat. So, Chai Feng gritted his teeth and said, at least his health bar has gone down. Keep attacking relentlessly and bring his health bar down to 0 for me. Upon hearing Chai Feng's command, the group of level 60 experts he had invited from his father's guild stopped holding back and unleashed various skills toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen calmly activated the skill Golden Shield, and a layer of dim yellow shield swirled around him. Now, the damage from this group only reduced his shield value. As for his health bar, under the effects of Yi Chen's constant potion consumption and passive skills, it had already started to slowly regenerate and recover, until Yi Chen's health bar was fully restored. This group of people hadn't even broken Yi Chen's first shield. When the cooldown time for Golden Scepter Shield ended, Yi Chen directly used a new Golden Scepter Shield. A new shield replaced the old one, and the shield value that those people worked so hard to deplete instantly restored to full. The group of people who saw this scene were all dumbfounded, their expressions looking as if they'd seen a ghost. Don't be fooled by Yi Chen constantly getting beaten. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to fight back, but even if he does, he can't break through this group's defense. Currently, Yi Chen's attack power is 152 points. Even with a weapon, hitting this group only forcibly deducts 1 point of health. This is because these level 60 experts all have defense stats higher than Yi Chen's attack power. And this is the most insurmountable rule after the arrival of the Apocalypse game. If the opponent's defense is higher than your attack power, then you have no way to break through their defense. Yi Chen's disadvantage lies in his low level, with all attributes being very low, even though he has various high amplification talents, skills, and so on. But unfortunately, his level is low, and his attack is also weak, even though the level 10 enhanced Myriad Manifestation Umbrella can ignore 30% of the enemy's defense. However, even after ignoring that portion of the defense, it is still higher than his attack power. Of course, Yisho cannot kill this group of level 60 experts, but this group of people can't kill him either. However, Yi Chen still has one person he can deal with. This person is Chai Feng. With Yi Chen's strength, taking control of Chai Feng is nothing but a piece of cake. Yi Chen was seen staring at the concentrated attack from over a dozen level 60 experts. He appeared as if nothing had happened, with all the attacks being blocked by his shield. Then, he walked in the direction of Chai Feng. Seeing Yi Chen walking toward him, Chai Feng was instantly flooded with unpleasant memories in his mind. He hurriedly said, Yi Chen, stop right there. Don't come any closer to me. However, Yi Chen not only didn't listen but instead moved even faster. Chai Feng was so frightened that he turned and ran. Seeing this, Yi Chen shouted, trying to run? Do you think you can escape? The next second, Yi Chen drew the longsword transformed from the Thousand Mechanisms umbrella and activated the Charge skill. Charge, once activated, Yi Chen moved like an afterimage, instantly catching up to Chai Feng, who was 10 meters away, and slammed hard into his back. Chai Feng was directly hit to the point of dizziness, with a 2-second stun icon appearing above his head. Then, Yi Chen immediately put away his weapon and delivered a series of solid punches to Chai Feng. With a loud bang, Chai Feng was directly knocked to the ground by Yi Chen. A scarlet number shot out from the top of his head. -152. In an instant, Chai Feng's health bar was completely depleted, but he was not dead yet. The group of level 60 experts behind him were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Did this young man cheat? He clearly used the Knight skill first, so how is he now using the Warrior's Charge skill? What exactly is happening? How can he use both Warrior and Knight skills at the same time? This is just unbelievable. I've never heard of anyone being able to use the skills of two classes simultaneously. Could it be that he belongs to some kind of hidden class that just happens to be able to use both Warrior and Knight skills? While this group of level 60 experts was in shock, Yi Chen was already stepping on Chai Feng's back. Chai Feng, like a defeated dog, was stomped onto the grass by Yi Chen, with his mouth stuffed with dirt and grass. He spat out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Chen's punch just now had aggravated his internal injuries. Chai Feng saw his health bar drop to the bottom. If he took another hit, he would die immediately. Terrified, he quickly pulled out a red potion and poured it into his mouth. But Yi Chen had already anticipated this. He kicked the red potion out of Chai Feng's hand and spoke coldly. If you move again, I'll drain the rest of your health. Chai Feng, you don't have any revival coins left now, do you? Chai Feng's face instantly turned deathly pale. He only had one revival coin, and last time he even lost to Yi Chen. This incident became the most humiliating memory in his heart. But right now, Yi Chen had already seized his fatal weakness. Chai Feng immediately didn't dare make a move. He was afraid Yi Chen would really stomp him to death with one kick. Chai Feng hurriedly said, Yi Chen, after all, we're classmates. Please show some mercy and let me go this time. I promise I will never bother Lin Qingmeng again in the future. Yi Chen glanced at the level 60 experts surrounding him from behind. Then, he said, if you want to survive, it's very simple. Have your people take off all their equipment and throw it on the ground. Yi Chen knew that he had no way to deal with this group of level 60 experts. Cough, cough, cough. If he really killed Chai Feng, then this group of people would definitely
spread the news. By then, Yi Chen would not be able to clear himself of the crime of murder. However, the reborn Yi Chen was no longer the timid and submissive person he had been in his previous life. If anyone dares to bully him, he will definitely repay them 100-fold. Yi Chen could tell that this group of people had pretty good equipment. At the very least, they were all wearing a set of level 60 purple rare gear. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Chen's words, the faces of this group of people turned green instantly. You must know, the set of equipment each of them carries is their entire fortune. Chai Feng hurriedly shouted, "Did you hear me? Quickly take off your equipment and throw it on the ground." The expressions on this group of level 60 experts grew increasingly grim. "Young Master Chai, isn't this a bit much? Our equipment is our entire livelihood and lifeline. We spent a fortune to get this set of equipment and you're just going to throw it away like that?" Chai Feng shouted angrily. "Is your equipment more important, or is my life more important? Don't worry, I'll compensate you for your losses today later on. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe my father and the reputation of the Fanfeng Guild." They had all already heard Chai Feng say this. One by one, they had no choice but to take off all their equipment. Yi Chen said, "Don't rush, line up in front of me one by one. Each of you has 12 pieces of equipment on your body. Take them off one by one. If even one piece is missing, I'll take young Master Chai's life." Then, these level 60 experts lined up one by one in front of Yi Chen, utterly humiliated. Since they couldn't inflict any substantial damage on Yi Chen, there was no way to kill him. Moreover, Yi Chen already had Chai Feng's life firmly in his grasp. After all, Chai Feng's status was prestigious, and they had to ensure his safety, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to Chai Feng's guild leader father. Soon, over a dozen level 60 experts lined up in front of Yi Chen, taking off all their equipment and throwing it on the ground. Yi Chen's face lit up with a delighted smile as he directly pocketed nearly 200 pieces of rare purple equipment. Made a huge profit again today. Yi Chen thought to himself, I should do this more often in the future. It'd be best if I could line them up for a robbery every single day. After Yi Chen stripped the equipment off this group of level 60 experts, he didn't even spare Chai Feng. "Chai Feng, take off all the equipment you're wearing for me too." Faced with Yi Chen's command, Chai Feng's face was full of bitterness. "All my equipment is low level. What do you want it for? Besides, didn't they already give you their equipment? Why are you still not satisfied?" Yi Chen said, "The current situation is not about bargaining with you, it's about me giving you orders. Just tell me, are you taking off your equipment or not?" Chai Feng quickly nodded. "I'll take it off. I'll take it off. Can't I just take it off?" In the end, Chai Feng also took off all his equipment and threw it to the ground. After Yi Chen picked it up, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As expected of the young master of the Brahma Wind Guild, even this set of low-level equipment is top-notch. I didn't expect Chai Feng's skills to be mediocre, yet he still has several pieces of rare purple equipment on him. Chai Feng looked at Yi Chen with an unpleasant expression. "Yi Chen, we've already given you our equipment. Can you let me go now?" Sure. Yi Chen cheerfully released his foot from stepping on Chai Feng. In fact, Yi Chen even bent down personally to help Chai Feng up. With a face full of smiles, he looked at the other party and said, "Classmate Chai Feng, after all, we were classmates for 3 years in high school. As a classmate, how could I possibly bear to kill you?" Chai Feng's face turned green with anger upon hearing this, and the corners of his mouth twitched. At this moment, Yi Chen's words were undoubtedly a slap to his face. Such a sarcastic tone made Chai Feng seethe with rage. Immediately after, Yi Chen continued, "Classmate Chai Feng, are you still angry with me in your heart?" Chai Feng clenched his teeth and shook his head. "I'm not angry." Yi Chen became anxious upon hearing this. "How can you not be angry? You should be angry at me. The angrier, the better." These words left Chai Feng completely stunned. Yi Chen continued, "Aren't I your rival in love? When it comes to a rival, you should definitely find ways to strike him down. I suggest you bring more people next time, with higher levels and better equipment, to beat me up." Upon hearing this, Chai Feng was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Has Yi Chen gone mad? How could someone be so eager to have others beat him up? Yi Chen's little scheme in his heart was already underway. Rich second-generation heirs like Chai Feng are only satisfying to scam a few more times and earn a few more profits. Yi Chen added, "Chai Feng, let me secretly tell you a secret. Lin Qingming despises men who give up halfway. Look at you, already so talented, handsome, dashing, and charming, and most importantly, rich and resourceful. A man like you, how can you let a single setback bring you down? Don't you think I'm right?" Chai Feng was completely stunned, his mind unable to process it. He nodded along with Yi Chen's words. "What you said seems to make some sense." Then, Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction and patted Chai Feng on the shoulder. "So, you get it now, right? Although you failed this time, maybe next time you'll succeed? This group of people is obviously too weak. Next time, bring some stronger ones, preferably those with better equipment, and maybe you'll succeed." Chai Feng nodded again. "What you said is not wrong, but why does it sound a bit strange to me?" Yi Chen burst into laughter. "What's so strange about it? Don't overthink these things. A man should be a doer, say it and do it. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore. I have something to do, so I'll head off first.
asked. Then, under the astonished and bewildered gazes of everyone, Yi Chen swaggered away. After leaving, a group of level 60 experts surrounded Chai Feng. Chai Feng wore a look of being taught a lesson and nodded seriously. Makes sense. Today's failure ultimately comes down to you all being too weak. Next time, I'll have to find some stronger experts. After Yi Chen left the wetland park, the Maybach from Lin Qingming's family was already waiting in the parking lot outside. After Yi Chen got in the car, Lin Qingming eagerly asked, "Chen, what are we doing today?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "I just got my hands on a fresh batch of good stuff. Let's head to the Kaiyuan Trading Center now." "Alright, driver, let's go." Soon, the car arrived at the Kaiyuan Trading Center. Yi Chen, accompanied by Lin Qingming, arrived at the entrance of the Star Commerce firm with ease and familiarity. When he entered, the attendant had already recognized him. "Honorable Mr. Yi, welcome to our establishment." Yi Chen asked, "Is your manager here?" "I'm here, I'll take you there right away." Then, Yi Chen met the manager of the Star Trade firm. Since the last time Yi Chen sold a large amount of equipment materials here, he is now a gold member here. The manager saw Yi Chen coming and immediately put on a smile, saying, "Mr. Yi, you're here today. Did you bring any good items with you?" Then, the manager noticed Lin Qingming standing beside him. His eyes lit up, revealing a look of envy. Could this be Mr. Ye's girlfriend? She's truly beautiful, even more stunning than those big celebrities. Lin Qingming blushed and said softly, "Thank you." Yi Chen also smiled slightly. He said, "I got some equipment and want to sell it here." "Alright, Mr. Yi, please follow me." Then the three of them entered the cargo inspection warehouse. Yi Chen began unloading the equipment. At first, the manager saw Yi Chen unload a few pieces of purple rare equipment. His eyes lit up, revealing a look of astonishment. When he stepped forward and casually picked up a piece of equipment to examine, he was shocked to discover that it was actually a level 60 purple rare equipment. Immediately afterward, as Yi Chen poured out more and more equipment, the purple rare equipment gradually piled up on the ground into a small mountain. The manager's expression was the same as when they first met, completely stunned, with his mouth wide open. "My goodness, Mr. Yi, where did you get all these level 60 purple rare equipment from? Moreover, these pieces of equipment are all in complete sets. It looks as if you directly stripped them off someone else's body." Hearing this, Yi Chen revealed an embarrassed smile. These pieces of equipment were indeed taken off a group of level 60 experts by him. The manager, both shocked and amazed, instructed someone to inventory these purple rare equipment. "Mr. Yi, our staff will need some time to calculate the price for this equipment. Why don't you both rest in the VIP room for a while?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Wait a moment, I have some more items here. Take a look and see how much they can sell for." With that, Yi Chen took out the items he had obtained from the Fox Demon's cellar in the South Mountain Opportunity Dungeon. It was another pile of materials and equipment, leaving the manager dazzled. Since the last time the manager was shocked by Yi Chen, he originally thought that this time when Yi Chen came, he definitely wouldn't bring something as stunning as last time. But this time, Yi Chen surprised him even more. When the manager saw the Qingqiu Pearl, he couldn't help but blurt out a curse word. "Damn, this is actually the freaking Qingqiu Pearl, Mr. Yi, and you brought 5 of them in one go. This thing is really valuable. Plus, it's a hot commodity in the market, the kind that sells itself without any effort. Right now, it's unclear what kind of trend has taken over, but a whole bunch of people are stuck at level 69, unwilling to level up. As a result, the Qingqiu dungeon has become the most popular dungeon for those below level 70, mainly because it's the only place in our dragon country that drops level 69 gear sets." The manager was once again shocked by Yi Chen. Holding 5 Qingqiu pearls, he exclaimed, "The market price for these is 500,000 each, but Mr. Yi is a gold-tier client of our Star Chamber of Commerce." "Oh no, perhaps after today's transaction, you'll be elevated to the esteemed diamond-tier client. 5 Qingqiu pearls, I'll offer you 2.7 million gold coins. Is that acceptable?" Yi Chen nodded. "That's fine. There's also a glazed fur, you can decide the price for it. 650,000 gold coins." As Yi Chen's transactions with the manager increased, the efficiency of their dealings became noticeably faster. Lin Qingming, standing to the side, was full of astonishment. She hadn't expected that after just one day of not seeing Yi Chen, he would go out and bring back so many valuable items. Soon, the person responsible for calculating the equipment prices returned. She handed the quotation list to the manager. After looking at it, the manager said to Yi Chen, "Our team has calculated the market price for you. The price of a set of level 60 rare purple equipment fluctuates around 180,000 gold coins. Since Mr. Yi has been upgraded to a diamond customer, we will purchase it at a price of 200,000 gold coins per set. There are a total of 15 sets, making the total price 3 million gold coins. Does that work for you?" Yi Chen nodded. "No problem. Let's proceed with the transaction at this price." The manager couldn't stop smiling. He loved doing business with decisive and straightforward people like Yi Chen. In the end, the manager calculated a total price for all of Yi Chen's items. He quoted Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, the total for everything comes to 7.924 million gold coins. Let's not beat around the bush, how about a flat 8 million for the lot?
Then, Yi Chen and the manager finalized the deal, and soon his account had an additional 8 million gold coins.
When Yi Chen saw the bank message on his phone, he couldn't help but feel emotional and sigh.
In his previous life, he farmed gold, ran dungeons, and sold materials and equipment every day, yet even if he worked himself to death, he could only earn 10 to 20,000 gold coins a month. But this life was different. He could easily earn 8 million gold coins in a single day. Even just a few days ago, when he came here to sell things for the first time, he made an enormous income of 30 million gold coins. After earning the money, Yi Chen was in an exceptionally good mood. He said to Lin Qingmeng, Mang, you've always been the one spending money on me. Today, since I made some money, let me treat you to a meal.
Lin Qingmeng gladly accepted. Sure. What do you want to eat? How about we go for hot pot?
Yi Chen and Lin Qingmeng arrived at a very famous local hot pot restaurant in Jiangcheng, known for its great flavors.
Deal.
The two ordered many of their favorite dishes and then sat in the lively hall. Just like other young couples, the two sat facing each other. Lin Qingmeng was obviously very happy, with a smile on her face ever since they entered the hot pot restaurant. While the two were waiting for the hot pot ingredients to arrive,
Yi Chen suddenly took out a red sandalwood box from his body and placed it on the table. He said to Lin Qingmeng, Mang, this gift is for you. Giving me a gift?
Lin Qingmeng looked at Yi Chen with some surprise.
What girl doesn't like gifts? The smile on Lin Qingmeng's face couldn't be contained. Thank you, brother Chen. All right.
She didn't act coy or pretentious and gladly accepted the gift Yi Chen handed over. When she opened the gift, she discovered it was a ring. The moment she saw the ring, Lin Qingmeng suddenly looked up at Yi Chen, her expression carrying a mix of surprise and joy.
Brother Chen, you're giving me a ring? Yeah, what's wrong? Do you want me to put it on for you myself? Do you know what it means to put a ring on a girl?
Yi Chen said with a smile, why don't you use the detection stone to check the attributes of this ring?
Mana source. Quality, epic. Mana overflow, after use, instantly restores all magic points. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Okay. Effect, the wearer of the equipment restores 5% of their maximum mana per second.
When the detection stone turned to powder on the ring, Lin Qingmeng saw the attributes of the equipment clearly. Suddenly, her eyes filled with a layer of mist.
Yi Chen was stunned. He gave Lin Qingmeng a gift, so why was she crying?
Lin Qingmeng said, Brother Chen, why did you give me such an expensive gift, and it's even a ring? This is a level 20 mage artifact, and it was even auctioned for a sky-high price of 3.8 billion at the international auction.
Yi Chen laughed and said, isn't it just a level 20 piece of equipment? No need to get all teary-eyed. If I happen to get a mage artifact in the future, wouldn't you faint from crying?
Lin Qingmeng was amused by Yi Chen and let out a laugh. Brother Chen, you really know how to make me happy. But this gift is truly so precious, and it's even a ring.
What do you expect people to think?
Yi Chen said, just consider it a return gift for spending money to help me enhance my weapon to level 10.
Lin Qingmeng suddenly thought of something and abruptly asked, Chenji, could this be your betrothal gift? Ahem. Yi Chen coughed awkwardly.
Lin Qingmeng covered her mouth and laughed. Chenji, I was just teasing you.
I really like the gift you gave me.
As she spoke, Lin Qingmeng put on the source of mana. She found that after trying on several fingers, none of them fit very well, and in the end, only the ring finger was the most suitable. So, with a flushed face, she put the ring on her ring finger. At the same time, she explained, Brother Chen, this equipment can only be worn on this finger because it doesn't fit on the others.
Soon, the hot pot base and ingredients were served. The two started preparing the ingredients while chatting and laughing, reminiscing about funny and happy moments from high school.
They also began imagining the wonderful campus life in university after the exam results were released. Lin Qingmeng looked at Yi Chen with an expectant expression. For the most part, Yi Chen was cooperating with Lin Qingmeng in the conversation. Yi Chen's ears suddenly caught the sound of a conversation coming from another table.
Level 20. Damn it.
You have no idea how dangerous it was. At that time, I was in the dungeon and hooked up with a fox demon boss.
But that woman actually tricked me, lured me into the cellar, and tried to dig out my heart.
Luckily, I reacted quickly and escaped in time, or else my life would have ended there.
Hearing this conversation, Yi Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wasn't this exactly what happened to him and Yao Lang in the Opportunity Dungeon? When he turned around to look, he was shocked to find that sitting at the table not far away was indeed Yao Lang. And sitting with Yao Lang were 3 other people. Yi Chen also knew them. They were the few people who used to raid dungeons together in his previous life. In the end, Yao Lang took all the equipment for himself, causing the entire team to fall apart. He was truly a team-wrecking maniac. Lin Qingmeng noticed that Yi Chen's attention had shifted, and his expression seemed a bit off. She softly asked, Chen, what's wrong? Yi Chen revealed a cold smile and said indifferently, lucky me, I ran into an enemy. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Qingmeng also noticed a man at a nearby table, animatedly gesturing as he spoke. The man was chatting with the other 3 people at the table, looking very happy. Do you know where the most money can be made? Yao Lang spoke to the 3 people in front
front of him with an extremely enticing tone. The three people's eyes lit up, their faces filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge.
Where is it? Yao Lang wore a confident expression. The demon ceiling city wall. Hearing this place,
the three of them were startled, fear appearing on their faces.
The demon ceiling wall is extremely dangerous. Outside, it's full of all kinds of terrifying monsters. At this moment,
I wouldn't dare go near the demon ceiling wall, not even half a step.
You wouldn't even know how you died. Exactly. The demon ceiling wall is too dangerous. Besides, Yao Lang, how do you even know the demon ceiling wall is the most profitable?
Yao Lang immediately shook his head and said, the three of you are just too out of touch with the news. The demon ceiling city wall I mentioned is naturally not an uninhabited area, but a place where people live. The three of them simultaneously showed curious expressions.
What do you mean?
Yao Lang explained in a low voice, I have some insider information. Recently, various departments in Jiangchang and local military forces have been continuously dispatching personnel to repair
the demon ceiling city wall.
During the repair process, they encountered numerous monster attacks, and many monsters were killed, dropping large amounts of gold coins, equipment, and materials.
You know, once we get our hands on these, we can easily sell them for a sky-high price of 1,000,000 gold coins. Now, look at us, the four of us in this current state of achieving nothing. Don't you want to make a name for yourselves?
Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but feel a bit shaken inside, but someone still voiced their concern.
But we're only around level 20. Going to the demon ceiling city wall to pick up equipment, wouldn't that be courting death? Moreover, those monsters were killed by the military. Won't they recover them?
Maybe by the time we reach the demon ceiling wall, before we even pick up any equipment, we'll already be chased away by the military.
A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Yao Lang's face. Who told you that all we can do is pick up the equipment of the dead? Ha, Yao Lang, what do you mean by that?
A trace of excitement and cruelty flashed in Yao Lang's eyes.
Recently, it's been a turbulent period for the demon ceiling city wall.
Holes have appeared in many places, and the government has sent a lot of people to repair them.
But during this repair process, haven't some people been killed by monsters? Since they were killed by monsters, their equipment would drop, right? So, can't we take the opportunity to pick up a few pieces?
As soon as these words were spoken, the other three were instantly dumbfounded, their expressions indescribably strange.
Yao Lang, are you saying we should pick up the equipment dropped by those fallen soldiers? Yao Lang grinned and nodded matter-of-factly. Yeah, what's the problem? They're already dead anyway, and if no one picks up the equipment they dropped, it would really be a waste if we don't take it. Besides, they're government employees, and every piece of their equipment is subsidized by the state. None of them have poor quality gear. If we casually pick up a few sets, we can sell them for quite a bit of money. I've already planned it out. Tonight, we can set off because there will be fewer people around, and no one will notice us. Let me make it clear now, if you three want to make a fortune, come with me tonight.
At this moment, Yi Chen and Lin Xingmeng sat at the same table, having clearly listened to Yao Lang's earlier words in their entirety.
Lin Xingmeng's chest was heaving with anger. She said indignantly, Brother Chen, how can there be such shameless people in this world?
Those were warriors who sacrificed themselves on the
demon ceiling city wall.
They are heroes who gave their lives for the country.
How could anyone take away the equipment they used in life?
Yi Chen nodded, his eyes also filled with anger. This Yao Lang is even more inhumane and despicable than I imagined. Thinking of this, Yi Chen stood up directly and walked toward Yao Lang's table.
Just as Yao Lang was chatting enthusiastically,
he suddenly saw a man standing beside their table. Yao Lang immediately closed his mouth, stopped speaking, and looked up at the man by the table. The moment he saw the man clearly,
Yao Lang's expression completely changed, turning deathly pale in an instant. Yi Chen, why is it you? You damn bastard, you're not dead?
Yi Chen said coldly, it seems you really wish I were dead, Yao Lang.
I'm not dead. Are you disappointed? Yao Lang's mouth twitched slightly.
He immediately stood up from the table in a panic, startling the other three people at the table, who had no idea why Yao Lang would show such a flustered expression.
Hearing this, from Yao Lang's earlier words, they seemed to have learned an earth-shattering, incredible secret. Yao Lang stared coldly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what do you want?
Very simple, make those dirty things you did public. Hearing this, Yao Lang knew he was in the wrong, and coupled with the bustling atmosphere of the hot pot restaurant, there were many customers present.
If Yi Chen really exposed what he did in the opportunity dungeon,
he would surely face the scorn and insults of a crowd.
Even worse, he might be taken to the police station, because this involves attempted murder.
Yao Lang glanced at the other three people at the table and made a decisive statement.
Guys, see you at the usual spot tonight. Yao Lang unexpectedly took out his staff in public and directly activated the blink skill. With a boom, a wave of energy swept through the hot pot restaurant. It caused many people's hot pots to shake, spilling water everywhere and splashing all over the diners. Someone immediately stood up and cursed angrily. Damn it, who's using skills in a public place? Don't you know that's illegal? Waiter, are you going to do something about this or not? Whoever just used a skill, get out here right now, apologize, and compensate me.
All the staff in the hot pot restaurant were alarmed.
The lobby manager also immediately jogged jogged towards Yi Chen's location. By the time the lobby manager arrived, he only managed to catch Yi Chen,
because the other three people at the table, seeing Yao Lang flee first, also followed suit and ran away. However, Yi Chen did not stop the three of them but let them go. Originally, Yi Chen could also use skills to chase the fleeing Yao Lang. However, there are clear legal regulations prohibiting the use of any skills in public places. If the use of skills causes damage or even casualties, it will be subject to legal punishment. The minimum penalty is 1 year of imprisonment, while the maximum could be life imprisonment or even the death penalty.